Chapter 1, The Rule Town. As dusk approached, a dark hue gradually spread from above, covering the town. Yin Xiu leaned back on the lakeshore at the edge of the town, holding his fishing rod, half asleep. The dim yellow light shimmered on the lake, outlining two wooden signs standing by the shore. One sign, written in neat and clean characters, read, "The lake is dangerous, keep away." The other sign, written in crooked and messy handwriting, said, "No fishing by Yin Xiu, get lost." Yin Xiu yawned while leaning against the two signs, his fair face full of drowsiness. He squinted and lifted his fishing rod. The hook was empty, so he simply reeled in the line and began packing his things to go home. As night fell, the town became even livelier than during the day. People in the square hurriedly walked, repeatedly announcing the town's rules to those passing by, trying to engrave them into everyone's minds before night completely set in. Town survival rules. But the ban is not. Yin Xiu slung his fishing gear over his shoulder, adjusted the crooked sign he had been leaning on, and turned towards home. On a winding path, two pedestrians brushed past him, murmuring excitedly to each other, "I heard if you go this way, there's a bus. It's the only way to leave this cursed place." Some old-timers who've made it through said that they left by getting on that bus. Can we really find it? I'm a little worried, isn't everyone saying we can't just leave the town? Don't worry, anyway, you can't walk out of here. You'll just loop back around. True. Town Survival Rule 2, there is no exit from the town. Do not attempt to find a way out. A useless endeavor will only lead you to get lost. Yin Xiu glanced at their retreating figures and calmly turned away. But as he turned his head, he locked eyes with a cat squatting on the grass. It was an entirely black cat, looking ordinary, but with an unusually eerie pair of purple eyes. It stared at Yin Xiu without blinking, as if watching his every move. Yin Xiu stared back at it, standing still by the road. After a few seconds of staring, the black cat cautiously took a step forward. Yin Xiu immediately raised his hand to grab the knife hanging from his waist. The cat quickly shrank back, bared its teeth at him, and ran off. Town Survival Rule 3, you cannot kill any conscious being within the town. Humans are strange creatures, even cats. Walking along the path connecting the square and the lakeshore, Yin Xiu arrived at the town's loudest square. This was an old town, full of ancient charm. Shadows of old buildings and houses stacked on top of each other, alleyways connected together, and cracks and weeds filled the gaps between the cobblestones, like a small place abandoned in the cracks of time. But right in the center of the town square, there was a huge, out-of-place projection screen, playing the experiences of players from different game instances. Some of the footage was bloody and brutal, but the people below the screen showed no expression, already used to it. Some messages floated across the screen, irrelevant and trivial. Most of the time, the screen was silent. Yin Xiu glanced at it for 2 seconds before indifferently looking away. Come, the rule sheet, take it, keep one on you, just in case." A passerby chanted enthusiastically while handing out a sheet to someone nearby. When the passerby turned and locked eyes with Yin Xiu, they froze for a moment before quickly walking around him and leaving. With his slim figure and fishing gear on his back, Yin Xiu stood out in the crowd, but most people around him avoided him. Yin Xiu didn't care. He lowered his eyes to look at the yellowing sheets of paper scattered around his feet, while people in the crowd kept distributing them to others. Not a single one is not written with a rule-filled life-saving note, and some people even carry a loudspeaker to shout around. Everyone, please make sure to carry at least one rule sheet with you at all times. Remember, following the rules is how you save your life. Also, please pay attention to tonight's weather. It looks like it might rain. For those who are here for the first time, don't panic. As long as you remember our rules, you'll be fine. Town Survival Rule 4, the town is mostly sunny, but it occasionally rains. When it rains, whether day or night, you are allowed to open your door freely. Yin Xiu looked up at the sound, and indeed, the sky was overcast. It seemed like it would rain after nightfall. The people walking back and forth were getting more and more anxious. Everyone must remember Rule 5, when it rains, new faces will appear in town. Don't be nervous, those who can enter the house are newcomers. Those who cannot enter, please be extra cautious. Also, it's getting dark, remember to make your offering before going inside, never forget. Accompanied by the loudspeaker's repeated reminders, a rule sheet fluttered to the ground by Yin Xiu's feet. Town Survival Rule 6, at dusk, you must make an offering to the night lady at your doorstep to ensure your house is safe at night. Below was a row of blue text. Remember to bring your respect, or I will personally come to find you. Yin Xiu glanced up indifferently. The sheets were posted all over the square, but they carefully avoided the strange statue in the middle of the square, which looked out of place here. It was a woman, with long hair and a long dress, but her figure was rough and huge, clinging to a pillar. She wore an eerie smile and gazed at the townspeople, the biggest threat in this town, the night lady. Yin Xiu tightened the black backpack on his back and stepped through the bustling crowd. Other players who lived in the town with him noticed him and quickly took a few steps back to avoid bumping into him. Behind him, the loudspeaker's voice continued to echo without any awareness. As long as everyone follows the rules, nothing will happen in the town. Strange rumors and things should be avoided. Always trust the other players around you. No one will harm you here. Ah, but there's one exception. Everyone absolutely must not imitate a man named Yin Xiu. He is definitely a bad example. Everyone must. As Yin Xiu walked away, the voice of the loudspeaker became more and more distant. Walking through the uneven low walls, Yin Xiu entered an alley. The twilight light made the alley appear even darker. The narrow street was packed with doors and windows, each house with a number on the door, and each house hosted 2 or more players. The town was small, and new players arrived from time to time. Generally, players would have at least one roommate, but Yin Xiu had none. Hurry up, it's almost dark, quickly prepare an offering for the night lady. Someone hurriedly ran out of their house, placing a piece of raw meat into an iron bowl in front of their house, not forgetting to bow and mutter, "Don't come looking for me tonight." In front of every house in the alley, there was an iron bowl, filled with various kinds of meat. At least everyone seemed to try their best to offer what they thought was the best. Yin Xiu glanced over, lowering his eyes in thought. He had tried hard to fish, but caught nothing. Today, like every other day, he just casually poured a cup of water into the bowl. The players along the roadside stepped aside, allowing him to walk smoothly through the narrow alley to his door, which was at the very end of the alley, the only house, 401, Yin Xiu's personal home. At the entrance today, there was a shabby red-skirted doll of a little girl, sitting with a well-behaved and eerie smile at the doorstep of Yin Xiu's home. Yin Xiu bent down to pick it up, opened the door, and tossed the doll into the corner where a pile of chaotic objects lay. He turned on the light, poured a cup of tea into the iron bowl at the door, and then began to close the windows and lock the door. Town Survival Rule 7, remember to close all doors and windows at night. No matter what sound you hear, do not open them, and do not be tempted by anything outside the door. If you want to take the shortcut to death, this is a good choice. As the sky gradually darkened, lights in every house outside the town slowly lit up. People walking outside quickly returned to their homes, locked their doors and windows, and made full preparations to face the night. In the dim alley, after a long, drawn-out cat's meow echoed, the town completely quieted down. Town Rule 8, try not to go out after dark, especially after the sound of a cat's meow. If you're confident you can win against them, feel free to give it a try. In the night, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the wall and landed on the ground. On the back of the town rules sheet, there was a page with neat, elegant writing. This is a note for new players. Please remember, the town only has 8 rules. The black text is the rule, the blue text can be trusted but not followed. If you strictly follow the rules, there will be no accidents, but if you accidentally break a rule and encounter them at night, please remember the following. No matter where you are, use any means to get to alley A, number 401. That is Yin Xiu's home. Offer up all your belongings at the door. Even if he ignores you, knock on the door. If necessary, you may use threatening methods to anger him, although it might not work, but this is your only chance of survival. If he opens the door, you'll live. If he doesn't open the door, you have no hope. The result depends on his mood and recent financial situation. Note, do not approach him during the day, and do not attempt to become his roommate. May every new player who comes to the town have a safe night. Chapter 2, Night Queen. Yin Xiu closed the curtains and curled up on the sofa to watch TV. The town's TV does not broadcast any information related to the real world, instead, it only shows the scenes of players going through the instances, just like on the square screen. At this moment, a player was sitting in a classroom, burying his head in copying, while beside him stood a thin, twisted teacher, almost unrecognizable, looking down at him with a strange smile on his face. The player, being stared at, trembled and didn't dare to look up. The whole classroom was so silent that no one dared to breathe. A comment floated by slowly, this instance is too difficult. Up until now, no one from our town has cleared it, right? Yeah, recently, more and more players have died in the instance. Maybe tonight some new players will come, our town is well planned, but it's been a long time since we had new players. Sigh, I don't know how long the new players will survive. If you don't remember the rules when first entering the instance, it's almost impossible to get out. Maybe I should just stay in the town like Yin Xiu. Who cares about the instance? Staying alive is the priority. What are you thinking? Staying here too long, something's bound to go wrong. Didn't you see the person who died in their house a few days ago? Their neck was twisted off. I saw it, had nightmares for 2 days. I'm so scared now, I don't even dare move when I hear the slightest sound at night. Me too, I really can't take it anymore. On the other hand, Yin Xiu just glanced and then walked away with a blank face. Every time he faces a dead body, he seems emotionless. He must be the strange one in town, right? Speaking of which, normal players get automatically pulled into instances every now and then, but he's always stayed in the town without ever going in. I wonder why. He's always been odd. The Night Queen comes looking for him every night. Living in the same alley as him, I can't sleep a wink. Sigh, stop talking about it. Be careful, the town's bullet screen is universal, and Yin Xiu can see it too. Watch out, he might get angry. The screen immediately cleared up, and not a single message remained. Yin Xiu rested his chin in his hand, squinting, staring at the TV with a weary look, his long body curled up on the sofa, dozing off. Soon, another message floated by on the bullet screen: if you're not asleep, hurry up and sleep. Be careful, the Night Empress is coming. As the message floated across, many of the lights in the town quickly went out. The street was silent and empty, a cold wind swept through the dark alley. Faint footsteps echoed in the alley, but no figures appeared. Only massive, indistinct shadows swayed between the cracks in the walls. The footsteps stopped in front of each house, lingering for a moment. With each stop, a muffled, clear sound of chewing echoed from outside the doors, the crunching noises sending chills down people's spines in the night. The sound continued along the street, eventually stopping in front of Yin Xiu's door, but this time, no chewing noise came. Knock knock. The glass window outside Yin Xiu's room was knocked on. Though it was a light tap, the whole door and window shook. Yin Xiu's drooping eyelids lifted slightly, and he glanced toward the door out of the corner of his eye. He got up and walked to the window, pulled open the curtain, and under the moonlight, a pale woman's face was pressed tightly against his glass window, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Her long hair was tangled and hanging to the ground, her face bloodless, but the corners of her mouth, curved into a smile, were stained with some unknown red liquid. Her huge figure nearly filled the narrow alley, crawling in a twisted, eerie posture. What is this? The Night Empress asked, lifting a small iron bowl with her finger. Inside the bowl, some clear water swayed, with 2 swollen tea leaves floating on top. Tea. Yin Xiu responded calmly, casually pouring himself a cup by the window. The Night Empress's smiling face froze, her expression gradually contorting into something sinister. Her voice became low and even filled with a hint of gritted teeth as she asked again, "What is this?" "It's tea," Yin Xiu replied indifferently, raising the cup in his hand and gesturing toward the woman outside the window. "Want a sip?" With a crunch, the small iron bowl was crushed. The Night Empress's pale face was pressed against the glass window, her wide, bloodshot eyes staring back at Yin Xiu's emotionless face, her reflection clearly visible in the glass. "I'm not satisfied with your offering. I want to change to another offering." Her finger slowly pointed at Yin Xiu inside the room, and her voice dripped with menace. "You must become my offering." "No." Yin Xiu answered decisively, his eyelids drooping. "Can you stop bothering me every day? I can't sleep all night, and what's wrong with eating so much meat and having some tea? Why all this fuss?" Their voices were clear in the night, and almost everyone in the alley could hear Yin Xiu's words. They couldn't help but curl up in their blankets, taking sharp, nervous breaths. They had seen the Night Empress in a fit of rage, biting someone's head off, and also witnessed houses flattened overnight with broken bodies scattered all around. Only Yin Xiu dared to speak to the Night Empress like this in the whole town. It was truly dancing on the edge of death. The Night Empress's expression began to twist. Her enormous hand slapped against the glass window of Yin Xiu's house. The whole window cracked with a sharp snap, causing everyone else to shudder in fear. "I'm going to swallow you whole. Yin Xiu. I will definitely swallow you whole." With a growl filled with gritted teeth, the woman's body continuously slammed against Yin Xiu's door and window. The sharp sounds pierced the night air, making people's ears hurt. Even more frightening were the creaking sounds coming from the door and window. The fragile doorboard was being slammed loudly, screws loosened, and the glass window trembled nonstop, with cracks spreading across it. Even though the rule said that as long as the doors and windows were tightly closed at night, it would be safe, but if they were broken, then it would be a different story. No one has dared to try and see if the doors and windows will be broken. So noisy. Yin Xiu quickly pulled the curtains, moved the table to block the door, and returned to the sofa to watch TV. 365 days a year, for a total of 6 years, however long he has lived here, that's how long he has been disturbed by the Night Lady. Yin Xiu had already gotten used to watching TV at night and napping while fishing during the day. Amidst the Night Lady's shrieks, small sounds began to echo through the darkness of the town. He angered the Night Lady again, knowing she has a bad temper. The Night Lady can't do anything to him, he hasn't broken the rules, and she can't enter. How long does this person intend to stay here? He neither enters the dungeon nor leaves. Who lives in such a place for 6 years? The other players are afraid of us, afraid of the Night Lady. He isn't afraid at all, and that knife on him. Forget it, let's go check on the others. The town feels damp and uncomfortable tonight. Maybe it's going to rain soon. Minutes later, raindrops began to fall, the sound of rain pattering all over the town, and a damp wind swept through the alleys. Almost at the same time, the huge trembling sound of doors and windows being slammed suddenly stopped. Yin Xiu was stunned, turning his head to look at the window. Did it go back so early tonight? Usually, it wouldn't let him sleep until dawn. Yin Xiu stood up, lifted the curtains, and in the deep alley, there was no longer that massive figure. Only raindrops falling from the sky splashed onto the ground, soaking the rule sheets scattered everywhere. Lights flickered in the distance through the rain mist, and voices gradually rose. On rainy nights, it was the only time they could open their doors, a rare freedom for the town's players. It was also a time to look for new players who arrived in the town, to add a companion for themselves. But none of that mattered to Yin Xiu. He quickly pulled the curtains and went back to bed to sleep. A rare night without disturbances, listening to the voices and the rain outside, he would surely sleep well. Yin Xiu curled up in the blankets, his consciousness blurred for a moment. Amid the sound of rain, an unusual set of footsteps suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. He snapped his eyes open, focusing his attention on the sound. The footsteps slowly walked down the alley, stepping through the puddles, calmly passing through the footsteps of the other players as if with purpose, gradually getting closer to hear. No one stopped him, and no one paused for him. It was as if the entire town ignored him. Only this set of footsteps decisively and directly cut through the sound of rain, stopping right at his door. Yin Xiu lay in bed, not moving, staring at his door. Under the fragile door panel, which had been violently slammed by the night lady, a long shadow stood outside the door. Chapter 3, It in the Rainy Night. Knock knock. The knocking sound rang out in the quiet little room, just as expected. Yin Xiu turned over, wrapped himself in the blanket, ignoring it, and continued to sleep. After all, the new player would soon be accepted by the others. He didn't need a roommate. Knock knock knock. The knocking came again, slow and rhythmic, steady, clearly showing that the person outside had no intention of leaving. Yin Xiu flipped over, trying hard to close his eyes and sleep, but for some reason, the voices and rain outside seemed much less noticeable than the presence of the person outside his door. That person didn't say a word, they just knocked on the door. Yet, their presence felt like it pierced through the door, landing directly on Yin Xiu. He could feel that the person was standing right at the door, looking at him without any obstruction. Can you open the door? After a long silence, the person finally spoke, a low male voice, gentle in tone, sounding harmless. Go to someone else. I don't need a roommate. Yin Xiu raised his voice in response. It was common for new players who hadn't yet been guided by the old players of the town to occasionally stumble here by mistake. The man outside chuckled softly, others sent me to you. Yin Xiu looked up. It was the first time a newcomer had been sent to him by others in the town. It was quite a novelty. What did you do that made them dislike you? I went into the lake and caught a fish to eat. Yin Xiu immediately rolled out of bed, hurriedly rushing to the door, pulling it open in a swift motion. The wind of the night carried rain and dampness into the pitch-black room. Standing outside was a man, completely soaked. His black suit was fully drenched, water droplets fell from his hair. His face was slightly pale, but he smiled, looking handsome and elegant, exuding a refined aura. It was unclear whether it was the curve of his lips, which seemed too perfect, or the fact that he appeared so out of place in the night, but the man gave off an eerie vibe. Are there really fish in the lake? Yin Xiu's first question after opening the door was this. Yes. The man nodded, and as he spoke, Yin Xiu caught a glimpse of his teeth. Compared to normal people, his teeth looked a little sharp, and between them, there was some strange red liquid. There are really fish in the lake? I've been fishing for 6 years but never caught any. Yin Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes subtly studying the man. It was raining outside, so getting wet was normal, but this man was completely drenched, as if he'd been standing in the rain for hours. The dampness on him was intense. The taste of the fish was nice. The man smirked lightly, but their cries were a bit sharp. So the fish in the lake can scream. Yin Xiu began to suspect that what he'd eaten might not have been fish. Perhaps it was something else. But he didn't press further, stepping back and revealing the low threshold between them, his chin slightly raised in a cold gesture. It's cold outside, come in and talk. The man lowered his gaze, staring at the threshold on the ground without moving. Town Rule 5, when it rains, new faces will appear in the town. Newcomers can enter the house, but those who cannot must be cautious. The man's silence prompted Yin Xiu to probe further. Aren't you coming in? He looked up, the curve of his lips deepening. Can I come in? You can. Yin Xiu nodded, and the man slowly lifted his foot, stepping over the threshold and entering Yin Xiu's home. The moment he entered, the room seemed to grow even colder, as though an icy chill had filled the air. Even Yin Xiu couldn't stop himself from shuddering. Looks like you live alone. The man scanned the room, then turned to look at Yin Xiu, his eyes narrowing slightly. They said I can choose a roommate in the town. Can I stay with you? Yin Xiu's gaze paused on the threshold for a few seconds, then returned to the man as he quickly shut the door. I don't want a roommate, but there are no extra rooms in the town. If no one else wants you, you'll have to stay with me. He rummaged through a drawer and handed the man a rule sheet. Has anyone shown you the town's rule sheet? The man shook his head. Then take a look. Remembering it might help you survive a little longer. Yin Xiu had little interest in this sudden new roommate. After handing him the rule sheet, he turned and lifted the curtain to peer outside. Though the town's rule was only about not harming any conscious beings, players who had been here longer knew that harm could be both active and passive. If he indirectly caused the man to die outside by refusing him entry, it would be considered breaking the rules. Clearly, other players hadn't directly rejected him, but sent him here to Yin Xiu. Even if this man died, it wouldn't cause trouble for them, only for Yin Xiu. The man took the rule sheet, a trace of confusion flashing across his face. After flipping both the front and back several times, he put the book aside, and turned his gaze to Yin Xiu, his face still carrying an unchanged smile that revealed a hint of interest. "You haven't asked my name yet. I don't want to know." Yin Xiu lazily responded, confirming that the night lady's figure was no longer outside before he let the curtain fall. Tonight, the night lady had already visited. She probably wouldn't come again, right? He thought to himself as he turned and returned to the bedside. "You don't want to know?" The man stood still, persistently asking. "I don't want to." Yin Xiu snapped off the light with a sharp motion, turned, and got back into bed. Before he went to sleep, he reminded, "There are other rooms in the house, find somewhere else to sleep. Don't come to my bed." There were indeed other empty rooms in the house, but Yin Xiu lived alone and always slept in the living room. In his ideal scenario, this unknown man should have gone to clean up one of the empty rooms and rested there, safely passing his first night. But after Yin Xiu turned off the lights, he didn't move. He just stood quietly in the darkness, staring at Yin Xiu on the bed without blinking, and other than the strong feeling of being watched, he was nearly silent. "Really don't want to know my name?" After a few seconds of silence, his voice sounded again. The only response was the silence in the room. Yin Xiu showed no reaction. "Why do you sleep with a knife? Are you afraid of me?" There was still no response in the room. "All right." The man's voice was lightly amused but also carried a sense of indifference. He turned and walked to the chair in the room, sitting down. He didn't bother to tidy his damp clothes or go to bed. He just quietly sat in the dark, slowly saying to Yin Xiu, "Good night." The moment his light voice rang out, the alertness that should have been in Yin Xiu's mind suddenly became hazy. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, slowly losing control, until they completely shut. The sound of rain in the small town became distant in his ears. Yin Xiu was half dreaming, half awake, and he could even hear players outside hurriedly walking back to their rooms, but his consciousness couldn't break free. In the town, there were other strange creatures besides the night lady, but they couldn't enter the house. They could only knock on the doors and windows of each player's house at night, coaxing them out, and then hunt them during the chase. So, what was sitting in his room, staring at him now? Was it a newcomer? Clearly not. Was it one of the strange creatures from the town? Unlikely, because the night lady couldn't appear when it rained, but he had appeared, even entered the house. Yin Xiu heard the sound of him getting up from the chair, heard him walking through the darkness and coming to the bedside, then squatting down at the head of the bed. Even though he couldn't see, Yin Xiu could imagine the expression on his face at that moment, surely smiling, a smile that was so perfect it was almost eerie, motionless, staring at Yin Xiu in the dark. The long silence and the undeniable feeling of being watched made Yin Xiu feel a rare sense of unease. The rain had stopped at some point, and players had returned to their rooms. The control of the night town once again belonged to the strange creatures. The man beside the bed finally seemed unable to hold back any longer and slowly extended his hand toward Yin Xiu. Tap, tap. In the alley late at night, that familiar sound of footsteps suddenly echoed, splashing through puddles, slowly moving toward Yin Xiu's door. The massive body moved to the front of Yin Xiu's house, and once again, the thump sound of knocking on the window rang out in the night. The night lady had returned. Chapter 4, Entering the Instance. Clearly, the man beside the bed also noticed the sound. He shifted his gaze toward the window. Thump, thump. The knocking sound came again, and outside, the night lady's eerily deep voice rang out, "Yin Xiu, open the door." Yin Xiu heard the man beside him getting up, and he began to walk toward the door. "Who are you?" He stood at the door and asked. "Who are you?" The night lady was surprised, having never seen anyone else in Yin Xiu's room. But after a few quiet seconds, she smiled kindly, "Help me open the door, and you'll know who I am." The man seemed to be thinking, then immediately grabbed the doorknob. He wouldn't really open the door, would he? Yin Xiu instinctively tightened the knife tied around his waist, trying hard to resist the inexplicable sleepiness, wanting to open his eyes. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened, and a gust of night wind rushed into the room, instantly waking Yin Xiu with its chill. He rolled off the bed and looked toward the door. The door had already been opened. The man in the black suit, drenched in rain, was smiling, holding the doorknob, looking back at Yin Xiu, and smiling brightly as he pointed outside the door. "You're awake? Come look, there's a huge face outside." What Yin Xiu saw outside the open door was not the alley of the night, but the face of the night lady filling the entire crack of the door. She smiled eerily, her eyes blinking as she looked inside the room from the gap in the door, her eyes narrowing, and her pale cheeks showing a clear joy. Yin Xiu also tightened the knife at his waist, yes, a huge face. He didn't react much, his gaze shifting from the night lady to the man who had opened the door. Why did you open the door for her? Are you together? The man was confused, but his smile remained unchanged. Can't I open it? Didn't I show you the rule? Didn't you see it? The man smiled and nodded. I saw it, but there's nothing written on the paper. Yin Xiu instantly understood. This man couldn't see the rules. He had no idea that doors shouldn't be opened at night. He wasn't an insider arranged by the night lady. Then as your roommate, let me tell you something now. Yin Xiu slowly and calmly drew a long, sharp meow knife from his waist. In this small town, you must never open the door at night. Otherwise? The moment the words fell, the cold light of the knife flashed, slicing through a strand of long hair that had crept into the room. Almost simultaneously, the night lady's hand shot in through the door, aiming straight for the spot where Yin Xiu stood. A loud crash shook the room, parts scattered everywhere, and the thin bed frame was easily flattened by that hand, cracks spreading across the floor. Almost everything in the room was knocked over, scattered, while Yin Xiu, standing in what felt like a place shaken by an earthquake, pressed tightly against the corner of the wall, narrowly avoiding the strike. The night lady's eyes, smiling through the window, stared at Yin Xiu, who had narrowly escaped, her sharp teeth showing. 6 years, Yin Xiu. Finally, I can bite your head off. Don't let me catch you. Her hair seemed to move of its own accord, slithering across the floor towards the room, quickly entangling and covering the walls, a black mass falling from the ceiling, spreading rapidly in Yin Xiu's direction. He swung his knife, cutting through the attacking hair, and started dodging to other parts of the room. But no matter where he went, the hair quickly surrounded him, wrapping and entangling him. Rare displeasure appeared on Yin Xiu's usually calm face. The town's rules forbid anyone from killing any conscious being, a rule meant for players. This meant the night lady could kill him, but he couldn't kill her in the town. Then, escape? The only exit in the room had been blocked by the night lady. He had no way to escape. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on the smiling man at the door. He had lived in the town for so many years, never breaking the rules, but tonight, someone helped him break them. Are you angry? The man seemed to notice his faint shift in emotion, his smile widening. Yin Xiu ignored him. In a room entirely filled with hair, not being caught was already a tremendous effort. He could only keep dodging, using his knife to cut off the hair that attacked him. Your knife is indeed special. The Night Empress stared at the meow knife in Yin Xiu's hand, sharp and dangerous. Where did it come from? Yin Xiu didn't respond. He stomped on the hair on the floor and suddenly stabbed his knife down, slicing through the long hair. The black long hair writhed and twisted on the ground. Even though Yin Xiu had cut it, it continued to grow, spreading and wrapping around his feet. Do you need help? A man's voice echoed through the room, as if he wanted to make up for something after annoying someone. Yin Xiu looked up and saw the man casually grabbing a handful of writhing hair, stuffing it into his mouth. Deep in his mouth, there were slightly sharp teeth and circles of secondary teeth. He chewed and crushed the hair, then swallowed it with a gulp. The corners of his smile still held the twisting, struggling hair, which he sucked in with a quick motion. Then came the sound of dense chewing again. Not only Yin Xiu but also the Night Empress were stunned. Who are you? How did you appear here? Did you come out of the instance? Her voice trembled with uncertainty, making Yin Xiu fall into deep thought. Well, even the Night Empress didn't know who he was. Clearly, he was an entity from outside the town. The man ignored the Night Empress and instead kept his usual smile, staring at Yin Xiu, like a stiff recording machine repeating again, do you need help? Yin Xiu lowered his eyes to the hair that had already wrapped around his calf, then looked at the Night Empress blocking the door, showing a heavy expression. Perhaps this man could kill the Night Empress, allowing Yin Xiu to survive without breaking the rules. But without the Night Empress, the town would definitely undergo drastic changes. The rules required the Night Empress to exist, but if she were gone, no one knew what changes would occur in the rules. He didn't want that. He still wanted to live here. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't kill, so there was only one choice left. I don't need your help. Yin Xiu raised his hand and swiftly sheathed his knife into its pitch-black scabbard. Then, he bent down and picked up the little girl doll he had thrown into the corner after bringing it back from the door at dusk. This was one of the conditions for entering the instance. Every day, a different item would refresh at the player's door, probably placed by the strange creatures of the town. But that didn't matter. As long as the key item was triggered, it would bring the entire room's players into the instance. For 6 years, the strange creatures and all the players in the town knew that Yin Xiu had never voluntarily entered an instance, nor had he ever been automatically pulled into one. But now, the intention of him holding this red-dressed little girl doll was clear. Do you want to escape into the instance? The Night Empress's smile seemed mocking. The whole town knows you never enter instances. You're just a player who lives in the town. Yin Xiu remained silent. The only way to neither break the rules nor escape from this room was to enter the instance, but who could guarantee they would survive this instance? Amidst the Night Empress's astonishment and the man's smile, Yin Xiu's eyes hardened. He suddenly tore open the doll's body. His and the man's figures instantly vanished from the room, leaving only the remains scattered on the floor. After a brief silence, a new room appeared on the public screen of the town. The town's loudspeakers also broadcasted a new message to the entire town in the night. 35th Plaintown player, Yin Xiu, entered the instance. This announcement was like a drop of water into hot oil, waking up everyone in the town. Lights quickly flickered on in the darkness. They hurriedly turned on the TV at home and adjusted the player screen inside the instance dungeon. In the darkness, the first thing to appear would be the information of the player entering the instance. It clearly said, "Congratulations to the player for entering the instance, Monsters of the Town. Player name this time, Yin Xiu. Gender, male. Residence, 35th Dimension, Town A Alley 401. Instance assets, 35.8. Instance progress, all cleared." When the words "all cleared" appeared on the screen, all the players in the town froze, including the creepy monsters crouching under the plaza projections, who were stunned as well. It wasn't that he didn't actively enter the instance, but that he had already cleared it all. The instance no longer automatically pulled him in because there were no more instances for him to clear. This was a fully cleared player. And such a player had not left the town immediately but had stayed here for 6 years? In the darkness, both the town players and all the creepy monsters were a bit confused. As the instance monsters received the player information, a large-scale wailing broke out. Who brought in the man who cleared the instance 6 years ago? We said don't bring him in. Chapter 5, The Little Girl. Hasn't he already cleared the instance? Why is he still here after 6 years? Which instance did he enter this time? Monsters of the Town. Thank goodness, it's not my instance. But what about this time? All the previous instances were cleared by him, and other players from the same batch of the town just followed along and cleared everything. This time, surely he won't do it again, right? We'll have to increase the difficulty. First, let's apply to change the rules so he can't harm the creepy monsters. So what about those creepy monsters in this instance? Change them. Replace them with ones who don't know Yin Xiu. That's the only option. After the OOEdit discussion, the instance officially began. The player information displayed on the big screen slowly faded, the darkness dissipated, and the scene began to emerge. In the town square, under the big projection, the dense shadows were sitting, and even Night Lady was crouched there watching, her face full of displeasure. Inside the town's houses, countless players gave up sleeping and squatted in front of the TV to watch this instance's live broadcast. The instance had just begun, and messages were already flying across the screen. I'm not seeing things, right? The player entering the instance is Yin Xiu? It's Yin Xiu. I live in the same alley as him. The noise earlier was so loud, something probably happened tonight. Feels like I'm dreaming. I'm actually seeing Yin Xiu inside the instance. People said he was really strong before, but I thought they were just boasting. Now that he's entered the instance, I want to see how strong he really is. I also thought it was all just bragging, but he's definitely not normal. Other players from the town who are participating in this instance have also woken up. Let's see this instance. I've cleared this instance before. It's a beginner survival instance. Not difficult. Yin Xiu is actually starting with the beginner instance. So he really hasn't entered an instance before? Didn't you see the player information earlier? Yin Xiu is a fully cleared expert. Really? As the information flew all over the screen, Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. I've entered again. He muttered in a low voice, sitting up from the bed, his face showing exhaustion. After a few seconds of calming down, he finally looked around. This seemed to be a woman's room. He didn't remember much, but the scene prompt from the instance echoed in his mind. This instance theme, Monsters of the Town. The happy little girl moves with her mom to her grandmother's monster town. Her mom has to leave for 3 days. In this town full of monsters, you must help the poor little girl, who is home alone, survive for 3 days until her mom comes back. It seems there are some dangers in her room. You must follow the note left by her mom to help her survive. Always be careful of the monsters around you. After the voice echoed, Yin Xiu tried hard to recall anything related to this scenario, but it had been so long that his memories were fuzzy, and they were of no help. Let's go outside and take a look first. Muttering to himself, Yin Xiu stood up and opened the door. The things in this room were simple. Looking at the items, there were only things for an adult woman and a child, which basically matched the characters described in the background hint. Since the mother wasn't home, there must be a little girl in the house. Yin Xiu didn't hurry to search for her. He wandered around the living room and noticed 2 notes on the table. One had familiar black rule-type font, and the other was handwritten. The black rule-type font displayed the survival rules all players were familiar with. Scenario Survival Rule 1: Do not let the little girl see the rules of the scenario. At the moment Yin Xiu saw this message, another door in the living room opened. A little girl in a red dress, holding a rabbit doll, peeked out from the room. She looked at Yin Xiu, her innocent face showing confusion. "Are you the person Mom sent to take care of me?" "Mm." Yin Xiu lazily responded, ignoring the little girl and continuing to read. Scenario Survival Rule 2: Do not refuse any request made by the little girl. Brother. The little girl in the red dress had somehow walked to Yin Xiu's side. She tugged at the hem of his clothes and smiled. "What are you reading? Is it a note from Mom? Can I see what Mom wrote to me?" As she spoke, a sharp, horrifying scream suddenly came from the next room. The sound was heart-wrenching, making one's heart tremble. Yin Xiu maintained an expressionless face as he looked at the little girl. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two notes in his hand. One was the scenario rules, and the other was indeed a note from the mother, but it also contained rules for survival in the house. Not allowing her to see the rules of the scenario meant that all rules must be kept from her, including the mother's note. But he also could not refuse the little girl's request. Yin Xiu seemed to understand where the scream from the next room had come from. "Brother, just let me see it." The little girl smiled with a strange expression, her face still innocent, as she asked Yin Xiu for the rules in his hand. Give it to her, or not give it to her, it seemed like a choice that led to death either way. Now, not only Yin Xiu was silent, but even the players outside the screen were silent. "Did you guys see what happened in the room next door just now?" "Yeah, the little girl who was rejected instantly turned into a monster and bit off that person's limbs. Damn, my hands and feet are cold. This scenario is so different from what I've experienced before. Does it always start like this, so deadly? I thought this was a beginner scenario? It's not supposed to be this hard, right? What's going on? You call this a beginner scenario? If I'd gone into this as a beginner, I'd already be dead like the player in the room next door to Yin Xiu. It's a dilemma from the start. The players in the other rooms are all frozen. Now, we just have to see how Yin Xiu gets through this. I think Yin Xiu's going to die too, right?" Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yin Xiu in the scenario. He kept a cold expression on his face. After a few seconds of silence, he reached out and touched the little girl's hair. Though he tried to appear gentle, his indifferent face was anything but soft as he said coldly, "Don't rush, I'll show it to you after I'm done." "Mum." The little girl's face showed a conflicted expression. After thinking for a few seconds, she reluctantly nodded. It wasn't that she wasn't allowed to see it, just that she had to wait a little while. It wasn't exactly a refusal. "Good girl." Yin Xiu nonchalantly comforted her and then pulled her onto the sofa. "Sit here and play for a while." He leaned back on the sofa in the living room, checking the rules, while the little girl obediently sat beside him, playing with her doll. The scene looked very harmonious, with no trace of the danger that had been there earlier. The bullet comments were somewhat surprised. "Can it really be like this?" "Well, it's not impossible, it's just that he's so calm, isn't he scared?" "Yeah, going back to the instance feels just like going home. Maybe he doesn't even know that the little girl is also a vicious monster." The bullet comments were full of confused murmurs. After watching Yin Xiu, they looked again at the bloody scene in the next room, and it was hard to believe it was the same instance. After calming the little girl, Yin Xiu continued to read the note. Instance survival rules. Yin Xiu tilted his head slightly. Putting aside what it in the 6th rule might be, the 7th rule mentioned something about a roommate, so he must have a roommate, right? The rules were absolute. The town's rules involved a sacrifice to the night goddess, which meant there must be a night goddess in the town. The instance's rules said he had a roommate, so he absolutely had a roommate. It seemed as if responding to Yin Xiu's thoughts, the door to another room in the living room suddenly creaked open, and an unexpected person walked out. "Good morning." Standing at the door was a man, exuding a strange, eerie aura. He was still wearing a wet black suit, smiling as he stood there, greeting Yin Xiu calmly. Yin Xiu was not surprised. According to the town's rules, this man was indeed his roommate. He must have entered the beginner instance because this newcomer was here. Yin Xiu remained indifferent, but the little girl sitting next to him immediately became uneasy. Upon seeing the man, she tightly hugged the doll in her hands and shrank behind Yin Xiu, nervously whispering, "Brother, is that person also someone Mom called to take care of me?" Yin Xiu nodded, "Yes." The little girl furrowed her brow in difficulty. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally peeked her head out from behind Yin Xiu. "All right." She remained wary of the man, who smiled back at her. After a few seconds of silence, the little girl was the first to look away. She nervously tugged at Yin Xiu's sleeve, dryly changing the topic. "Brother, are you done reading? Can I see Mom's note now?" "Not yet." Yin Xiu patted her head, worried that the little girl sitting beside him might unintentionally peek, so he stood up and began pacing around the room. What are you reading? The man smiled and casually spoke to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu handed him the instance rules and asked cautiously, "Can't you see this rule?" The man smiled, lowered his gaze, and stared at the paper Yin Xiu handed him. He shook his head, "I can't see it." Yin Xiu was certain now. He wasn't one of the strange creatures of the town, nor one of the creatures in the instance, but it was still impressive that he had made it here. "By the way, do you want to know my name now?" The man smiled and asked, his gaze still fixed on Yin Xiu. "If you go change into some dry clothes, I might consider asking you." Yin Xiu turned around, ignoring him. The man thought for 2 seconds and obediently turned to go back to his room. As soon as he left, the little girl, who had been tense in the living room, finally relaxed and continued to play with the doll in her hands, though it was clear her focus had shifted. So the strange creatures in the instance could also be scared by unknown entities. Yin Xiu pondered thoughtfully as he slowly paced around the room, beginning to check his mother's note. Mom's note rules. Baby, Mom has something to do and needs to leave the house for 3 days. During this time, you must follow the instructions I leave for you to live by. 1. Absolutely do not go outside. 2. Do not look in the mirror. 3. Do not open the door for anyone, do not let them see you. 4. Eat every day. 5. At night, make sure to stay in your room and sleep. When you wake up, no matter what happens in your room, that is normal. 6. After 3 days, take the package Mom left outside the door. The rules of the note were fewer than Yin Xiu had imagined. The player's rule was to help the little girl follow the instructions of Mom's note. The survival rules are for the player, but Mom's note is for the little girl, so it doesn't apply to the player. However, since there is a condition to help the little girl survive, does this mean it's related to the mission's completion? Yin Xiu turned the 2 notes over and looked at them, discovering that there were additional rules on the back of the survival rule note. Mission completion rules. 1. Leave the monster's corpse on the altar of the town. 2. Let the little girl follow all of Mom's note rules. Below, there was a row of crooked black handwriting. 3. Do not kill any strange monsters. Then it was crossed out with a purple line. Yin Xiu stared at the 3rd rule for a long time, considering whether to include this rule. Since it was crossed out, it might not be part of the rules, right? So, does that mean I can kill the strange monsters? He muttered quietly. The little girl on the sofa stiffened and raised her head in alert. The door next to them creaked open again, and this time the man came out no longer drenched. The moisture on his body disappeared, but his clothes hadn't changed. He was still wearing the same black suit. Yin Xiu didn't think he could find a second identical suit in this room full of women's and children's things, nor did he know how the man had managed to dry himself so quickly. He simply ignored the question. What's your name? The man smiled, Liamo. Yin Xiu nodded, hello Liamo, my name is Yin Xiu. Could you open your mouth for me now? Liamo froze for a moment, hesitated, then opened his mouth slightly, revealing sharp teeth inside. In the next second, Yin Xiu crumpled the 2 rule notes into balls and stuffed them into his mouth, then gently closed his mouth for him. A sound of rapid chewing echoed in Liamo's mouth, and soon after, he swallowed the paper with a soft gulp. After passing through the many sharp teeth in his mouth, even if the little girl tried to pry Liamo's mouth open to look for the rules, she wouldn't be able to find the full rules. Yin Xiu's sudden action left Liamo stunned, the little girl stunned, and the players outside the screen stunned as well. A long stream of comments flew by in an instant. Although I know destroying the note is the best way to stop the little girl from seeing the rules and causing her own death, why did he stuff it into his roommate's mouth? I don't know either, it happened so fast I couldn't see clearly. Speaking of which, did he already remember the rules? If he destroys it like this, it's easy to cause trouble. Remembering the rules in the dungeon is the best way to survive. But leaving the rules in this dungeon is also dangerous, not to mention the little girl already spoke. So how is he going to respond to the little girl's request now? The confused eyes of the crowd once again focused on Yin Xiu. When the little girl realized the note had been eaten, she cried out loudly and rushed over in a hurry. She wanted to pull Liamo, who had eaten the note, but didn't dare. Instead, she grabbed Yin Xiu, crying and turning her face into a snarl, I haven't seen it yet. Bad brother. Give me back Mom's note. Her tears rolled down her face, and her tender face seemed to twist with the tears. Her mouth opened wider. The teeth became sharper and sharper, and the sound coming from her throat no longer resembled crying but more like a monstrous howl. Crying, she dug her sharp nails into Yin Xiu's hand. Give me back Mom's note. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Eat you. In the blink of an eye, the innocent little girl transformed into a terrifying monster, howling in anger and glaring. Even though it was through the screen, the players instinctively took a step back, fearing they might witness the same scene as in the next room. But Yin Xiu remained calm. He stared at the transforming little girl and grabbed her sharp hand, pulling her toward the edge of the table. He lazily spoke, "Stop crying. It was my fault for accidentally losing the note, but I remember what it said. I can rewrite it for you, how about that?" The little girl choked on her sobs, a confused expression appearing on her twisted face. Rewrite. Can this be done? The rules in the dungeon had already been consumed by Liamo, and the rules that Yin Xiu wrote by hand clearly didn't belong to the dungeon. However, this didn't contradict the little girl's wish to see her mother's note. It was all Yin Xiu's messy actions, she didn't even know if she should continue crying or not. Seeing the little girl hesitate, Yin Xiu raised his hand and pointed to Liamo, who was smiling and watching the drama unfold. "If you don't want it, then go look for the note in his belly." As soon as these words were spoken, the bullet comments exploded. "Damn, this Yin Xiu is really vicious, trying to harm his roommate. The little girl will definitely rip open his roommate's belly to find the note. I knew he was cold-blooded, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. No wonder no one in the town will be his roommate. Whoever becomes his roommate is as good as dead. I'll stay far away from him from now on." In contrast to the furious bullet comments, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat stiff. The little girl froze for a moment, turning to look at Liamo. Liamo smiled faintly, revealing teeth more terrifying than hers. Maybe the bullet comments couldn't hear it, but she could. There was a deep hunger in his throat, a devouring desire that made her shiver. The little girl's spine chilled, and she shuddered, quickly releasing Yin Xiu. This handsome older brother was so cruel. What did he mean by "go look for the note in that man's belly"? He wanted to harm her, right? She wouldn't fall for that. Chapter 7, The Rules. "Do you want me to rewrite it for you?" Yin Xiu squinted his eyes and asked meaningfully, his tone lazy but slightly tinged with a threat. The little girl hesitated, nervously fiddling with the rabbit in her arms, glancing at Liamo, then reluctantly nodded and muttered, "All right." Her overly obedient appearance in front of Yin Xiu left the players outside the screen stunned. She agreed? Was she really this easy to talk to? Was this still the same brutal monster they had seen earlier? Some people, not believing their eyes, switched to another room's screen. Because the rules had been violated, the little girl had transformed into a savage monster, tearing into the players' limbs. The other rooms were filled with gruesome scenes, the little girl wreaking havoc, with bloodshed so severe it was chilling to watch. When they switched back to Yin Xiu's room, the little girl was sitting quietly on the sofa, hugging her toy, while Yin Xiu sat beside her, writing the note for her. The scene was peaceful and harmonious. Even the little girl, who usually screamed and tore at others, was sitting there timidly, her obedient appearance now looking much more adorable and likable. Why is Yin Xiu's dungeon different from everyone else's? How should I know? It just seems like the strange creatures behave so well in front of him. I don't believe it. I can't believe all the monsters become so well behaved in front of him. There must be one that will punish him. I don't believe it either. I was scared by this little sister when I first passed this dungeon. I stayed in the room for a whole day. Why is this happening? Why has she become so obedient now? I feel a bit unbalanced, damn. Why wasn't my little girl this obedient back then? The comments are full of complaints, but everyone's attention is still focused on Yin Xiu in this room. Let me think, how should I summarize what your mother left you? Yin Xiu was cautious, he wouldn't fully reveal the note's content, fearing that reproducing it would also become a rule of duplicates, so he simply summarized it. First, absolutely do not go outside. As long as you stay in the room and don't come out, the chance of going outside is almost zero. Second, do not look in the mirror. He glanced around the room, at least there were no mirrors in the living room, and probably no mirrors in the little girl's room, otherwise, she would break the rules at first sight, but the bathroom must have a mirror. He wrote, go to the bathroom less. Third, do not open the door for anyone, do not let them find you. This can be achieved as long as you stay in the room and come out less. Fourth, you must eat every day. Although it says to eat every day, eating once a day counts as having eaten, and eating less also reduces the need to go to the bathroom. Fifth, during the night, you must stay in your own room to sleep. Sixth, 3 days later, get the package your mother left outside the door. After carefully recalling the little girl's rules, Yin Xiu wrote down the following points for her. Eat once a day, after eating go back to the room and sleep, come out less during the day, and do not go out at night. The little girl held the note with this short line of text, lost in thought. This is meant to torture her. The difference between her and being imprisoned is that she can come out during the day to go to the bathroom. No, even prisoners have 3 meals a day. Brother, is this what mommy asked me to do? The little girl asked Yin Xiu repeatedly, conflicted as she held the note. Yes. Yin Xiu calmly nodded, capped the pen, if you do these things, your mother will come back in 3 days. The little girl's expression was unpredictable, she was not human, and Yin Xiu definitely was not human either. But eating only once a day is abuse. She mumbled, wanting to protest. Yin Xiu gently touched her hair with a heavy face, feeling quite helpless, there's no choice, your mother just wants to abuse you. The little girl suddenly tightened her grip on the neck of her rabbit toy, her face pale. Clearly, the note her mother left her was not like this. She had complaints, but she didn't dare to speak out. Alright, now hurry back to your room. Yin Xiu indifferently ignored her restless emotions, picked her up, and threw her back into the room, adding, if you're hungry or need to use the bathroom, just call me, and I'll open the door for you. Saying this, he quickly locked the door, trapping the little girl inside the room. Facing the closed door, the little girl stood in daze, locking up an innocent and poor little girl in a room, allowing her to eat only one meal a day, and not allowing her to go out. She really was here to be imprisoned. She had never suffered such grievances with other players. The little girl took a deep breath, gripping her rabbit toy tightly, and her innocent face grew fierce. If she found an opportunity, she would definitely bite Yin Xiu's head off, bad brother. But for now. The little girl dazedly rubbed her rabbit, sensing an invisible chill wafting outside the door, obediently shrinking her head. Revenge takes time, it's okay, all the little girls in the players' rooms are part of her. If she loses face here with Yin Xiu, could she still lose face in front of the other players? Now is the time to vent her frustrations. Not long after Yin Xiu threw the little girl back into her room, screams from other players began to echo through the corridor, rising and falling. He indifferently put away his pen and paper, having dealt with the little girl, and was ready for the next one. Although Liu Mo, sitting in the corner of the room, did not speak or interfere while talking to the little girl, his presence was undeniable. That gaze felt like it was glued to Yin Xiu, coiling around him like a snake, unshakable. Now that the little girl had returned to her room, only the two of them were left in the living room. Yin Xiu looked up and saw Liu Mo sitting upright in the corner chair, staring at him with his usual smile. That smile was overly proper and standard, the upward curve of his lips unchanging, even causing a slight unsettling feeling the longer one looked at it. Yin Xiu had always been wary of this mysterious man and did not want him around, but keeping him at bay was a difficult task, especially now that they had entered the instance and were nominally roommates. The two of them stared at each other, neither daring to speak. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiu was the first to look away and break the quiet. I know you can't see the rules, so you cannot deal with the instance. The man slightly raised his chin, waiting for the next words. I won't ask you anything, and I'm not interested in what you are. The situation now is that you opened the door and put me in danger. I entered the instance and dragged you along. If you want to get out of this instance smoothly, just listen to me. His voice was soft and lazy, not like a negotiation, but more like a statement. Even if the man in front of him was bizarre and dangerous, as long as he didn't know the rules in this instance, he would be stuck here. In this situation, Yin Xiu was still the one in charge, able to maintain the upper hand. Okay, the man replied with a smile, not thinking at all, as if he hadn't really listened. This easygoing feeling made him seem more like the one in charge than Yin Xiu. Additionally, Yin Xiu turned to meet the man's gaze, just a glance made the depths of his pupils react, stirring uneasily. This close scrutiny made it hard to relax, even for Yin Xiu. Can you stop staring at me? Yin Xiu's annoyance made the man's smile widen. Perhaps I cannot. The chilling aura he exuded was hard to hide, whether it was his always composed posture, his long-held smile, or his gaze, all felt like a hunter lying in wait for an opportunity. He remained still, never taking his eyes off Yin Xiu, not for a moment. Occasionally, when staring for too long, the slight movement in his throat and the sound of swallowing saliva with excitement made Yin Xiu's spine tingle. From the first moment Yin Xiu saw him, he went into a state of alert because he never let down his guard, while the other man always stayed in a hunting mode, closely monitoring him. That feeling was like walking through a forest and brushing past a bear, only for the bear to light up its eyes, drooling and following closely behind, always watching. You know you are being watched, but you will never know when it will strike. Thinking that this tense feeling might last until the instance ended or even longer, Yin Xiu hoped the other could rein it in a bit. At least, don't stare at me while I sleep, he said, lowering his request and taking a step back. The man pondered for a few seconds, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. I won't stare, but I'll stay by your side. Chapter 8, Testing. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened. He had been pushed too far, accurately speaking, the other was testing him to see how far he could go. The atmosphere between them solidified again. Yin Xiu didn't want to respond, and neither did the other man back down. In the stillness, a piercing scream suddenly came from another room nearby. This time the voice was very familiar, even Yin Xiu could clearly distinguish that it was the little girl's scream. Not 2 seconds after, other screams rang out, a very terrified figure frantically moving, running from the house and out, the scream echoing all the way. Yin Xiu quickly diverted his gaze from Liu Mo, stood up, and opened the door to the room where the little girl was. She was still inside, holding a rabbit doll with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? It's nothing, don't come out. Yin Xiu closed the door, turned, and walked to the window, swiftly pulling open the curtains. Blinding light instantly filled the entire room, making it hard to open one's eyes. Almost the moment it was opened, a strange face slapped against the glass window with a thud, startling the players outside the screen. It was a pale-faced woman, her eyes bloodshot, leaning on the glass trying desperately to look inside the house, as if searching for something, muttering, "Is it here? Is it hiding here?" For Yin Xiu, who had seen Night Lady's face countless times, this scene was small potatoes. His gaze calmly passed over the woman before turning to look outside. The scene outside looked like it was in a remote mountain village, not matching the town shown in the background hints. The house he was in was an ordinary small bungalow, each small enough to provide just enough living space for a family. And the neighbor next door was another player from this copy, who was also in the same other dimensional town. Everyone occupied their own space, progressing through the early storyline of the copy, gradually coming together as the plot unfolded. At this moment, a player who was utterly terrified and somewhat mentally unstable was crashing to the ground outside, clutching his head in fear, looking toward his house with a vacant gaze. "She's dead, that girl is dead, she was killed. I'm going to die too. I'm dying soon." He babbled incoherent words, muttering, as his hands slowly began to rise uncontrollably. Yin Xiu still didn't understand how the girl he mentioned died. Suddenly, the player grabbed his own neck, cutting off all sound at the throat. His hands seemed to be controlled by some invisible force. No matter how instinctively his body resisted, they remained tightly grasped around his neck, not letting go, until the player's face turned purple, eyes bulging, and before everyone, after a long struggle of whimpering, he rolled his eyes and collapsed. "What the hell? What just happened?" Sounds of shock and disbelief came from nearby players in other rooms. This was a beginner's copy, mostly filled with newcomers, who had stayed in their own rooms since waking up, and seeing such a scene for the first time left them a bit terrified. "He's dead. He must have violated the rules," someone shouted in panic. "What rule did he break? I'm so scared. It's so unexpectedly terrifying." While the discussions echoed from the side, Yin Xiu was too preoccupied to be shocked by the player's death. His gaze slowly fell upon the woman still pressing her face against the glass window. He remembered that the man had been muttering about the girl being dead. The girl must have died in the house where he was, or else he wouldn't have panicked and stumbled out. Thus, if the woman in his room had died, it would affect his survival, but it was only the little girl. It was not that he broke the rules, it was that he hadn't kept an eye on the little girl, allowing her to break the rules. "Is it in there? Is it hiding in there?" The woman in front of the window was still pressing firmly against the glass, staring in with wide eyes. Her mouth gurgled, showing no sign of wanting to leave. When she noticed the little girl's belongings in the room, her face slowly broke into a big smile, her eyes sparkling. "I see it. There are her things in the house. She is in the house, she must be hidden in this house." Survival Rule 5, do not open the door to anyone outside, and hide the little girl's existence. And Mom's Note 3, do not open the door to anyone, do not let them discover you. The rule that exists on both notes must be a crucial part. Absolutely do not let anyone outside discover the little girl hidden here. If someone outside accidentally opens the door and discovers the little girl in the house and comes in, the outcome could be just like that previous player. The woman by the window grew more excited, seeming to want to validate her thoughts. She tried to push the door open, but it was locked. After realizing this, she immediately turned around and walked out, muttering, "I'm going to call others to find her. We absolutely must find her." "Wait." Yin Xiu's brow jumped as he quickly called out to her. The mention of others made Yin Xiu feel uneasy. "Who are you looking for?" The woman chuckled softly, turned around, and her pale face radiated eeriness. "A girl, a monstrous little girl, is she hiding in your house?" "She is not in my house," Yin Xiu calmly denied. "I only have one daughter, and she is studying away from home, she hasn't returned yet." "Daughter?" Yin Xiu's unfazed lies momentarily stunned the woman. She paused for 2 seconds, then connected the dots. "So that was your daughter's stuff?" Taking advantage of her lack of reaction, Yin Xiu quickly asked, "What do you plan to do if you find that monstrous little girl?" The woman's pale face once again curled into a strange smile. "She's a monster, a plague in the town, of course, she must be killed." It was clear that the previous player's mistake was accidentally letting this woman into the house to kill the little girl, but judging by what the woman just said, if she became suspicious, even if she couldn't enter the house now, she'd still call others to force their way in. Yin Xiu must find a way to brush her off, or the consequences would be unimaginable. As his thoughts briefly paused, the woman once again leaned against the glass window, her eyes rolling oddly. "Very eerie, you look very young, not at all like someone who was already married with a daughter, especially one who was old enough to go to school. Your age doesn't match, does it?" The comments instantly flooded with panic. "Wow, are the bizarre creatures this clever now? Is this still the beginner dungeon I played?" Yin Xiu never expected her to suddenly start questioning him so sharply. After a few seconds of silence, he coldly replied with a blank expression, "She is adopted." "Oh? You're so young and already adopted a daughter who can go to school?" The woman's smile suddenly became deep with meaning. "What's the reason? Or are you saying you have no daughter, and that's her in the house?" Yin Xiu took a deep breath calmly. "What reason could there be? I can't give birth, so I adopted. Is there any other reason to adopt? Can't give birth? Who can't give birth? Is it your wife who can't give birth? Or is it you?" The woman maliciously pressed on, smiling as if she had gained the upper hand. Wouldn't it be that you don't even have a wife, and just went ahead to adopt? Under the woman's sharp questioning, Yin Xiu calmly turned to reveal Liemo sitting in the corner of the room. He can't give birth. The woman peered inside. Her previously sharp and arrogant demeanor froze the moment she saw Liemo. A man? His spouse is a man? Then indeed he cannot give birth. But this. Her opponent's actions were so chaotic that she momentarily lost control, staring blankly for a long while before continuing. So both of you can't give birth, so you adopted a daughter? Is there a problem? Yin Xiu said boldly, narrowing his eyes. You can casually kill a little girl, but I can't adopt a daughter to cherish in my hands? The woman's expression became mysterious and unpredictable, but she couldn't find any other faults. After hitting a wall with Yin Xiu, she could only slowly take 2 steps back. Alright, I'll believe that everything in your house belongs to your daughter, but don't let me find her. As she spoke, she turned to head towards the doors of other players. Just as she turned, there was a loud bang from the door at the back of Yin Xiu's house, as if something had hit the door, instantly grabbing the woman's attention outside. Her face pressed against the glass again, eyes wide as she scanned the inside of the house, her voice filled with excitement. Isn't your daughter at school? Who made that noise inside? Is it her? Chapter 9, the body is already moving. Facing the woman's question, Yin Xiu replied calmly, it's a dog. The little girl in the room tightly squeezed the rabbit. You are the dog. A dog? The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. Really? It's a vicious dog, so I can't let it out. Yin Xiu turned indifferently and knocked on the door of the inner room. Make a sound. The little girl? If you don't bark, you'll die. Woof woof. A faint puppy bark came from within the room. Although it was weak, it genuinely sounded like a dog bark. The woman's expression was complicated. It doesn't sound like a vicious dog. It's a little dog, it bites fiercely. Yin Xiu returned to the window, reaching out to pull the curtain shut. Anything else? If not, I'm going to rest. The woman pondered for a few seconds. Let me see the dog? Yin Xiu ruthlessly pulled the curtains closed with a swipe. This nonsense had gone on long enough. Before, the woman could confidently return to say she found the little girl and come back with a group to knock on the door. Now, she couldn't just bring a crowd to bang on the door just to see a dog, could she? Yin Xiu's quick thinking and expressionless deceit left everyone outside the screen stunned. Can it be done like this? Got it. I have to say, as expected of Yin Xiu, he is so calm. When that woman's face appeared at the window, my heart stopped for a second. Me too, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Is this the strength of a top player? It's far out of reach. He acts like this usually, I've never seen him react greatly. This is a top player's return to crushing rookies. This dungeon is totally not the newbie dungeon I went through before. The difficulty is too much higher. Yeah, when I played, someone just knocked on the door, I just didn't open it. What was that just now? It feels like the difficulty has increased because of Yin Xiu's presence. This time, the newcomers are probably in for a tough time. In my view, it's best to survive the early stages and cling tightly to Yin Xiu in the later stages. I'm sure we can clear it. You have to survive first. Look at the other players in this level, some have already started to act self-importantly. This dungeon did not restrict players' freedom, the rules only prevented the little girl from going outside, not the players themselves. In the midst of the noise, someone had already tentatively gone outside to see what was going on. Coincidentally, after the first player died, the player in the neighboring house quietly opened the door to peek outside, listening to the whole conversation between Yin Xiu and the woman, which gave him some confidence. Close the door quickly. That woman is coming over. As a newcomer to the dungeon, his companion was already trembling with panic. Shut up. The man waved his hand, showing impatience on his face. If you want to survive this dungeon, listen to me. I have cleared it twice before, how can I not lead through a simple newbie dungeon? His companion nodded timidly, obediently shrinking back. After confirming that Yin Xiu had finished his conversation, he just retreated back to his own room, mimicking how he had hidden the little girl inside the room. At first, he felt a bit panicked when he realized the difficulty of this new copy had increased, but after hearing what happened at Yin Xiu's door, his heart settled down. Although the creepy things in this copy were much smarter, they were not that scary, a little lie could leave them speechless, and that little girl, learning to bark like a dog, truly nearly made him laugh to death. But now it was his turn, even though he had cleared 2 copies before, both times were very frustrating and messy, this time, he wanted to enjoy the joy of bullying the creepy things in the copy. With a man's eager gaze, the pale-faced woman came to his window, looking quite unhappy. Just like at Yin Xiu's side, the woman immediately spotted the little girl's belongings in the room, suddenly igniting a thrilled smile. She's in your room. She must be in your room. The man pretended to be oblivious at the window. What are you talking about? Who's in my room? The woman showed a strange expression. That little girl, the monster, you've hidden her in your room, right? What little girl? You see nothing in my room. The man intentionally turned to let her see the whole living room. Indeed, there was no little girl in sight, but due to his hasty hiding, even the little girl's rabbit toy was still left on the sofa. The woman's gaze was firmly locked on the rabbit toy, her eyes becoming meaningful. That's her thing. How could it be in your room? The man glanced back and felt an unexpected rush of panic but quickly faked calmness. This is my sister's toy. It's perfectly normal for such little kids' toys to look alike. Sister. The woman chuckled mockingly. Don't tell me your sister is studying out of town and not at home? Yes. So what? The man argued spiritedly. After hearing her conversation with Yin Xiu, the man could confirm that as long as he argued reasonably, with proper reasons, the creepy things outside couldn't verify who was in the room, which meant he could stubbornly deny the little girl's existence while in the room. No matter how outrageous he spoke, the creepy things outside had no way to do anything to him. The woman lost interest in continuing to argue with his similar excuses and turned to walk towards the door of the room next door, but the man suddenly boldly called out to her. Hey! Don't go, ugly woman. Maybe it was the first time he had the chance to jump around in front of a creepy thing. The man felt particularly excited. Every player in the small town participating in the copy would stream live within their own town, meaning every move he made could be seen by other players in the town. Finally having the chance to show off his skills in front of everyone, he felt he had to make a show and tease the creepy things in the copy. What did you call me? The woman shot back to the window, her gloomy, pale face pressed against the glass, her wide eyes filled with blood vessels, looking particularly frightening. The man was startled, but thinking of his companion in the room and the players watching in the town, he still put on an act of calmness to keep shouting, What's wrong with calling you ugly woman? You should take a look at what you look like, coming out in broad daylight to scare people. You just freaked me out. Hurry up and apologize. Players in the copy usually walked around the creepy things. Aside from a few big shots who were confident enough to provoke, almost no one dared to take the initiative to challenge. And today, he wanted to be one of those big shots. Apologize? The woman let out a sinister laugh. Her nails began to scratch at the glass window with a piercing sound. Her eyes were filled with intense anger. How do you want me to apologize to you? The man's heart lifted with excitement at her subtle words, thinking she meant to yield. He floated in joy and said, Hurry and say, I'm sorry, my lord, and I'll reluctantly forgive you. The corners of the woman's mouth twisted into a sinister arc. If you open the window and let me see that there's really no little girl inside, I'll apologize to you. The man's chin tilted slightly as he began to think. The little girl had already been hidden away in the house, and even if he opened the window, she wouldn't be able to crawl in. At most, she could peek her head in to look at the living room. Plus, even if the woman was aggressive, he could safely retreat outside of a certain range from her attacks. Just the thought of making the normally relentless monster bow down to him, even if it was just a game, filled him with delight. Let the players in his town see how their big shot navigates the novice dungeon with confidence. All right, I'll open the window, he said bravely, swiftly reaching for the window lock and then stepping back several paces, distancing himself from the window. As he opened the window, the barrages of comments had already begun to express their condolences. He's dead for sure. Yeah, he's definitely dead. He's already a moving corpse. Chapter 10, Triggering the Rules. The man's attention was entirely fixated on the strange woman before him, completely oblivious to the cries of anguish behind him. His new companion huddled, shaking, behind the sofa, too scared to make a sound, utterly stunned by what was happening. After he opened the window, just as the man expected, the woman slowly leaned her head through the window, looking around the living room. After a moment of scanning, she slowly pulled her head back out, her face still wearing an unchanging smile. Indeed, she's not here. I told you she's not at my place, he said, feeling slightly relieved as he saw the woman retreating from the window. He quickly moved forward to close the window and, putting on an arrogant tone, added, Since you've seen the living room, you should apologize to me now, ugly woman. The woman chuckled, and as the man approached the window, she suddenly reached out to grab his collar with a quick motion. The man jumped in shock, his initial caution kicking in. He swiftly pulled a knife from his pocket and slashed at the collar she was holding, panicking as he stumbled back and fell to the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. What a pity, the woman squinted her eyes, squeezing the torn collar in her hand, her lips curling back to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. You were almost lunch for me. The man's face turned blue and white with fright. If he hadn't cleared a few dungeons before and had some preparedness, who knows, he might really have been eaten by now. Panting heavily, he gradually calmed down. Just remembering how he had panicked and rolled around in front of all the players in town made him furious again. Taking advantage of the distance where the woman could no longer reach him, he shouted, Damn woman. If you have what it takes, come inside and bite me. You'd better see if your neck is long enough to bite your grandpa's head. I've cleared several dungeons. I've seen all kinds of strange monsters. Am I afraid of an ugly woman who looks like she's been dead for 4 or 5 days? As he yelled, the woman's smile twisted grotesquely. Her sharp nails scraped against the windowsill, and her grin widened, her furious gaze barely contained. All right then. Already feeling angry from being bested by Yin Xiu earlier, she couldn't believe someone dared to provoke her face-to-face again. This player was far from cautious like the last one. With a smile now frantic and wild, she slowly leaned her head back through the window, the joint at her neck cracking with audible pops, flesh and bone distorting and tearing. Her neck visibly elongated before his eyes. A whole head kept getting closer to the man on the ground. The man sensed something was wrong and desperately turned to escape. Just as he got up from the ground, a huge mouth suddenly bit down from behind, splattering blood everywhere on the living room floor. A headless body swayed slowly while trying to escape, eventually collapsing to the ground. Ah! The new companion inside the house was scared to the point of breaking down, rolling and crawling into the room where the little girl was locked, desperately locking the door. The woman's head retracted from the window, landing perfectly on her shoulders. She twisted her neck, the bones cracking, but besides her bloody face, her body was unchanged from before. The taste is really bad. The woman made a swallowing sound from her throat, her bloodshot eyes full of disgust. She ignored the other player who had hidden in the room and turned to walk away slowly. Players from different town realms were stunned by the scene they just witnessed. The first player to face trouble pulled back the curtains after hearing a knock on the window, failing to respond to the rules in time and allowing the woman to see the little girl playing in the living room. Her head broke through the window and killed the little girl, causing the player to crumble in fear and flee through the door. The girl's death led him to break the rules and die as well. Then, the woman hit a wall with Yin Xiu and left in frustration. Originally, imitating Yin Xiu's actions was correct, but this man clearly didn't take the novice dungeon seriously. He was too reckless, having avoided danger yet still chose to provoke it, leading to his death. His death prompted players watching the live stream from various towns to quickly message those still alive in their own realms, informing them of the correct actions to take. The live chat can be seen by players currently in the dungeon, so having it open occasionally allows for strategic aid, which is beneficial for them. However, players can only see chat messages from their own realm and not from others, while town players can see the scenes from all players currently in the dungeon. This means that players from other towns can observe others' scenes to come up with strategies, then inform their own town's players. For these real-time strategies to work, there needs to be a strong player in the same dungeon who encounters problems first. Clearly, Yin Xiu was that strong player. The chat messages can also be freely blocked. Occasionally, some unreliable comments can affect the mindset of players currently in the dungeon, so they can choose whether to turn it off and not view any messages. This is a choice made by very few players, since being able to receive outside assistance is more beneficial than harmful. Yin Xiu was one of those rare few. That player just died a terrible death. He deserved it. He copied from Yin Xiu and still dared to act recklessly. However, his death allowed others to survive. Now everyone is cleaning up the house, hiding the little girl and her things so the woman won't see and become suspicious. Although Yin Xiu was a bit caught off guard at the front, he was still quite stable. Mainly, he isn't afraid and thinks clearly. Why wasn't there a strong player like Yin Xiu when I was in the dungeon? Yeah. I kind of want to be Yin Xiu's roommate, so I can ride his coattails. You should be more careful ahead. Don't forget who set the rules for the whole town. That person said you cannot be Yin Xiu's roommate, so you definitely cannot. Don't seek death. But he didn't say why not. He just told everyone in the town to avoid Yin Xiu. If I had known sooner that he was a strong player, I would have definitely built a good relationship with him. Look at how useless his roommate is, just sitting in the corner. Brother, listen to my advice. Our town is united, very few players die because of his rules. He said you can't be Yin Xiu's roommate, so you definitely can't. Don't question it. Then can you tell me why not? Just bullying newcomers who don't know, right? The bullet comments began to argue. After learning about Yin Xiu's identity and seeing his dungeon actions, the townsfolk started to split. A part of them who once kept their distance from Yin Xiu now tried to befriend this hidden master. The other part followed the town's rules, keeping their distance from Yin Xiu. The two sides began to argue and tangle, and soon they were confused. Until one comment drifted by, "Guys, I'm new here. I want to ask, who exactly is this person you all talk about? Have you seen the rules issued by the town?" "Yes, I've memorized them." The notes behind the rules were written by him. He's the manager of our town and also a player, but he spends most of his time in dungeons for strategies, rarely staying in town. The reason everyone avoids Yin Xiu is because he set this rule long ago. Do you know why Yin Xiu still lives alone to this day? Because everyone who broke this rule has died. Chapter 11, Tonight I will tie you in the living room. The bullet comments filled with dread, curious about the strict rules of the town and Yin Xiu's mystery. For someone to have so many warnings about his existence, he surely carried danger himself. While Yin Xiu was wrapping the bathroom mirror, he heard the sound of a girl crying and screaming from the next room. He tilted his head in curiosity toward the direction of the noise but continued wrapping the mirror with cloth, placing it on top of the cabinet in his room to ensure the little girl couldn't reach it. He checked the entire house. The only mirrors were in the bathroom and Yin Xiu's waking room, a washroom and a makeup area. His waking room was likely what the information referred to as the mother's room. The girl had her own room, and the room where the man named Liam woke up was probably the guest room, lacking anything that indicated gender, just some basic things for visitors. There was no trace of a father, not even photos, only the mother and daughter, making it unlikely he would appear. After tidying up the mirror, a rule-breaking element, Yin Xiu checked the fridge. It was indeed filled with food, vegetables and fruits, enough for them to stay there for 3 days. Currently, it seemed very simple to complete the first stage of the girls' no task. As long as they were cautious and didn't act recklessly, they could survive for 3 days, but the next stage would be much harder to say. "What are you doing?" Liam silently stood at the kitchen door, staring at Yin Xiu, who was cutting vegetables inside. Yin Xiu rolled up his sleeves, tied on a pink apron, and was swiftly chopping the vegetables on the cutting board, his movements particularly skilled. "Cooking," Yin Xiu replied calmly, pointing to the calendar hanging on the wall. "Today is the first day, she hasn't eaten yet." Liam glanced at the calendar, walked over, and flipped the page. Today was the 17th, with a circle drawn on the 19th. That should be the day the mother returns. 3 days, 17th, 18th, 19th. The mother's note instructed that she must eat every day, starting with today. Liam squinted toward the window. The current time in the dungeon was dusk. If they hadn't realized this issue by nightfall, they were likely to be declared dead for rule-breaking at midnight. Damn, I didn't even notice. The players alerted by the comment were all shocked. Just focusing on the strange creatures, completely forgot to check the date. The dungeon is arranged like this: when players first enter the dungeon, they immediately look for the rules, then memorize the rules. Not long after memorizing the rules, a strange woman comes knocking one by one. After being scared, the players haven't calmed down yet and have to eliminate the factors in the rules that can easily lead to death. By the time they settle down, it's almost dark, and they instinctively pay attention to the rules to remember and the things to be cautious about after dark, yet forget to eat, which is a common and unnoticeable rule. This dungeon is so insidious. Fortunately, there's Yin Xiu in this dungeon. If other town players see Yin Xiu cooking and can react, they should remind the players from their town. I guess many people are watching Yin Xiu's live stream now, a beacon in the dungeon. I'm already taking notes, I can learn a lot. After the players gather later and the bullet screens are shared, I want to see what other town players will say. I have a feeling there will be a wave praising Yin Xiu. Of course, he must be praised. By the way, that pink apron tied around his waist looks quite fitting. I guess you want to say, male mama. In the cheerful atmosphere of the bullet screen, Yin Xiu had already prepared several dishes. He took out what looked like a lunchbox for a little girl from the fridge, stuffed vegetables into each compartment, and after putting in rice, he closed the lid and got ready to go to the little girl's room. Before leaving, Yin Xiu glanced back at Liam, who was standing at the kitchen door. Since Yin Xiu finished cooking, Liam's eyes had been fixed on the dishes without moving. A person who spends 90% of their time looking at themselves suddenly looks at the food, which gave Yin Xiu a bad premonition. Don't sneak a bite, I don't want to cook a second time. If I come out and find the food is gone, I will tie you in the living room tonight. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened as he seriously threatened. Liam smiled slightly, nodded, and his hands, which had been restless in front of him, immediately settled down. Yin Xiu turned around, opened the little girl's room, and walked in. It was a very simple children's room, with a not very large bed covered with a pink bedsheet, various cute stickers stuck on the wall above the head of the bed, toys scattered on the carpet, and a few fairy tale books on the bookshelf, but there were only a few, with many signs of being read and quite old. Seeing Yin Xiu come in, the little girl, who was sitting on the carpet playing with dolls, immediately became nervous, rubbing her hands on a rabbit doll, which had blood handprints all over it. It's time to eat. Yin Xiu placed the lunchbox on the only desk in the room, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that there were bloodstains on the carpet around the little girl, and even she had a good amount of blood on her. Oh. Hearing the voice, the little girl obediently hugged her doll, stood up from the carpet, and walked to the table. Why are you so dirty? Yin Xiu scanned her from top to bottom. The blood on her skirt was dry, but the blood stuck to her fair skin looked alarming. You mean this blood? The little girl innocently smiled. It came from other people. The so-called other people probably referred to the players in other rooms. Yin Xiu could easily guess that while all players were in independent spaces, each person's room had a little girl, and these little girls were actually the same one. Wait a moment. When he saw the little girl about to eat, Yin Xiu hurriedly stopped her and quickly turned to open the door and went out. The little girl stood there puzzled and didn't move. After a while, Yin Xiu returned with a wet towel. Put your hands out. Oh. The little girl obediently extended her small hand. Yin Xiu used the towel to wipe the blood off her hands and also wiped her little face. Before eating, you need to wash your hands. Didn't your mom teach you that? The little girl was taken aback. She taught me. Next time, pay attention. After Yin Xiu wiped her clean, he folded the blood-soaked towel and looked at her with indifference. I'll find you a new dress later. Take a bath before bed. Okay. The little girl nodded sleepily and sat down at the table, ready to eat. She turned to find Yin Xiu still standing beside her, staring at her. Unable to resist, she asked, "Why are you watching me, big brother? Do you want to eat too?" "I'm not eating," Yin Xiu replied calmly, "but I have to watch you eat." The rules stated she must eat, but who could guarantee that once he stepped out, she wouldn't secretly dump the food and pretend she had eaten? Seeing that Yin Xiu didn't trust her, the little girl frowned and huffed. Then she grabbed her chopsticks and started eating, mumbling as she went, "Bad brother, I've decided I hate you." As the rice entered her mouth, her brows and eyes instantly brightened, bursting with happiness. Delicious. Bad brother, I've decided I still like you. Chapter 12, I will come before sleep. Her emotions were clear on her face, a perfect display of the innocence a child should have. If it weren't for her slight killing ability, she would indeed seem like an ordinary kid. The livestream viewers glanced at the pampered girl eating happily with Yin Xiu and then at the other rooms where girls were waiting fiercely for food, momentarily doubting if they were even the same kind of child. Bad brother, I'm done eating. The little girl finished the entire box of rice in one go, looking satisfied as she gestured to Yin Xiu. Wipe my mouth. Yin Xiu looked at the blood-soaked towel in his hand, grabbed a paper towel from the side, wiped her mouth, and then put away the lunchbox. The little girl hugged her rabbit and watched Yin Xiu clean up the lunchbox, her face innocent. Bad brother, can you come read me a story before bed? It was impossible to refuse the little girl's request, so Yin Xiu nodded. I will come before bed. Then I'll wait for you. The little girl smiled innocently, looking pleased. In other players' rooms, a little girl took a bite of bad food and immediately pulled a long face, dropping her chopsticks. So bad. I won't eat. She had already taken a bite, which counted as eating, fulfilling the rules element. The player hurriedly went to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, ignoring her, not daring to interact much. Hey! The ignored little girl unhappily grabbed the player's shirt. You have to come to my room to sleep tonight. The player was taken aback, wanting to cry without tears. But I can only stay in my own room at night, it's dangerous if I don't. The rules stated that at night, you shouldn't leave your room to go to the living room, but to reach the little girl's room, you would definitely have to walk through the living room. It was clear that there would be a monster wandering the living room at night that could kill the player. I don't care. Dinner was bad, you must come to my room to sleep. The little girl glared at the player, her blood-stained face showing indifference. Or do you want to refuse me? The player felt a lump in their throat. Fine. We'll deal with it when night comes, after all, this little girl is so difficult to please. The livestream comments floated by, comparing like this, the girl in Yin Xiu's room is really well behaved. She just asked for a bedtime story, soothing her to sleep is all you need. I remember all the little girls are actually the same. Why is there such a big difference? It's still Yin Xiu handling it well. He knows to wipe the little sister's hands and face. Indeed, other players just cooked but didn't care for the little girls. Is there really a favorability system for monsters? No way. Even if there is, who would dare to try? I certainly wouldn't. Yin Xiu stepped out of the room and checked the time on the wall. It was now past 5. The sunset light was still shining outside, and there was still a bit of time before night fell. He put down the towel and found that the meals had been moved from the kitchen to the dining table in the living room, and Liu Mo was sitting at the table, wearing the same smile as always, waiting for Yin Xiu. The two sat facing each other in silence. Yin Xiu ate quietly, while Liu Mo's voice was not small. His movements were light, but the sound of chewing was very clear once the food was in his mouth. From his expression, it seemed like he enjoyed the taste just like a little girl would. Yin Xiu stared at the moment Liu Mo opened his mouth, noticing the teeth that were unnaturally dense, giving him goosebumps. Noticing Yin Xiu's attention, Liu Mo smiled with his lips pressed together. If you don't like it, I can act more normal. He pressed his lips together, swallowed in his throat, and when he opened his mouth again, his mouth structure was very close to that of a normal person, but still slightly different, like the excessively long tongue and the distribution of his teeth. Isn't it a bit late to tone down your inhuman qualities now? Yin Xiu said casually, picking a piece of food to put in his mouth. He could see that Liu Mo was mimicking a human's appearance. While he had an impeccable human exterior, his actions and manners were odd. He maintained a standard posture, even his smile was standard, lacking any human personality, as if he were just a template for a human. My mouth isn't common, so I can't reference it. Liu Mo smiled slightly. If you mind, I will change. I don't mind, Yin Xiu shrugged. It didn't matter to him whether the other was a player or something else. Once this quest was over, they'd all have to leave his room. As for whether other players cared or not, he didn't care even more. If this weird creature posed a danger to him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Until then, he wouldn't take action. If you don't mind, I will return to my original form. It's easier to eat that way. Liam-o lowered his head and picked up some food to put in his mouth, and the sound of dense chewing rang out again. Night was about to fall, and the outside grew gradually dim. Yin Xiu had tried turning on the lights inside, but they wouldn't turn on, which meant that when it became completely dark outside, the night within the quest would begin. Before it got fully dark, Yin Xiu took the little girl into the bathroom to wash off all the blood, then found her a clean dress to change into. Bad brother, tell me a story. The little girl, lying on the pink sheets, looked especially excited and showed no sign of wanting to sleep. Holding an old fairy tale book, Yin Xiu sat at the foot of the bed and flipped through it. Aren't we just reading stories? I don't want to read. I'm tired of these stories. I want to hear Bad brother tell me a story. The little girl snuggled in her blanket, her face full of expectation. Yin Xiu thought about how long it would take for the night to completely fall. If he didn't quickly get her to sleep, he would have to go through the living room at night himself. He reached out and patted the little girl's blanket, his brows and eyes gentle, his voice soft, truly like a loving brother. What do you want to hear? The little girl pondered, blinked her eyes, and stared at Yin Xiu intently. I don't have a brother, so I want to know the story of Bad brother you. My story. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in thought, the outline of his side profile very gentle, but I don't remember much from the past. The memories of the last 2 years are becoming increasingly blurry. I even forgot how long I stayed in my little town. In an instant, a furious message scrolled by in the comments. 6 years. 6 years. You forgot, but we remember. Do you know how we survived these 6 years? Everyday fishing, casting nets, and you don't take us seriously. You even forgot who you killed at night, right? Haha, why are those earlier comments so agitated? Could it be the town's weird creatures? Laughing to death, did the creatures that Yin Xiu killed come to find him? Ha 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 ha. You'll find out soon enough, keep laughing and I'll come find you now. Ha ha ha, come on. I don't believe you're really spooky. Where do you stay? Let's see if I'll actually go. I'm scared of you. Pretending to be spooky in the middle of the night, Diali 101, come if you dare. Hee hee, remember to open the door later. Bro, don't cause trouble. What if there really is a spooky being from the town? Definitely not. I've lived in the town for a year and haven't heard a thing. It's just some brother messing around. Oh, the doorbell rang, I'll go check. Don't go. Safe travels, brother. Are you still there, brother? Reply. Why is that guy not speaking? I'm scared. I'm scared too. In the town square, under the live broadcast screen, a crowd of dark silhouettes sit beside Night Lady, glaring furiously at the messages on the screen, holding back their urge to reply. Has Big Brother lost his memory? Like on TV? In the instance, the little girl took interest in Yin Xiu's topic. Yin Xiu shook his head. Not memory loss. I remember why I came here, but many memories have grown more and more blurry with my time in the town. The little girl looked puzzled, afraid to delve into too much about where Yin Xiu was staying, so she changed the subject. Then why did Big Brother come here? Yin Xiu hesitated for a few seconds, staring at the little girl, and slowly said, I'm looking for someone. I came here while searching, looking for a girl about your age. The little girl's eyes immediately sparkled. Who are you looking for? Your sister? Yin Xiu nodded. But it's been 6 years, you still haven't found her? The little girl tilted her head, and after asking, she paused for a moment, then shrank into the blanket. Another message floated by on the screen. I remember it clearly. 16-year-old Yin Xiu wandering the town at night with a knife, asking if anyone's seen his sister. It scared me into having a psychological shadow. Ha ha ha, really? Now I want to see that. What the hell? You should try being pointed at with a knife to understand. Sorry to interrupt. Chapter 13, following. Realizing that a spooky presence had mixed into the messages, the number of speakers suddenly dropped by more than half. Yin Xiu silently tucked the little girl's blanket. She's still alive, she must be alive, so I'm still searching. When I find her, I'll bring her to meet you, so just go to sleep early now. The little girl hesitated, nodded shyly, and obediently closed her eyes. Good night, big brother. Yin Xiu casually nodded and left the room. The messages on the screen became lively again. Okay, now I understand why Yin Xiu is so nice to this little girl. He treats her like his sister. Mistaking the copy's spooky being for his sister, Yin Xiu must have been in the town too long. His mind isn't quite right. Yeah, that little girl isn't even his sister. Why is he so nice to her? He's usually fierce to us. Next time, let's dress as a little girl and see if it can lure him out of the house. Oh, smart one. You probably won't even remember how you got chopped in half. Exactly. Yin Xiu opened the little girl's room door. Without him noticing, night had already fallen. The light in the living room was nearly pitch dark, with only a faint glimmer coming from the window allowing Yin Xiu to see the outline of the living room. He closed the little girl's door and turned to walk to his room. As he reached the center of the living room, a cold wind blew past from outside, rattling the window glass. The chill flooded the living room, immediately enveloping Yin Xiu in the darkness. Feeling as though something had appeared in the living room, Yin Xiu stood frozen, gripping the knife handle with one hand, slowly adjusting his eyes to the dark, scanning the living room. The cold white walls were the most noticeable in the night. The outlines of some furniture were submerged in darkness, sketching a structure no different from daytime. But Yin Xiu saw nothing unusual, he could only feel a strange chill spreading through the entire living room. Every breath felt as if needles were stabbing into his lungs, yet he could not see its form. Rule 6 of the copy: stay in your room at night, do not go to the living room, do not let it find you. At this moment, it was clear that it had appeared in the living room, yet did not directly attack Yin Xiu, instead circling around him. Is it because it hasn't found me yet? Yin Xiu pondered, thinking about what unconscious actions might allow him to remain unnoticed. Had he not made a sound? Or was it that he hadn't moved? Just as he was thinking, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the night. Other players in different rooms were suffering. At that moment, the live broadcast showed viewers clearly that the player who had also failed to return to their room stood in the living room. But on the other side, a player in the living room was instantly devoured by something in the darkness, their entire body torn apart, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only sounds of swallowing and tearing behind. They could not even see what it was almost a completely formless entity that killed the player in an instant. This extremely powerful killing ability made the players break into a cold sweat, and their gazes unconsciously shifted to Yin Xiu, who was still in the living room. It's over, even Yin Xiu is doomed now. No matter how quick his reflexes, it would be a quick kill, Yin Xiu wouldn't survive. Yin Xiu stood quietly in the darkness without moving, sensing everything around him. He truly did not see any figure, but he could feel something swirling beside him, even brushing against his skin with a sticky touch. This intangible sense of oppression forced Yin Xiu to instinctively freeze for almost a minute, his whole body blending into the darkness of the living room. What's going on? All the players still in the living room aren't moving at all? And they aren't being killed? Players outside the screen could not sense this oppressive feeling, they simply stared blankly at the images from the living room, which was completely still, without anyone moving. You in the front must be a newcomer, right? Since the rule says do not be found, there must be ways to hide yourself. This rule is quite friendly, stating the time, place, and means to evade. It's the best way to avoid danger, otherwise a little girl wouldn't be able to lure players. Right, I noticed this copy's rules enjoy creating contradictions, on one hand, not allowing players to reject the little girl, and on the other, making her demand that players engage in rule-breaking actions, so wicked. And when players meet the entity mentioned in the rules in the living room, their first reaction is likely to rush back to their rooms. But if they move, they will be noticed. Noted, another strategy. But this is a newbie copy, I've already passed it, not sure if it will be useful. Writing it down can't hurt. A group of players aiming to clear the copy was watching, naturally beginning to analyze the scenario while enjoying the live stream, even at the dead of night, with many still keenly watching the broadcast. Inside the copy, the chill slowly ebbed away from the living room after failing to capture anything, until the breath completely disappeared. Yin Xiu cautiously scanned the living room out of the corner of his eye, fully confirming that nothing existed before slowly relaxing and tentatively taking a step forward. Nothing attacked him in the living room, only silence responded. He continued towards his room's door, completely unaware that with each of his steps, a shadow followed closely at his feet as he slowly entered the room. Everyone who stayed in the living room and avoided danger has gradually returned to their rooms. There shouldn't be anything happening tonight, right? They've gone to rest, and I should too. Getting up in the middle of the night to look at Yin Xiu's copy is quite tiring. I need to go to sleep too. Watching them sleep is not as good as sleeping myself. Tonight should just pass like this, right? According to the rules of this copy, tonight may not just pass like this? Don't forget there's a rule about the night. Ah, the last rule is rule 7, right? But the triggering conditions are so vague, I have no idea what triggers it. In my experience, such non-specific rules must be connected to other rules. If that's the case, the two rules of the night are indeed interconnected? Very likely. It's still you big shots who study the rules thoroughly, as a newcomer, I can only watch. When you can independently clear it, you'll start researching the rules. Just survive for a year first. The comments quieted down, and Yin Xiu's room also fell silent. After returning to his room and tidying up, he lay down in bed in the dark to sleep. In the night of this copy, there were no lights in the room, it was inconvenient to do anything, but he saw that there was light outside the window. In the distance, there was a hazy area of light, as if there was a dense population living somewhere else. Yin Xiu touched the knife hanging at his waist, deciding to take a short nap before climbing out the window to take a look. He was really a bit tired. As drowsiness descended, Yin Xiu slept deeply on the bed. The room was too dark, and after going back, he didn't notice a pair of black footprints left at the bedside. Chapter 14, Touch. In the middle of the night, a heavy feeling suddenly weighed down, and Yin Xiu opened his eyes instantly. The room in the dead of night was filled with an eerie chill. He instinctively tightened his grip on the knife, frozen in place, unable to move. In the pitch darkness, something invisible was tightly binding his limbs. Much like sleep paralysis, he was awake in mind but unable to resist at all. Silently, a cold touch crept up beside him, poised to act. It was chilling to the bones. Yin Xiu glanced sideways into the dark. An invisible object was slowly wrapping around him, slithering past his throat, constricting around his neck, bringing a slightly excessive sense of suffocation. Though it was a very cold touch, it pressed tightly against his skin, bringing a shiver that was definitely not a human touch. Survival Rule 7 of the copy: if you feel something has entered your room, call your roommate loudly to find you. Afterwards, the two must stay together until dawn. The silent, looming pressure made Yin Xiu's scalp tingle. Clearly, a monster had come near him. Unsure where he triggered Rule 7, but the moment he became aware of the situation, he opened his mouth to call Liam O in the next room. Though he was also a dangerous presence, at least he was a nominal roommate. But the moment he opened his mouth, something immediately covered his mouth. A brief sound was extinguished, his voice stuck in his throat, feeling powerless. An eerie chill flowed into his mouth, exploring curiously, flowing along the roof of his mouth, rubbing and stroking as if the monster was studying the structure of a human mouth. Yin Xiu frowned and struggled fiercely, trying to regain control of his body, but the only response was slight twitching, with almost no room for struggle under the huge constraint. Yin Xiu's unusual behavior caught the attention of the comments. Quick, look. Yin Xiu seems a bit off. Don't just say Yin Xiu, even the few players who returned to their rooms alive from the living room seem off. I suspect the thing in the living room, although it didn't kill the player hiding there, it must have followed them back to the room, leading to Rule 7. I think so too, otherwise, triggering Rule 7 would be too random, like it chooses which room to go to based on its mood. Ah, that player's body is twisted by something invisible. Damn, his spine is broken alive, and his limbs too. Oh my god, I was about to go to bed, now I can't sleep. Another player is also being tormented, how tragic. It seems they all didn't react quickly enough to call their roommate. At this time, if it's in the player's room, it shouldn't be in the living room, so they could get through. Calling the roommate requires courage, they called, but the roommate didn't come. This shows the importance of good teammates, but why didn't Yin Xiu call too? I don't think he can call. The player's eyes were fixed on Yin Xiu's room screen, clearly recognizing the invisible thing wrapping around him. Something was moving under his clothes. He lay on the bed unable to move, even his head seemed to be fixed by something and couldn't move at all. Even if Yin Xiu wanted to struggle, each time he resisted, he could only produce slight movements. He was like prey entangled and bitten by a snake, unable to struggle or resist, only able to wait for death under the constriction. It has to be said, his struggling on the bed looks a bit terrifying. Ah, it's late at night, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Even Yin Xiu can't move, this monster doesn't seem to belong to the level of this instance? Yeah, there seem to be red marks starting to emerge on his skin from the entanglement, it looks quite creepy. Looks like Yin Xiu isn't a big deal after all, he couldn't handle the first night of a beginner instance? The one before is almost done. Now, among the players that were targeted, those who didn't call their roommates are all dead, only Yin Xiu is held on for this long. Yes, players who triggered the rule at the same time have all died, how is he still alive? Didn't you notice that it doesn't seem to want to kill him? Just tormenting him, if it really wanted to kill, it could do it in an instant. This monster in this instance is too cunning. How has it learned to torture people? They say it's torture, but it feels more like playing. The other players can't move at all, they're dead in an instant. Yin Xiu can still struggle occasionally, giving him a chance to fight back. Playing on will ultimately lead to death, it just means that those who toy with their prey are perverts. Yin Xiu also realized this, the thing on him would loosen its grip a bit when it sensed he wasn't moving, giving him a slight sense of control, but once he resisted, it would immediately tighten, firmly binding him. After examining Yin Xiu's mouth, it covered his mouth and began to explore other areas, truly treating him like a specimen under study. Yin Xiu took a slight breath, his pale eyes fixed on the invisible thing in the darkness, quietly gathering strength, waiting for the next opportunity to act. Upon noticing Yin Xiu was still, it tested releasing its grip a little, instantly tightening again as soon as it was released, but this time it found that Yin Xiu didn't resist at all. Yin Xiu's silence made it even more unpredictable. Losing the prey's struggle was the least interesting, so it relaxed even more, waiting for Yin Xiu to resist, having plenty of ways to entangle again. Sensing its laxness, Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes, and after his right hand was able to move, he swiftly grasped the knife hanging at his waist, drew it out in an instant, and swept it across the invisible presence in front of him. A flash of cold light cut through the dark, and it seemed something was torn apart. Yin Xiu did not wait for it to wrap around again, he suddenly shouted towards the doorway, "Liam O." His voice passed through the door, floated across the living room, and reached another room. The person who was quietly sitting in the dark and waiting opened his eyes with a swift motion, the smile on his face was as unchanged as ever, yet even more intriguing than usual. Liemo lowered his gaze, raised his hand, and in the center of his palm was a deep cut, with a black liquid trickling down from the split. But soon, it all shrank back, and even the wound vanished completely. The human warmth that lingered in his palm was very clear, different from the coldness of a monster, even a bit reluctant to let go. So this is the structure of a human mouth, he mumbled thoughtfully, standing up from the chair, slowly opening the door, and walking toward Yin Xiu's room. If there's another chance next time, he wanted to study other places again. Chapter 15, He Can Eat More Than a Monster. Limeau's arrival meant that Yin Xiu was safe. As long as he stayed with him until dawn, he had escaped this disaster. However, evading that invisible presence and spending a night with another mysterious being, Yin Xiu still couldn't calm down. Looking for me? Liemo pushed open the door, smiling as he stood at the entrance, his figure blending into the darkness of the living room. Even though Yin Xiu couldn't see him clearly, he could guess the smile on his face. Yin Xiu slowly exhaled, sitting up to briefly tell him what had happened earlier and how he needed his roommate to fulfill his duties. Staying in this room to watch you for a night is a tremendous pleasure for me. Limeau's voice sounded very joyful, with no hint of refusal. There's no other bed in this room, and I won't let you sleep in my bed. Yin Xiu was very alert, he was prepared to huddle up in the chair all night. But after Liemo entered the room and closed the door, he walked toward the chair, sitting properly with his ever-present smile. It's fine, I'll just sit here. Yin Xiu silently stared at his figure. The room was very dark, and his figure was very dark, silent, and ghostly, practically as if he didn't exist in this room, yet that gaze was bright and clear, falling on him without any restraint. Let's just consider it a punishment for accidentally triggering the rules. Although he didn't die, enduring a night under Limeau's gaze also counted as punishment. Yin Xiu turned back to lie on his bed, to isolate himself from Limeau's sight. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, yet he still felt his gaze wandering over him, without any obstruction. As night deepened, most of the viewers in the livestream went to sleep, leaving only a few people still awake, wanting to see if anything else would happen tonight. Occasionally, sporadic messages floated through the screen. Yin Xiu's roommate seems really strange. Why does he keep sitting there without moving, watching Yin Xiu? It's really strange. He's been sitting there for an hour, he hasn't moved at all. I almost thought there was a statue on the chair. Is he not sleeping at all? Not just not sleeping, he doesn't move or talk, just sitting there with a smile, staring at Yin Xiu. I'm experiencing the uncanny valley effect, it's a bit scary. Yin Xiu's roommate is indeed not ordinary, this is too bizarre. By the way, something has appeared in the living room. With the prompt of this message, the remaining players quickly leaned closer to the screen and saw a massive shadow slowly appearing in each player's living room, patrolling back and forth. What is this? The things that appeared in the living room before were invisible, why can we see them now? No. This feels wrong, guys. This seems different from the previous one. Could it be that this is the one written in the rules of the copy? Impossible, what was that before? That one clearly acted according to the rules, like sneaking into the player's room. But this one has a more eerie flavor of the copy, plus it follows the rules by constantly patrolling the living room, totally fitting the rule of not going to the living room at night. But the previous one. Someone thought for a few seconds and suddenly realized. I think I might know the truth, brothers. Could it be that the previous one wasn't actually the monster in the rules, but it was mimicking the monster in the rules? Why do you say that? Because I found it a bit strange before. It could follow the player into the room, clearly discovering the player, but not attacking, which means it's different from the rules. The other side clearly intended to develop the seventh rule, pretending not to see the stationary player and followed them into the room. What you said makes some sense, but there's no evidence. But as soon as that doubt floated out, the screen immediately provided evidence. The monster wandering in the living room took a big circle, then slowly moved its dark figure to the player's door, and knocked. Who is it? The player inside was awakened, still a bit dazed from sleep, then heard the familiar voice of their roommate outside the door. It's me, open the door. What's going on in the middle of the night? Upon hearing the roommate's voice, the player relaxed, hurriedly got up to open the door. But at the moment the door opened, that dark figure swiftly dashed into the player's room, standing utterly still behind the player. Facing the empty living room after opening the door, the dazed player shivered and instantly woke up. He trembled, not daring to turn around to look at the presence behind him, and immediately began to shout for his roommate according to the rules. After calling out for several minutes, stuck at the door for a few minutes, his roommate finally slowly opened their own door and walked out. As the roommate appeared, the shadow behind the player instantly vanished, leaving only the player with tears in their eyes running to hug the roommate, then quickly dragging them into the room. This player in the copy was fortunate to avoid death, but the players watching outside the screen were sweating cold at that moment. Brothers in front, you are truly a prophet. Wow, this is the monster written in the rules. The action mode is completely reasonable. But that previous one, what on earth was that invisible thing? Why did it imitate the monster in the rules? Since it appeared in the living room, pretending to be the rule monster, perhaps it was to replace this identity. No way if players discover there is a second rule monster in the living room, won't they find out that the first one is fake? I haven't studied it thoroughly yet. I feel it doesn't want to kill a certain player but has other goals. It could easily kill the player in the living room, there's no need to sneak into their room, getting into the room should be to fit the rules. As for the second rule monster's appearance you mentioned. Players in front of the screen puzzled over this for a while, unable to guess how this entity wanting to replace its identity would handle this problem. Then, a new scene appeared on the screen. In the living room outside Yin Xiu's door, the real copy monster appeared as expected, wandering around before properly knocking on Yin Xiu's door. But it only knocked once, and Liam O, who had been sitting in a chair for an hour without moving, suddenly stood up, walking briskly towards the door, opening it, with a smile that seemed to be submerged in the night. Speak quietly. His action instantly stunned the crowd in front of the screen. What is he doing? Why is he opening the door directly? He's just the roommate, this is against the rules. Wait a minute, he's the roommate, and he's already in Yin Xiu's room, so, can the strange creature still get in? Wait. The answer is on the screen next door. The strange creature dragged the roommate into the living room and killed him. This is the player tricked by that fake creature before. His roommate is also in the room. So Yin Xiu's roommate. Everyone held their breath, watching as the shadow standing at the door suddenly twisted and reached out, grabbing Li Mo's shoulder and dragging him into the darkness of the living room. In the murky footage, it seemed like liquid splashed out, and then amidst the darkness, a chilling sound of chewing echoed, gnawing and tearing, as if it was devouring something. He's dead, he's dead. Yin Xiu's roommate is indeed a newcomer, he died on the first night. Oh, Yin Xiu will have to solo now. I wonder what his reaction will be when he wakes up to find his roommate dead in the living room. Indifferent, definitely indifferent. He's such an indifferent person. It's hard to say, someone accepted by Yin Xiu as a roommate must be someone he likes, right? As the discussions in the comments continued, the sounds of tearing in the living room gradually came to a stop, as if everything had been eaten. As everyone sighed, a dark figure calmly walked out from the darkness of the living room and returned to Yin Xiu's room, closing the door quietly. Yin Xiu's roommate is still alive? Why is he covered in blood? No, why is he still alive? I clearly heard the sound of something being eaten, wasn't the strange creature eating him? Are we saying, is it possible that he ate the strange creature? Chapter 16, Mom, there's a perverted strange creature here. The comments section was filled with a chilling silence, everyone stunned by this guess. Impossible, it must be impossible. How could a player eat a strange creature? That's not possible. Right? He must have secretly found a way to eliminate the strange creature while we weren't paying attention. He must have quietly taken it down, that's it. Yes, that's it. Newbies usually have good luck, plus we didn't pay attention to him, it must be an item. Newbies really have good luck. I never found an item that could directly kill a strange creature back then. I've been here so long, and I haven't seen a single item, haha. Who hasn't, haha. The comments erupted into laughter, trying to use humor to break the fear that was rising within. But another comment floated by at an inopportune moment, speaking of which, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the strange creature in Yin Xiu's living room has disappeared? Yin Xiu didn't see what just happened, so he has no idea that the first strange creature he encountered was fake? This comment seemed to confirm the previous guess, even bringing a greater panic to everyone. It mimicked the actions of the rule creature, substituting for its identity, and by killing the creature originally in the living room, it could fully replace it. Yin Xiu wouldn't discuss this with anyone and would be completely unaware. What if, the player seen by all the viewers on the screens now, this newcomer roommate of Yin Xiu, was the same person? In the darkness, this cold and handsome man was elegantly wiping the blood off himself with a towel, his movements graceful like one wiping their mouth after a meal, completely disconnected from the strange chewing sounds that had just echoed in the darkness. But considering he had previously sat motionless in the dark, always wearing a smile with an inhuman vibe, everyone now had no doubt, this man was the one who had just impersonated the dungeon creature. And now only Yin Xiu is being kept in the dark. Damn. So scary. I don't want a creepy thing watching me while I sleep. I hope Yin Xiu discovers that something is wrong with this person soon. Stay alert. Our God's view is good for inferring, but Yin Xiu might find it very hard to notice, and this person is purposely hiding it from him. It's a bit terrifying, mainly because we don't know his purpose, since he killed other players before but didn't kill Yin Xiu. He must want to torture until the end of the level before he kills. Perverts are like that. This creepy thing is also a pervert. Mommy, there's a creepy pervert here. The bullet screen wailed as they watched Liam O sit in the room all night. Not long after dawn, Yin Xiu woke up. He hadn't planned on sleeping, at least he would stay alert for a long time, but for some reason, under Li Mo's gaze, he soon became drowsy and couldn't resist falling asleep. Good morning. Taking advantage of the faint light in the room, Liam O greeted him with a smile. He was still sitting in that chair, unchanged from last night, as if he really had sat there all night. Morning, Yin Xiu replied faintly and immediately got up. It's time to make breakfast. Li Mo reminded him. Are you hungry? Yin Xiu didn't expect him to be so eager in urging him. I ate last night, not hungry. Li Mo's raptor-like eyes curled up with a vague smile, but the girl next door is hungry. She started banging on the door calling for you as soon as it got light. I ignored her. Little girl? Why didn't you wake me up? Yin Xiu quickly opened the door and stepped outside, with Li Mo following him. She was too noisy, I didn't want her to disturb your sleep. Yin Xiu stood in the clean and tidy living room, glancing coldly at him. Next time, just call me directly. Li Mo tilted his head lightly, but I didn't want anyone to interrupt your sleep. You sleep so beautifully, like a cold corpse, completely still. Yin Xiu ignored him and turned back to the little girl's room. The bullet screen was trembling. Is Yin Xiu really not reacting at all to his strange words? Why doesn't Yin Xiu ask him what he ate last night? He said he likes how Yin Xiu sleeps like a corpse. Why doesn't Yin Xiu find this strange? Yin Xiu is too calm, making it seem like I'm the weird one. Upstairs, brother, you are the weird one. Yin Xiu does indeed look like a corpse while sleeping. His face is pale, quiet and powerless, lying there the whole night without moving at all, and it's a very beautiful corpse. Bro, don't reply to me, I'm losing track of your thought process. Isn't it because he usually looks quite like a corpse? Yin Xiu's expression is very bland, hardly any big reaction, and his face is very pale, really like a moving corpse. Damn, can you focus on the main point? The main point is that person said he likes how Yin Xiu looks like a corpse. Will he kill him just to see Yin Xiu really become a corpse? We can only watch Yin Xiu's fate. When will he discover that the other person isn't human? Then there's still hope. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Yin Xiu left Li Mo in the living room and entered the little girl's room. This room, which was still intact and cozy yesterday, had turned into a mess overnight. The bed was overturned, books scattered everywhere, the carpet shredded into pieces, and even the door had terrifying scratch marks, as if some monster had caused chaos throughout the house last night. As soon as he entered, the little girl dashed into Yin Xiu's arms, crying and sniffling, "Brother, I'm scared." Yin Xiu silently glanced around the room and then looked down at the little girl. There were traces of some monster's commotion in the room, but the little girl was perfectly fine. To prevent her from getting out, he had locked the door from the outside last night, so there were only scratch marks on the door. The range of all destruction is limited to this room. Stretch out your hand. Yin Xiu squatted down, offering his palm to the little girl. The little girl wiped her tears while placing her small hand on Yin Xiu's hand. Her hand was intact, but there was some wood dust in the nail beds. Compared to the scratch marks on the door, it was hard not to guess what had damaged the room. Knowing early on that the little girl could turn into a monster and could kill, it was not surprising to see this. Mom's note rule number 5, at night, you must stay in your own room to sleep. No matter what you see when you wake up, it is normal. Clearly, this wasn't the little girl's first day in this situation, she was a habitual offender. Brother, I'm so scared. The little girl cried as she jumped into Yin Xiu's arms, it's so scary here. Yin Xiu guessed she knew she would turn into a monster, but the transformation at night was unconscious, so when she woke up to see her surroundings, she would panic. It's okay. Yin Xiu patted the little girl's back, I will help you clean up in a bit. The little girl shuddered slightly in Yin Xiu's arms. It seemed that due to her fear, her appearance was also changing, with black liquid seeping from her eyes, looking like tears but also like something else, sliding down her face, distorting every inch of skin it touched. She reached out to touch her face, trembling, brother, I look so scary. Am I about to turn into a monster? Seeing her state of mind wobble, Yin Xiu spoke quickly to prevent her from asking to see herself in a mirror, isn't this a very cute girl? How can she look like a monster? Doesn't look like it? The little girl rubbed her face, feeling the distorted parts and the black liquid overflowing from her eye socket, her voice trembling, doesn't look like a monster? Am I cute? Am I really still cute? I'm about to turn into the monster Mom is afraid of, and Mom won't come back. The more her emotions trembled, the more distorted her appearance became, even her head was losing its human shape. Faced with the grotesque little girl who couldn't express herself properly, Yin Xiu didn't blink, calmly nodding, very cute, not like a monster at all. The little girl's body trembled slightly, the black liquid flowing down her eyes, repeatedly asking, really cute? Cute. Not like a monster? Not like it. With Yin Xiu's calm confirmations over and over, the little girl gradually returned to her ordinary appearance, her tears becoming clear and clean. Brother is so nice. The little girl cried as she jumped back into Yin Xiu's arms, seemingly everything returned to normal. The audience quietly shifted their gaze to the other players' rooms that triggered this scene. In the screen, the little girl huddled alone in her room, trembling, continuously distorting in her fear, transforming into a terrifying monster, then suddenly smashed the door and rushed out to attack the players in the room, her distorted form so horrific that it was impossible to recognize her as a little girl. It was truly remarkable that Yin Xiu could say cute in front of such a twisted face. Chapter 17, There are perverts in the instance. Yin Xiu guessed that in the little girl's eyes, he probably looked like a monster. She really could turn into a monster. To prevent the little girl from losing her rationality because of her emotions, Mom's note prohibited her from looking in the mirror and advised her to calmly face the destruction she encountered when she woke up. Not opening the door and not letting outsiders know about the little girl were all to ensure her safety. In this small environment, ensuring one's own safety while staying clear-headed and not turning into a monster, Mom's instructions were quite effective. Eating 3 meals a day also served as a reminder for the little girl to live a normal human life. At this point, 3 days isn't an issue, but the problem is that after 3 days, the story clearly mentions that the little girl is supposed to live for 3 days, waiting for her mother to come home, but her mother's note says to pick up the package at the door after 3 days. Clearly, the mother doesn't think she'll be back in 3 days. Should I cook for you? Yin Xiu gently patted the crying little girl in his arms, soothing her in a soft voice. The little girl nodded, mumbling as she pulled away from Yin Xiu's embrace, saying in a soft voice, I'm hungry, I want a big bowl. Okay. Yin Xiu patted her head and stood up to go cook. Players watched as the little girl, who was begging for a big bowl from Yin Xiu, acted cute while in another room, another little girl was gnawing on a player's body. They silently swallowed a mouthful of water. She was hungry, but she didn't show any appetite in front of the players. What a two-faced little creature, she was really acting perfectly well-behaved in front of Yin Xiu. Yesterday, from entering the instance during the day to the creepy creatures appearing at night, more than half of the players who entered the dimension had already died. During the day, it was because of carelessness, and at night, it was because they couldn't pass on the strategy in time. Even with Yin Xiu, the big shot, as a reference, there were still some unavoidable death factors, like the fake creepy creatures. By the second night, the surviving players were those who had studied the rules more thoroughly. They realized they needed to care for the little girl's emotions, and while they weren't as calm as Yin Xiu, they still diligently followed the strategy in their own thoughts to please the little girl. By nightfall, with the strategies from the previous night and the efforts to please her during the day, the little girl didn't cause any more trouble and successfully allowed all the players to return to their rooms before dark. As long as they didn't do anything stupid and quietly slept at night, everything would be fine. That night, almost all players were safe, except for Yin Xiu. In the deep of the night, the strange creature appeared in his room again, reappearing on his bed, trapping him just like before, preventing him from calling out to his roommates. Yin Xiu couldn't understand how he triggered the 7th rule. He hadn't even gone into the living room tonight, so why would a creepy creature, which was supposed to only roam in the living room, enter his room? Was it really a random trigger? Players watching the screen were feeling very complicated, unable to tell Yin Xiu, all the other players are fine, but only you are in trouble. This creepy creature is after you. They could only watch as the big shot, Yin Xiu, huddled under the blankets, letting the invisible entity probe around his body. The creepy creature was in a very good mood tonight, and its grip on Yin Xiu was stronger than last night. It tightly squeezed his tensed muscles, slowly moving up his chest and abdomen, causing his clothes to tug and outlining his body's shape. Hiss. Brother Xiu's legs are so long. Can we even say that? I'm not only saying it, I'm going to look. Let me take a few more looks while Brother Xiu is still alive. He usually looks pretty dull, with no apparent power, but these chest muscles actually look pretty good. Soul-transformed creepy creature. Well. I also want to grab Yin Xiu's waist. Pervert. You're all perverts. After the messages floated past, the invisible entity suddenly rolled the blanket over Yin Xiu, covering him completely, and then continued to roll around inside. The players could only see the blanket occasionally being pushed up into a shape by something invisible, then sinking back down. In the darkness, Yin Xiu's weak struggles gradually subsided after a while. Realizing that this creature wasn't trying to kill him, he simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a while of playing with him, the creature, seeing that Yin Xiu wasn't reacting, gave up on the idea of playing and quietly wrapped around him, calming down. For a moment, the entire instance was very quiet and peaceful, and the players outside the screen were all quite confused. If we can't see it, fine, but why is it over so quickly? No, that thing really is just for fun, isn't it going to kill Yin Xiu? Don't ask, asking is just torture. It will definitely kill, but not yet. You really understand up there. So its game is to cling to Yin Xiu? You don't understand this, do you? Didn't you see it was stronger tonight than last night? By tomorrow night, and even later, it will gradually increase its strength, slowly choking Yin Xiu to death. For sure it will be a miserable end. You understand it even better than the monster. Could it increase its strength in other directions? Or, in different places? Pervert. Mom, there's a pervert here. On the 3rd morning, when Yin Xiu woke up, his body could move again. But the cold, sticky sensation still lingered on his skin, making him very uncomfortable, and even lifting his clothes, he could see red marks left behind from the tight grip. It seems like a gradual killing method. Yin Xiu realized he had unintentionally triggered the seventh rule, leading the monster to come to his room every night, and it might not be long before he gets choked to death. Looks like I need to speed up the progress of the game. He climbed out of bed and went to take a shower. As it was the third day in the game, many players got up early, hurriedly preparing the last meal for the little girl before moving on to the next phase. Mom's Note Rule 6, after 3 days, get the package left by mom at the door. So many players fed the little girl and then immediately opened the door, ready to fetch the package outside, but when they opened the door, it was empty. Players watching their own towns quickly switched their screens to Yin Xiu's live stream, afraid that their own players did something wrong, causing the package to not appear. But unexpectedly, there was no package in front of Yin Xiu's door either. The ground outside the door was bare, there wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone a package. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in deep thought. Mom's note was written for the little girl to follow, and it wouldn't affect the players. One of the players' winning conditions is for the little girl to complete all of Mom's notes, acting as her helper. Since there was no package from Mom at the door, it meant that the players had to get the package and place it at the door, so the little girl could follow the rules in the note to retrieve it. Going out? Yin Xiu squinted into the distance. After dark, he indeed saw many lights on in the distance, undoubtedly, many people were there. Then the little girl who couldn't go out had to stay at home, but just in case the woman from the first day showed up again, he couldn't leave the little girl home alone. Yin Xiu glanced at Liamo beside him, you stay home and watch her, I'll go out for a bit. As soon as he said this, the little girl became alert, glancing at Liamo, seeming very nervous around him. Okay. Liamo smiled and agreed. Don't hurt her. Yin Xiu added another condition, and the little girl's expression relaxed. Okay. Liamo calmly agreed again. Then I'll head out first. Yin Xiu glanced at the two and slung his knife over his shoulder before opening the door and stepping outside. The little girl quickly ran to the window, looking at Yin Xiu's distant figure, a bit worried. I wonder if brother will be in danger. No. Liamo gave a reassuring answer from inside the house. The little girl watched Yin Xiu's figure gradually fade away, staring for a long time, and suddenly turned back, full of confusion. Why did you leave so much of your scent on brother? I can't help it, this game has perverts. Are you talking about yourself? Chapter 18, Player Gathering. Liamo turned and smiled at the little girl leaning on the window, and she immediately obediently pulled the curtains and sat back down. Outside the room was bustling. Yin Xiu chose to go out to find Mom's package. Once the other players realized the rules, they would also venture out, which meant all the players in this row of rooms would emerge, and the individual spaces were about to turn into a common environment for the players. Players from different dimensions gathered together. Without competitive rules, it was highly likely they would help each other and clear the levels together. Thus, it was inevitable that a large group would form after they met, and a leader would naturally emerge, especially in a newbie dungeon. Players outside the streaming screen watched as Yin Xiu, who reacted to the rules first, set out alone without waiting for anyone, shifting their attention to the slowly opening doors behind him where players were gathering. Yin Xiu has already gone far, and this group is coming out so slowly, they are going to miss the big shot. Hey, that's how it is in normal dungeons. Without competitive rules, everyone meets and exchanges their findings immediately. Only Yin Xiu is the odd one out. I want to see what talents there are in this newbie dungeon. Once most players gathered together, they first looked left and right, familiarizing themselves with the faces around them. They even began testing each other, seeing how deep each person was in understanding the dungeon. Ahem. After a brief discussion, suddenly someone stepped forward and coughed loudly twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, we have now reached the third day of the dungeon. I estimate that those who come out have realized that players are about to retrieve their mother's packages. Since there is no competitive relationship in this dungeon, everyone can help each other. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Guang, and I have 3 experiences in clearing dungeons. This time, I entered this dungeon to guide newcomers. I have been living in Rule Town 378 for almost half a year. In this newbie dungeon, the people here should probably not have as much experience as I do. If everyone trusts me, I can temporarily act as the group's leader to help everyone research the rules and clear the dungeon early. His attitude was sincere, and his words were righteous. In the name of helping, almost no one would refuse him. But immediately, a voice of doubt arose from the crowd. Coincidentally, I also have 3 experiences in clearing dungeons and I'm here to guide newcomers through this dungeon. Another person stepped beside the first one under the gaze of the crowd. The two of them looked each other up and down, each pondering in their hearts. In the first 3 days of this dungeon, many players realized through the bullet screen hints from their own towns that there was a big shot clearing the dungeon alongside them. However, players from other towns did not know the name of that big shot, nor did they know what that big shot looked like. Now, with 2 players who had cleared 3 dungeons stepping forward, they were scrutinizing each other. If no other players with more dungeon experience emerged, it was very likely that the person in front of them was the big shot spoken of by players from various dimensional towns. May I ask your name? Noticing that this person might be the big shot, Wang Guang immediately softened his attitude and joyfully approached him. That person originally came out looking for the big shot, with thoughts almost identical to Wang Guang's. At present, with just 2 players having more dungeon experience, if he wasn't the big shot, then the person opposite him must certainly be the one his bullet screen kept mentioning. He also quickly welcomed him happily. My name is Zhang Si, it's an honor to meet the big shot. Not at all, to be in the same dungeon with you is my honor. The two began to be polite and dared not act tough in front of the big shot rumored to be able to keep a straight face while comforting little girls. Brother C, if you're willing, how about you lead this dungeon? Wang Guang saw the big shot had appeared and immediately became polite, ready to cling onto the big shot's leg. No, it should still be you, Brother Guang. I believe in you. Zhang Si also wanted to cling onto the big shot's leg, thinking that the big shot was being modest. Thank you for the trust, Si Gu, but I'm definitely not as good as you should lead the team instead. What are you saying? I believe in you, and everyone else does too. You should take charge. The two of them took turns refusing, while the new players around them didn't dare to interrupt. They were just a group of rookies, happy to have a big shot to guide them. 1 or 2 didn't really matter. The comments in the chat were shocking. What are these 2 smart guys doing? They're still passing the buck. If they don't go after Yin Xiu soon, they won't be able to keep up. I'm dying of laughter. 2 players who have only cleared the dungeon 3 times want to be the leaders while the one who has cleared everything is out there wandering around. By the way, do they both think the other is Yin Xiu? They're calling each other big shot. That's not impossible. After all, they haven't seen Yin Xiu, and they don't even know his name. What a huge joke this is. Everyone was lively and really looking forward to the moment they would realize that the person they were admiring wasn't the rumored big shot at all. On the screen, the two of them pushed back a bit longer before finally agreeing on a compromise. They would both be co-captains. To be chosen by Sigu, I feel extremely honored. What are you saying? I'm the one who is really happy to be co-captain with you. The two of them linked arms, firmly believing that each other was the big shot who highly appreciated them and was even willing to share the captain's position. This made them feel proud. Alright, enough of that, let's first talk about Mom's package. After establishing their relationship, the two turned to address the newcomers about the dungeon, but upon turning back, they found that an impatient new player had already walked off, ready to head to the town alone. Hey! You! Don't wander off! Wang Guang furrowed his brows and shouted as he saw the player leave, but the newcomer had no intention of listening and simply walked away. Wang Guang grumbled, look at the newer players nowadays, really arrogant. Where do they think they can go alone? If they don't follow someone with experience, just wait to die. Zhang Si chimed in, yeah, they really think that just because they've survived 3 days, they have the skills to clear dungeons alone, not paying attention to the veterans. The two of them kept on chatting, but the new player had already walked further away. He saw lights in the distance at night and guessed that this remote place must have the real small town mentioned in the background. As a newcomer, he truly felt nervous and scared. If it weren't for the tips from the comments on his first day, he might have already died at the hands of the first woman he encountered. Though he had never seen the big shot who provided the tips, based on the comments' descriptions, that person seemed very cold, calm, and rational, with a hint of unfelt softness. He was definitely not like the two just now. If he was to tag along, he wanted to follow the one who really helped him. Walking along the worn path outwards, the newcomer observed his surroundings. Outside the small town lay fields and forests, and the row of bungalows they woke up in was nestled among the trees, with only a winding path leading toward the town. All around, the grass grew wild, the fields lay barren, and there were dilapidated, abandoned huts on either side, as if no one had come to this place for a long time. The eerie silence hinted at decay and gloom, making him shiver for no reason. As he walked, he suddenly caught sight of a white figure at the end of the path. Beneath the lush, dense foliage, the mottled light fell on that person, who had a slender build, bathed in light and shadows. He looked gentle, but a black long knife was slung at his waist, dull black and emanating an invisible sharpness. The man lifted his head and locked eyes with a black cat in a tree. Both remained silent, as if they were in a standoff, yet there was no sense of tension at all. For a moment, the scene was so harmonious that it didn't feel like a moment from a dungeon at all. Hello? The newcomer hesitantly tried to speak. In an instant, both the man and the cat suddenly turned to look at him, 2 pairs of eyes sharply focused on him. Chapter 19, Monster Town. The man's expression looked very calm, and the light and shadow fell on his eyelashes without a ripple. The cat was also very calm, but the newcomer was startled. After a few seconds of silence, the newcomer softly probed Yin Xiu again. Excuse me, are you also a player? Yin Xiu nodded, took his gaze off the newcomer, and continued to look up at the cat. The cat no longer looked at the newcomer, but under Yin Xiu's gaze, it licked its paws and seemed ready to jump down from the branch. Just right, I'm also a player, just came out from over there. What are you doing watching the cat? The newcomer cautiously moved over, unconsciously getting a little closer to Yin Xiu. Seeing a player here surprised him, he even thought he was the first one out. Yin Xiu's indifference inexplicably made him a bit excited, feeling like he had discovered a treasure before anyone else. It should be a guiding cat, but it doesn't move at all when I'm alone. Yin Xiu slightly raised his chin, took a small step back, and the cat jumped down from the tree with great agility. Looks like it needs at least 2 people to react. Yin Xiu glanced at the newcomer beside him, not knowing if this was because the dungeon must have a roommate, resulting in the cat needing 2 people to start moving, but he left Liam at home just in case. If this newcomer hadn't come, he would have to wait a little longer. How do you know it's a guiding cat? The newcomer timidly followed behind Yin Xiu, watching him follow the cat. I guessed. Yin Xiu replied flatly. After the cat jumped down, it swayed its tail while elegantly stepping toward the direction of the town, its white collar on its black body very eye-catching. The newcomer stared, suddenly realizing, it has a collar, it's being kept by someone, right? Maybe. Yin Xiu replied, narrowing his eyes towards the distant town. Looking at it in the daytime, that town already gave off a subtle sense of disharmony. Clearly, there were many lights at night and, logically, there should be many people in town, but for some reason, it was very quiet, particularly quiet. The only sound on the entire road was their footsteps, with the wind rustling through the branches, no bugs chirping, no birds singing, and even as they were about to reach the entrance to the town, they still had not heard any sign of normal human life from the town. This was very strange. The newcomer took a deep breath and stammered, It's my first time entering a dungeon, I don't have much experience, I might hold you back. I hope you don't dislike me. Yin Xiu coldly responded and fixed his gaze straight ahead, following the cat into the town. This town wasn't very developed, many places on the ground had cobblestones, with weeds growing between the cracks, but overall, it seemed acceptable. The ground was clean, the houses sturdy, and each home had a yard marked off. At first glance, there seemed to be no problem, just too quiet. As soon as they stepped into the town, Yin Xiu felt a chill enveloping the area, a feeling of gloom and darkness rushed over him, instantly blocking out the brightness of the sunlight. Since they entered, many people had been staring at them from behind the glass of the houses on both sides, their gazes tightly attached to them, murky and unclear. Yin Xiu stopped at the roadside near the entrance of the town, staring at an old stone tablet covered in moss. Graveyard Town Rules. 1. Children are strictly prohibited from touching the altar in the square at night. No matter what you see, pretend not to see it. Hurry and leave. 2. There are no female ghosts in the town. If you accidentally see a woman in white, please avoid her gaze and do not listen to her voice. If she gets too close to you, seek help from other townsfolk. 3. Strange things may disguise themselves as townsfolk during the day, please be careful to distinguish them and do not be invited into their homes. The likelihood of encountering strange things during the day is very high, so try not to go out. 4. The town must remain warm to outsiders, but if they break the rules, do not show mercy. 5. Outsiders may be allowed to watch the sacrificial ceremony, but absolutely remind them not to break the first and second rules. 6. Do not let outsiders who accidentally break the rules leave alive. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on the rules inscribed on the stone tablet. Some rules had become blurred by wind and rain, while others were very clear, as if they had just been carved recently. For example, the latter half of the 3rd rule, the likelihood of encountering strange things during the day is very high, so try not to go out, was very new, appearing crowded in the paragraph, indicating that this newfound risk had only recently been brought up. This 6th rule, feels very dangerous, and there's even a sacrificial ceremony here? The newcomer's face turned pale. The last rule clearly showed how ruthless the town's attitude was towards rule-breaking outsiders, and they were those outsiders. Yin Xiu hurriedly went through the rules in his mind. After memorizing them, he turned to continue following the cat. The onlookers along the road lingered for a long time. These locals stared intently at them, perhaps reminded by the rules to avoid going out during the day. They all hid in their homes without showing a face. As the two got closer to the square, someone creaked open a door on one side, half of their face immersed in darkness and half exposed to sunlight. It was an old man who looked very weak and pale. He stretched out his bony hand to wave at Yin Xiu, his voice hoarse. You 2 young men are outsiders, right? Have you seen the stone tablet at the door? It's dangerous during the day, don't wander around the town, come and hide in Grandpa's house. The newcomer stared blankly at him for a moment and then turned his gaze back to Yin Xiu, who continued to move forward as if ignoring the old man. Aren't we going to respond to him? If we respond, we'll die. Yin Xiu said flatly, look at his feet. The newcomer immediately focused his gaze on the old man's feet, and not far behind him inside the house lay a figure on the ground, almost concealed in the dimness, hard to identify. The newcomer squinted, straining to see. Upon realizing what it was, he gasped sharply, trembling as he edged closer to Yin Xiu. It's a corpse. The body looks just like that old man. Mum. Yin Xiu's voice was cold and indifferent, showing no reaction to the corpse or that unknown presence. Rule 3 clearly stated that strange things would disguise themselves as townsfolk to lure people inside during the day, but it was unexpected to be approached right away. If someone missed the rules and acted carelessly, they would likely have fallen for it by now. Young man, I'm serious, the town has been very dangerous lately. I'm just an old man, what can I do for you? Please come in. The old man continued to wave his hand, his sunken and lifeless eyes fixed on the two as they gradually moved away, radiating a hint of resentment. Seeing that both of them were not falling for it, the old man gritted his teeth in anger and banged the door shut with a clatter. The roadsides returned to silence, and Yin Xiu followed the black cat to the center of the square. As soon as they entered this area, a chilling feeling became even clearer. The suffocating chill that enveloped the entire town came from here. In the center of the square, there stood a statue, a woman's head, but this cold statue had a huge nail driven into it, piercing directly through the woman's forehead. The woman's pupils were wide open, staring straight at the sky. Her gaze seemed to carry a resentment like that of someone dying, angrily glaring at the heavens. Just one glance at the whole sculpture made one's spine shiver. But what was even more chilling was that yellow talismans were stuck all over the statue, red strings wrapped around and intertwined with the entire giant sculpture. The talisman papers were thick and dense, and the ground was etched with an unknown array, with twisted ravines still bearing dark brown marks. In front of the statue, there was a stone pedestal on which a large mass of black, sticky hair was tangled together, emitting a foul stench. This was probably the sacrificial site mentioned in the town's rules. Chapter 20, Hide and Seek. Meow. A crisp and soft cat's meow rang out in the silence, breaking the attention of the two who were fixated on the eerie statue. The cat dug through the pile of yellow talisman papers beside the statue, then pushed out a small, dirty bag, which was covered with traces of dirt and almost hidden by the talismans. Is this Mom's package? The newcomer crouched down in confusion, about to pick up the bag from the ground. Before his hand even reached out, a loud voice suddenly shouted from behind him, stopping him in his tracks. Put it down. The two turned around to see the rest of the other players finally arriving in the town. After 3 days, there were still quite a few survivors, and groups of them had arrived at the town, dispersing the strange atmosphere that had hung over it. At the front was Wang Guang, who glared at the newcomer, immediately recognizing him as the one who had been out of place and ran off without waiting for others. His voice rose slightly, carrying a reprimanding tone. You, a newcomer, don't even know what that is and still dare to touch it? Are you looking for death? This is Mom's. The newcomer, pale-faced, tried to explain, but before he could finish, Zhang Si quickly stopped him. How are you speaking to the boss? The boss must know what that is. The boss has experience in clearing the dungeon. He's just reminding you, you're careless, aren't you? Do you understand the dungeon or does the boss understand it? The two of them flattered each other, truly seeing themselves as the proud, experienced players. Looking down at this group of new players, anyone who didn't listen to them was looking for trouble in the dungeon. The newcomer, stunned by the sudden scolding, still tried to reach for the bag. Before his hand touched it, Wang Guang kicked it away. I told you not to touch it, and you still want to? If you get into trouble, don't expect me to help you. You're so clueless. Zhang Si quickly went forward and picked up the bag. As he looked up, he suddenly noticed someone standing beside him, silent, not saying a word, their presence so minimal it made him jump in surprise. Who are you? Another newcomer who ran off with him? Zhang Si shot a glare at the indifferent Yin Xiu, giving him an early warning. I've cleared the dungeon 3 times, you better listen to me. I'll make sure we clear it smoothly, don't mess things up. Yin Xiu slightly curved his lips, a faint and unreadable smile appearing on his cold face, which made others feel a little uneasy. What are you smiling at? You look like a ghost. Zhang Si quickly turned around and handed the bag to Wang Guang. Here, Guangji, take it, you should see this first. Oh, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? You'll definitely understand it better than anyone else. The two laughed and pushed the responsibility back and forth, while a large group of new players stood by, uncertain, not daring to say anything. Everyone watched. There is only one package from the mother, and with so many players, everyone wants to get the information before others to better protect themselves. Now that it has fallen into the hands of these two people, it probably won't be shown to anyone else. Whatever they figure out later will be second-hand information passed on to them. The newcomer, pushed aside, stood sullenly next to Yin Xiu. Seeing that Yin Xiu didn't say anything, he silently kept his mouth shut and didn't argue with them. They were very quiet and endured, while the barrage exploded. Oh wow, what are these two wise guys doing? They've already cleared the level 3 times? They can't recognize such a big shot, it makes me laugh. He actually let Yin Xiu listen to him. Other experienced players from different worlds seem to act like this too, being arrogant when they encounter newer players. If this were in our small town, those two would definitely get bullied. Our town's old players are all working hard for the new players. I haven't slept all night watching the livestream, just afraid that this dungeon brings out something new that we don't know, and if we miss the strategy, that person will scold us. Don't say it, I'm getting sleepy all of a sudden. Hee, thank you to the senior members of the barrage, you've worked hard. What's so hard about it? When you become an old player, this will all be your job. I'm scared. Wang Guang and Zhang Si pushed each other for a while, but in the end, Wang Guang decided to open the bag. Then I won't be polite. Wang Guang said with a smile as he took the bag, preparing to see what was inside. It didn't look big, and he didn't know what was packed inside. As soon as he opened a little of the bag, a cool breeze suddenly blew across the square, sweeping through the crowd, startling everyone to shiver. Whoa, 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 mournful woman's cry echoed in the square, accompanied by a chilling breeze as a mist began to spread. What sound? Someone panicked. It's fogging up, I can't see. What a cold wind. In the face of the crowd's panic, the two in charge shouted loudly, trying to calm everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Do you remember the stone tablet we saw at the entrance? Everyone, remember this, no matter what you hear or see, act like you didn't see it. If you're really scared, just keep your mouths shut. Don't make a sound. But the newcomers' panic didn't calm down because of their voices, instead, it grew more chaotic in the uneasy mist. I feel like someone just touched me. Hair, something brushed against the back of my neck. It's that person, it's that woman. Shut up. No mention of that. Wang Guang shouted loudly. As the uneasy emotions around him spread, he became scared too, unable to help but swallow hard and moved closer to Zhang Si. At such a time, the big shot would surely take action. Zhang Si thought the same, waiting for Wang Guang to take charge and lead the team to safety. The mist grew thicker, visibility fell so low that the players couldn't even see those next to them. Shadows blurred in the white fog, making it hard to tell friend from foe. Even the crying woman's voice grew closer, clearer, like it was ringing in everyone's ears. Did you see my child? A haunting voice sounded next to one player, the cold breath accompanied the words brushed against his ear. The player suddenly exploded, screaming as he clutched his ears and stepped back, Woman! There's a woman beside me. Shut up! Zhang Si cursed angrily. They had clearly told them to focus on the stone tablet and not mention the existence of the woman, pretending they didn't see her, yet someone still screamed out in fright. Ha, you can see me, you can all see me, the woman's laughing voice shifted to a low, eerie tone, turning frightening. Then come play hide and seek with me, just like my baby. I'll count to 10, then I'll come find you, oh, don't let me catch you. Her voice slowly sank, carrying amusement but sending chills, ignoring all the players' fear, and starting to count to herself, 1. As the woman's voice drifted through the fog, the group of players immediately scattered, Run! Run fast! If you don't run, you'll be killed. But the fog was thick, and they couldn't find the way out of the town at all. 2. Hurry! Just find a place to hide. Right. The town's rules say, if you're caught by her, you can seek help from the townsfolk. Quick! Find a townsfolk. 3. A group of players fled in all directions, rushing towards the nearest houses. However, as the thick fog rose and the woman began to hunt, no residents in the town dared to open their doors, they blocked the doors tightly, refusing to let them in. Not only would they not help, but they were also more scared than the players. The woman laughed gleefully, her voice emerging from a broken throat, a rasping harbinger of doom, 4. At that moment, the players were a mess of chaos, and no matter how Wang Guang and Zhang Si tried to gather the chaotic crowd, it was useless. They simply gave up and began looking for places to hide, constantly knocking on the townspeople's doors. Help! Please save us. Open the door. Let me in. Please, we beg you. Amidst the cries of helplessness, Yin Xiu stood still, pondering repeatedly. This woman exists within the rules of the town, she seems to be crucial to this place. Can she be killed or not? Chapter 21, Achieving Performance for the King of Hell. Hurry, let's escape quickly. Seeing Yin Xiu standing still, the newcomer pulled him anxiously. Yin Xiu silently lowered his hand resting on the knife handle. Forget it, the copy has changed quite a bit compared to before, it's better not to rashly kill beings within the rules. Let's see the situation, if I want to kill, I can do it eventually, there's no rush for now. Let's go. Yin Xiu retracted his killing intent and turned to walk straight in a direction. Where are we going? The newcomer was stunned, instinctively following Yin Xiu, unsure of what place could be safe in this fog. Yin Xiu raised his eyes, scanning around for the largest house in the town. The rules state that help can be sought from other townsfolk. Although this was meant for their own kind, it must be effective against this woman. Seeing that all the townsfolk kept their doors tightly shut against them, it was clear their homes were safe, otherwise, they wouldn't have the advice to stay inside during the day. Yin Xiu noticed that the closest house behind the statue was a wooden building 2 stories taller than the other houses in the town. The exterior showed its age, patched but still sturdy, with signs of weathering. It seemed this place contained more than just residents. Yin Xiu walked directly through the chaotic crowd toward it. He examined the tightly shut door and the drawn curtains of the windows, then decisively picked up a stone from the ground and aimed it at the door. If the townsfolk don't want to help, then they'll be forced to help. He first politely held the stone and knocked on the door, asking, "Hello, is anyone home?" There was no response from inside, but he could hear several breaths behind the door. Yin Xiu remained unfazed and continued, I know someone is inside. Now I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Anyway, if the door stays shut, I'll die outside. Might as well take you with me before I die. His voice was light, devoid of emotion, causing those inside to shiver, their faces turning pale. What a villain-seeking performance for the king of hell. You should know that if the door breaks, that woman can come in, and then you all will die, so I hope before I act, you can willingly open the door to ensure it is intact, so we can both be safe. The people inside did not say a word, and the newcomers nearby were also tense. Does such a threat really work? Can it really be done this way? If you don't respond, I will smash the door. 3. Yin Xiu stared intently at the door, slowly counting down, 2. 1. As his countdown ended, he suddenly raised his hand and slammed the stone vigorously against the door panel with a loud bang, shaking the entire door. Then, Yin Xiu lifted the stone again, preparing for a second strike. Wait! Don't smash it! The people inside realized he was really going to take action, truly indifferent to their lives, and hurriedly opened the door in panic. Come in, come in. Thank you. Yin Xiu politely nodded, put down the stone in his hand, and stepped inside. The newcomers also quickly followed him inside. The people in the room attempted to close the door, but were blocked by Yin Xiu. With a cold face, he said, your place is quite large, you don't mind if I bring in a couple more people, right? The faces of the people in the room turned pale, not daring to refuse. Players not far away saw them entering the house and immediately rushed over in a frenzy, their faces pale, squeezing inside as well. Please, let me in to hide. Once the door was opened, players seeking to survive would continuously rush in. Almost all players near Yin Xiu noticed the door had opened and immediately sprinted over to squeeze into the house, including the quick-reacting Wang Guang and Zheng Si. 9. The woman's countdown was approaching the edge, and more players were running towards the big house, but they were slow to react. By the time they realized it, it was already a bit too late. They could only hurriedly approach the house with expressions of panic. Help me! Wait for me! The player cried with a long face, realizing there was almost no time left, and could only shout for help. The last player to enter the house before him was Wang Guang, who rushed in breathlessly. Hearing the cries, he wanted to turn back to pull someone in, but the woman's voice rang out from afar. 10. As the woman's giggle counted, Wang Guang decisively shut the door, locked it, and no longer allowed anyone outside to enter. I have come to find you. The woman's figure swiftly moved in the white mist. The player who hurried to the big house was instantly ripped apart by a pair of large hands, his body separating at the joints, blood gushing out, dyeing the mist crimson, terrifying beyond comparison. Ah! The players inside screamed in terror, but what was even more horrifying was the dreadful sound coming from outside the door. The mist was thick, and the players inside could not see exactly what was happening outside, but just hearing the screams and seeing the silhouettes falling made it clear this was a massacre. They were filled with horror yet grateful that they had entered this house in time. Had they been even a moment later, they would surely be lying on the ground, turned into mush. The sounds outside continued, and the atmosphere inside the house became exceptionally heavy. Most of those were newbies, seeing such a scene for the first time. No one's face was not pale, some were on the verge of collapse. Wang Guang and Zhang Si were also shocked and scared, not expecting this scenario to become so brutal. It was completely different from when they had first passed through. Had they known, they would have been more cautious. Ahem. It's a game, after all, it's all about danger and death. If you're not careful, you could die instantly. You all knew that before coming in, but it's normal to be scared after seeing such a scene. Everyone, take a moment to relax. Wang Guang took the lead in trying to ease the frozen atmosphere inside, saying nothing about the players outside. Now, nearly all players had grim faces, not daring to look outside any longer. Heart pounding with fear, there was no time to worry about others' deaths. Some hugged their heads and curled up in corners, trembling, listening to the sounds outside, on the brink of collapse. At a glance, the entire group was in disarray. Ah! Wang Guang shook his head. This batch of newcomers really is useless, they deserve to die. As he turned his head, he noticed the newcomer in the corner glaring at him, standing beside the previously unnoticed man, who was distinct for carrying a knife at his waist, making Wang Guang remember him. At this moment, among the dejected players in the hall, only that man was looking up at the painting on the wall, without a hint of despair like the other players. Among the newcomers, there were only these two notable points. One was hostile towards him and disobedient, while the other had never even looked him in the eye. In the earlier chaos, he didn't know who had first opened the door, but he hadn't helped at all, and ultimately ended up locking others outside. Now he feared he would lose authority as the leader and would not be able to unite the newcomers. He had to pick someone to discipline, to set an example and regain their obedience. You! Wang Guang raised his hand, pointing at the newcomer who had been staring at him. Why are you glaring at me? Is this your attitude towards the team leader? The newcomer snorted coldly. He was the one who would be the first to leave the team, full of rebellion, dissatisfied from being scolded earlier, and now had the audacity to confront him. He glared back immediately. What's wrong with glaring at you? You lock almost surviving players outside, yet have the nerve to call yourself the team leader? You're useless, running faster than anyone. The woman had already started moving. Should I have left the door open for her to come in and kill you all? As if you're useful, newcomers like you who ignore old players' advice die the quickest in the dungeons. Wang Guang pointed at the newcomer in anger, feeling greatly provoked. But here I am, alive and well. I'd rather follow the guy beside me who opened the door than you, the arrogant team leader. The newcomer suddenly reached out and pointed at Yin Xiu, who was quietly looking at the painting. Everyone's gaze swiftly shifted to Yin Xiu. Was it him who opened the door? Yin Xiu returned his gaze from the painting, casually pressing down the newcomer's pointed finger, speaking coldly, I'm going to check somewhere else. Saying this, he looked disinterested and moved away from the crowd to a quiet corner, not wanting to participate in the argument. Wang Guang paused, not expecting the door to be opened by Yin Xiu. He stubbornly retorted, he's just a newcomer, it's pure luck. How could he have more experience than me? If you follow him this time, next time he'll lead you all to death. Wang Guang's harsh words held a lot of intimidation for the fearful new players facing death. Compared to the uncertain new players, they would definitely trust the old players more, even though Wang Guang could be ruthless at critical moments. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu seemed to have no intention of participating in this power struggle for leadership, which gave Wang Guang plenty of confidence. The newcomer gritted his teeth in anger and turned to stand beside Yin Xiu, unwilling to argue with Wang Guang. The screams from outside gradually faded away, and the woman's cackling laughter also stopped after the players' deaths. The white mist dispersed, almost signifying that the players outside had all perished. This massacre was over. Inside the room, it was silent and the atmosphere was tense. Even though it was over, no one wanted to go outside now. At that moment, a figure slowly walked down from the second floor. Chapter 22, Taming. He was a middle-aged man, tall and with steady steps, his face full of strong features, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, although his face was covered with stubble. With a hint of manly charm, he smiled softly and clapped his hands. Oh, today we have so many guests visiting our grave town, how honored. All the players suddenly grew alert to this unfamiliar man. Everyone, don't be nervous, I am the mayor of this little town, here to welcome all of you, the mayor quickly explained, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. This is my house, and I usually use it to host some guests. Since everyone is already here, why not just stay here, the mayor kindly suggested. I think some people might not want to go out right now. Hearing that they could stay here, the players who no longer wanted to go out immediately brightened their eyes. Really? Is it okay? Zhang Si asked immediately, he also didn't want to leave. Of course it's okay. Guests are always welcome. I will have someone arrange rooms for everyone shortly. As long as everyone follows the rules of this house, it is completely safe here. The mayor mentioned the rules, implying that this was a necessary place for the players, so staying here was quite a lucky accident. Great, as long as we can stay, Wang Guang nodded happily. He too didn't want to shuttle back and forth between the little girl's house and the town anymore, too many players brought many uncontrollable factors. Finding a safe place in town meant that if something similar happened, they could just rush back here. Since I have arranged for everyone to stay, I will get back to work. The rules you need to follow are posted on the pillar in the hall, make sure to check it out, the mayor said with a smile, turning to head upstairs again. At the moment he turned, he suddenly caught sight of Yin Xiu in the corner. Unlike the other wary players, this person completely ignored the mayor's arrival and stood still in the corner, gazing at a painting on the wall, like a cold, beautiful statue. His pale cheek was outlined by the hazy light coming in from the window, making him bathed in a halo, serene and beautiful, yet utterly lifeless. He stood there like a painting, gloomy and dangerous, extremely captivating. In the mayor's eyes, a fleeting unrest appeared, and then he saw Yin Xiu turn his head and meet his gaze. Although there were no waves in his eyes and no emotions, he indeed reacted defensively to the mayor's gaze. The mayor hurriedly apologized with a smile, quickly turned and headed upstairs, mumbling, turns out you're alive. Yin Xiu watched the man's departing figure, his gaze lost in thought. Boss, my name is Zhong Mu, what's yours? The newcomer quickly struck up a conversation with Yin Xiu after settling down. Yin Xiu replied flatly, Yin Xiu. Oh, I see you seem to be alone, Zhong Mu rubbed his hands meaningfully. Where's your roommate? Did he die? No. Yin Xiu lazily answered, I left him with the little girl. Zhong Mu was taken aback, you left him alone in a room with that little girl? Aha. Zhong Mu's scalp tingled, then your roommate must be scared to death, how miserable. Yin Xiu? Reminded by this, Yin Xiu suddenly remembered the real purpose of today and turned to Wang Guang, who was holding the mother's package. I need to go back and hand over the package to the little girl and see what the next step is. Everyone gradually remembered they still needed to go back and check on the little girl. We do need to go back. Zhang Si looked at the others with hesitation. Almost all players were reluctant to leave this safe area, and no one wanted to return. Seeing everyone unwilling, Wang Guang took the opportunity to show his leadership and immediately stepped forward. I think everyone doesn't need to go back. Let's first deliver the package and see what we need to do next, then we can have someone come back to inform others. It's really dangerous to go back like this in such a large group. Wang Guang also didn't want to carry these dragging people alone, so he quickly suggested. Most of the new players already didn't want to go out anymore, so they all gave up the option to go back. Wang Guang, holding a package, definitely wanted to go back. Zhang Si, as one of the leaders, had to stay and take care of the new players, otherwise they would panic without any experienced players around. As for Yin Xiu wanting to go back, Zhang Mu followed him. No one else had any more thoughts about going back. In the end, Wang Guang, Yin Xiu, and Zhang Mu returned together. Why are you two so fearless? Wang Guang didn't like these two people and didn't want to go back with them, but going back alone was indeed a bit dangerous. If it came to it, he could still sell someone out to save himself. Zhang Mu snorted, having no good feelings toward Wang Guang, while Yin Xiu remained indifferent, ignoring Wang Guang's words. This coldness seemed very arrogant to Wang Guang and made him uncomfortable. The three of them opened the door and left the mayor's house. As soon as they went out, everyone immediately closed the door, fearing even the slightest mishap. The fog had dissipated, and the woman's figure was gone. The town square was silent, without blood, without corpses, and without the slightest trace. A dim light enveloped the entire town, harmonious and tranquil, as if the earlier commotion had never existed, and that group of missing players had never appeared in the instance at all. What a hellhole! Wang Guang shivered, feeling a bit anxious inside. The three of them followed the original path back to the bungalow area where the little girl was. After triggering to receive the mother's package, all the little girls in the players' rooms turned into one. She was waiting in Yin Xiu's room. As soon as she heard footsteps coming from afar, the little girl quickly lifted the curtain and leaned against the window, excitedly pointing, "They're back! It's my brother coming back!" When the cheerful, bright voice of the little girl echoed in the room, Wang Guang almost didn't recognize it. This sweet, clear voice was completely different from the fierce little girl in his room. Then Yin Xiu opened the door, revealing a sweet and lovely little girl inside. Both Wang Guang and Zhang Mu were stunned, quickly turning their heads to look into the other rooms, fearing they had missed the real little girl. The little girl happily jumped into Yin Xiu's arms, acting cute. "Brother, you finally came back. I was so worried about you." "Yin Xiu, is this your roommate?" Zhang Mu couldn't accept that this cute little sister was the same as the terrifying little girl. "No, my roommate is inside." Yin Xiu coldly pointed towards the room. Zhang Mu immediately leaned forward to peek into the room, only to see a man in a black suit, exuding an eerie aura, smiling as he turned his head to look at him, the abrupt motion making Zhang Mu shiver. This man looked even more like the grotesque beings in the instance than the little girl. "Brother, where's mom's package?" The little girl nudged Yin Xiu, reminding him. Wang Guang, who was in a daze, quickly handed over the dirty bag in his hand. "Here it is, here it is." "Why is it so dirty?" The little girl paused when she saw the bag, her voice suddenly becoming sharp, her pupils constricting. "Did you dirty the package that mom gave me?" No, it wasn't me." Wang Guang shivered in fear, this familiar unpredictable feeling. Indeed, this was that little girl, the one in his room who was moody every day. She was probably going to change again. "If you dare lie, I'll eat you." The little girl shouted angrily, but before she could finish threatening, Yin Xiu had already patted her head. "It was this dirty when I found it. Let's take a look inside first." "Oh." The little girl instantly became obedient and opened the bag, taking out a piece of paper. She hadn't had the chance to read what was on the paper yet. Suddenly, it was snatched away by Yin Xiu beside him. Wang Guang, after being stunned, suddenly reacted. Inside was a note, possibly the rules for the second note. If the little girl had seen it just now, it would have violated the rules, but thankfully he reacted quickly. He realized this, but the little girl. "Brother, what are you doing? I haven't even looked at it yet." The little girl pouted, frustrated. This was something her mother had left for her, and before she could even glance at it, it was taken away. Surely she had every right to be angry, right? Wang Guang's eyes turned gleeful, waiting to see the little girl's transformation. Chapter 23, Dangerous Yet Harmonious. Yin Xiu calmly reached out and touched the little girl's hair, softly saying, "I'll look at it first and summarize it for you afterward." The little girl frowned reluctantly, hesitating. Wang Guang beside her clenched his fists, silently cheering for the little girl, praying that she would get angry soon. But after some inner struggle, the little girl sorrowfully swayed her body and reluctantly replied, "Okay, then I'll listen to my brother." Her sorrowful look, coupled with her squirming movements, even had a hint of a spoiled child's charm. This excessively obedient behavior left both people beside her dumbfounded. Zhang Mu and Wang Guang couldn't believe this was the same strange creature that would suddenly explode in anger and threaten their lives in this room. Why was she so obedient now? Yin Xiu ignored their astonishment and calmly unfolded the note in his hand. Mother's second note of rules. Darling, when you find this note, perhaps mom hasn't returned in time. From now on, you need to make your way to grandma's house in the town by yourself. To ensure you can safely reach grandma's house, mom has left you a new set of rules. You don't need to refer to the original rules anymore. Rule 1, do not go to any monster's house on the way to grandma's. Rule 2, clean grandma's house and find grandma's diary. Rule 3, go to the basement to get your favorite blue pills. Rule 4, you must leave the town at night. Below the black panel font of the rules, there was also a segment written in delicate and beautiful handwriting that appeared to be from someone else. Yeah, mommy's good daughter, mommy may not be able to help you or accompany you anymore, but I hope you can survive and leave the town and even grow up happily on your own. You must remember, the medicine you often take is your favorite color. Don't forget. Love, Mommy. The second set of rules was even more concise than the first, with only 4 rules, each clearly stating its objective. Instead of avoiding danger, it felt more like guiding the little girl on what to do. As for the last part in a different font, Yin Xiu repeatedly compared the initial description of the note with the final reminder. It seemed like there were 2 mothers. He was studying the note when Zhongmu also leaned over to look, while Wang Guang, who was not very familiar with the two and felt a bit estranged, did not move closer. However, he couldn't help but urge, "Are you done yet? Hurry up and let me see." As soon as he urged, 2 gazes fell sharply on him, carrying a hint of threatening severity. One was from the little girl, and the other was from Liam O in the room. The 2 gazes made Wang Guang feel a chill run down his spine, so he quickly shut his mouth. "I'm done." Yin Xiu calmly folded the last part of the reminder and neatly tore it off along the crease, handing it to the little girl. "Here, this is for you from your mom." His action startled Wang Guang, who shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't let her see it." He reached out to grab it, but was kicked aside by Zhongmu. "Get lost. Do you think the big boss needs you to remind him? You." Wang Guang was so furious that his eyes turned red. Just as he was about to stand up and curse, he felt a piercing gaze like a needle stab at his back. He immediately fell silent. "Humph." Zhongmu snorted arrogantly. Wang Guang had kicked him earlier, and now he kicked back, feeling utterly satisfied. "Don't worry, that's not the rule. It is indeed a letter left to her by her mother," Yin Xiu explained calmly, handing a warning to the little girl with one hand while passing the rules to Wang Guang with the other. "This is the rule, take a look." Wang Guang reluctantly got up from the ground, being glared at by 2 people next to him who exuded an inexplicable sense of danger, feeling annoyed but too afraid to say much. "It really is my mom's handwriting." The little girl took the note, happily raised it, and spun around, then carefully held it to examine. Yin Xiu stared at her thoughtfully. The rules and the final warning were obviously written by 2 different people. Now confirmed by the little girl's words, the warning was indeed written by her mother, which meant the previous rules were clearly not. The little girl recognized her mother's handwriting. The first rule of the survival game was to not let the little girl see the rules of the game, including the note from her mother. If the little girl saw the note right away and recognized that it was not her mother's handwriting, the outcome might change drastically. Only players can discover that the rules were not left by her mother. Only players can help the little girl complete the note, meaning her fate would be in the player's hands. Yin Xiu recalled the rules for clearing the game. The second rule was to have the little girl complete all the notes from her mother, which at least required completing the obvious tasks. But the first rule was to leave the monster's corpse on the town altar. This monster's corpse clearly indicated the result of death, if this monster referred to the little girl. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze, staring at the little girl seriously examining her mother's warning. The note instructed her to leave the town at night, and the rules didn't mention she had to leave alive, meaning her death wouldn't affect the game clearance. Even if her corpse left, it counted as leaving. The only hope mentioned for her to stay alive was in her mother's warning, but that wasn't part of the rules and wasn't something that had to be done. It seems the second time's rules are quite simple. Contrasting Yin Xiu's deep concerns, Wang Guang sighed in relief after reading the rules. It's definitely still a beginner's game, it's not as hard as I imagined. His relaxed demeanor annoyed Zhongmu. Even I, a first-time player, know the second stage will definitely be harder than the first. It was already so brutal before, how could it possibly get easier? I've experienced games where the second stage was easier than the first. Who are you, a rookie, to lecture me? If you have limited experience, keep quiet. Wang Guang spat angrily at him. Zhongmu hated that every time he could not argue back, Wang Guang brought up game experience, but he really didn't have much experience, so he had no retort. He could only glare at him in annoyance. Are you done reading? Yin Xiu typically did not engage in their disputes, he just squatted down to ask the little girl. I'm done, but I don't quite understand what Mom means, she didn't say when she would come back. The little girl unfolded the note, looking troubled. You'll understand when you grow up. Yin Xiu took the note from her hand, folded it into a little airplane and put it in her bunny toy's pocket. Then when will I grow up? The little girl asked happily, completely unguarded against Yin Xiu, not crying or making a fuss about him taking the note, and excitedly watching the airplane. You grow a little every day. By tomorrow, you will have grown again, Yin Xiu coaxed the little girl, standing up to glance at the few people nearby, waving to Liamo in the house. Come here. The called-out Liamo finally came out from the house. Earlier he had kept a little distance from the others. It only exuded a hint of eeriness, but it did not make anyone uncomfortable. When Yin Xiu called him out of the room and stood beside Wang Guang and Zhang Mu, the two realized something was off. This person walked with a fixed, stiff sound, and a strange chill radiated from him. More importantly, his face had a dark gaze, devoid of any smile, yet his lips always held a curve, giving a slightly uncanny valley effect that was quite unsettling. As soon as he stood beside the two, Wang Guang and Zhang Mu appeared somewhat small, not only in visual height difference but also in aura. The other person squeezed in beside Yin Xiu, forcing Zhang Mu to shift aside. He stared at Yin Xiu with a grin. What do you need me to do? Take off your coat for me. Just this? Even such a strange person obeyed immediately upon Yin Xiu's command. This absurd obedience was akin to that of a little girl. Zhang Mu's expression was complicated as he looked at the two people beside Yin Xiu. One was an innocent but deadly little girl in a red dress, and the other was a horrifying, eerie dark roommate. The key thing was that these two were secretly on guard against each other without Yin Xiu noticing. Well, how to say it, the three of them standing together felt simultaneously dangerous and harmonious. Chapter 24, The Townspeople's Enthusiasm. Liamo took off his suit jacket and handed it to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu accepted the coat and covered the little girl with it. In that moment, Zhang Mu clearly saw the expressions on both the little girl and Liamo change subtly. I don't want to wear his clothes. The little girl mumbled, disdainfully pulling off the jacket draped over her. You can't take it off, your mom told you not to let the townspeople see you. It's very dangerous on the way to your grandmother's house. Yin Xiu gently reminded her, covering her again with the coat. Do I have to cover up? The little girl still seemed unwilling. Absolutely. After Yin Xiu's firm answer, the little girl reluctantly compromised. Wang Guang's expression was complex. The strange little girl actually listened to Yin Xiu quite well. If it were someone else going through this quest, it probably wouldn't be so easy. It seems Zhang Mu was right, Yin Xiu was indeed more suitable as a leader, but if a newcomer were to lead, lying here going through the quest would definitely be laughed at once they returned to the town. That wouldn't do at all. Let's go, it's time to head back to the town before it gets dark. Yin Xiu held the little girl's hand and looked up at the sky. They needed to hurry back. I want my brother to carry me. The little girl tugged at the suit jacket covering her head, feeling unhappy, and deliberately pouted while shaking Yin Xiu's hand. Li Mo's eyes darkened, fixating intently on the little girl, while she pouted and pretended not to see, looking off into the distance. All right. Without thinking much, Yin Xiu reached out and picked up the little girl, completely ignoring the icy aura emanating from Li Mo behind him. Let's go, let's go. Zhang Mu felt nervous, afraid that this strange roommate might get angry, and hurriedly urged Yin Xiu to leave. Yin Xiu carried the little girl wrapped in the black coat in front, with Liamo beside him and Zhang Mu trailing behind, while Wang Guang walked last, his expression complex. The group smoothly returned to the entrance of the town. When they came earlier, there was only a sense of sight, very quiet, but this time was completely different. As soon as the little girl stepped onto the road into the town, the atmosphere turned suddenly cold, even the afternoon sunlight dimmed in an instant. The creaking of doors echoed from both sides, and countless eyes and figures seemed to be drawn out simultaneously from within. What is happening? Zhang Mu anxiously looked around, cautiously watching the townspeople on both sides, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. Many townspeople who were previously unwilling to open their doors now warmly opened them. They smiled and waved at Yin Xiu and the others. A series of eerie voices rang out in succession. Young people, it's dangerous outside during the day, come sit in my house. Are you tired? It's exhausting to wander outside, come rest in my house. It's been a long time since we've had visitors, why not come to my room for a sit? I've prepared some tasty food for you, come quickly. They all maintained their enthusiastic smiles, standing at their doorways waving at them. Some faces submerged in shadows looked like normal people, smiling gently, but those partially exposed to the sunlight revealed not human features. Thick black hair spread across their skin, their pupils sharpened, resembling terrifying beasts. Yet, they seemed unaware, still smiling as they beckoned, come to my house, come. The calling voices filled the streets of the small town like waves rolling in from both sides. The cold gaze of people clung to them, continuously waving, slowly approaching. When one person waves to you, it may still feel warm, but when a row of houses has countless people trying to draw you into their rooms, the scene feels especially eerie, especially since some inside are not human. Zhang Mu trembled, frightened to walk any further, and quickly squeezed to Yin Xiu's side, shaking. These townspeople are not human, right? Yes, Yin Xiu replied, ignoring them and continuing to move forward. After all, the background information at the start of the scenario already mentioned that the little girl moved to a monster town with her mother and grandmother. Even if everyone here suddenly transformed into monsters, he wouldn't find it strange. Come on, hurry to my room, why aren't you coming? Come over, come quickly. I will give you good food and drink, I promise I won't do anything dangerous to you. Yes, I will treat you well, come on. Ha ha ha, if you don't come, I'll have to come over. As they moved forward, ignoring the calls, the voices on both sides became increasingly frenzied. Those people, unable to restrain themselves, stepped forward from their doorways, instantly exposed to sunlight, losing their human shapes, each transforming into monsters covered in black fur, waving sharp claws at them, enticing them. The scene shifted from eerie townsfolk beckoning them to monsters calling them, a sea of heads and voices overlapping, gradually crawling from the doorways onto the streets, overwhelming their path. Inside the crowd of black, faces pressed together, voices floated. Come walk with me. Go to my house, come to my house. Give her to me, give her to me. The dense murmurs echoed along the silent road, overlapping sounds became slightly disturbing, creating a momentary disorientation. Yin Xiu stopped, protecting the little girl, no longer moving forward. His gaze grew icy, thoughtfully staring at the monstrous townsfolk blocking their path. With so many townsfolk in the square, wouldn't killing one or two not affect the rules? He shifted the little girl to his left arm, silently covering the knife handle with his right hand. Brother! I'm scared. The little girl trembled in his arms, her shaking voice made Yin Xiu's grip on the knife handle more resolute. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Give her to me. Come to my house, come die in my house. So pitiful, you are about to die. Ha ha, outsiders, rule-breaking outsiders, you will die sooner or later. The sound cried and whimpered, sometimes going mad, those faces gradually twisted and became insane, the dense black hands slowly approached them, the circle of encirclement grew smaller and smaller, completely with no way to escape. What should we do? We're blocked. Zhongwu trembled and clung to Yin Xiu's back, a bit anxious, after all, the rules stated not to go to any monster's house during the journey, but now they were blocked, unable to go or escape. Break through? Wang Guang's voice shook with a hint of panic, not believing he could break through. If it really came to it, at the critical moment, he could snatch the little girl and run away. After all, he had passed 2 instances, and had self-defense items on him. Leaving these troublesome people here to die wouldn't matter, as long as the little girl was there, it wouldn't affect the instant's progress, he would just take the little girl and run later. With this thought, he immediately fixed his gaze on Yin Xiu. Who's going to kill? You come to kill, it sounds so easy to say, Zhongmu rolled his eyes at him, even if someone could take down a monster, how could they handle so many? These were the entire townsfolk. The players in the scene were panicking, while the players outside the town were particularly excited, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Is it finally time for Yin Xiu to take action? I've been waiting for so long. So looking forward to it. I've only seen him fight with a creepy monster once, it made me tremble from excitement, brothers. You say that, and I'm looking forward too, if it were anyone else, they would definitely be wiped out, but with Yin Xiu here, I feel at ease. I feel at ease with Yin Xiu, but not so much with that Wang Guang beside him. You all saw, he just seemed to be feeling around for something in his pocket. Hope this wise one keeps it together and doesn't drag Yin Xiu down. The monsters kept advancing, constantly howling, the dense black figures surged towards them from all sides like a tidal wave. Big brother. The little girl in his arms hugged Yin Xiu's neck anxiously, a bit afraid. She wasn't afraid for long, as Liemo silently pushed her head down. Don't be afraid. Yin Xiu didn't notice Lime's small action, softly comforting, tightly gripping the handle of his knife, he looked at the approaching group of monsters. Amidst the deafening roars of the monsters and watching them getting closer, their hearts lifted, Wang Guang trembled, casting a glance at the little girl in Yin Xiu's arms, should he snatch the little girl and run? After all, they would die in the monster swarm anyway. The situation was urgent, tension was about to explode. In the moment the leading monster pounced, Yin Xiu, who had been standing still, took half a step back, his gaze deepened, and in an instant drew out the knife from his waist. The sharp, cold light sliced through the monster's body, splitting it in two. The black body instantly fell to the ground, accompanied by a shower of red liquid. Almost simultaneously, Yin Xiu's left hand was tugged by someone, and the little girl suddenly swayed from his arms. Big brother, save me! The little girl screamed in panic. In an instant of distraction, Yin Xiu subconsciously wanted to protect the little girl in his left hand, but she disappeared extremely quickly, disappearing without even finishing her plea for help, along with Wang Guang behind him. Yin Xiu! Watch out in front! Zhongmu screamed a reminder. Yin Xiu turned his head, the black monster had already pounced right in front of him, opening its bloody maw, sharp teeth aimed straight at his head. However, the next second, the long knife spun back, the blade fiercely piercing through the monster's mouth, and its body was kicked back by Yin Xiu. 2 monsters vanished in an instant, the ones behind were even more ferocious, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, his gaze extremely cold. He looked at those monsters, the handle of his knife creaked slightly in his grip. Zhang Mu could even sense that he was really angry now. Startled, I took 2 steps back, and in panic, I fell to the ground, eyes wide open as I watched Yin Xiu charge into the mass of black monsters with a long knife. The monsters didn't attack first, he went up himself. For Yin Xiu, who never involves himself in arguments and relies on stillness to move, this was very strange. The only explanation I could think of was that he was angry, perhaps thinking the little girl was taken by the monsters. In a moment of distraction, blood splattered in the crowd of monsters. I couldn't even see Yin Xiu through the throng, but I could catch glimpses of the long knife, with every swing eliciting horrific screams from the monsters. It seemed more like he was slaughtering the monsters than the other way around. The scene was terrifying beyond words. Young monsters must be accompanied by adult monsters to watch. No wonder this warrior was able to escape the instance before. This is a bit creepy, brothers. I don't know why, but it makes me a bit scared. Yeah, he's blinded by rage. I'm sure the right way to handle this isn't like this, but we can't stop him now, can we? If he kills all the townsfolk, will it affect the instance? It might. Then it's all that Wang Guang's fault. I just saw him use an item to snatch the little girl away. He probably wants to leave these people behind and run off. By the way, who's going to stop him? I'm really afraid he'll kill all the townsfolk and ruin the instance. I don't think we can stop him. By the way, how is this supposed to go? Look at the rules. We need to bring the little girl back to trigger this unavoidable event. It should certainly have a built-in solution. As long as we follow the rules and don't enter the townsfolk's homes, it'll be fine. Are you talking about that built-in solution? After the bloody slaughter among the crowd of monsters, many of the monsters began to retreat as if wanting to flee. However, Yin Xiu wouldn't let them go. At first, some monsters continued to rush at him, but as the bodies fell one after another, the crowd of monsters began to panic and started to retreat. No one dared to approach again. The situation gradually fell into a stalemate. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the crowd of monsters, roaring, in broad daylight. Who told you to come out of your houses? Do you all want to die? As soon as that voice sounded, the monsters seemed to have completed their mission. No one wanted to stay any longer. In an instant, they scattered in all directions, rushing back to their houses, slamming the doors shut with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed black street was completely empty, leaving only one silhouette standing in the middle of the road. The person who arrived was the town mayor. He scanned the surrounding area filled with corpses and focused his gaze on the figure at the center. Yin Xiu stood among the monster corpses, his white shirt soaked in blood, glistening crimson, with drops of blood sliding down the blade of his knife, mirroring his sharp and dangerous aura. What's the matter? Yin Xiu stared at the mayor, his pupils dark and icy, seeming not like a living person. Caught off guard by the question, the mayor awkwardly rubbed his hands together. I heard it was noisy over here, so I came to see if you're okay. He stealthily glanced around Yin Xiu and couldn't bring himself to finish his caring inquiry, slowly moving closer to Yin Xiu, trying to ease the atmosphere. It's good to see you're fine. This middle-aged man, who seemed to have great authority, smiled gently, spreading his hands. Don't be nervous. As the mayor, I apologize for not managing the townsfolk well. How about you put away the knife first? He took a step forward, and the dripping blade instantly touched the mayor's throat. Yin Xiu's gaze was icy. Where's Yaya? The mayor looked innocent. Who is Yaya? I don't know her. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened, and the mayor hurriedly explained, I really don't know her. Behind him, Zhang Mu quickly approached. Yin Xiu, that little girl wasn't taken by the monsters, it was Wang Guang. Yin Xiu's gaze shifted slightly. Looking back, Wang Guang had indeed disappeared at some point, but Liu Mo was also nowhere to be seen. So it was him, Yin Xiu murmured gloomily to himself, reaching down to roll up the hem of his clothes, wiping the blood off the blade before sheathing it. His killing intent was reined in, but an air of indifference still enveloped him, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of corpses, lifeless, making Zhang Mu shiver inexplicably beside him. It was the mayor who came over with a smile, ignoring Zhang Mu, standing fixedly in front of Yin Xiu, and his eyes scanned Yin Xiu from top to bottom with great interest before he kindly extended a hand towards him. I hope you don't mind them too much. If you're scared, I can take you back. Yin Xiu ignored him, walking straight past without acknowledging him at all. The mayor awkwardly chuckled, turning around and persistently following behind Yin Xiu. Where are you going? Back to the house? It's still very dangerous in the town, let's go back together. As he paced around Yin Xiu, his gaze remained glued to him. If usual Yin Xiu in white looked like a beautiful statue in silence, now, covered in blood, he exuded a more horrifying beauty. The white was stained with crimson, cold and indifferent, like a delicate corpse about to be placed in a coffin, far superior in purity and elegance compared to the ugly monsters in the town. Really, let me take you back? The mayor's overly cheerful tone was hard to suppress, as he placed a hand on Yin Xiu's shoulder, sounding both threatening and persuasive. However, the moment he touched Yin Xiu's body, a chill crept up the mayor's spine, a huge pressure suddenly spread out, silently pressing down on him in a threatening manner. He hurriedly looked up, seeing a figure standing in front of Yin Xiu, a man smiling, standing still, holding a little girl wearing a black suit jacket. "I'm back," Liamo smiled, softly greeting, licking the blood residue off his fingertip, announcing the result of his recent departure. On the surface, it looked calm, but an eerie, terrifying chill emanated from him, boldly filled with menace, causing the townsfolk inside the surrounding houses to shrink back in fear. The smile on the mayor's face froze, cold sweats rolling down his back. Wasn't it said that only players were supposed to be here? Who is this man before me, brazenly intimidating me? He is absolutely not a part of this scenario. Chapter 26, Nice to meet you. "Welcome to the town," the mayor said, sweating profusely, awkwardly smiling while retracting his hand from Yin Xiu's shoulder. Liamo walked over with the little girl, handing her to Yin Xiu, and then turned to firmly grip the mayor's hand that had just rested on Yin Xiu, as if to warmly shake it, smiling, "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you," the mayor smiled awkwardly, trying to pull his hand back, but it felt as if it were trapped in the man's palm, unable to free itself. His smile immediately froze, his eyes darting to the man in front of him, who was smiling yet exuding silent terror, feeling a bit anxious inside. "Brother!" The little girl stumbled into Yin Xiu's arms, crying, "Let's hurry and go, I hate it here." Yin Xiu nodded, his eyes softening a bit as he picked up the little girl and walked away. You guys. Zhongmu looked helplessly at the mayor and Liamo, still shaking hands, feeling lost before choosing to follow after Yin Xiu. As they left, the mayor broke out in even more cold sweat. The tension hung heavily over the two people in the middle of the road, with Liamo smiling, staring at the mayor. The mayor maintained a stiff smile, with the two standing face to face, laughing, feeling that the scene was a bit eerie. Although I know the mayor might not be an ordinary person, standing face to face, I always feel that Yin Xiu's roommate is a bit more terrifying. Needless to say, when he gets fierce, he can eat monsters alive. I've seen it before, in the night. By the way, that person's name was Yin Xiu? Wow, looks like players from other small towns have come here to drop comments. They want to ask about that big shot. His name is Yin Xiu? How many clearances has he completed? 10? 20? He really looks amazing. Ha, too small-minded, brother, he is a full clear big shot. Don't treat me like other small-town people and brush me off. If you don't want to say, fine. He really is a full clear. Nonsense, people who full clear have long gone, who would return to the instance? Your small town, come on, if you hide information, at least say something plausible. Believe it or not, if you have the guts, don't copy Yin Xiu's homework. As the comments were arguing, suddenly someone panicked, "Hey, stop arguing. Look at the screen." In the live stream, Liamo was still holding the mayor's hand, unwilling to let go, and after a moment of silence, the mayor sighed helplessly. "Alright, I shouldn't have touched your prey. Is giving you a hand as compensation enough?" The mayor shook his head while raising his other hand, where the nails instantly turned sharp and weak, and in a moment, he cut off the hand he was caught with. Blood sprayed out, but he remained expressionless. "Take it away." Liamo maintained a smile on his face as he forcefully pulled at the severed hand, turning around and leaving to find Yin Xiu, not even glancing back at him. This carefree arrogance made the mayor turn pale. The other party had deliberately severed this hand he touched Yin Xiu with as a warning, yet he just wouldn't listen. In this instance where he was the lord, everything had to be his, especially that valuable artistic piece he had just seen. Hiss, after he left, the mayor's face finally showed some pain, biting his teeth as he glared at Liamo's back. "Why should it be yours just because you set your eyes on it first? This is my instance, can I let it be taken by other monsters? I must have it." With a stern expression, he crossed his arms and turned to leave. Not long after, Liamo caught up with Yin Xiu's footsteps, lightly pushing aside Zhongmu from behind, and reached Yin Xiu's side. After catching up, he bit his lips, chewing on something, moving alongside Yin Xiu. The sound of him chewing remained quite clear. Yin Xiu glanced at him from the corner of his eye, fully aware that he had secretly gotten something to eat, and it definitely wasn't normal food. He couldn't be bothered to ask. Zhongmu's face turned pale. He had clearly seen the corner of Liamo's mouth curled up, blood-like liquid hanging from it. Did he see it wrong? Otherwise, why wouldn't Yin Xiu react at all? How is that player? He ate. All right. The bland conversation between them made Zhongmu instantly cover his ears. Not hearing. This can't be what he thought. Do you want to go to Grandma's house first, or take a rest first? Yin Xiu turned to ask the little girl in his arms. Let's rest first. The little girl, tired, leaned against Yin Xiu's shoulder, murmuring, "Brother must go with me to Grandma's house." Yin Xiu nodded, suddenly remembering something. He looked at Liamo. "What about the rule paper from that player? Did you eat it too?" Liamo paused in his chewing, falling silent for a few seconds, then a roll surged in his throat, and he lowered his head to spit out a bloodstained paper from his mouth, smiling. "I ate it, but I can spit it out." Yin Xiu looked at the sticky paper almost soaked in blood. Not wanting to take it, he pointed at Zhongmu behind him. Give it to him. Ha! Suddenly called upon, Zhongmu was still a bit confused. He had plugged his ears to avoid listening to the strange conversation in front and was just walking away. He raised his head and was unexpectedly handed a note by Liu Mo. He trembled as he looked at the blood-stained note lying in his palm. He didn't want to touch it, but he had to because it was very important. The four of them returned to the mayor's door and knocked. After a short while, the door opened from the inside, and a player peeked out cautiously. The first sight he saw was Yin Xiu, covered in blood and holding a little girl, causing him to shudder in shock and slam the door shut with a bang, screaming, "There's a monster outside." "What monster?" Zhang Mu rushed to the window and banged on it. "Look clearly." "It's us." Zhang Si leaned over to take a look and recognized Zhang Mu, who had a disagreement with Wang Guang, so he came to open the door. "Where's my brother Wang?" As soon as Zhang Si opened the door, he began searching for Wang Guang's figure. Yin Xiu coldly entered the room without saying anything, and Liu Mo also went in without acknowledging anyone. Zhang Mu, however, paused to hand him a blood-soaked note. "He's dead, this is his keepsake." Zhang Si instantly froze, staring blankly at the note in his hand, unable to accept it for several seconds. The only powerful figure in this chapter is dead. How is he supposed to get through this? Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned fiercely to glare at Yin Xiu and the others. "Why did he die alone while all of you returned just fine?" His questioning gaze drifted among the people, and he quietly voiced a possibility. "Did you sell him out in a moment of danger?" Otherwise, he couldn't understand how Wang Guang, a powerful figure, could die, yet these others came back alive. It didn't make sense. Upon hearing that their leader had been sold out, the players in the room immediately turned sharp-eyed. Chapter 27, We Sleep in Separate Rooms. In the chapter, players unite for their interests, but when it comes to critical moments, they might betray their teammates to save themselves. However, this behavior easily leads to being isolated by other players since no one wants to be the next one sold out. But if the one sold out is the team leader, then the issue escalates, almost guaranteeing that person will be a thorn in the team's side. The players still in the lobby almost immediately developed a mindset of hostility towards them. No one explicitly said it, but the looks they exchanged confirmed that belief. "We didn't sell him out," Zhang Mu snorted, crossing his arms defiantly as he glared back. "Who would dare to sell a powerful figure with items? He left us behind and ran off alone, but ended up dead. Meanwhile, we, the ones surrounded by monsters, survived. That's just how it is." Zhang Si was full of disbelief. Brother Guang wouldn't easily abandon his teammates. Besides, according to your words, if he ran away, he should have been less likely to die. You must have left him behind. You think if one person is sold out, the rest can survive? The monsters in this chapter are too easy to deal with. I watched him run away. As for how he died, how would I know? Zhang Mu shifted his gaze away. Zhang Si still didn't believe it and pressed on. "So how did you all survive surrounded by monsters?" "We don't believe you got attacked and returned without a scratch." Zhang Mu pointed at Yin Xiu. "Look at him, covered in blood. Is that without a scratch? If he hadn't blocked the monsters, I wouldn't even be standing here talking to you." Everyone's gaze landed on the bloodied Yin Xiu, momentarily speechless. At least it seemed he had indeed encountered an attack, but this outcome was hard for anyone to accept. How could someone who looked so lifeless and powerless block a group of monsters? Zhang Si furrowed his brows, still insisting that they sold Wang Guang, looking determined, making the bullet comments anxious. "When will this person see our bullet comments? I'm getting impatient. Once players enter the main area of the instance, they can't see the bullet comments anymore. It's like the instance is scared of revealing strategies, but I'm so anxious, can't they figure out who the boss is? If they're really treating Wang Guang as the boss and isolating Yin Xiu, I'll laugh until I can't sleep. Looking at the development, it's really possible. Right now, I just hope Zhang Si can live well, preferably escaping the instance, so that the players in his town can give him a good beating, to realize who the real boss is." The atmosphere in the hall of the room froze, and Yin Xiu was too lazy to entangle with them any further. He simply raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. "I sold the person, what can you do?" "You. It really was you. I knew something was wrong. You were covered in blood, while those few weren't. It looks like you encountered danger, and then Wang Guang died saving you, but you sold him out." Zhang Si stared at Yin Xiu, aggressive. "So, what can you do?" Yin Xiu lazily stared back at him. "Come and kill me?" Zhang Si choked. At the moment Yin Xiu said this, the little girl in his arms and his roommate in black beside him both suddenly looked at him, their gazes chilling, as if they wanted to eat him. Forget about his roommate, this little girl really could eat people. You give us this little girl, and in the future, when we do tasks, don't follow us." Zhang Si didn't dare to provoke Yin Xiu and could only take a step back, trying to isolate him in another way. "Then you have to ask her if she wants to follow you." Yin Xiu raised his hand and pinched the little girl's cheek. Do you want to follow them? No. The little girl shook her head decisively, then tilted her head against Yin Xiu's chest, her voice very sweet. I want to follow brother. Her reaction left the surrounding players dumbfounded. Who is this sweet and obedient little girl? She's not the little monster who turns hostile the moment the food isn't good. And why does she listen to Yin Xiu so much? The players looked at each other, seemingly pondering something. They remembered that in the first 3 days of the instance, the bullet comments mentioned that the strategy provider was a man who could tame little monsters. Based on the current results, could that person be? Before they could confirm, Zhang Si suddenly interrupted their thoughts and sternly said to Yin Xiu, what methods do you have to kill Brother Wang Guang and take away the little girl from his side? Clearly, Brother Wang Guang is the boss. What are you, a newcomer? His vicious words made Li Mo and the little girl's expressions instantly darken. A cold aura spread in the hall, enveloping every player, chilling them to the bone, making each breath feel painfully sharp like needles. Alright, I'm going back to rest. Think whatever you want. Yin Xiu interrupted them and casually walked to the pillar in the hall, glancing at the rules on it before turning to the second floor. As soon as he left, everyone else followed suit. It wasn't until Yin Xiu's figure completely disappeared at the staircase that the cold aura lingering in the hall dissipated, allowing everyone to breathe again. The players looked at each other and finally came to a conclusion. Even if they didn't like him, it was better not to provoke him. He really seemed not simple. Yin Xiu went upstairs, wandering in the corridor while recalling the rules of this house he just saw. Welcome outside guests to stay at the largest inn in this town. Here, lodging is free, food and drink are free, and service is free. Please enjoy the privileges of this town. During your stay, please abide by the following rules of the inn. The room must be shared by 2 people, and no extra guests are allowed. At normal times, you can call the walking service staff of this place whenever you need, but after midnight, ignore them and do not pay any attention to them until dawn. If you hear strange noises in the hallway at night, you absolutely must not open the door. The restroom is located at the staircase. If possible, try to go with someone else, but you can go alone, just don't pay attention to any sounds. Do not maintain eye contact with the people in the portraits inside the house for too long, and do not heed their voices. Do not go to the basement. Yin Xiu was very concerned about the 6th rule. It was clear there was a basement here, a place that no one was allowed to go, which usually hides deep secrets. A few people wandered around, and most of the rooms on the 2nd floor were already occupied, until they reached the far end of the 2nd floor and found 2 adjacent rooms that were still unoccupied, probably because it was at the end of the hallway, a bit far from the restroom at the staircase, and no one wanted to stay here. I just read the rules downstairs. The rooms here must be shared by 2 people. Yin Xiu hugged the little girl in his arms and pointed to one of the rooms. Yeah, and I will stay in this one. The hallway immediately fell silent, and some people began to silently express their grievances. Zhongmu trembled suddenly, shaking and looking at the silent Li Mo beside him. If they had to be 2 people, did that mean he had to share a room with this mysterious roommate? I disagree. I request to change my roommate. Zhongmu immediately protested, and Li Mo nodded in agreement. No choice. Yin Xiu said coldly and then carried the little girl into the room. Zhongmu looked at the man beside him who was quiet but radiating grievances with a face full of panic. Help me. Chapter 28, something will happen to him tonight. The hotel room is not very large. It has 2 single beds, a wash area, but no toilet, simply decorated, just right for 2 people to live in. Besides a painting on the wall, there is only one window. The window is small, wide enough for Yin Xiu's shoulders. Looking out you can see the town square and the statue of the woman, surprisingly good visibility into the square. Brother, this painting is so strange. The little girl, who bounced into the room, suddenly raised her hand to point at the decorative painting on the wall. The painting shows a beautiful woman with closed eyes, golden hair gleaming brightly, fair skin, her hands crossed over her chest, looking as if she is in a prayer pose, the image vivid and lifelike. The first time Yin Xiu entered, he had seen a similar painting on the wall of the hall downstairs, but it wasn't a woman, it was a very delicate-looking young man, also with closed eyes. Same type of paintings were all over the hallway and at the staircase entry. The people in the portraits varied, both male and female, and the age range was not narrow. The common point was that all had their eyes closed. Yin Xiu thought of the rule that stated, do not maintain eye contact with the characters in the portraits in the house for too long, and do not listen to their voices. First of all, how can you maintain eye contact with a painting that has its eyes closed? Moreover, there are voices. Just looking at the rules assures you that all the portraits in the house are not simple, yet they are everywhere. What's strange about it? Yin Xiu gently asked, wanting to see what was different through the little girl's eyes. Why did they paint this big sister lying down as if she were sleeping? The little girl pointed at the painting and looked at Yin Xiu with a pure expression. Yin Xiu looked up at the portrait. The woman inside, with her eyes closed, portrayed a serene moment forever captured. At first glance, anyone would think she was standing and praying, but the little girl's words about lying down made Yin Xiu's thoughts expand some. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed find that her hair was falling down her head. It is just because it is displayed beautifully, it is not that easy to see through. Maybe the painting reflects a woman lying down and sleeping, but because of the overhead perspective, it makes her appear even more lifelike. The more one looks, the stranger the painting becomes. The sense of space within the painting gradually distorts, as if trying to suck a person in, causing a wave of dizziness in the brain. Maybe she looks better when she sleeps. Yin Xiu quickly turned his head away, no longer looking at the painting, casually brushing it off as he took the little girl's hand. It will be dark soon, let's go downstairs to eat first. Okay. The little girl nodded with a bright smile, and before leaving the room, she waved goodbye to the woman in the painting. Yin Xiu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Even after not continuing to look at the painting, the sense of distortion still lingered. He quickly opened the door, wanting to go outside for some fresh air. Upon lifting his head, a pair of bright blue eyes suddenly entered his vision. On the wall opposite in the corridor hung a painting of a man, remarkably handsome and around his age, who was now staring at Yin Xiu in terror, crouching against the frame. Their gazes collided, and the slightly distorted sense of space instantly intensified. He couldn't maintain eye contact with the painting for long. Is that what it meant? The appearance was too sudden. Yin Xiu quickly turned his head, calmly leading the little girl out without acknowledging the man, turning to leave. But the person in the painting was fixated on him, watching his every move, and just before Yin Xiu departed, a voice floated toward him softly, "Please be careful, please be careful, please be careful of him." That low murmuring lingered in the corridor, overlapping with the lingering sense of sight as it landed on Yin Xiu's back, feeling like a prickling needle. "You are very, very dangerous. You are more dangerous than they are. At night, do not respond to him, do not respond, do not come back, come back, come back. Quickly leave, quickly go, go, go." Layers of indistinct voices mixed together, making Yin Xiu feel dizzy and blurred for a moment, the sound piercing through his mind like sharp static, swirling around his ears, pulling at a prolonged ringing. The chill in the corridor slowly crept through his skin, invading his body, suddenly making him feel so heavy that he couldn't move. He instinctively resisted, feeling his stomach churn, cold sweat pouring down. The earlier sensation of spatial distortion became even more severe at this moment. The entire corridor began to twist in Yin Xiu's eyes, as if his body was being dragged into the distortion, becoming unbearably heavy, unable to move an inch. "Go, go. Leave, leave, leave. He, dangerous, dangerous, danger. Brother." Suddenly, the little girl's clear voice pulled Yin Xiu back to reality. Her innocent face was filled with confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Yin Xiu was momentarily stunned, the chill and heaviness on his body instantly vanished. He abruptly turned to look at the painting. The painting was normal, showing the man with his eyes closed, calm and beautiful, like a flower that would never wilt, frozen in that moment. "Brother, what's wrong?" The little girl curiously tugged at Yin Xiu's hand. "Are you not feeling well?" "It's nothing." Yin Xiu turned back, feeling puzzled by what the voice had said. After the immobilizing heaviness dissipated, the sense of sight still persisted. Yin Xiu continued to lead the little girl down the corridor. The sense of sight from the paintings on both sides was dense, like a tidal wave overwhelming them, but when looking up, all were people with closed eyes. The paintings featured youthful and beautiful young ladies, charming and graceful women, sunny and lively young men, as well as stern but bookish-looking men. The unifying feature was different types of good looks, clearly showing that the owner of the paintings was someone who cared about appearances. "So many good-looking brothers and sisters," the little girl whispered to herself as she looked at the paintings. "Too bad they are all dead." The first floor, besides the hall for entering and resting, also had a dining hall. It's almost dinner time, and many players are waiting downstairs, resting while studying the rules on the pillars. When they saw Yin Xiu come down, no one showed any good expressions, and they all wanted to avoid him, but when they saw the little girl coming down, they wanted to gather around her. After all, the little girl was an important condition for clearing the game. In the end, Yin Xiu sat in a corner with the little girl, eating, while a group of players walked around, stopping and starting, wanting to get close but daring not to, so they could only gather in pairs or threes, staring over there and whispering. "Why do you think that little girl is so nice to him? I remember the little girl was pretty fierce. Maybe he has some special tricks. But isn't he also a newcomer? How is he different from us? He doesn't feel like a newcomer at all. Do you think he might be that big shot? That big shot who provided the strategy 3 days ago is already dead. It can't be him. I feel like this one is more like it. Come on, our leader has already confirmed that other one, how could there be a mistake? Zhang Si has clearing experience, he recognizes people better than us." "That's true, but I just have a feeling. I bet it's definitely not him, he's just a vase. These kids nowadays like to stick to pretty people, he probably won't make it through tonight." "You can't be so sure, can you? Didn't you notice? The paintings on the wall occasionally open their eyes, but they are only looking at one person, that man. I have a feeling something is bound to happen to him tonight." Chapter 29, It's a Deal, Brothers. The reminded person hurriedly turned in fear to pay attention to the paintings on the wall. Among the closed-eyed paintings, one could suddenly spot a pair of open eyes, and indeed, they were looking in Yin Xiu's direction. Hiss, better stay away from him, being with him usually means trouble. Listening to Big Brother Zhang Si is always right, just don't get close to him. The players hurriedly shook and quickly put away their bowls and chopsticks, moving aside. Yin Xiu was unconsciously isolated by the group of players again. This result silenced the room commentaries. Why is Yin Xiu always so out of place? The one up there is talking nonsense. It was Yin Xiu who isolated them. Though I understand, it's really infuriating watching from a god's perspective. I'm just waiting for them to discover that useless Zhang Si is actually the real waste. Ha ha ha, I'm also waiting for that. If Yin Xiu wasn't so good-tempered, if someone targeted me like that, I'd just go up and slap them a couple of times. I bet Yin Xiu holds grudges. I bet. After dinner, the players all returned to their rooms, honestly following the rules. After all, their task was to protect the little girl to clear the game, and for some inexplicable reason, to place the corpse on the altar. Now, it was best not to wander around unnecessarily, as it was easy to break the rules. After bringing the little girl back to the room, Yin Xiu wandered outside alone to check the structure of the house. He remembered the rules mentioned a basement, so he searched around and finally discovered a hidden door in the lobby on the first floor. It wasn't too hidden, but if one didn't search for it specifically, they wouldn't find it. This was probably referred to as the entrance to the basement. On the wall near the entrance hung many paintings, densely packed, almost covering the entire wall. Countless gazes from the paintings had already gathered on him as soon as he appeared, lingering and unshakable, but when he looked up at the paintings, there were countless beautiful and exquisite faces in the frames. Faces appeared on the wall, all wearing the same expression, which inevitably felt a bit eerie. Yin Xiu didn't continue staring at the paintings. He turned and felt along the gaps in the wall, tentatively giving a gentle push, and the door easily sank inward, with no lock at all. Whether or not to go into the basement completely depended on the player's self-awareness. When the rules stated not to go into the basement in such a dangerous place had no defenses, then this place is definitely dangerous. Once you step in, you might face unexpected changes. Now is not the time to explore inside. Yin Xiu let go, took a step back, and prepared to leave. As he turned around, a small thud sounded behind him, a soft falling noise. When he looked back, he found that a painting hanging on the wall had fallen down. Something seemed to be stuck to its back. Yin Xiu crouched down to pick it up and check it out. It was a photograph. Inside the photo was what the place used to look like, a brand new and lively little town bustling with busy townsfolk. They wore broad smiles, joyfully taking pictures in the square. There was no statue of that woman in the background, nor the house they currently lived in. Everyone's faces showed harmony and happiness, with no trace of the tense, gloomy atmosphere in town during the day. There were even one or two slightly familiar faces in the photo. Lifting his gaze, he could spot the same faces in the surrounding frames. This town full of monsters seemed to have once been an ordinary little town, with the change likely happening after the statue of the woman in the square and the house they now lived in appeared. The surrounding gaze didn't fade, the people in the painting didn't invade his consciousness like before, but their presence persisted, trying once again to catch Yin Xiu's attention, making him feel slightly hazy in his mind. He looked down at the photo that had just fallen to the ground. It was actually the man from the second floor. In the painting, the man still lay quietly with his eyes closed. The background of the frame was pitch black. Like other paintings, the image was upright, but he was lying down. Yin Xiu carefully studied the dark background which faintly revealed some textures. What was he lying on? The black surface slightly reflected a dull light, with some blurry vertical lines. It seemed to be painted black wooden boards. After pondering for a few seconds, Yin Xiu meaningfully hung the painting back on the wall. It must be a coffin. The man in the painting suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Yin Xiu. His eyes were blue, with a hint of mixed ethnicity in his eastern facial features, looking delicate and pure, but now his face showed only panic. He stared at Yin Xiu, repeating what he had said in the corridor over and over, "Leave, leave, leave." He. Before the words were finished, an indescribable chill suddenly fell in the hall, making Yin Xiu shiver. A shadowy gaze hung heavily above, startling Yin Xiu to quickly look up. It was the mayor. He had appeared on the stairs at some point, leaning against the railing, looking down at Yin Xiu. With most players having returned to their rooms, the entire first-floor lobby felt particularly empty. Under the pale lights, only the two of them remained. The mayor glanced at the photograph in Yin Xiu's hand, his face carrying a vague smile. "Are you very curious about the town's past?" "MHM." Yin Xiu calmly responded in a soft voice. "It's normal for outsiders to be interested in everything in the town, but rather than researching on your own, wouldn't it be better to ask me? After all, I am the mayor." As the mayor spoke, he slowly descended the stairs. He was backlit, his face immersed in shadows, with a smile that revealed no hidden intentions, hinting with malice, "If you'd like to share some tea and chat, I'll tell you whatever you wish to ask." Yin Xiu watched him approach with caution, vigilant of his closeness. The mayor leisurely strolled to Yin Xiu's side, casually wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and effortlessly took the photograph from his hand. His arrival plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence. the previously faintly noisy paintings now quieted, and the chilling air inexplicably cleared Yin Xiu's mind a bit. The chill surrounding him reminded Yin Xiu of the strange thing that would invade his room at night. Both had a similarity that expelled other abnormalities, leaving their presence beside him. However, the mayor had a very strong purpose, and his aura was quite sharp. Where to chat? Yin Xiu asked back, unmoved. The mayor's eyes brightened, clearly pleased by Yin Xiu's softening, and he immediately raised his hand to point outside. In a while, there will be a sacrificial ceremony in the square. As a special favor, I can take you to see it up close. While participating in the ceremony, I will also tell you information about the town. How about it? This condition was quite tempting for a player in need of information. The mayor knew what players wanted, and his offer struck directly at their desires. The sacrificial ceremony was written in the rules and was crucial to this small town. Being able to participate up close was the best opportunity. Is it just me going with you? Of course. The mayor squinted and smiled, his hand that hooked around Yin Xiu's shoulder tightening silently. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. Only you are special. The implication in his tone shocked the bullet comments. What the heck is this development? Is he flirting with Yin Xiu? This is a shady deal, brothers. This oddity wants to make a deal with Yin Xiu. I noticed his strange gaze at Yin Xiu before. He definitely wants to break the rules. But he proposed special conditions. This is tough, everyone here is a straight man. How can you show me this? I can't accept. I strongly demand that previous one, the one who sneaks into Yin Xiu's room. You guys fight, alright? That one has already been speculated to be Yin Xiu's roommate. So it's the roommate? Now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. I prefer that. Please have the roommate fight the mayor, I want to see. I want to see too, ha ha ha. In that case, I'll vote for the mayor, at least the mayor looks pretty good. Ha 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 ha. Then I'll also vote for the mayor. The roommate is alright, but too creepy, a bit scary. The mayor, although also an oddity, has a human touch, he can flirt. You all vote for the mayor, be careful the roommate finds out and comes to look for you at midnight. Ha 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 ha. If he has the ability, let him come. As the bullet comments laughed, suddenly the entire live broadcast flickered twice, all players instantly fell silent. Chapter 30, I vote for the roommate. After a long silence, someone slowly broke the quietude. Ahem, after careful consideration, I still think the roommate is quite good, I vote for the roommate. What was said earlier was super reasonable. I don't know why, but I suddenly realized it, I also vote for the roommate. The roommate is good, the roommate is good. The bullet comments were harmonious, their opinions very unified. In the copy scene, Yin Xiu was lost in thought, not responding directly. After all, the other party had clearly stated their intentions, and it surely wouldn't be as simple as just giving him information, it was likely a trap aimed at him. It's just spending a little time walking with me, it's not a loss for you, right? The mayor, seeing Yin Xiu unmoved, began to softly tempt him. While speaking, his gaze was tightly fixed on Yin Xiu's eyelashes, which were slightly lowered under the cold light, watching the slight tremor each time he blinked and his tone grew excited. To achieve a high-star clearance in this dungeon, you need to understand the entire background of the town. Exploring it alone will be very slow, and even if you finish the process, you might not uncover the truth, wouldn't you agree? He silently closed the distance with Yin Xiu, his gaze was daring, but in his behavior, he never crossed the line. After all, ever since he appeared, Yin Xiu's hand had not left the knife handle. What if I don't go? Yin Xiu raised his eyes to stare at him, asking softly in return. The mayor's lips curled up slightly, watching his own reflection in Yin Xiu's dark pupils. His angular face flashed with a chilling glimmer under the light. In this small town, no one can refuse the mayor's invitation. Yin Xiu froze, the atmosphere between the two began to solidify, becoming awkward. What if I absolutely refuse? No one can refuse. What's the result of refusal? You wouldn't want to know. Is this a threat? The mayor's expression relaxed slightly, showing a hint of gentleness. How could it be? As long as you cooperate, it won't be a threat. Yin Xiu's face instantly turned cold, causing shock among the viewers. Isn't it too dangerous to start a fight with the mayor on the day you enter the town? This doesn't seem like a good direction, but now that Yin Xiu is threatened, it seems like there's no choice but to confront him. I told you the mayor isn't a good person, he's not even pretending. Who was it that wanted to vote for him before? It's still not too late to switch to a roommate. First, exclude me. Forget about that now, we need someone to break this deadlock quickly. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the livestream screen. Between Yin Xiu and the mayor, a deadlock had formed, and there was nothing left to discuss. Yin Xiu tightened his grip on the handle of the knife, and at the same time, the mayor took a step back. Tension filled the air, ready to explode at any moment. However, the next second, a picture frame fell from the sky, landing directly between the two with a loud crash, shocking both tense individuals. Damn, who throws things from such a height, what a rude person, the comments flooded in, and then they spotted Liam on the stairs. Nice throw. A very timely appearance. As expected of the stock I support. Go for it. Even though you're a monster too. But I support you stepping on the mayor. Am I still watching a horror dungeon livestream? What are the comments talking about? Liam's sudden appearance made the atmosphere on the first floor even more strange. He looked down at the mayor on the stairs, who also stared back at him, unfazed. Two gazes clashed and tore at each other in the air, and the paintings on the surrounding walls began to vibrate. Yin Xiu's eyes scanned between the two, calmly bending down to pick up the picture frame that had been dropped on the floor. Inside was just an empty frame, a simple blank frame, which seemed to have been prepared in advance for someone based on the paintings on the surrounding walls. Clearly, Liam was reminding him of the mayor's intentions toward him. This is just a picture frame that hasn't been used in the house yet, the mayor hurriedly explained as Yin Xiu examined the frame, making him appear even more suspicious. Yeah. Yin Xiu lazily replied, placing the frame aside. He caught a glimpse of Liam upstairs and, after a brief silence, looked at the mayor. When does the sacrificial ceremony start? The mayor was taken aback. You're going with me? Yin Xiu nodded. This left everyone stunned. It was clearly a trap, yet he was actually going. He has intentions toward you. The most direct reaction came from Liam at the second floor stairs, his long-maintained smile nearly vanishing, darkness flickering in his eyes. I know. Yin Xiu responded straightforwardly, some information can only be obtained from his mouth. It was clear to anyone with discernment that the enigmatic Liam and the ill-intentioned mayor were both approaching Yin Xiu with purpose, similar to two hunters competing for the same prey. The mayor equated to information about the town. Liam equated to a partner, a mobile bomb that hadn't attacked yet, occasionally helping out. But for Yin Xiu right now, what was useful was the information about the town. After Yin Xiu indicated he wanted to go with the mayor immediately became animated, while Liam's expression turned obscure. He looked down at Yin Xiu, emotions flickering in his eyes, and Yin Xiu stared steadily at Liam, saying nothing more. After a moment of mutual gazing, Liam silently left the stairway, leaving Yin Xiu and the mayor alone. This development is, the roommate automatically retreating? Although I know Yin Xiu is in a difficult position, why do I feel like the roommate is slightly more reliable than the mayor? Yeah, and the roommate is still reminding Yin Xiu, and he helped rescue the little girl before. They are about the same. If he had no problems, he wouldn't keep sneaking into Yin Xiu's room, plus he is hiding his identity. Are you on the mayor's side? Don't slander the roommate. He is just mysterious. So far, he hasn't done anything to Yin Xiu. Stop arguing. In my opinion, neither of them is good, so when Yin Xiu entered here for the second time to change rooms, he directly chose the little girl. I think so too. How could there be a good person among bad people? Yin Xiu must have his reasons for doing this. For example, can the mayor handle it? He better be able to handle it, or it will be troublesome. Once Liam left, the mayor's gaze became even more unrestrained. He eagerly reached out his hand to Yin Xiu and enthusiastically said, "The sacrifice ceremony is about to start, let me take you there." Yin Xiu silently stared at the hand in front of him. Anyone who didn't know would think he was going to attend a banquet. Attending a ghostly ceremony requires such flowery invitation gestures. Expressionless, he simply walked past the mayor. The mayor, in a good mood, did not care about his indifference and turned to follow him. When the sky had completely darkened, the small town became much livelier compared to the daytime. Every household turned on their lights, and townsfolk walked around outside, laughing and chatting, like an ordinary and peaceful small town. They decorated the altar in the square with a circle of new red thread, then pasted talisman paper and circled around the woman's statue, chanting words that were hard to hear. What are they doing? Yin Xiu didn't get closer but stood at the door, watching from a distance. A dense crowd circled the strange statue, murmuring incomprehensible words, which indeed seemed abnormal at night. They are preparing for the sacrifice ceremony. At night, that woman's power is at its weakest. The mayor answered calmly, showing no intention of hiding anything. She is the woman who attacked you during the day. She is sealed beneath the statue, and every night, the townspeople need to reinforce the seal. Yin Xiu pondered, who sealed it? The mayor smiled slightly, I did. Yin Xiu glanced at him, then she must want to kill you. Of course. The mayor squinted at the distance where the sacrifice ceremony was being prepared, but she can't kill me. Contributing a sacrifice every night will make her seal more solid. She can't kill me. Yin Xiu nodded, no longer speaking, but the mayor eagerly took the initiative to discuss. Do you know why she was sealed there? Why? Yin Xiu leaned against the wall, lazily taking the conversation, appearing indifferent. Because she was the first monster to appear in the town. Her presence made the town very dangerous during the day, and she placed a curse on everyone in town that could turn them into monsters. As the mayor, I must protect this small town, but I couldn't drive her away, so I could only seal her. The remaining maintenance of the seal can only rely on the townspeople to continue. Yin Xiu sorted through the information in his mind again, carefully contemplating the first condition for passing: place the monster's corpse on the altar. The rules did not explicitly state who the monster was. This is a monster town, where everywhere is a monster, so initially, he thought this monster was the most special little girl. Now it seems, is this the origin of the monster? Chapter 31, The Sacrifice Ceremony. Yin Xiu did not dare to confirm directly but set this possibility in his heart. At least from the townspeople's reactions, they indeed very much hated the woman who appeared during the day. The preparation for the sacrificial ritual was also quite eager. Did you see the stone tablet at the entrance of the town when you came? Noticing Yin Xiu's silence, the mayor brought up another topic again. I saw it. Yin Xiu nodded. It recorded the rules of this small town, and he not only looked at it but also memorized it tightly. Then do you remember the first rule? The mayor asked with a smiling face again. Children are not allowed to touch the altar in the square at night? Correct. The mayor shifted his gaze from Yin Xiu to the distant altar. That woman loved to eat the town's children before her sealing, but after her sealing, she had no power to eat. The only power she had was to turn people into monsters through the altar, and it only worked on children because they had no resistance. Therefore, children must not touch the altar at night, otherwise, they would be cursed and turn into monsters. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze deep in thought. Forecast hint: the happy little girl moved in with her mother to the monster town where her grandmother lived. The little girl came to the town with her mother, which meant they were outsiders, not townspeople. At this time, the town had already become a monster town, and only the townsfolk could turn into monsters, while the outsider little girl and her mother would not. But the little girl could turn into a monster now. She touched the altar? The only thing Yin Xiu could think of was this, because the fifth rule of the town allowed outsiders to watch the sacrificial ritual but warned not to break the rules. So it was possible that the little girl participated in the sacrificial ritual but broke the rules and would turn into a monster. The sixth rule of the town. For outsiders who accidentally break the rules, do not let them leave alive. Was this the reason why Mother's note kept reminding to hide the little girl? Because the townsfolk would deal with these rule-breaking outsiders, not letting them leave alive, and the little girl must die. The mayor's short one or two sentences gave Yin Xiu many hints. He now speculated that the monster should refer to that woman and not the little girl who was originally human. While he was lost in thought, the ritual seemed to have started. The torches around the altar were being lit one by one, and the dim light was very striking in the cold night, adding a hint of warmth to the eerie town. Many players in the buildings poked their heads out of the windows, watching the ritual attentively. Do you want to come with me to take a look now? The mayor extended his hand to Yin Xiu again, still wearing a warm smile. Yin Xiu stared at his hand, pondering the value of the information he had just received, then silently reached out to grasp it. The bullet screen burst with excitement. He reached out. He actually acknowledged the mayor. What were they talking about just now? Did he hear something different from what I heard? Did I miss some information? Why has Yin Xiu's attitude changed? Pay attention, the man in the picture is named Yin Xiu. He just responded to a man's hand, but at this moment, another man in the second-floor window was watching them with a gloomy face and intense killing intent. How will this strange triangular relationship end? Please stay tuned for tonight's Copy Live broadcast. Ha, you understand commentary. The killing intent is already seeping through the screen. I hope the mayor is okay. I'm a newcomer. Big shots, stop watching the show. Can someone explain what information was in the mayor's words just now? Why is it only I who don't understand? Don't worry, we don't understand either. We will definitely understand by the end, so we might as well watch the show first. The mayor pulled Yin Xiu through the edges surrounded by the townsfolk into the inner layer, where the townspeople were standing in a circle around the altar, leaving one opening. At this moment, two people were entering the opening, carrying a large sack. In the cheers of the townsfolk, it was lifted to the altar. Yin Xiu examined the burlap sack, which was large and heavy enough that it took two people to carry it, and inside, the items were cut into pieces. Through the marks on the bag, Yin Xiu could still recognize some familiar shapes, and with a layer of dark red liquid seeping from the surface, he could roughly guess what was inside. As soon as the sack was placed on the altar, white fog suddenly spread all around, indistinguishable from daytime. It was the woman appearing. The players were frightened and retreated into their rooms, shutting the windows, but at this moment, the townsfolk's expressions were surprisingly calm compared to during the day. No one left the altar. The sacrifice ceremony begins. After 3 counts, everyone close your eyes. Do not open them until the announcement is made. 3, 2, 1. With the leader of the ceremony counting down, the surrounding townsfolk hurriedly closed their eyes, and though confused, Yin Xiu quickly followed suit. having experienced the events of the day, even those players who were inside buildings immediately closed their eyes, afraid to provoke this woman again, while one or two people wanted to see what would happen and huddled in their rooms, tightly shutting their doors and windows. After the countdown, the surroundings quieted for about half a minute, the white fog still lingering, carrying a chilly air that wrapped around everyone in the square. Yin Xiu listened quietly, paying attention, when suddenly a sound of footsteps broke the silence from beyond the crowd, slowly approaching the altar. The sound came with a sticky dripping noise, and the scent of blood mixed with damp cold made one hesitate to imagine her appearance. When Yin Xiu bumped into the woman earlier, heavy fog surrounded them, and he had already entered the house before she arrived, so he hadn't seen what she looked like, but now the sound passing in front of him sparked his curiosity. The footsteps varied in weight as they moved, one leg likely limping, and intermixed with the sound was a dragging noise, drumming softly as it passed the crowd. After the footsteps stopped at the altar, the sound of the burlap sack being torn open filled the air, and globs of sticky material fell to the ground, instantly spreading a foul stench. The sounds of biting and chewing quickly echoed, clearly resonating among the townsfolk. The horrifying crunching combined with the stench of blood rapidly made those with their eyes tightly shut imagine terrifying scenes. The more they were told not to open their eyes, the more terrifying their thoughts became. Yin Xiu stood straight at the front of the crowd, motionless, listening to the sounds in the darkness. At first, he thought this sacrificial ritual was meant to reinforce the seal by suppressing it, but now it seemed the offerings were intended to feed the woman? This was clearly a form of imprisonment, like locking a beast in a cage, regularly feeding it until it had no interest in resistance. If more caution were exercised, perhaps additional conditions would need to be added to ensure she would never fight back. Thinking about the offerings, Yin Xiu began to feel that there might be no normal people left in this town. The shape formed by the bag clearly resembled human hands and feet, yet this ceremony took place every night. The creaking noises slowly faded in the silence, as if the woman had finished eating, but she did not leave. Her momentary pause caused the breaths of those around to quicken, evidently a sudden and unexpected occurrence. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps rose again that the crowd finally exhaled in relief, but they didn't relax for even a few seconds. The tension among the people tightened once more. The woman's footsteps were not a departure, but began to move among the townsfolk. With each person she passed, their breathing quickened, only to release a breath of relief when her footsteps moved away. After half a minute of movement, the woman slowly walked past Yin Xiu. Suddenly, she stopped. In an instant, everyone around gasped. Yin Xiu did not open his eyes. He could see nothing but could clearly feel the woman's icy gaze lingering on him. Her cold eyes had no murderous intent but were utterly merciless. Tomorrow night, it will be him. This won't do. The mayor's voice sounded hurriedly nearby, sounding very anxious. He is not from the town, you cannot choose him. The woman did not leave, she smiled darkly a couple of times. Yesterday was not possible, but today is. The mayor's voice instantly turned cold. That's still not okay, he is the one I have set my sights on. The rules say I can, so I can. The woman laughed, her voice full of provocation. I must choose him, what can you do about it? Break the rules? The mayor fell silent and did not respond. The woman, with a scoff, began to move again, slowly leaving in front of Yin Xiu, and as she walked, the sound faded away. Open your eyes. A reminder sounded from the surroundings, and the voices of the townsfolk broke the silence. Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. When he raised his gaze, he faced the indifferent stares of the townsfolk, all looking at him as if he were a dead man, their eyes extremely cold. Yin Xiu turned to the mayor beside him. He was deep in thought, looking troubled, lost in his thoughts. What did she mean by choosing me? Upon hearing Yin Xiu's question, the mayor was startled for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, you don't need to pay attention to that. Does it mean choosing me as a sacrifice? As soon as Yin Xiu's words came out, the mayor's expression became complex. This roughly confirmed Yin Xiu's suspicion. He could easily guess from the tense reactions around him that whoever the woman stopped in front of would be doomed. Every day, a person was sacrificed, chosen by the woman herself right after the previous day's sacrifice ended, presumably the rule of the offering. But the problem was, he was not from the town, so he should not be included in the choice of sacrifice. The woman's choice was also unexpected for the mayor. Before leaving, she said, yesterday was not possible, but today is. What had he done today to become a candidate for sacrifice? Was it just him, or could all players be candidates? You brought me to the sacrifice ceremony just to sell me to her? Yin Xiu gave a meaningful glance. The mayor quickly denied it. Simply attending the sacrifice ceremony won't get you chosen. If she wishes, even in the room, you can still become a sacrifice. The mayor glanced at the other players in the building. But I actually forgot about that, you indeed have the qualification to become a sacrifice. What matter? Yin Xiu was certain that something during the day would influence a player's probability of becoming a sacrifice, but he did not yet know what exactly it was. The mayor did not answer his question, as if he also did not intend to speak. His gaze toward Yin Xiu became obscure and ambiguous. At this point, I cannot allow you to be killed by others first. The mayor grabbed Yin Xiu's hand again. This time he did not ask in advance, simply holding him while murmuring to himself, "You are an unparalleled work of art. Those two are completely devoid of artistry, falling into their hands would only lead to a fragmented outcome. It would be such a waste to be eaten." He looked at Yin Xiu, shaking his head in pity, then released his hand and turned away. "I have some things to do, I'll be leaving." After saying a couple of puzzling things, he left. After the sacrifice ceremony, the surrounding townsfolk also began to leave, and soon only Yin Xiu remained in the square. He gazed at the bloodstained burlap bags left in front of the altar. Staring at a pile of bloodstains, it seemed he needed to speed up the progress of the dungeon. After returning to the house, Yin Xiu noticed that the players had come out of their rooms and gathered on the first floor. It seemed that because of the previous sacrificial ceremony, they could no longer sit still. Today it was Yin Xiu, and tomorrow it could be someone else among them. As long as they stayed in the dungeon for another day, one player would die. The sacrificial ceremony would be held every night, and no one wanted it to be their turn. "Thank you for discovering this for us, but unfortunately, you can only live until tomorrow night. Players who sell others will eventually face retribution," someone among the players coldly mocked as Yin Xiu passed by. Yin Xiu couldn't be bothered to respond to them and turned to go upstairs. As soon as he left, the player who had just spoken was suddenly choked by something invisible, rolling his eyes back. The other players immediately panicked, wanting to help, but they couldn't see anything and didn't know what to do. They could only watch helplessly as the player was strangled by some invisible force, struggling, and finally gasping for breath in front of everyone. The hall fell silent. Players looked at each other, all quieted down. Only the person who had spoken badly of Yin Xiu suffered, others were unharmed, showing that Yin Xiu was indeed mysterious and not to be provoked. Upon reaching the second floor, as soon as Yin Xiu stepped into the corridor, he saw a dark figure standing at the end. In the long corridor lined with portraits on both sides, Li Mo's black silhouette looked particularly eerie. His face was soaked in darkness, still wearing that fixed smile, standing motionless at the door, staring at Yin Xiu as if waiting for him. "Is there something you need?" Yin Xiu listened to the fearful commotion downstairs while walking down the corridor, his hand slowly resting on the hilt of his knife. Li Mo did not respond, just stared at him, smiling. Yin Xiu continued forward but couldn't help but sink his gaze. "Are you anxious too?" Two people with unclear intentions towards him would certainly not let a third party kill him first, they would act before tomorrow night. The mayor's cold and unfriendly gaze before leaving, and Li Mo's unknown plans, made Yin Xiu think that he was even more anxious than the mayor. Faced with his question, Li Mo still did not answer, remaining motionless, standing straight with his hands elegantly crossed over his chest, smiling as he waited for Yin Xiu to approach. Footsteps echoed slowly in the corridor, and the surrounding portraits were silent. Each face with closed eyes showed no reaction to Yin Xiu at this moment. The whole corridor was covered in Li Mo's presence, an eerie chill radiated from him, continuously spreading through the corridor, suppressing all other strange existences. Yin Xiu arrived at his room door, but Li Mo still did not move, standing behind him, staring without budging, making Yin Xiu unable to let down his guard even a little. "If there's nothing wrong, I'm going in," Yin Xiu asked while slowly raising his hand to grasp the doorknob. At the moment he reached out, a hand suddenly pressed against the door with a thud. Almost simultaneously, Yin Xiu pulled out a small knife. The cold gleam flickered sharply in the night. Had Li Mo's hand reached for him just now, it would have surely fallen. "If you have something to say, just say it." Yin Xiu remained still, his body radiating alertness. The breath of Li Mo completely enveloped him, the chill almost pressed against his back through his clothes, making him shiver uncomfortably. "Hand." As if to relax his guard, Li Mo softly uttered a word, then let his hand, which pressed against the door, move down to grasp Yin Xiu's hand, pulling him over. Yin Xiu was a bit confused as he was pulled by the hand and turned around, facing Li Mo in silence. He then saw this dark man take a square tissue out of his pocket to wipe Yin Xiu's hands. His cold fingers wiped every inch of Yin Xiu's fingers through the thin tissue, even not missing the spaces between them. After finishing, he raised his hand and stuffed the tissue into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. Yin Xiu remained silent for a few seconds, suddenly realizing that this hand was the same one that the mayor had pulled just moments ago. Chapter 33, Don't Die Here. For a moment, he didn't know whether to ask Li Mo about this strange action and its meaning. After swallowing the tissue, Li Mo's throat still made the familiar tearing sound, and he smiled as if he had no malice. Yin Xiu stared at him in confusion, and Li Mo slowly bent down, getting closer to Yin Xiu, gently whispering in his ear, "Rule 2 of the Grave Town, there are no female ghosts in the town. If you accidentally see a woman in white, avoid her gaze and do not listen to her voice. If she clings to you, seek help from other townspeople." Yin Xiu? The cool breath near his ear puzzled him and made it hard for him to concentrate, leaving him completely uncertain about why this person was reciting rules to him. Rule 5, outsiders can observe the sacrifice ceremony, but be sure to warn them not to violate Rule 1 and Rule 2. Yin Xiu. In an instant, he realized that the white fog that almost slaughtered most of the players during the day actually violated Rule 2. After the fog appeared, someone screamed about the presence of a woman, which was a violation of the rule. It was just that the rule stated coping methods, and punishment was immediately imposed, leading Yin Xiu to instinctively think this rule ended there but forgetting that Rule 5 was still connected. The reason he became a sacrifice was that what happened during the day had turned all players into outsiders who violated the rules. Seeing Yin Xiu deep in thought, Liamo smiled and continued, Rule 4, the town must show warmth to outsiders, but if they violate the rules, do not hesitate to be ruthless. Yin Xiu realized that as soon as they had become rule-violating outsiders, all the rules applied to them. So the problem lies here. Yin Xiu muttered, feeling his thoughts starting to clear up. In a daze, Liamo bent his body slowly down, pressing Yin Xiu against the door. The cold seeped through his clothing, feeling as if it was invisibly climbing onto his skin. Yin Xiu shivered, unsure whether to draw his blade, as the other person bore no ill will towards him, even reminding him. Don't die here. He leaned close to Yin Xiu's ear and said in a low voice, his icy cheek pressing against Yin Xiu's neck, exposing the weak and sensitive fatal spot to the dangerous presence. Yin Xiu instinctively wanted to resist, but Liamo seemed to prove he meant no harm, pressing closer to Yin Xiu and rubbing against his neck. The chilling sensation slipping over his skin made Yin Xiu shiver, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to draw his blade. Can you let me in? Liamo smiled cheerfully as he reached out to twist open the door behind Yin Xiu. The weight of the two leaning against the door suddenly tilted backward, causing Yin Xiu to lose his balance and nearly fall under Liamo's pressure, but he still steadied himself. Once the door opened, he saw Zhang Mu and the little girl sitting in the room, staring at them in a daze. Brother, why are you holding him? The little girl pointed at the two of them. Liamo pressed his entire weight down, forcing Yin Xiu to support him to avoid falling, making it look like he was the one trying hard to hold onto Liamo. No. Yin Xiu quickly let go, sidestepping swiftly. The moment he released her, Liamo stood straight again, wearing a calm expression. The little girl looked between the two in confusion and immediately jumped out of bed, rushing over to stick to Yin Xiu's leg. I want a hug from brother too. Liamo smiled, watching the little girl. The little girl timidly wrapped her arms around Yin Xiu's big leg, refusing to let go even when she met Liamo's gaze. I just want a hug from brother. Yin Xiu ignored their silent struggle and turned to see Zhang Mu in the room. What are you doing in my room? Zhang Mu scratched his head and stood up from the bedside. Just now, everyone saw you participate in the sacrifice ceremony. To speed things up, everyone gathered to study the dungeon rules. Since we're quite unpopular, no one wanted to join us, so I came to find you to discuss things alone. To be honest, before Yin Xiu came back, he was really scared being in a room with the two strange creatures. Fortunately, when Yin Xiu returned, Liamo left the room, and the little girl, well, she was quietly playing with her dolls, not frightening like the previous 3 days. Just right, I have some things I want to organize as well. Yin Xiu nodded, turned around, and closed the door, walking with big strides to the table with the little girl hanging on his leg, looking at Zhang Mu. Do you still have mom's notes? Yes, I really can't remember so many rules. It's easy to get into trouble without having them on me, so I kept the notes. Zhang Mu hurriedly took out a note from his pocket, and just as he wanted to hand it to Yin Xiu, he carefully glanced at the little girl beside him. Yin Xiu bent down and placed the little girl on the bed, instructing, stay here and sit quietly. I will ask you something in a bit. Okay. The little girl sat obediently, hugging her doll, very honest. Only then did Zhang Mu feel at ease to hand over the rules note to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu unfolded the note and placed it on the table, staring at it, beginning to organize. Now the known rules in the dungeon are 6 sheets, the survival rules of the dungeon, the clearing rules, 2 notes from Mom, the Toontown rules, and this house's rules. The note with dungeon rules is to restrict the players, and this rule must be followed by the players. Mom's note is meant for the little girl, she must follow it, but it does not apply to players. However, if the little girl breaks the note's rules, players will also die because of the dungeon rules. After all, there is a rule among the players' rules that helps the little girl follow the note. The Toontown rules are to restrict the townsfolk and outsiders, which include players, as well as the little girl and her mom. Zhang Mu was taken aback, his peripheral vision glancing at the little girl by the bed. The little girl is actually an outsider? Yes, because the little girl is not considered a citizen here. Zhang Mu frowned, but she can also turn into a monster, just like the townsfolk here. Yin Xiu took out a paper and pen from his pocket that he brought from the little girl's room, listing the Toontown rules and the rules of this house. I talked with the town chief. The first rule of the Toontown is that children cannot touch the altar at night, otherwise they will be cursed and turn into monsters. Yin Xiu turned to look at the little girl by the bed. So you touched the altar in the square one night, right? Suddenly named, the little girl froze, awkwardly gripping the bunny in her arms, stuttering, I touched it. Zhang Mu pondered, so the little girl was human before. That's right, outsiders who break the rules will be hunted down by the townsfolk, so her mom hid her in a house outside the town to prevent others from discovering her. And now, we players are also rule-breaking outsiders. Yin Xiu shared with Zhang Mu what he had just discovered outside the door. Then he pointed to the rules for clearing the dungeon. Dungeon Clearing Rule 2, let the little girl complete all of Mom's note rules. His finger moved to Mom's second note. Mom's note rule 4, leave the town at night. Finally, he pointed to the Gravetown rules. Gravetown rule 6, for outsiders who accidentally break the rules, do not let them leave alive. Zhongmu pondered over the 3 rules for a long time, then slowly said, if we let the little girl leave the town according to Mom's rules, will the little girl die? Yin Xiu nodded slightly, and the little girl by the bed turned pale instantly. After Zhongmu scanned all the rules, he suddenly realized, pointing at the first rule of clearing the dungeon. Dungeon clearing rule 1, leaving the monster's corpse on the altar in the town, is it referring to the little girl's corpse? The little girl next to him shivered, her little face turning deathly white. Chapter 34, I really want to share a room with you. However, Yin Xiu shook his head. At first, I thought so too, but now that it's confirmed that the little girl has turned into a monster because of a curse, I lean towards it not being her. Then who does the monster in this rule refer to? Zhongmu stared at the clearing rules. No matter how the process was, fulfilling the clearing rules was crucial to leaving the dungeon. I'm not quite sure yet. Yin Xiu rubbed his chin, his gaze heavy. If the sealed woman is indeed the origin of the monsters in the town, then it's highly likelier, but we currently lack information, and we haven't brought the little girl to her grandma's house yet, so we can't confirm. True, and there's still the second note that hasn't been completed. Zhongmu slowly raised his eyes to look at Yin Xiu, a complicated expression on his face, but we need to hurry, after all, you're leaving tomorrow night. Yin Xiu nodded calmly, there's still time. He didn't care about being the sacrifice, nor did he mind being in danger, he wanted to uncover the past hidden behind this town. The pictures on the wall, the basement, the statues sealing the woman, and the structure of this house clearly indicated that the town's secrets were intertwined with the mayor, the woman, and the little girl. Exploring the past wasn't his interest, it was mainly about 5-star dungeon clearance. The rewards for 5-star clearance are 5 times that of normal clearance. His dungeon assets are 35.8, which isn't even enough to buy a decent sacrifice for Lady Yi. This was the result of many years without participating in dungeons, he was poor. Getting into the dungeon after so long, he must get 5 stars, bringing back substantial assets to ensure that Lady Yi wouldn't disturb his sleep in the short term. So tonight, get some good rest, tomorrow morning, we'll take the little girl to her grandma's house and see what's there. Zhongmu said quite cheerfully, genuinely worried that this big shot he encountered would disappear just like that. Then he turned to the quietly sitting Liamo, back to the room? Liamo, sitting quietly in the chair, looked thoughtfully at the little girl, while the little girl pretended not to see and turned her head away. Yin Xiu spoke up, she's a very important part of the dungeon, she can't be in danger, so I have to keep her close. If you're willing, I could share a room with Zhongmu, and you can take care of her. Standing by, Zhongmu scratched his head shyly, really? I'd actually like to share a room with you, big shot. As soon as he said that, Liamo stood up and walked out without a moment's pause. Zhongmu watched Liamo's back with a hint of regret. It seems he also doesn't want me to share a room with you, it's clearly just 2 single beds, what's the unwillingness about? I don't want to share a room with him either. He mumbled, then smiled at Yin Xiu, then I'll head back to sleep. Yin Xiu nodded, watching Zhongmu leave. Before long, the players in the lobby downstairs also headed upstairs, returning to their respective rooms. No one dared to stay outside as it approached midnight. The current development of the dungeon had exceeded the players' expectations. If they had just explored the dungeon, followed the rules honestly, and been a bit cautious, they would have steadily cleared it, merely assisting the little girl in completing her mother's note, and then deducing from the clues who the monster was that they needed to defeat. New player dungeons are never too difficult. But the current situation clearly exceeded what a new player dungeon should entail. Every player had become a potential sacrifice in the town, and those who stayed too long would inevitably face their own deaths. This made the players inside the dungeon anxious, and it also disturbed the onlookers outside the dungeon. This dungeon has changed so much, I really remember that when I first cleared it, there wasn't this much stuff. Yes, back then the clearing condition was just to help the little girl complete her mother's note. There weren't any monster corpses or sacrifices. Right, we can't go outside at night, the windows are painted black, and we didn't see anything unnecessary. Besides, weren't there fewer paintings in this house? It feels like this dungeon has become really dangerous. The problem is about Yin Xiu, can he clear the dungeon before tomorrow night? It's a close call. He currently possesses the most information, the little girl prefers to stay with him. If he can't clear the dungeon, every player in this batch will die. Although I've never interacted with him, I still hope he can survive, a top player, how rare. Yes, because we haven't interacted, we didn't know he has such a good temperament. Other players have such poor insight, and he doesn't get angry. I hope the top player is okay. After deep night fell, most players had already turned off the lights and gone to sleep, and the entire town fell into dead silence. On the second floor of the house filled with players, a service staff member dressed in black walked down the hallway, knocking on each player's door, using a crisp, sweet voice to ask, "Hello, room service, may I ask if you just called for towels?" Rule 2 of the house, do not respond to the service staff after midnight. Any player who had read the rules would not respond to the voice outside. Most players who could reach today were cautious, no one opened the door, only listening as the voice asked each room one by one. Many players were awakened early by the voice, becoming a bit more alert, waiting for the voice to pass before going back to sleep, so they listened as the voice inquired room by room. In the deep night, the same words repeatedly rang out, and even though the voice was sweet, after a long time, it still felt spine-chilling. When the voice reached the middle of the hallway, it suddenly stopped for a moment, and the players' hearts paused for that brief moment too. A strange chill began to rise along the corridor, with thin white mist creeping in through the gaps under the doors. "Hello, room service, may I ask if you just called for towels?" The service member's voice sounded again, but this time it seemed less sweet, revealing a hint of trembling. The knocking sounds resonated in the silent night, but no one responded to her voice, and then she walked up to the next door. "Hello, room service. May I ask, is it you who just called for towels?" The service member's voice trembled more than before, clearly revealing fear. Now even the players inside the room began to panic. What was happening outside? How could even the cruel dungeon be scared? After a moment of silence, the service member slowly moved her feet, rigidly walking up to the next room and standing still. Hello, room service?" The service member stiffly opened her lips to ask. As the clattering sounds emerged, the glimmer of her gaze couldn't help but glance towards the depths of the corridor. Players watching the live broadcast could clearly see fog rising in the corridor, revealing a woman in white clothes, stained with blood, standing there. She stood motionless, her confused eyes fixated on the waitress, watching her knock on door after door, inching closer and closer to herself. Chapter 35, Hold tight to your brother next to you. With each knock on the door, the fear in the waitress's voice deepened, for she was getting closer to that woman. Hello? Room service, the waitress's breath trembled greatly, she knocked on the door shivering, her head bowed and afraid to look to the side. The woman was just a step away from her. The room was silent, devoid of any response, and she could only proceed to the next room. Under the woman's watchful gaze, she slowly walked to her side, trembling as she knocked timidly on the door in front of her. "Hello, room service. Excuse me, was it you who called for the towels just now?" After 2 seconds of silence in the hallway, a chilling voice floated from behind. "It was me, who wanted the red towel." In a brief moment of silence, the next second, all players heard the waitress's piercing scream from outside the door, her cry abruptly cut off, transformed into a whimper like a throat being ripped apart, sounding eerily scary. Help, please. Help me, please." The waitress's cries echoed outside, her hoarse voice pleading as she pounded on the player's door. "Open the door, please save me. I beg you, open the door." Rule 3, if you hear strange noises in the corridor at night, you must never open the door. At this moment, players didn't even dare to open the door, shrinking fearfully in their beds, staring at the doorway, terrified that the flimsy door might be knocked down, allowing the ghoul outside to enter. The cries for help and pounding sounds passed from one player's room to another. In the silent night, such horrifying sounds echoed through the entire corridor. The players were only a door away from the unseen scene outside, all were extremely frightened, praying that all this would end soon. The sound of knocking began to arise from the depths of the corridor, the painful whimpers of pounding on the door striking once, when suddenly, a creaking sound of a door opening echoed in the night. This sound instantly shocked the other players in the corridor. The rules clearly stated not to open the door, yet someone dared to tempt fate? The bloodied waitress looked blankly at the little girl who had come to open the door, unsure whether to continue speaking. To be precise, the little girl, whose head had become uglily twisted, and whose figure was so misshapen that she was nearly unrecognizable as human, her eyes glinting with malice, glaring fiercely at the waitress, growled hoarsely from her throat, clearly in an attacking state. The waitress swallowed hard, slowly taking a step back, preparing to leave. As she stepped back, the little girl, now turned monster, lunged at her suddenly, pinning her to the ground, beginning to tear and bite with force. Screams rang out once more, even more chilling than the first. It was well known among all players that the little girl transformed into a monster at night, and was exceedingly violent. This waitress had clearly bitten off more than she could chew. The sounds of gnawing echoed in the night for a moment, and then Yin Xiu's figure slowly appeared at the doorway. He yawned, leaning sleepily against the door as he observed the erratic gnawing figure in the corridor. A small one, dressed in bright red, her body twisted out of shape, covered in black fur, matching the appearance of the townspeople exposed to sunlight during the day, in line with what the town mayor said, the curse of the townspeople and the little girl sharing the same source. It was that woman. "Are you full?" Yin Xiu lazily asked in a low voice. "Come back and sleep after you've eaten." The little girl twisted her head suddenly and stared at Yin Xiu with wide, blood-red eyes, a half-eaten hand hanging from her mouth. After a few seconds, she tilted her head back and swallowed her hand, then continued to gnaw fiercely on the waiter. Yin Xiu squinted and leaned against the door, dozing off while the little girl tore apart the scene in the hallway, which looked bizarre from any angle. No matter how many days they watched, the players in front of the screen still felt a bit uncomfortable. Yin Xiu's tolerance for monsters is really strong, he can really watch her eat without changing his expression. I can only say Yin Xiu's mental quality is really good. This little girl wouldn't do well with others. He has a way with monsters. This little girl is obedient only with him. If it were someone else, she would already be lying in the hallway. Yin Xiu's playstyle in the dungeons is really different from ordinary people. The players outside the screen expressed their feelings, while Yin Xiu yawned, looking drowsy. Not sleeping well outside the dungeon, he also couldn't sleep inside. For 3 nights, strange things had come to bother him. Finally, there were no strange visitors tonight, but there was still a waiter knocking at the door. He was almost used to being awakened by various situations at night. After a round of chaotic gnawing, the little girl burped, satisfied, and crawled back to Yin Xiu's feet. With small, clawed hands covered in black fur, she tugged at Yin Xiu's pants leg and chirped from her sharp teeth, "Toilet, pee-pee." Yin Xiu pondered, she really took him as her mom, huh? He raised his eyes towards the end of the corridor. Rule 4, the toilet is at the staircase entrance. If possible, go with someone. You can go alone but never pay attention to any sounds. As he stepped out, a thick white mist swirled in the corridor, obscuring his view. Now, looking down the corridor, it was all a hazy blur. It was truly unclear what he might encounter on the way to the toilet. Brother, toilet. The little girl tugged at Yin Xiu's pants leg again, sounding a bit anxious. Her body, transformed into a monster, was now small and twisted, with long thin limbs covered in black fur, resembling some small creature. Even her speech was unclear. Alright, I'll take you to the toilet. The audience in front of the screen watched as Yin Xiu calmly bent down to pick up the dark, strange little monster and turned to step into the white mist, heading towards the staircase entrance. Wow, he really dares to go. No way, he really dares to hold her. He's actually holding the little girl who turned into a monster without changing his expression. Wow. I just came out of the dungeon. I saw his live stream today. Is he always this brave? Yes, he has always been this brave. In the middle of the night, holding a monster like this and walking through such a corridor, just watching gives me goosebumps. Guys, I'm a bit scared. I don't dare to watch anymore. Don't be scared, hold your buddy next to you and watch together. My roommate is sleeping. I'm watching secretly by myself. I'm feeling so scared. Don't be scared. Go watch in his bed. If you're scared, hug your roommate. Makes sense, I'm going. Wow, he really dares. In the midst of the barrage of comments, Yin Xiu held the little girl in his left arm and pressed down on the knife handle with his right hand, stepping cautiously into the fog-filled corridor. The silent corridor echoed with only his footsteps, slowly making his way past identical doors on either side. The doors on the second floor had no room numbers, and every door looked the same, with a portrait hanging opposite, but the painting was blurred in the mist, hard to distinguish. Yin Xiu estimated the distance in the corridor. He should be close, yet there was still no sight of the staircase entrance ahead. He paused, looking back over his shoulder. On one side of the corridor was door after door, and on the other side were paintings, lined up so similarly that they were hard to use as landmarks, with the mist swirling around until it was impossible to see the end. As he looked back, the scene was the same. Standing in the middle, it seemed that moving forward or backward made little difference. Yin Xiu looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was nestled against his chest, sound asleep, smacking her lips quietly, showing no signs of disturbance after a good meal. He continued to walk a little further, counting the time. He had walked for over a minute. What kind of corridor could take over a minute to walk through? It was clear something was wrong. As he walked, a vague outline finally appeared in the misty vision, but the moment he recognized what it was, he stopped in his tracks and did not move forward. The figure in the mist was not the shadow of a stairway, but a person. Chapter 36, Brother. Toilet. The figure emanated a powerful pressure, standing still without approaching or speaking, yet its gaze clearly pierced through the mist and landed on him. Yin Xiu, holding the little girl, remained where he was and didn't move forward. After a moment of silence, noticing the figure had no intention of moving, he cautiously spoke, "Is there something you need?" The figure did not answer but slowly stepped forward, allowing Yin Xiu to finally see what was standing before him. It was probably the woman sealed inside. She stood in the fog, wearing a white long dress, her hair disheveled, and bright red blood stained the hem of her dress, flowing down her legs to the ground. One of her legs was crippled, the entire lower leg swollen and twisted, as if something had brutally broken it, the clear wounds on her pale skin looking terrifying, while the bruises were alarmingly prominent. This was the first time Yin Xiu faced this woman directly, closely examining the traces on her body, and he frowned slightly. The monster so terrifying that it needed to be sealed to be restrained looked like a victim? The woman stared at him with hollow eyes and did not move closer after appearing in Yin Xiu's line of sight. Yin Xiu gazed back at her, deep in thought. "You have already chosen me as a sacrifice, is there really a need to rush?" The woman's eyes were ice cold, her voice hoarse and low. "Do you think I chose you as a sacrifice to harm you? I am helping you." Yin Xiu slightly raised his chin. "How so?" "That man has set his sights on you, the ones he targets never meet a good end." The woman's gaze slowly shifted to the paintings hanging on the wall. "They are the best proof. considered art by that man, trapped forever in the paintings, imprisoned, unable to even disappear. Yin Xiu followed her gaze and turned to look at the painting on the wall. The people who had been silently closing their eyes during the day all opened their eyes now, lying in the paintings, staring at Yin Xiu with the same terrified helplessness as the man in the corridor painting. According to the rule of not being able to maintain eye contact for long, Yin Xiu shifted his gaze back to the woman. So how does choosing me as a sacrifice translate to helping me? I could die tomorrow night. Regardless, you will all die sooner or later. Dying at his hands isn't better than dying at mine. The woman's gaze toward Yin Xiu remained chillingly cold. Become my sacrifice, and after death, you can become my person, having a chance for revenge. If he kills you, you will never have a chance to turn things around. Yin Xiu took a slight breath. It seemed neither of them were good people. Didn't this still mean they wanted him dead? And to keep you, he will surely lie and deceive you, making it impossible for you to escape. The woman's blood-red eyes fixed on Yin Xiu, her face darkening. I guess he must have said many bad things about me to you. Yin Xiu calmly nodded. Indeed, he is untrustworthy, but you are not much better, are you? You are also bad-mouthing him right now. The woman's face showed a hint of anger as Yin Xiu spoke. I have seen too many people deceived by him, none had a good ending. If you don't believe me, you will certainly die. Yin Xiu silently raised his hand and pointed at the little girl in his arms. The curse on her is yours, isn't it? After a moment of silence, the woman nodded slightly. The curse on the townsfolk is also yours, right? Mentioning the townspeople, the woman's expression instantly turned fierce. They deserve it. They are all accomplices of that man. He killed me. Everyone knew it, yet they all turned a blind eye. I was just taking revenge on them, making them as ugly as their hearts. And what about her? Yin Xiu pointed again at the sleeping little girl in his arms. A child like her shouldn't be involved in your vengeance, right? She came afterward. When the little girl was mentioned, the woman fell silent again. She is essential for revenge. Saying this, she slowly took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to end the topic. When you go to the basement of this house, you will know what happened to that man. He is deceiving you, he is a wicked person. I came only to tell you this. Only my sacrifice can uncover the truth. She stared at Yin Xiu, her figure gradually vanishing into the mist. After a while, outlines of objects appeared in front of Yin Xiu. He stepped forward and found an unreachable staircase right in front of him, with a sign indicating the men's and women's restrooms hanging by the stairs. Yin Xiu sighed softly and looked at the little girl in his arms. Now he could confirm that the woman and the town mayor were opposing forces, representing 2 powers locked in a stalemate over the small town, each having their constraints, while the little girl who came here with her mother was the one truly caught in the middle. The truth lay in the forbidden basement, making his situation a bit challenging. Ya, wake up, it's time for the restroom. Yin Xiu gently patted the little girl's face twice. She opened her eyes groggily, still looking monstrous, and upon seeing the restroom, immediately leaped out of Yin Xiu's arms and quickly dashed into the women's restroom. Yin Xiu found a spot against the wall, standing at the door waiting, slowly closing his eyes to rest while pondering the conversation he just had. Not 2 seconds after the little girl entered, a strange, low growl erupted from inside the women's restroom, panicking him. Yin Xiu's eyes sprang open, and gripping his knife, he turned and rushed into the restroom. Upon entering, he saw the little girl crouching on the sink, desperately trying to pull a dark shadow in the mirror out. That shadow was frantically trying to crawl back, but while crawling, it was being bitten by the little girl, filling the air with terrified screams. Clearly, the monster in the restroom mirror was meant for the players, but unexpectedly, the one who stepped in first was the little girl. Choosing the wrong target for intimidation resulted in the shadow now being unable to return. Hurry up and finish in there. Seeing that she was okay, Yin Xiu quietly said this before turning and leaving. As soon as he exited the restroom, he collided steadily with a shadow. The corridor was dark, and the figure stood silently at the door. Caught off guard, Yin Xiu, who had just turned around, didn't notice until he stumbled into a person's suit. What are you doing out here? Yin Xiu looked up to meet Li Mo's smiling eyes. Li Mo stood still, calmly answering, I came to the restroom. Yin Xiu scrutinized him, considering whether this person before him had any bodily functions for going to the restroom. The men's restroom is next door, go there. Yin Xiu raised his hand and pointed to the entrance beside him. I know, I just want to see what you are doing. Li Mo smiled, squinting at the little girl inside the restroom fighting something strange, then turned towards the adjacent restroom entrance. As soon as he moved aside, Yin Xiu noticed that the mist in the corridor had dissipated, returning to a deep, dark void. The chill that had filled the hallway earlier was gone as well. He stood at the doorway, lost in thought for 2 seconds, when suddenly the same low growls echoed from the neighboring restroom, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a flurry of struggle and fear, the cries becoming clearer, and then, with a sudden crescendo, fell entirely silent. Compared to the continuous sounds of struggle in the women's restroom, the other side was much tidier. Yin Xiu leaned against the wall calmly, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the two to come out. But a painting near the stairway quietly opened its eyes without a sound. Chapter 37, Don't Eat Everything. The man in the painting had a strange face. He looked at the quietly standing Yin Xiu, leaning against the wall with closed eyes, and spoke softly. You cannot fully trust what that woman says. Yin Xiu opened his eyes, glanced over, and after meeting the painting's gaze, he silently closed them again. Indeed, not everything can be trusted, but I think the mayor's part is mostly accurate. The man leaned closer to the frame, staring intently at Yin Xiu. The mayor manages the entire town. Everything is for the townspeople. That woman is completely slandering the mayor. Aren't you the one who was killed by the mayor and trapped in this painting? Why are you speaking for him? The figure in the painting immediately retorted, Of course not. Those in the painting are the ones protected by the mayor. She chooses us as sacrifices, devouring us as flesh, leaving the mayor with no choice but to preserve our souls this way. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze and chuckled lightly. Your reasoning is a bit different, huh? You must believe me, being killed by that woman is unavoidable. Go find the mayor, he is the only one who can truly spare your life. The mayor is kind-hearted. The man in the painting desperately tried to persuade him. Yin Xiu again raised his eyes to examine the painting, then casually pulled his gaze away. I saw another man speaking to me in the corridor earlier. He was very handsome, just like the paintings hanging in the corridor during the day, uniquely exquisite. So what? But you are not that good-looking, clearly not to the mayor's taste. I told you the mayor is kind-hearted. He helps people regardless of their looks. The man in the painting became inexplicably annoyed by the sudden attack on his appearance. Perhaps he doesn't care about looks when helping people, but when he wants to make someone into a work of art, he surely will. Yin Xiu smiled slightly. It seems you must be one of those who are kindly helped by him, right? You. The man became even more irritated. Why do you always bring up appearances? I'm just reminding you. Yin Xiu raised his gaze lightly, coldly fixing his stare on the man. You, who have become a sacrifice for a woman's revenge and been taken in by the mayor into this painting, should not speak for those victims. If he is truly kind-hearted, then the paintings during the day shouldn't only be filled with good-looking people, at least a few like you should be mixed in. The man's expression turned cold, realizing he had been seen through. He stopped pretending. You have already been chosen by that woman. I advise you to recognize the situation. If you want to live, you can only choose the mayor. Did the mayor send you to persuade me? Yin Xiu shot him a cold glance. Go back and tell him not to waste his efforts. Even if I die in the dungeon, I won't enter a painting. The man showed a fierce look. That doesn't depend on you. He made a gesture as if to leap out of the painting, but as he moved halfway, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He shrank back suddenly. Yin Xiu was puzzled, and suddenly felt a chill beside him. When he turned his head, Liamo had silently appeared again, without making a sound. You are scarier than a monster. Yin Xiu occasionally found it a bit dangerous, as he could not catch Liamo's movements whenever he relaxed for even a moment. Liamo smiled calmly, showing no remorse for scaring Yin Xiu. He raised his gaze to the painting, then casually turned back to Yin Xiu and mentioned the little girl. Has she come out yet? Not yet. Yin Xiu turned his head to look in the direction of the women's restroom, slightly furrowing his brows, worriedly turning to enter the women's restroom again. Why is there no sound at all? I'll go in and check. Liamo smiled as he watched Yin Xiu leave. As soon as he was gone, Liamo instantly turned his head, staring fixedly at the painting where he had just spoken. The man in the painting with closed eyes felt guilty and tried to silently retreat from the painting, but before he could leave, a hand suddenly reached out, shattering the glass of the frame, and gripped his neck. The man opened his eyes in terror and saw Liamo standing in front of the painting, smiling as he looked at him. That old man called you here, he said while tightening his grip on the man's neck, pulling him outward. The man was filled with dread. Impossible. Only the mayor could remove them from the painting. Why could this man do it too? Let me go. The man panicked, trying to stay within the frame, but Liamo easily pulled him out by the neck. Then, the man saw Liamo slowly opening his mouth, a row of terrifying teeth waiting for him, and his brain was instantly filled with fear. Help! Help! Mayor! Save me! The man's terrified voice echoed through the entire corridor, and all the paintings began to tremble, filled with fear. They watched helplessly as Liamo pulled the man out of the painting, twisted his spirit into a ball, then, with a wolf-like howl, swallowed him without even chewing, going down with a gulp. The other paintings in the corridor began to tremble even more, afraid to make any noise, lest Liamo's attention turned to them. Liamo finished eating and licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. His gaze slowly fell on the other paintings in the corridor. The paintings trembled even more violently, layers of fear instantly transmitting to the mayor in the basement through the frames. This chilling thrill was something he had not felt for a long time, and the threat that shot up made him shudder. Are you trying to tell me that even if I put him in a frame, you can still take him out? The mayor suppressed the displeasure that arose in his heart, sneering as he reached out to caress the beautiful frame specially customized for Yin Xiu, his eyes becoming cold in the dim light, muttering to himself, Don't worry, I will hide him in a place you absolutely cannot find. No one can take him out of this copy. After Liamo finished, he prepared to move to the next frame when suddenly footsteps were heard from the restroom behind him. Yin Xiu came out holding the little girl. As soon as he appeared, Liamo turned around and walked away, letting the paintings breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to fall asleep on the platform after finishing eating. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, holding the little girl as he walked outside. As soon as he left, he noticed the shattered glass in front of the previous painting and that the man was no longer in it. He had heard the commotion from outside, and it was clear what had happened. He looked at the painting, then at Liamo. Liamo pressed his lips together and remained silent. The comments quickly flew by, full of anticipation. Finally, Yin Xiu gets to see his crime scene. Yin Xiu is so smart, he must know what just happened, right? What does he think about his roommate being a strange creature? I bet Yin Xiu will kick him out. After all, that's a dangerous creature. Look at the little girl in Yin Xiu's arms before speaking. I bet he won't. That little girl is a creature from the scenario. Yin Xiu knows her identity clearly, but his roommate's is not so clear. I still bet he will kick the roommate out. I bet he won't. As the comments erupted in a lively left or right, Yin Xiu finally spoke up. Chapter 38, Why are you still eating someone else's leftovers? He looked at Liamo with a cold gaze and said, Don't eat every strange creature you see, at least choose a little. Then he looked down and tapped the little girl's head in his arms. You too. Comments? Brothers, I'm cracking up. Did Yin Xiu already know his roommate's identity? Why does he talk about eating strange creatures as if it's just a snack? Isn't anyone speaking up for the strange creatures? What a cozy family education scene, huh? Is this a scenario? I'm losing it. Can we respect the other players hiding and trembling in their rooms? So he already knew he had two strange creatures following him every day, and he went through the scenario without a problem? There are clues here, brothers. Yin Xiu must have known from the start. He never asks about his roommate's strange behavior. When Wang Guang died and his roommate returned with blood in his mouth, he didn't ask. Who is Wang Guang? Was there someone like that before? 6. Compared to the shock of the comments, the scene in the scenario was much calmer. Liamo smiled silently, while the little girl snuggled in Yin Xiu's arms and mumbled, I'll be hungry at night, I'm not full yet. Yin Xiu walked back down the corridor with her in his arms. You've already eaten too. I haven't finished the first one yet. I'll go back and finish it later, my mom taught me not to leave leftovers. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she leaned against Yin Xiu. Liamo quietly followed behind them, occasionally glancing at the surrounding pictures. These pictures occasionally emitted a chill, creating pressure on those passing through the corridor. Yin Xiu had experienced this before. It was nauseating. Coming here, he also felt it, but there were women around at that time, so they had less presence. Now, as he passed with Liamo, there was no such feeling at all. The pictures were very quiet, almost as if they had turned into ordinary images hanging there. Ah! Where's my midnight snack? Once they reached the end of the corridor in front of the door, the little girl suddenly screamed, jumping out of Yin Xiu's arms and rushing to where the waiter had been gnawed to death, her eyes filling with tears as she turned back. My midnight snack has been stolen. There were indeed no remains of the waiter on the ground, only a pool of blood. Who else in this corridor would eat the same thing as the little girl? Two pairs of eyes slowly turned to Liamo behind them. Liamo paused, the smile on his face slightly faltering, turning into a half-smile. I didn't. The little girl pouted and muttered, afraid to complain about Liamo. She could only cling to Yin Xiu's leg, looking pitiful. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on Liamo. Why do you even eat someone else's leftovers? I didn't. Open your mouth and let me see. Liamo hesitated for a second before opening his mouth, revealing not the densely packed teeth from before, but a normal human mouth that he had just researched. Yin Xiu looked for 2 seconds and nodded. The mouth does look more like a human's now, but the tongue isn't blue, it's red. Pay attention next time. Liamo smiled and closed his mouth, feeling quite pleased. The comments erupted in disarray again. Yin Xiu turned to pat the little girl's head. Maybe the body was cleared from the scenario. Don't eat it, just go back to sleep. Okay. The little girl could only nod, holding onto Yin Xiu's leg. The three separated, and the little girl followed Yin Xiu back to the room. Liamo returned to his own room. Zhongmu, who had been waiting for Liamo to come back, finally relaxed in his blanket. Hearing Liamo getting up and opening the door in the middle of the night, he was almost scared out of his wits. After turning off the light and not sleeping, he just sat on the edge of the bed, and even suddenly got up to walk outside, looking confused and not daring to ask. Only when he heard Yin Xiu's voice outside did he feel a bit relieved. But now that this person was back, it seemed like he had no intention of sleeping. Zhongmu peeked out to take a look, and Liamo was still sitting on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed. As soon as he sensed Zhongmu's gaze, Liamo suddenly opened his eyes and looked this way, scaring Zhongmu to quickly shrink back into the blanket. Please, having a roommate who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and just sits on the edge of the bed is really terrifying, okay? Why did Yin Xiu have to give him such a roommate? After returning to his room, the little girl soon turned back into her original human form. Once Yin Xiu tucked the little girl into bed, turned off the light, the room fell completely silent. Before going to sleep, he looked at the little girl in the bed opposite him, who was wriggling under the blanket, trying to find a comfortable position to sleep. "I want to ask you something before sleep." "Hmm?" The little girl poked her head out from the blanket. "When you touched the altar, it wasn't something you wanted to do, right?" Suddenly being brought up, the little girl quickly shrank back into the blanket, carefully poking out half her head. "How does brother know I didn't go there on my own? You don't look like a child who would run to the square at midnight, you are very obedient." The little girl, flattered, was quite happy. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I really didn't go on my own, I heard an older sister crying at my door, calling me to come over." "A woman in a white dress?" "Yes, she wanted me to help her, so I touched." The innocent little girl's face showed confusion. "Mom told me that helping others is a good thing, but after I touched it, everyone didn't like me anymore, and Mom often looked sad." She carefully looked at Yin Xiu, her eyes dim. "Brother, did I do something wrong?" "It's not your fault," Yin Xiu whispered softly. He almost confirmed that the little girl had broken the rules, that woman had deliberately lured her into it. She had tricked the little girl into breaking the rules, just like the mayor. They were not good people. "But now everyone hates me, I don't know where Mom went." The little girl's face showed sadness, her eyes blinking. She started mumbling, "I miss Mom, I want to sleep over at Brother's." Yin Xiu was silent for a moment. "Okay." The little girl immediately bounced up happily from the bed, grabbed her little bunny, preparing to go over. As she got up, she suddenly caught sight of a shadow floating in the empty spot behind Yin Xiu, baring its teeth and exuding a threatening aura. The little girl pouted, despairing, and buried herself back into the blanket. "Forget it, I'll sleep." "Not coming over?" "No, I'll sleep by myself," the little girl murmured, turning over to face the wall. Yin Xiu lay down quietly, wondering, when he quickly felt that familiar chill clinging to him, wrapping him tightly. Sure enough, it came tonight as well. No wonder the little girl suddenly didn't come over. How long would this strange entity cling to him? Why would a copy strange entity not kill him immediately after he broke the rules, but instead come to his bed every night, acting shy? It was really annoying. Yin Xiu had learned to skillfully ignore the sensation wrapping around him and closed his eyes to sleep. The second half of the night passed quite peacefully. Nothing happened until dawn. The other players slept soundly, and at dawn, everyone crawled up to eat breakfast. Yin Xiu got up a little later. After washing up, he braided the little girl's hair and led her out the door. The bell outside indicated that Zhong Mu and Liamo had arrived, waiting to finish their meal before they went to fulfill the second note the little girl needed to follow. As the four people came downstairs, all the players in the lobby abruptly turned their heads to focus on them. These players were also waiting for Yin Xiu to come down, but from their displeased expressions, it seemed they had no good intentions. When Yin Xiu came down, he was immediately surrounded by the other players, led by Zhang Si, who aggressively blocked his way and threatened, "Hand over the little girl." "Yin Xiu?" He looked down at the little girl by his side. She was happily playing with the braids he had made for her. Don't make it seem like he was a human trafficker. Even if he wanted to give her away, she had to agree to go. Chapter 39, just say it looks nice. Yin Xiu lazily lifted his gaze to the front player, Zhang Si, and asked, "Why?" His question left Zhang Si momentarily speechless. "What do you mean, why?" "The little girl is an important character for completing the instance. You can't always carry her alone." "What about the rest of us players? Do you want to complete the instance or not?" Yin Xiu drooped his eyelids and slightly raised his chin. "If you want to take her, come and take her yourself." Zhang Si paused, cautiously glanced at the little girl who was focused on playing with her braids, and hesitantly took a step forward. "Little sister, do you want to come with us? We can take you to find your mom." As soon as he spoke, the little girl immediately glared at Zhang Si, scrunching her face in displeasure, and began to show her teeth. "Go away." Zhang Si stumbled back, frightened. The little girl had left quite a psychological shadow on the other players in the past 3 days, leaving them somewhat afraid of her now. In contrast, Yin Xiu reached out to pat the little girl's head and gently said, "We shouldn't be rude." "Oh." The little girl nodded obediently. "But what if a bad uncle wants to take me away?" Yin Xiu continued gently, "If a bad person tries to take you, remember to fight back, just bite off their head." "Okay." The little girl immediately beamed with joy. The other players broke out in a cold sweat. What was Yin Xiu teaching her? Did he want to get them all killed? Yin Xiu glanced at Zhang Si and, without a care, turned to eat in the cafeteria. Seeing their plan to forcibly take the little girl fail, Zhang Si changed tactics and started speaking to Yin Xiu. "You can carry her, but we have to work on the task together. She's the only condition to complete it. If you don't let us contact her, our task progress won't be enough, and we won't complete the instance." "Are you really going to let us all die here?" "Then you all wait, I'll go after I finish eating," Yin Xiu said as he began sitting down to eat. Jiang Si still wanted to say something, but Zhong Mu angrily pushed him aside. Step aside, don't interrupt our meal. If you want to do the task, do it yourselves. Jiang Si's face changed dramatically. The new player who didn't listen to orders turned to cling to Yin Xiu, showing off arrogantly, completely disregarding these older players. If it weren't for Wang Guang's death, would these few have any chance to be in control here? He glanced at Yin Xiu, who was eating, then at the quiet Liu Mo and the little girl. Knowing that this group wasn't to be trifled with, he retreated a little. Alright then, everyone just sit down and wait. We'll leave together after all four of you finish your meal. They were displeased, but they could only wait. Thinking about how Yin Xiu would die tonight and how the time wasted was his own, their mood improved slightly. Uncle, look, the brother made me braids. Do they look nice? The little girl, after finishing a late-night snack, wasn't hungry anymore and didn't want to eat cafeteria food, spinning around among the players happily, showing off her two pretty braids. The little girl was cute at normal times, with long black hair and big eyes, a bright red dress shining like a little doll. But because mom hadn't been around for the past 3 days, she didn't take care of herself much. This morning, Yin Xiu had held her and braided her hair into a twist. Now, she was so happy she felt like she could fly, her eager eyes sparkling with anticipation for compliments. Jiang Si glanced at the little braids pulled by her small hands and curled his lips in disdain. What's so good about a big man braiding hair for someone? As soon as he spoke, the little girl's face immediately darkened, her cold gaze fixed on Jiang Si. Not pretty? Jiang Si broke into a cold sweat. Pretty, very pretty. Humph. The little girl huffed angrily, turning her head to find someone else to ask. She wandered around the room, and any player who showed even the slightest dissatisfaction was quietly threatened by the little girl. In the end, she received unanimous praise. With her heart full of compliments, she happily returned to Yin Xiu's side, resting her little face on the table, staring at him while he ate. After waking up, looking tired and sleepy, Yin Xiu, who was braiding her hair, was truly a perfect big brother. What's wrong? Suddenly being stared at by the little girl, Yin Xiu asked in confusion. The little girl shook her head. Nothing, wait for brother to finish eating, then we will go to grandma's house to find mom. Okay. Yin Xiu nodded gently, continuing to eat. The other players looked at the well-behaved little girl in front of Yin Xiu with complex expressions. They couldn't understand why the little girl was so obedient only to Yin Xiu. Was there really such a strange favoritism? After breakfast, Yin Xiu took out the second note from mom he had written down from his pocket. Before going out, he briefly recalled the rules. Rule 1, do not go to any monster's house on the way to grandma's house. This point had already been experienced and remembered clearly. Rule 2, clean grandma's house and find grandma's diary. After thinking for a moment, Yin Xiu turned to the little girl. Do you remember where grandma's house is? Of course. The little girl nodded excitedly. Now Yin Xiu understood why the other players insisted on waiting for the little girl here. They absolutely needed her, only she knew where grandma's house was. Rule 3, go to the basement and get your favorite blue pill. Yin Xiu pondered and glanced at the little girl from the corner of his eye. Do you take medicine? The little girl nodded. I didn't take any before. Mom only let me take it after I touched the altar. I've not taken it for 3 days. Yin Xiu recalled a small piece of advice from the second note from mom, at the end of which it mentioned that the little girl should remember that the medicine she often took was her favorite color. Is your favorite color blue? Of course not. The little girl quickly denied it. I hate blue the most. Yin Xiu looked back at Rule 3 with a meaningful expression. It asked the little girl to take the blue pill, yet mom's reminder contradicted the rule. But since the rule said to find the blue pill, they still had to go look for it. Rule 4, must leave the town at night. The notes didn't have many rules, and if they were quick enough, they could help the little girl complete all the rules tonight. Whether they could clear the level tonight was another matter. Alright, let's go. Yin Xiu tucked the note away, reached out to hold the little girl's hand, and prepared to set off. The other players also immediately stood up. Even though they were reluctant, they had to let Yin Xiu lead the whole team since he had a little girl with him. A group of players prepared to leave, and before departing, Yin Xiu still had Liu Mo take off his coat and drape it over the little girl, strictly following the rule of not letting anyone else in town see her. The town was very quiet during the day, the townspeople mostly stayed in their rooms and didn't come out, leaving the outside empty. As they passed the statue in the square again, the players were very cautious, fearing that another encounter with the woman would happen again. But today, nothing happened, and the square was still shrouded in cold shadows. Everyone smoothly followed the little girl's directions to a house at the edge of the town, grandmother's home. This house was old, but it was very clean, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were well maintained and beautiful. There was not much dust or clutter at the door, at least confirming that grandmother used to live here. Grandma! As soon as they reached the door, the little girl jumped out of Yin Xiu's arms and ran to the door, happily knocking, Grandma! I'm here! As soon as her hand touched the door, it creaked open slowly. The scene inside made all the players at the door freeze in shock. Chapter 40 Grandmother's Diary. In the living room of the house, large splashes of blood were everywhere on the walls and floor, and the items inside were scattered all over the place. Vases were smashed, carpets were rolled up, and the sofa was overturned, with marks of struggle and scratching on the walls and floor. There was even a blood-stained axe and rope on the floor. It was clear that the people inside had gone through something terrible. Grandma! The little girl stared blankly at the scene in the house, her whole body frozen. Yin Xiu stepped forward, touched the little girl's head, and then pushed the door open. After observing the mess inside, he understood what the first half of Rule 2 meant. Clean up Grandma's house and find Grandma's diary. This meant that when the note appeared, something terrible had already happened at Grandmother's house. From the state of the bloodstains on the floor, it seemed things had gone wrong at least 3 days ago. What are you standing there for? Come in and clean up. Yin Xiu turned to the players outside who were frozen in fear, urging them. Zhang Xi was unhappy with Yin Xiu's orders but, with a grim face, looked back at the other players, prompting everyone to enter the house and start tidying up, searching for that diary. Yin Xiu then sat to the side, comforting the tearful little girl while deep in thought. Looking at the state of Grandmother's house, it was clear that there was no good news about the mother either. According to the rules of the Grave Town, as a family that violated the rules, this outcome was likely caused by the townspeople. Yin Xiu stared at the ropes and the axe, connecting them to the struggle marks and splattered blood inside, slowly closing his eyes. It was a sacrifice, probably turned into a sacrifice by the townsfolk. This small town had likely fallen into a state of madness, establishing harsh and strange rules to maintain a situation where women wouldn't kill them, but it was actually a slow death. The woman who claimed to have been killed by the mayor turned into a ghost seeking revenge on the townspeople. To suppress her, the mayor sealed her away, but the price paid was that the townsfolk couldn't go out during the day, and every night they had to choose a sacrifice. It seemed to maintain the situation, but in reality, it was leading the entire town step by step into death. The people here would eventually die out. But Yin Xiu still couldn't understand why the woman would lure the little girl to touch the altar. Brother! The little girl trembled, curling up in Yin Xiu's arms, her gaze lost as she looked at the horrifying bloodstains in the house, her voice shaking. Is it because I touched that altar that caused Grandma and Mom to be hated by others? Yin Xiu stroked the little girl's hair. It's not your fault. But ever since that day, the townspeople wanted to kill me, and Grandma had to hide me and Mom. The little girl buried her face in Yin Xiu's chest, her voice muffled. They must have hurt Grandma because they hated me. All of this is my fault. The little girl's confused and helpless voice left Yin Xiu at a loss for how to comfort her, and he could only pat her back. Brother! The little girl's muffled voice came up, asking Yin Xiu, Grandma is dead, right? Her voice lacked the previous excitement and brightness, becoming extremely low. Yin Xiu had not yet answered, when a player beside him immediately responded, it's obvious, she was definitely killed as a sacrifice by the townspeople. TSK, look at the traces in this room, the methods are truly cruel. The little girl suddenly turned her gaze, her pupils trembling. Yin Xiu raised his eyes to coldly stare at that player, reaching out to pinch the little girl's face. Your grandma isn't sure yet, don't worry, don't mind the town's matters, tonight I will take you out of the town. But they? The little girl frowned tightly, unwilling, but fell silent under Yin Xiu's gaze. Oh my, there's blood everywhere, and there are leftover bits of meat that were accidentally chopped off. I really don't want to clean this up anymore. A player collapsed, shaking his bloody hands, and screamed as he ran out of the house. Other players also expressed disdain. The room hadn't been cleaned for several days, the smell of blood was thick, mingled with a faint odor of rotting flesh, which was unbearable for most people. Lifting the sofa, someone discovered hair that was bloodied and mangled underneath, and their face turned ugly. I can't take it anymore, I have to clear this dungeon quickly and leave. This place is torture, even staying one more day is unbearable. Hang in there, it will be over tonight. Clearing this dungeon in 4 days is already very fast. But I still... Amidst the complaints of the group, someone finally pulled out a deep brown notebook from under the cabinet, shouting excitedly, found it. I found the diary mentioned in the rules. As soon as he spoke, other players immediately dropped what they were doing and stopped cleaning, not wanting to touch anything else in the room. Everyone quickly gathered around to see the diary first, eager to understand the information at hand, but before they could even touch it, it was suddenly snatched away swiftly from a blind spot. You! Everyone instantly glared at Zhang Mu. Just as they were about to explode, they saw Zhang Mu hand the diary to the little girl. Here, this is your grandmother's diary, you can look at it first. Upon this exchange, everyone lost the reason to be angry, even seeing Liam O, the little girl, and Yin Xiu's presence drained them of any courage to speak. Damn, just when they got the news, those 4 villains. The little girl touched the diary, pondering for a few seconds, then handed it back to Yin Xiu. I don't know many words, let my brother read it, he can tell me after he looks. Yin Xiu took it, nodded, and under everyone's gaze, opened the diary. The content of the diary omitted most of the excess information, leaving only the time points players needed to pay attention to. Basically, flipping through the last few pages would reveal the recent events. 14th. Yaya went to the square late at night for some unknown reason and even touched the altar. This child usually behaves well and never goes out at night. It must be that woman deceived her. She's always looking for children she can use. My poor Yaya. If the townspeople find out about this, they will definitely kill Yaya. I must quickly hide her. 15th. The mayor found out about Yaya touching the altar, and he is very angry. He wants to kill Yaya. But it's okay, I have already hidden Yaya, they can't find her. As long as I quickly send her away from the town, everything will be fine. Yaya has started to mutate because of the curse and can only take some calming medicine to keep her rational. Fortunately, the medicine is effective. 16th. The townspeople are still searching for Yaya, keeping a very close watch. For now, I can't send her away, I have to wait a bit longer. It seems they can't find Yaya, and they have started to focus on me. I think I must quickly hide myself as well. The medicines on the shelf often have a few more varieties I haven't seen before mixed in with Yaya's medicine. This is not a good sign. Fortunately, I still remember what color the medicine is. I heard them say there was a way to call my daughter out, that only through my daughter could we find Yaya. I don't know what the method is, and I'm a bit worried. The number of people staring at me is increasing. I need to hurry up and pack, and leave as soon as possible. God bless my good granddaughter to leave the town safely, and I hope my daughter is okay. But I may already be unable to leave. There are many people gathering outside my house, and I have a rough idea of how they called my daughter here. The diary stops on this page. There are even several bloodstains on it. The 17th is the day the players entered the instance, and also the day Mom left the note of rules. According to what the diary says, the town mayor wanted to use Grandma to call Mom out, then find out Yaya's whereabouts. It is very likely that Grandma's life was threatened, forcing Mom to leave a note for her daughter to survive and then return to the town. However, from the traces at the scene, it seems that both of them most likely. Yin Xiu looked up after reading the diary, meeting the cautious eyes of the little girl beside him. She tentatively asked, "Brother, what happened to Grandma and Mom?" Those careful, cautious eyes looked very fragile, as if this answer was very important to her. Chapter 41, Brother, give me a knife. Yin Xiu fell silent for a moment, lowered his gaze to the diary, and stared at it for a few seconds, then slowly said, "They are locked up, outside the town. You just need to leave the town to find them." The little girl's expression relaxed a bit. Really? Yin Xiu nodded. The little girl's expression finally eased, breaking into a smile. I believe you, brother. The players beside them shook their heads in disbelief. Just looking at this house indicated that the two were gone, and only the little girl could foolishly believe Yin Xiu. But with a warning glance from Yin Xiu, they didn't dare to speak out and expose the truth. Yin Xiu lowered his head and flipped through the diary. Amid a pile of vague records, he found hints about the statue in the square. 22nd. Recently, many women have gone missing in the town, all beautiful young girls. Everyone is very worried about their daughters and no longer dares to let them out during the day. Some speculate that this situation started after the new mayor took office, wondering if it has something to do with him, but no one really dares to mention it, and no one has seen him with those women. The missing people seem to have evaporated from the town, even the bodies are gone, which is very eerie. 27th. The daughter of the Wang family is pregnant, and she is not even married. That clever and strong-willed girl rarely has such a confused moment. Even her family doesn't know who the father is, and no one can find out. A while ago, someone saw her walking together with the mayor, and everyone suspected that she had become the mayor's woman, but still, no one mentioned it. Everyone kept this secret in their hearts or made it a topic of gossip after meals. The poor girl's emotions worsened after becoming pregnant. She often said she saw many dead people, and everyone just thought she was experiencing anxiety before pregnancy, while the mayor still hadn't responded. 24th. Months have passed, and the daughter of the Wang family suddenly went missing. Everyone suspected it had something to do with the mayor, but several powerful families in the town sided with the mayor, leaving the Wang family with no place to seek justice, only able to cry all day. Sigh, I miss my daughter. 8th. The daughter of the Wang family was found, and along with her were the bodies of those missing people, in an abandoned house outside the town. When found, the Wang family's daughter had gone mad, sitting in a pile of corpses, crying for her child. When she saw the mayor, she became very agitated, rushing at him to kill him, but was restrained by others. So terrifying. Those missing people had all been turned into specimens. On the 11th. The mayor said that the missing people were all killed by the Wang family's daughter. This woman has gone mad and wants to avenge the dead, so she must be killed in the square. Alas, I dare not look. Everyone knows in their heart what is happening, yet no one speaks out. The atmosphere in the town has become very tense these days. Poor girl, her cries are truly heartbreaking. I hope such things will not happen in the town again in the future. On the 14th. People are still going missing in the town, and it is no longer just women, even some young people with good looks and bright eyes have disappeared. Still, no one comes forward to say anything. On the 18th. A thick fog mysteriously enveloped the town. Some say they saw the deceased Wang family girl in the fog, endlessly searching for her child. Everyone who encountered her died, and the mayor began to forbid people from going out during the day. The town is becoming stranger and stranger. One by one, people are falling ill, with black hairs starting to grow on their bodies. The mayor says they are cursed by the Wang family's daughter, and everyone rushes to her house to cause a scene. On the 23rd. The number of dead people in the town is increasing. The mayor decides to dig up the Wang family's daughter's body to perform a ritual in the square to seal her inside. The cost of this is to offer a daily sacrifice. At first, no one agreed, but once it was confirmed that the first sacrifice would be someone from the Wang family, they were willing. What a sin! To avoid being killed by the Wang family's daughter, the town begins to offer fixed sacrifices. This place is doomed. On the 3rd. The mayor built a new house in the square, claiming it was to ward off evil, but for some reason, after the house was completed, even more people went missing from the town. All the vanished people are good-looking, and occasionally, one might see someone who does not belong to the town in that house. Sometimes when I pass by that house, it feels like I can hear many people screaming. It's too eerie, and I think I need to leave quickly. On the 10th. I fear I cannot leave the town for now. My daughter is bringing my granddaughter to stay for a while. I will delay my journey a bit. We will leave after some time. I hope everything will be fine. At the back of the diary are pages about Yaya's daily life in the small town. Excluding some strange parts, it is still happy and harmonious. Until connecting to the 14th, when Yaya touched the altar, things stopped being so happy. Yin Xiu finished reading the diary and had basically confirmed that all the strange happenings in the town began with the mayor. He flipped back through a few pages, recalling the conversation he had with the woman last night, muttering, "It seems that what that woman said is true, the mayor is indeed not a good person." Li Mo quietly nodded beside him. "Have you finished reading? Let us see it too." Seeing Yin Xiu and Zhong Mu finishing the diary, the others were also eager to see it as soon as possible. Yin Xiu calmly handed it over and then turned to hold the little girl's hand. "Do you know where your grandmother's basement is?" The little girl shook her head. "I don't know. Does grandma's house have a basement?" The little girl was unsure, so they had to search for it themselves. Yin Xiu took the little girl to check around the entire house. They first went to the mother's room, then to the grandmother's room, and finally ended up in Yaya's room. Yaya's room was still decorated very cutely, with many beautiful dolls and colorful decorations. Opening the wardrobe, they could see many lovely little dresses in various colors, with red being the most common, neatly folded and piled in the corner of the wardrobe. Yaya's favorite color is actually red, right? Yin Xiu tilted his head and asked. The little girl's eyes lit up. "How do you know, brother?" Yin Xiu smiled and ruffled her hair, leading her to continue the search for the basement. The house wasn't large, and the basement wasn't hard to find. In an old house, as long as there were signs of frequent entry and exit, it would always be hard to hide. Yin Xiu finally found an entrance to a secret passage under his grandmother's table. He moved the table aside and lifted that section of the floor to reveal a ladder. To avoid seeing anything unpleasant below, he asked the little girl to wait above while he climbed down first to take a look. His grandmother was probably someone who prepared for the worst. The basement was filled with supplies, canned food, clean water, and some medications, along with some personal items for living. The area for storing medicines was carefully organized, with sections for adult medications, children's medications, and various disease classifications. Among them, the medicines for Yaya were separately placed in a compartment on the shelf, with Yaya's name tagged on it. As stated in the grandmother's diary, some other medications had recently mixed into Yaya's medicine. There were not only blue pills but also red, brown, and white pills. Yin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, following the rules, took a blue pill, and casually stuffed a red pill into his pocket before climbing back up. When he returned, he didn't find the little girl at the entrance of the basement. She was standing before the table, staring blankly at a picture above. "What are you looking at?" "Mom and Grandma." The little girl looked up and pointed to the three people in the photo, herself with her mother and grandmother. This photo, taken in this very room, showed a peaceful and happy scene, contrasting sharply with the current chaos of the space around them. Yin Xiu didn't know what to say. The little girl suddenly tugged at his sleeve and said earnestly, "Brother, I want a knife." Her childish voice sounded unusually calm, with no fluctuation, but her request was not for something ordinary. Yin Xiu was momentarily stunned. He truly didn't expect her to ask for this out of the blue. Survival Rule 4, do not give the little girl any weapons. But Survival Rule 2, do not refuse the little girl's requests. He fell silent right away. Chapter 42, What if I'm not sacrificed tonight? Seeing that Yin Xiu didn't respond, the little girl tugged his sleeve again and spoke, "Brother, please give me a knife." Her unexpected request truly caught both Yin Xiu and the online viewers by surprise, including those watching the livestream. "What is this?" A fatal blow when you're least prepared? This little sister really knows how to ask for things. Yin Xiu has landed in a dilemma again. The little girl wants a knife. I don't think Yin Xiu can handle this. I don't think any player could. But I think Yin Xiu can find a way. Yin Xiu is not an ordinary player, is he? Just say whether you're giving her the knife or not. Giving it would break the rules, not giving it would also break the rules. The comments flooded with urgency, almost sparking a quarrel, while Yin Xiu appeared calm. He quietly asked, "You want a knife?" "Yes." The little girl nodded. "All right, wait for me to get one from the kitchen," he said, then took the little girl back to the living room and passed her to Liam O for supervision before heading straight into the kitchen. As Yin Xiu began searching for a knife in the kitchen, the comments were filled with shock. He really is going to find a knife. He can't give the little girl a knife. Has Yin Xiu forgotten? This is tough. Even Yin Xiu has a day where he forgets the rules? Oh no, I remember he shoved the rules into his roommate's mouth after reading them. He probably doesn't remember them well. It's only been a short while, how could he possibly remember the rules? I hope someone reminds him soon. Everyone is watching him in the kitchen. No one knows he's going to get the little girl a knife. Even if they wanted to stop him, they might not be able to. This is outrageous. What a sudden incident. I had such high hopes for Yin Xiu, and now he's stumbling here. Shut up, don't say anything. Yin Xiu hasn't given her the knife yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Be quiet. Everyone fidgeted awkwardly, waiting for Yin Xiu to choose a knife. After selecting a small fruit knife, he didn't give it directly to the little girl but turned around in the kitchen, picked out a bowl, and began to sharpen the knife on the bottom of the bowl. I know this, when I was young, we would sharpen knives on a bowl's bottom at home. What? Is Yin Xiu going to sharpen the knife before giving it to her? The players were confused, then they saw Yin Xiu starting to sharpen the knife. Normally, you would sharpen a knife by gliding it across the bowl's bottom, but Yin Xiu did the opposite, holding the blade vertically against the bowl and dulling it. With all his rough sharpening, the little fruit knife was not just dull, it was nearly a rounded edge now. After tormenting the knife, he tidied up the other knives and hid them on top of the cabinet, then walked out of the kitchen with the knife. Here, the knife you wanted, Yin Xiu said as he exited the kitchen, handing the knife to the little girl. Seeing this, Zhang was instantly shocked and wanted to snatch it away before the little girl got it, but was stopped by Liam O. Yin Xiu! You can't give her a weapon! Zhang exclaimed, his face turning pale as he watched the little girl take the knife. The other players in the room noticed this and also turned white-faced, knowing the survival rules clearly stated not to give her a knife. It was baffling how he knew the rules yet chose to break them. Thank you, big brother, the little girl happily accepted the knife, but her brow furrowed as soon as she held it. The knife was indeed a knife, but so small and already dull, the edge couldn't even cut through fruit, let alone harm anyone. Is this really a knife? How can it be considered such? To call this a weapon? It couldn't even pierce skin, let alone hurt someone if used to poke them. The rules clearly stated not to give the little girl a weapon, and this knife barely counted as one, it was more like a toy. Big brother, I don't like this knife, I want to exchange it for another, she muttered, clearly unsatisfied with the little knife. Yin Xiu calmly turned and pointed back to the kitchen, but this is the only one I found in there, there are no other knives. Skeptically, the little girl peeked into the kitchen, rummaging through everything, lo and behold, there was none, and she had no choice but to pout and reluctantly accept the knife, stuffing it into her pocket. The viewers, who just moments ago confidently declared that Yin Xiu was doomed, now fell silent, unable to predict this turn of events. What do you want the knife for? Yin Xiu asked her, staring intently and speaking softly. The little girl hesitated, hiding the knife, for self-defense. Her flustered little appearance showed she was lying. Yin Xiu didn't expose her but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Now that he had found the diary, understood the town's background, and had the medicine for the little girl, it meant he had completed 3 out of the 4 things on the mother's note, leaving the last one, getting the little girl out of the town. With nightfall coinciding with when Yin Xiu was to become the sacrifice, this would likely be the toughest time in the entire scenario. Shall we head back? Zhang knew Yin Xiu had the medicine the rules mentioned and asked him. The crucial medicine was in Yin Xiu's hands, and with the little girl also in his care, regardless of their unwillingness, they had to follow him. Yes, let's head back there first, Yin Xiu said, recalling the basement in that house, thinking he needed to find an opportunity to check it out. All right. Then let's all go back. Zhang shouted, and the group of people reluctantly followed Yin Xiu back. The 4 on Yin Xiu's team always stayed together, while players on the other side were also gathered, whispering to each other in pairs and threes. As the scenario was approaching its end, they still hadn't figured out who the corpse mentioned in the clearing rules was, plus with Yin Xiu having the lead, it left them feeling quite unhappy. Back in the hall of the house, the players sat down one by one, starting the final deduction phase of the scenario. At this moment, the one with the most information has the greatest say, yet the one with the most information, Yin Xiu, was squeezed into a corner. He glanced at the time on the wall and then at the basement door in the corner, feeling that it wasn't the right time to go in, so he settled in the corner and dozed off, listening to the group of players analyzing. After reading the diary just now, I believe the body of that monster in the clearance conditions must be the woman sealed in the square. The monster's body must first be a monster, and that woman is the origin of the monsters in the town. Another immediately retorted, but the little girl is also a monster, and is a special monster different from the townspeople. Do you remember the last line in the prompt when entering the dungeon? Ha! You must help her survive according to the note left by her mother, always beware of the monsters around you. At that time, I noticed that this monster clearly refers to the little girl, alright? At that time, the players were separated from the townspeople, and the most dangerous monster close by was the little girl. This is obviously a hint. Others pondered thoughtfully, the key is that they really had not noticed this point, and it was not impossible. But I still think the woman in town is more likely, there is so much information in the diary pointing to her. Zhang Si slowly spoke up, it's either the little girl or the woman, it must be one of these two, but I still think it's the woman. After all, the diary says the woman is already dead, and her body is sealed beneath the statue. As long as we dig out the body under the statue, isn't that what's mentioned in the rules? Oh, that actually makes some sense. A group of people started nodding in agreement. From the corner, Yin Xiu suddenly quietly suggested, could it be the mayor? This probably isn't very possible, right? The mayor looks like a weird monster. In the dungeon, the weird monster is obviously a different kind from the monsters mentioned in the rules. The monster is the identity given by the dungeon, while the weird monster belongs to a type within the dungeon. The ones who kill according to the rules are the weird monsters. The townsfolk are essentially weird monsters, but the dungeon gives them the identity of monsters and requires players to find monsters, so they must be looking for the weird monsters that have been given the identity of monsters by the dungeon. So far, the logic of the players has been like this. In fact, most dungeons follow this kind of logic. If one were to categorize the mayor as a monster, they would first need to find proof that the mayor is also a monster. Yin Xiu stroked his chin and thought, this is the information he has been looking for. Moreover, no matter how he thinks about it, this proof is in the basement, yet the rules do not allow players to enter the basement of this house right now. He was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. As long as there is a chance, he must go to the basement, regardless of the issue of offering sacrifices or the problem of not having enough time, he didn't care. By the way, Yin Xiu suddenly thought of a brand new question. What if the townsfolk don't let me become the sacrifice tonight? What will happen to the small town? Until now, there has been no information mentioning this point. His question immediately threw the players into silence. This is truly hard to imagine. Chapter 43, Sleep in a Coffin, We Together. Yin Xiu expanded on various possibilities based on this foundation. What if I don't succeed in becoming the sacrifice? Will the woman angrily break the seal and kill everyone in the town, or will the mayor come personally to kill me before that? During this time, will she happen to kill you too? He spoke lightly, yet the others felt uneasy. No matter what the outcome, it was very bad and unimaginable for the players, because once Yin Xiu broke the rules first, it could likely affect the dungeon progress of other players or directly result in failure. Furthermore, if something goes wrong in the town, it would become uncontrollable. Players are very likely to encounter danger, and the outcome can only get worse, never better. Looking at Yin Xiu's nonchalant demeanor, others felt uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. The one who began to worry about becoming the sacrifice was Yin Xiu, not someone else. Others might not be able to resist, obediently becoming sacrifices to get through the first day, but Yin Xiu was not so sure. I think the dungeon must have its own rules, it shouldn't be so easy to be influenced, a player mumbled, trying to dissuade Yin Xiu from causing trouble, but Yin Xiu only smiled. I'll go take a nap. Saying that, he turned and went upstairs. Napping? At night, he would become the sacrifice, torn apart. How could he calmly go to sleep just a few hours before he was supposed to die? Players were even more flustered. This person was definitely planning something big. If my brother is going to sleep, I'll go play for a while. The little girl happily hopped upstairs with her small rabbit doll, and the other two naturally had nothing to say. Liamo naturally went to follow Yin Xiu, while Zhang Mu, not being accepted by the other players, could only follow upstairs. The players left in the lobby looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. After reaching the second floor, Yin Xiu noticed the broken painting at the stairway, the disturbance that Liamo had caused after he entered the bathroom last night. At that time, the painting depicted a man resembling the town mayor, who maliciously tried to persuade him to choose the mayor. When he came out of the bathroom, the man had vanished from the painting, and the glass of the painting was shattered. From the screams heard in the hallway back then, it seemed the other party had been eaten by Liamo. In other words, Yin Xiu turned to look at Liamo, who had followed him up, raising a hand to point at the painting. Where is the person inside? Liamo smiled slightly, eaten. Zhang Mu, walking behind Liamo, was taken aback, his face pale as he raised a hand to cover his ears, mumbling about not hearing while hurriedly walking past them. Yin Xiu continued to ask, can you pull him out of the painting? Li Mo nodded. So you have this ability. Nice. Yin Xiu pondered thoughtfully, quickly calculating its usefulness in his mind. The moment the word nice slipped from Yin Xiu's lips, Li Mo, who maintained his smile, quickly pressed his lips together, hinting at a trace of pleasure. Then can you also pull out the other people in the painting? Yin Xiu did not notice his expression and continued to probe. Li Mo nodded again. Yin Xiu was stunned. He had just asked casually, but he didn't expect that he really could. This person's range of influence was simply too extraordinary. Even if he was a mysterious creature, he was definitely not an ordinary one. Just being able to pull people out of a painting was enough to trample the town mayor's face in a chaotic fight. Yin Xiu quickly thought about his usefulness. With this extraordinary existence, his desire to enter the basement of the house became much easier. Let's make a deal. Yin Xiu hastily set a plan in his mind, then lifted his gaze to stare at Li Mo, seriousness in his voice. I'll tell you what you need to do first. You can think about whether you can accomplish it, and if you're willing, then tell me your conditions. How does that sound? Li Mo nodded. Yin Xiu leaned in, whispering his plans into Li Mo's ear, then withdrew to gaze at him. Do you think you can do it? Li Mo smiled. I can. Then what are your conditions? Speak them out and I'll consider it. Li Mo began to think, his head lowered in contemplation, as still as a stopped clock. Yin Xiu patiently stood across from him, waiting. Outside the screen, the players watched as the two stood face to face, saying nothing, standing still for several minutes. They nearly thought the scene was stuck when Li Mo looked up. His black eyes held a hint of a smile as he slowly said, sleep. Yin Xiu tilted his head slightly. How to sleep? Sleep in a coffin, us, together. Yin Xiu pondered, one night? No problem. Yin Xiu nodded, prepared for any condition from Li Mo due to his otherworldly nature, so he wasn't too surprised. But the players outside the screen were completely confused. What the heck? When I heard him say to sleep, I thought this extraordinary roommate was finally going to act, but sleep in a coffin. Did I hear wrong? You heard right. He said sleep in a coffin with Yin Xiu. I can't keep up with his thought process. What is even in his mind? Can you be a bit more ambitious? Can you act like a human? Be bold, sleep with my Xiu brother. You're even more extraordinary in front of me. Once the two reached an agreement, they quickly got to action, and Yin Xiu directly pulled Li Mo to start. Let's go, take down all the pictures in the building first. Li Mo nodded, quietly following behind Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu took a picture, and he took one too, then focused on watching the picture closely. As he watched, he smiled wide, causing all the surrounding pictures to tremble in fear. Don't eat. Yin Xiu turned back, unable to hold back a frown, cautioning, not a single picture from the daytime can be eaten. If you want to eat, eat the night ones. Li Mo slowly closed his mouth again, keeping his smile. The pictures were scared, the players outside the screen were scared, and Zhang Mu, who coincidentally saw this scene, was also scared. Only Yin Xiu continued to take pictures as if nothing was wrong. In a certain sense, it's truly a perfect match. Zhang Mu encountered such a combination on his first entry into the instance. If there weren't other normal players around, he would have almost thought all the players entering the instance were this bizarre. Do you need me to help? He quickly came over to lend a hand. Just as Li Mo was about to drop the picture, Yin Xiu pointed to the images. Help me take it to my room. Okay. Zhang Mu obediently took the picture from Li Mo's hands, and when his fingers accidentally touched Li Mo's icy fingers, he couldn't help but shiver, meeting Li Mo's smiling expression, but he pretended nothing happened, turning to ask Yin Xiu, what do you collect these pictures for? It's hard to say for now. Oh. Since following Yin Xiu, Zhang Mu had learned not to see what shouldn't be seen, not to hear what shouldn't be heard, and not to ask what he shouldn't know, so he honestly held the picture and walked away. Keep an eye on Yaya for me. As they finished collecting pictures from the second floor and were about to head downstairs, Yin Xiu reminded him again. Okay. Zhang Mu responded and turned to open Yin Xiu's room. He just happened to open the door and saw Yaya crouching by the picture, also staring at it with drool. Can't see. Zhang Mu took a deep breath, muttering as he hugged the picture and went into the room. When this instance is over, he would definitely be a half-baked boss who wouldn't be shocked by anything he saw. After heading downstairs, there were still players discussing information in the hall. Most had gone out to check the town, leaving just a small number. They immediately became alert upon seeing Yin Xiu and Li Mo coming down, and then began to feel confused again after seeing them taking pictures. What are they taking the mayor's pictures for? Not only were the players in the instance puzzled, but those outside the instance were just as confused, completely unaware of what Yin Xiu was trying to do. As they continued, the door suddenly creaked open, and someone came back. Everyone turned to look. It was the mayor. Chapter 44, Robber, but Double Standard. The mayor rushed in, breathless, seemingly in a hurry to get here. He entered the room, looking up to see his once full wall now mostly empty, and caught sight of Yin Xiu holding a picture. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere became a bit stiff. After a moment of silence, the mayor slowly said, "Those are all my collectibles." "I know." Yin Xiu nodded, remaining unmoved. The mayor thought for a moment and added, "My collection is generally very precious. I don't allow anyone to touch it." "Oh, really?" Yin Xiu replied blandly, still not intending to put down the painting. The mayor's expression turned complex in an instant. How could the master return and still take someone's things face to face? This is worse than a robber. He stared at Yin Xiu, then glanced at Liamo, suddenly finding it hard to back down. Feeling the low pressure radiating from the mayor, the players still in the hall quickly huddled in the corner, shivering. It was clear that someone might lose their life. When gods battle, commoners suffer. It was better for them to stay out of it. "I hope you can put it down, okay?" The mayor remained polite in front of Yin Xiu, which would be hard for anyone else. "Can I just take it back to my room to appreciate it?" Yin Xiu countered. "No. What if I insist on taking it?" Yin Xiu practically danced on the mayor's nerves, casually causing the mayor's anger to soar. The players shivered again, glancing at the dark-faced mayor and the calm Yin Xiu, neither side willing to back down. Just when everyone almost thought the mayor was going to make a move, he spoke up. "If you want to appreciate it, you don't have to take everything. I can let you take one or two back to your room, how about that?" He compromised. He backed down. The players outside the screen could not tell if he was being lenient towards Yin Xiu or if he was holding back out of fear of Liamo, but the fact remained that even as Yin Xiu pushed his luck, he did not act. Then, Yin Xiu shook his head. "No, I want them all." The players in the hall instantly gasped, wishing they could slap themselves for not leaving and being caught up in this. The mayor's face grew somewhat ugly. He stared hard at Yin Xiu, his brows furrowed, as if he were pondering something. Staring and staring, he turned to look at Liamo behind him, his brows tightening even further. What he faced was not one bandit, but two bandits armed with guns in his house. After a minute of eerie silence in the hall, the air grew chilly, each breath felt like cold water filling the body, causing shivers, and the players huddled in the corner were on the verge of tears. After a long silence, the mayor finally took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. He wiped the gloom from his face, curved his lips into a faint smile, and looked at Yin Xiu with kindness. "All right, if it's you, I'm willing to leave these precious collectibles with you. After all, you are special. No matter how many paintings there are, none can compare to you." His words were meaningful, leaving the players outside the screen with complex expressions. This mayor is really strange. He's not even angry and is still trying to flirt with Yin Xiu. Love runs deep. Let's applaud the mayor for losing his collectibles. So why isn't the mayor making a move even though Yin Xiu is so troublesome? Don't let me see a twisted tale of human feelings. Oh no, I clearly bet on the roommate stock, but now I'm a bit shaken. I'm starting to lean towards the mayor. It's advisable to stick with the roommate. The mayor might not care, but the roommate will really reach through the screen to slap you. Okay, I'm awake now, thank you. You're welcome. Under the mayor's gentle concession, Yin Xiu didn't seem to appreciate it much, merely nodding coldly, "Then I'll take them." The mayor smiled warmly as he watched Yin Xiu take down the entire wall of paintings, which were then handed to Liamo. He looked at Liamo with ferocity, hostility, and coldness. He looked at Yin Xiu with kindness, politeness, and indulgence. The double standard left everyone confused. Yin Xiu was not at all polite. As he announced he would take the paintings, he directly took every painting in the hall, including those at the basement door. All the paintings piled up in Liamo's arms, covering him completely, but Liamo held the entire pile steady. "I'm leaving." After taking the paintings, Yin Xiu calmly waved his hand to the village head and turned to go upstairs to the second floor. "See you tonight." The village head smiled in response, then watched as Yin Xiu carried the stack of paintings upstairs. As soon as Yin Xiu left, the smile on the village head's face instantly collapsed, his eyes darkened, staring at the empty walls around him. His sorrow was hard to hide, and the coldness around him made the players still in the hall shiver. The village head's house has been raided by Yin Xiu, right? All his collections must be in this building, right? It hurts, it really hurts, but it's so funny, ha ha ha. It's unexpected. I didn't think he'd care more about Yin Xiu than those paintings. Not just caring about Yin Xiu. There must be a roommate involved. If there wasn't any threat, he'd definitely take action and turn Yin Xiu into a painting right now. Hey, you really understand what taking action means. But what does Yin Xiu want with so many paintings from the village head? What kind of deal did he make with his roommate? Just watch. He definitely wants to make a big move. The crowd eagerly watched as Yin Xiu directed Liamo to carry all the paintings back to his room, stacking them in the corner and piling up 2 or 3 more stacks. Hiss. So many portraits in this little rundown building? Zhongmu was stunned. Anyone who had read the diary could now realize that these paintings were of people the village head had killed. It was starting to feel numbing. How many people could this be? The more people, the better. Yin Xiu glanced faintly at the sky outside, drew the curtains, and then pushed Zhongmu out of the room. You should go. Zhongmu, still confused, was pushed out the door. Remember to watch over Yaya. Zhongmu, still puzzled, and the little girl, also confused, didn't have time to say anything before Yin Xiu closed the door behind him, leaving only Liamo in the room. The people outside were all in a daze, while the players watching from the screen were eagerly anticipating what Yin Xiu was planning to do. The entire afternoon passed, and neither Yin Xiu nor Liamo left the room. The little girl and Zhongmu took a stroll outside, only to return again, and the door was still closed. Why hasn't brother come out yet? Did that bad person eat him? The little girl worriedly leaned against the door, trying to listen for any sound inside, but heard nothing. That person really does eat people? Zhongmu was sweating heavily. Whether he eats brother or not, it's getting dark soon. If brother doesn't come out, someone else will eat him. The little girl turned her head to look outside. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the villagers were slowly coming out of their homes. As the sacrifices to the woman that must be offered tonight, they had to catch Yin Xiu. In fact, even though the sky hadn't fully darkened, they had already begun preparing early. Those with weapons had their weapons ready, those watching the house lingered nearby, and some villagers were already sharpening their knives in the square. Once it got dark, they would immediately take action. Chapter 45, the moment he stabbed the village head's heart. Those watchful eyes slowly gathered near the house, figures densely standing outside, almost blocking all possible escape routes. The players who were still out searching for information were scared and hurriedly ran back to take shelter, quickly dodging the villagers and closing the doors. The darker it got, the higher the chances of getting caught outside. Even if the other players didn't have any issues tonight, they were still afraid the fire might reach them. They've already started to move. Zhongmu stood on the second floor, looking out with a worried expression. It was the first time they had seen NPCs gather in such large numbers so close to them. The scene was overwhelming, and thinking that this was all for capturing a player made his heart race. He looked more and more uneasy, unable to help but sigh. I hope Yin Xiu can escape, but it seems unlikely that he will clear the dungeon tonight. Can he escape the fate of becoming a sacrifice? Normal players suddenly finding themselves at this stage was like waiting for death, but there was always a feeling that there was more possibility with Yin Xiu. Zhongmu's turmoil was quietly listened to by the little girl. She was blankly squeezing her little rabbit doll, staring at the townsfolk gathering below, nervously tightening her grip around the rabbit's neck, her brow furrowed. As the sky grew darker, more townsfolk gathered, but they did not rush in. This house belonged to the mayor. Apart from the staff working inside, no one else had permission to enter or exit, which was also why the first player living in this house became a sacrifice. They could only watch from outside, afraid to enter rashly. But the longer it went on, the more anxious they became, growing increasingly restless, and faint murmurs of discontent began to drift up from below. Why hasn't the mayor appeared yet? Haven't they found the others? No, the mayor wouldn't intentionally not appear to shelter that man, would they? That's possible, because the mayor really likes him. So what do we do? Is the mayor really unconcerned about whether we live or die? What if she comes out from the seal? If we don't offer a sacrifice in time, she will definitely come out. She will come to kill us. Forget it. If the mayor doesn't show up to avoid being killed, we will have to go in. Tonight, no matter what, we have to offer this sacrifice. Those pairs of resentful, red, murder-filled eyes were fixed intently on the second floor. Countless shadows stood in the darkness, still waiting. At this moment, the other players in the house also couldn't sit still, anxiously looking at the figures outside, starting to communicate among themselves. What if they rush in? Will they mistakenly kill us? Or will they not find Yin Xiu and take one of us as a sacrifice? Let's hide. We can only hide. Otherwise, we will have to catch Yin Xiu first and then send him down. Forget catching Yin Xiu, there's a little girl next to him too. True, we can only hide. Anyway, he's definitely going to die tonight. Once tonight is over, we can smoothly clear the dungeon. Right, hope tonight passes quickly. It's best if he doesn't resist. The other players were all hiding in their rooms, praying quietly. They listened intently to the sounds outside, waiting for the townsfolk to rush in and take Yin Xiu, but as they listened, they didn't hear anyone rushing in. Instead, they began to hear strange footsteps inside the house. The sound was very light, but very dense. Like many people were appearing in the corridor, they were forming groups, slowly queuing down the stairs, orderly and in such large numbers that it sent chills down the spine. Now, almost all the players were hiding in their rooms, and the townsfolk hadn't entered yet, so whose footsteps were those outside? A chill instantly rose from the players' hearts. They held their breath, cautiously getting up to peek through the peephole. In the dark corridor, groups of ghostly, blue transparent figures were marching past the door, heads lowered. Their eyes were tightly closed, heads drooping, silently and slowly moving down the corridor, each face as pale as death, appearing lifeless, akin to a sea of dead faces. Some of the figures descended to the first floor, while others stopped on the second floor. They pressed tightly against the walls, lining up down the corridor. That massive crowd of figures almost filled the entire house. Outside, their voices echoed, and almost no one dared to step out at that moment. What the hell? My scalp is tingling. Is that a ghost? This game has this kind of thing too? Is there no way to clear it normally? The players turned pale with fear, all curled up in the room, too scared to come out. Time ticked by slowly, and finally, the moment of the sacrifice was approaching. The villagers outside could no longer hold back and rushed in, and at that moment, the mayor appeared. As always, he wore a gentle smile, stepping out of the darkness, elegantly appearing before everyone. Looking at the villagers with blood-red eyes and murderous intent, he spoke calmly, "Everyone, the time for the sacrifice is approaching, and I just remembered that today's offering seems to be in my house, sorry for the delay, and making you wait." The villagers paid no mind to his random excuses, only tightening their grips on their weapons, glaring at the mayor. "Mayor, can we go in? You wouldn't be hiding that offering, would you? You are the one who proposed the rules of the sacrifice. Now that it has come to this, you wouldn't break your own rules, right?" Faced with the villagers' piercing glares, the mayor casually nodded. You can go in. For the sake of the sacrifice, of course you can enter my house to take that person." He said it in such a dismissive manner, not as reluctant as the villagers imagined. Although they were suspicious, time was pressing, and once given permission, they rushed towards the house's front door. The mayor smiled silently as he watched them, his eyes darkening silently. These troublesome peasants had lived under such oppressive conditions for too long, and they had indeed gone a bit mad. After so long, they began to forget who the real ruler of this small town was. Want to kill Yin Xiu? Tonight, no matter how many casualties the town suffers, Yin Xiu must not die. Losing countless worthless lives of villagers is far less important than the precious treasure he had discovered. However, to prevent the town from collapsing too quickly, he would still put on a show. For that, he was busy all afternoon, preparing the specially made frame for Yin Xiu. Once Yin Xiu was captured, he would quietly put him into the frame, and then no one would ever be able to steal this rare and unique existence from him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, waiting for this group of people to rush in and help him catch his treasure. But amidst the chaos, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and suddenly saw the treasure he longed to take away lazily leaning against the window on the second floor. The faint light streaming through the window outlined his white figure, the evening breeze gently lifted his hair, and he lowered his head to look at the mayor, his onyx-like eyes filled with laziness and indifference, cold as ice. His gaze struck the mayor's heart directly. Chapter 46, The Sandwich of Two Forces. He really liked this person being alive, looking so cold and indifferent without a trace of anger. For a moment, as he locked eyes with Yin Xiu, it felt like a hazy dream, like crystal bubbles, making him dizzy. But the next second, the scream of the nearby villager jolted him awake. The mayor suddenly realized that at this time, shouldn't Yin Xiu be hiding? Why was he still calmly staying there? Turning his head, the noise at the door gave him the answer. In an instant, as the villagers violently burst open the door to rush in, something let out a piercing scream and lunged out, grabbing the villager at the front. The ghostly blue spirit, engulfed in dark smoke and resentment, charged toward the villagers at the door, quickly killing the charging villager with hatred, and angrily flinging the twisted body into the crowd. The corpse splattered blood onto everyone, falling heavily to the ground, making the scene even more horrific. What is that thing? The villagers panicked and retreated, instinctively scattering after being frightened. They looked at the twisted corpse on the ground. Again looking at the pale, vengeful faces floating at the door, everyone was momentarily stunned. What is this? Why are there ghosts in the mayor's house? And they are vengeful spirits with strong resentment and fierce aggression. Don't go. The sacrifice is inside, someone shouted, calling the crowd back, still unwilling to leave the entrance of the house. Faced with the eerie spirits in front of the door, dying is one option, and preparing for the sacrifice to be killed by the woman is another, they were caught in a dilemma, only able to grit their teeth, hold their weapons, and rush into the house to fight. But against the overwhelmingly vengeful spirits who are immune to physical attacks, they gathered their courage to charge in, and aside from widespread screams, almost no one managed to get inside successfully. In just a few minutes, many villagers were dead or injured, and the wailing was heart-wrenching. The entire house was filled with spirits. Even if they made it into the hall and up to the second floor, how could they bring Yin Xiu out? The mayor stared blankly at the faces twisted by hatred crowded at the door, and after a moment of daze, he finally reacted. Those are paintings, all the people he had trapped in the paintings. How is this possible? Is it that man? That man actually released all of his collectibles. Those were the fruits of his labor accumulated over many years. The mayor gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Yin Xiu on the second floor, emotions a mix of excitement and sorrow. He now understood why Yin Xiu took the paintings earlier that afternoon. It was all preparation for this moment tonight. He had never thought of it at that time. He was excited about Yin Xiu's resistance, daring to release those vengeful spirits from his paintings to defend himself, while also mourning the loss of his many years of collectibles all at once. His desire to trap Yin Xiu in the frame became even more fervent. Mayor! We can't get in. So many are dead, so many. Mayor, why are there so many vengeful spirits in your house? It's over, we are all done for, we won't get the sacrifice, we will all be killed by that woman. The villagers turned around to see that in an instant, many were dead or wounded, with bodies and blood all over the floor, the scene horrifying. Those spirits all guarded the entrance, their faces pressed against the door, glaring at the people outside. As soon as anyone entered, they would surely be attacked, and dying would be a matter of an instant. For the villagers' intrusion, they simply defended, but for the mayor's existence, those twisted faces became even more crazed, each wanting to surge out to kill this man. At this moment, a misty white fog rose in the square. A low, chilling woman's laughter echoed through the cold square, causing a group of villagers to shiver. She's here, the time for the sacrifice has come. It's over, our town is doomed. The villagers collapsed and turned to look at the square. Amidst the hazy white fog appeared the figure of that woman, dragging her crippled leg, step by step emerging from the mist, blood dripping all the way. The villagers and the mayor were suddenly caught between two forces. One was the woman coming to kill the villagers, and the other were the spirits wanting to surge out to kill the mayor. Either way, it put both the villagers and the mayor in an inescapable plight, leaving no one free to care about Yin Xiu, the sacrifice. Finally, I found my chance. After the woman appeared, she ignored the villagers and fixed her eyes fiercely on the mayor, her gaze blood-red. "Die, kill you, I want to kill you." The spirits inside the house also began wailing, swaying in front of the door, desperately trying to squeeze out to kill the mayor, but not a single spirit could escape. This really has caused me a big problem. Facing the glaring two sides, the mayor slowly took a step back. Fortunately, Yin Xiu shifted the trouble onto him, he wouldn't have to die tonight. Unfortunately, Yin Xiu really handed him a huge trouble, a deadly kind. Facing the woman slowly approaching, the mayor could only take a step back and turn to flee into the darkness. "Don't go!" The woman screamed, crouching on the ground. Her twisted figure quickly sprinted out to catch up with the mayor, and their shadows disappeared into the white mist. Downstairs, the spirits could not go out and could only continue to block the door. The townsfolk wanted a sacrifice but could not get in, and the spirits, silently resenting the mayor's actions, would never let them in. After watching the chaos, Yin Xiu lazily yawned. Well, with the mayor not in the house and the townsfolk unable to enter, this place was absolutely safe now. Who would still care about him as a sacrifice? "Follow me to the basement." Yin Xiu turned around, beckoning to Liamo, and then opened the door to leave. Liamo came to Yin Xiu's room, and Zhang Mu had to follow the little girl to the adjacent room. When the door opened, the corridor was empty except for the spirits, and they could go anywhere without obstruction. The players heard Yin Xiu opening the door and walking down the stairs, but when they peeked through the peephole, they saw spirits standing quietly on both sides of the corridor. No one dared to provoke them, especially after hearing the countless screams of townsfolk dying downstairs. Yin Xiu didn't care. After all, these spirits were released by him, and even though they killed indiscriminately, they would fear Liamo behind them. He wandered down to the first-floor lobby and paused briefly when passing the column engraved with rules. In Rule 6, do not go to the basement. After carefully studying the rules, Yin Xiu found that the survival rules of the dungeon constrained the players. If the rules were violated, the dungeon would lead to the player's death. The mother's note restrained the little girl. If the rule was violated, it would be the little girl who died. The players would die simply because their own rules included the life and death of the little girl. The rules of the Grave Town partially constrained the townsfolk with the Ghost Woman. If the townsfolk did not complete the rules, the Ghost Woman would kill them. Now, the inn he was in belonged to the mayor, and naturally, the rules were set by the mayor to restrain the guests. The rule of not going to the basement is set by the mayor to prevent others from knowing the secrets in the basement. If someone violates it and goes to the basement, the mayor would kill the one who breaks the rule. It wasn't the dungeon, it wasn't the Ghost Woman, nor any other existence, it had to be the mayor, because these were the mayor's rules. As long as the rules do not intertwine with each other, they are independent. But what if someone enters the basement when the mayor cannot impose punishment? Chapter 47, Yin Xiu, a unique collectible. For example, the mayor, who is now being chased by the Ghost Woman, definitely cannot return immediately to kill the players who entered the basement. The dungeon probably never considered that the mayor could be alive yet unable to move freely. It's a bug. This must be a bug. On the bullet screen, someone was dumbfounded when they saw Yin Xiu enter the basement unharmed. Can this dungeon have bugs? This is an old dungeon, did Yin Xiu use something? No matter what, now he has entered the basement, but the rules did not kill him. He violated the rules yet lives, is that reasonable? Unbelievable, I also think it's absurd, this must be a bug, right? Regardless of any bugs, Yin Xiu actually used the hatred of the portrait to block the door, preventing the townsfolk from completing the sacrifice, then luring out the Ghost Woman to suppress the mayor. This combo left me stunned. The best way to suppress the enemy is to release the enemy's enemy, because the Ghost Woman and the mayor are two opposing forces, and the best way to deal with one side is to unleash the other. By the way, he went into the basement, it shouldn't be a bug, right? I remember when I went through this dungeon, I saw someone go into the basement and was immediately killed by the mayor that appeared. And now the mayor is being chased by a female ghost. So he can't kill Yin Xiu who went into the basement? So that's how it is. Was this part of your plan? Yin Xiu. This is a reckless act with no validation. He really dares to go, so brave. If it were anyone else, it would be a death wish. He just got lucky. The barrage is quite uncomfortable with Yin Xiu's daring operation, not for any other reason, just because they can't copy his homework. This kind of operation is something ordinary people really wouldn't dare to try. At this moment, a message suddenly floated by in the barrage. Yin Xiu only dared to act because he confirmed he could kill the mayor. Do you think he was gambling? Right now, the whole dungeon, including the mayor himself, doesn't know that Yin Xiu can kill him. If things don't go smoothly, he can just turn around and kill the mayor. What? Really? He has indeed killed a transformed townsperson before, but isn't that enough to kill the mayor? This is one of the dungeon's big bosses. Don't try to bluff me. Ha, your insight is too shallow, brother. I say he can kill, he definitely can kill. Haha, who do you think you are to boast like that? Even our town's big brother Yi wouldn't dare boast like that. What a coincidence, I also have the surname Yi. My name is Yi Tianxian. Who is this big brother Yi you are talking about? Call him out and let me compare. 6. Big brother Yi, you're out of the dungeon now, where are you? I'll go pick you up. No hurry, I just came out and saw Yin Xiu in the dungeon. I want to see how he went in. It seems like Lady Night forced him in. Really? Lady Night has done well, finally achieving a big feat after 6 years. Big brother Yi, Lady Night can see this. The barrage instantly fell silent. Everyone silently stopped this topic and shifted their focus back to the scene of Yin Xiu entering the basement. After entering the basement, there were no lights on both sides, and in front, there was only a dark staircase leading down. Yin Xiu stood at the entrance for a while, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness, and only after confirming he could see the steps clearly did he begin to walk down. After only a few steps down, a strong smell of blood and decay surged up, and Yin Xiu wrinkled his nose, raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve, continuing to walk down. At the bottom of the stairs, the depths were even gloomier, the cold walls wrapped around him, the chill pressed against his skin, making him shiver uncontrollably. Even in such a cold place, a heavy stench of decay lingered, sending shivers down his spine. Can you see where the lights are? Yin Xiu really couldn't see clearly around him and could only ask Liu Mo behind him. After responding, Liu Mo consciously turned on the lights in the basement. As the blinding light suddenly turned on, Yin Xiu instinctively squinted his eyes. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness and he saw the surroundings clearly, he fell silent. The basement was small, the walls were covered with portraits, and in between the portraits were some horrifying dismemberment tools. Dark brown stains were everywhere, the floor, the walls, the tables, and the huge black coffin in the center of the basement. It was clear what this place was used for. Looking at the walls full of portraits, Yin Xiu quickly became alert. After the lights turned on, the people in those portraits began to slowly open their eyes. Yin Xiu turned around, grabbed Liu Mo, and looked up at the portraits that were gradually opening their eyes on the wall. Eat them all. Audience? Liu Mo. Confused, but Liu Mo did as told. The barrage watched as the man in the black suit smashed the portraits on the wall one by one, beginning to reach in and pull out the dark shadows from the portraits, devouring them one by one. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the basement, the portraits all trembled but were unable to escape, helplessly devoured by Liu Mo in just a few bites. At this moment, in the town square of the Rule Town. On the way home, Yi Tianxian happened to see this scene and was directly stunned. What is this thing with Yin Xiu? Boss Yi, that is his roommate. Roommate? You call these two strange men roommates? He is not from our small town. It seems he appeared when it rained before, unnoticed by anyone, and went to Yin Xiu. It looks like Yin Xiu entering the dungeon is also related to him. Yi Tianxian was deep in thought as he silently walked past the square, full of strange beings watching the livestream, waved goodbye to Night Lady, and left. After Liu Mo finished consuming all the paintings on the basement wall, Yin Xiu turned to look at the entrance of the basement. Not hearing any sounds, he finally relaxed. At this moment, a comment suddenly popped up from Donggu. Oh. I understand now why Yin Xiu let his roommate eat those paintings. Why? Please analyze, Great Master. Those paintings are different from the victim portraits hanging outside. The basement paintings are from the people who came at night to persuade Yin Xiu to side with the mayor. They are the mayor's spies. The reason the mayor can detect players entering the basement and quickly come to kill rule-breaking players is that there are paintings in the basement. Once someone intrudes here, the paintings immediately inform the mayor. So that's why Yin Xiu made his roommate eat the people in the paintings at the first opportunity. The analysis makes a lot of sense, but it feels like just now, the mayor already knew, right? He knows, but he's currently being chased by a ghost and can't return. Even if he hurried back later, all the witnesses here have been eaten, so he won't know who entered. So that's it. This method of avoiding rules can only be done by Yin Xiu, who has a roommate. Ordinary people really can't learn this. That's true. So no one has ever known about the contents of this basement. Now, Yin Xiu is the first player to publicly disclose basement information, so hurry up and watch more. Everyone's eyes eagerly fell on Yin Xiu in the video, watching him circle the basement and then find a record book and a mayor's handbook on the table. The record book mainly documented the mayor's crimes, detailing how he selected his desired candidates, how he approached them, and then lured them into this house, killing them, and how he used his strange powers to seal them in paintings, preserving their most beautiful forms. Every previous victim had a long description of their experience, elaborately praised, while the last page only contained a name and a note. Yin Xiu. A unique collectible, irreplaceable. Chapter 48, Little Mouse. Yin Xiu stared silently at the words above, even imagining what twisted expression the mayor would have had when writing that sentence. Then he heard a swallowing sound beside him. Turning his head, Liamo was fiercely staring at the paper in his hand, looking a bit fierce, as if he wanted to come over and tear the paper apart. You can't eat this. Yin Xiu quickly closed the record book and tucked it into his pocket, then continued to open the mayor's handbook. Mayor's handbook, as the highest authority of Grave Town, you can do whatever you want within the town, but to prevent Grave Town from being destroyed, you must adhere to the following points. 1. You can kill townsfolk freely, but you must hide all your crimes well and not let the townsfolk know you're evil. 2. From time to time, new faces will appear in the town, you must warmly welcome them, provide them with housing, and you must kill anyone who breaks the rules. 3. When encountering any trouble that may threaten the safety of the town, either drive the other party away or seal them away, the safety of the town and your safety coexist. 4. You cannot kill children at night, their eyes are the purest, and they will record all your sins. Be careful of the children at night. As the mayor of the Grave Town, within the limited range, you can do endless things as long as no one knows what you have done. You will forever be the ruler of this domain, but be sure to be cautious of some unexpected guests. Yin Xiu's gaze swept over the 4 rules. What the mayor needed to do was manage the order of the town. The first rule was his authority, the second was his responsibility, the third was a way to respond to special situations, and the fourth was what he needed to be most wary of. The rules were short, the content clear at a glance. After reading the first 3 rules, Yin Xiu's eyes lingered for a long time on the 4th rule. You cannot kill children at night. He thought of the first rule of the Grave Town, children must not touch the altar in the square at night. Currently, there were already 2 pieces of information related to children in the instance, and coupled with Yaya, the little monster that had been around them since entering, it was hard not to link these conditions together. However, his thinking was not very broad at the moment, making it difficult to make a direct connection. Closing the mayor's manual, Yin Xiu turned his head to scan the surroundings again, feeling that the size of this basement did not match the size of the entire house. There might be a secret room here. He walked around along the walls, the chill here made lingering for a long time very uncomfortable, and Yin Xiu felt the same way. Before finding any entrance to the secret room, he was already shivering all over. Looking at the position of the secret room entrance, the remaining space is more likely to be built in this direction. Yin Xiu stubbornly endured the cold as he searched along one of the walls. After wandering around a few times, he pushed hard on a table by the wall and discovered that the entire table was fixed to the ground. The direction to push was not side to side but front to back. This seemed to be a revolving door disguised as a table. Tentatively, Yin Xiu pushed the revolving door, revealing a dark entrance to the secret room behind it. He crouched down to observe for a moment and then slowly crawled inside. After standing up inside the secret room, Yin Xiu was slightly shocked by the scene in front of him, and the barrage immediately erupted in excitement. Previously, Yin Xiu was thinking that the mayor's record only mentioned how to preserve souls in the most beautiful posture after death, but it did not mention how to handle corpses. Moreover, since the mayor's manual clearly stated that his crimes must not be discovered by the townsfolk, it certainly could not allow for disposing of bodies for long. How would the mayor handle the bodies? Now he understood. Yin Xiu looked at the large secret room, filled with jars of human specimens. Those vibrant corpses were kept in liquid and arranged throughout the room. At a glance, each jar had exhibition lights underneath, illuminating the faces of each individual. All of them were people from the portraits. Souls trapped in portraits, bodies trapped in containers. No wonder those people turned into vengeful spirits in an instant when released, their hatred boiling over. Damn, this mayor is really a different kind of pervert. I'm getting freaked out just looking at this. What a weird hobby, collecting souls and storing bodies, treating these as treasures every day. There's definitely something wrong with his mind. Thinking that Yin Xiu might also be targeted by him, he could end up like this in a jar. It's complex beyond words. In the past, when going through instances, I never came down here. At most, I just thought the mayor was a bit suspicious, but never expected it to be this terrifying. Yes, in normal routes, the scary one would be the ghost lady. Instead, the mayor seems kinda amiable. After all, he provides accommodation for the players. But only in Yin Xiu's instance. He exposed his true nature. Scary. Amid a barrage of panic, Yin Xiu slowly fumbled around, trying to find the light in the secret room. But while searching, he didn't find the light. Instead, he felt the outline of a picture frame on the wall. Yin Xiu was taken aback, not expecting to find a painting here. Just as he was about to turn and call out to Liamo, a force suddenly slammed him against the wall from behind. A smell of blood abruptly appeared behind Yin Xiu. Someone grabbed him tightly, pressing their body against his back. That breath sounded heavy with fatigue, but also carried a hint of excitement. I didn't expect someone would come here on their own. It's not a good thing to be caught by me, Yin Xiu, said the low, breathy voice behind him, with a tone full of amusement. It was the town chief. His voice sounded tired, yet it didn't stop him from pressing Yin Xiu hard against the wall. Perhaps it was because he had been in the cold space for too long. Yin Xiu's senses were dulled. He didn't even notice how the town chief had appeared, and in a moment of distraction, he was at a disadvantage. But from the voice and the smell of blood in the air, it seemed the town chief was injured. Maybe it was that female ghost who did it. Why aren't you talking, little mouse that sneaked in? The town chief leaned in slowly, his tone ambiguously pressing against Yin Xiu's back, enjoying the delicate feeling of his body hidden beneath thin clothing. Indeed, if your body had no warmth, it would be even more perfect. I really like it. Yin Xiu lazily leaned against the cold wall and said softly, "Thank you for the compliment, but I suggest you turn around and take a look behind you." The town chief was puzzled. While keeping Yin Xiu pinned, he turned to look behind him. In that instant, a mouth full of sharp teeth rushed at him with ferocity. The town chief's heart skipped a beat. He dodged just in time, rolling and scrambling to quickly distance himself from the two. He looked pale as he stared at Liamo, who had returned to his normal appearance, still feeling the rush of fear. This person showed no sign of killing intent and could silently appear behind him, ready to devour him whole. It was a bit terrifying. If this person stayed by Yin Xiu's side, he would never be able to turn Yin Xiu into his collection. He swallowed nervously, keeping a wary eye on Liamo. Liamo felt slightly regretful that he hadn't managed to bite the town chief directly. He curved his lips into a smile, staring unblinkingly at the town chief like a hunter ready to pounce. For a moment, in the entire cold-filled space, the two were at a standoff. Chapter 49, If you get any closer, I might take action. Yin Xiu had been pinned against the wall for quite a while and was frozen from the cold below. Once he regained his freedom, he hurriedly rubbed his arms and turned to look at the two beside him. The two were keeping a significant distance, intensely watching each other. Liamo was just right, always wearing a smile while facing his enemy, handling the situation with ease. The town chief had just been attacked by the female ghost and had a large bite taken out of his shoulder. His clothes were drenched in blood, and his face, once robust, was now marked with bloodstains. Panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Yin Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was a fight about to break out? He could catch a glimpse of the strange attack methods of both parties. It was quite an experience, mainly to research his opponents in advance so he could counter if either of them attacked him. With a spectator's attitude, Yin Xiu stood by the wall in silence, waiting for the two to clash. However, Liamo didn't make the first move, and neither did the town chief. After a minute of stalemate, the town chief spoke first. Yin Xiu, someone as special as you will definitely attract the attention of other strange beings even if I don't notice. He had no power over Liamo, and even felt a bit afraid, so he could only turn to Yin Xiu, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile, meaningfully saying, "You're not dead in my hands now, but one day, you will definitely be killed by that strange creature beside you." Yin Xiu lowered his eyes slightly and brushed off the dust on his clothes, nodding, "Yes, I think so too." The mayor's eyes lit up with a glimmer. He did not expect Yin Xiu to so smoothly agree with his words, and immediately continued to sow discord. "I see you have always been wary of him. It must be he who provoked you, right?" Yin Xiu thought for a moment and realized this was true. It was simply trouble from the heavens. He had lived in the small town for 6 years, and suddenly a strange creature showed up at his door and pulled him into a copy, an unfortunate event. The mayor continued languidly, "If this one is a copy of the strange creature, and he doesn't want you to leave, he will definitely keep you in the copy. He will take action to prevent you from leaving the copy, and you will have to worry every moment that he will attack you when you are weak. Instead of being killed unexpectedly one day, it's better to cooperate with me now, and I guarantee you can leave the copy safely." Yin Xiu pondered. The biggest disturbance since Liamo appeared in the town was indeed him dragging him into the copy. The likelihood of this being a copy strange creature was quite high. His lowered eyes in contemplation made the mayor see hope. He thought Yin Xiu was wavering in their current distance. However, after Yin Xiu finished thinking, he just calmly raised his eyes to stare at the mayor. "Thank you for your reminder. However, I don't need to cooperate with you. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them. Even he is no exception. If he dares to act against me, I will definitely kill him. So you don't need to worry." He spoke lightly, with no hint of pretentiousness, clearly full of confidence. Looking over at Liamo, who was mentioned by Yin Xiu, he showed no sign of anger, and his lips even curled upwards more, appearing quite pleased. The mayor's expression became complex for a moment. "Are you really at ease with this unknown strange creature by your side?" "Not at ease. Then why not simply cooperate with me to get rid of him?" No need, it's not troublesome anyway. Yin Xiu calmly shrugged, he was indeed serious. Li Mo was strange, but brought no trouble, even able to help. Compared to the mayor, who was very goal-oriented, he was simply 100 times more relaxed. The mayor realized he could not sway Yin Xiu and could not overpower Li Mo, finding himself in a dilemma. Someone had destroyed the rules he had set in his home, yet he had no way to deal with the other party. What do you plan to do now? Seeing the mayor's silence, Yin Xiu proactively pulled out the record book from his pocket and waved it in front of the mayor. Now your evidence is in my hands. Are you going to come over and kill me for violating the rules and taking away your important things, or are you going to rest and come find me later to settle the score? Yin Xiu's action was both a provocation and a way to give the mayor a way out. The mayor stared at Yin Xiu, wanting to reclaim the record book and the mayor's manual from his hands, while also wanting to claim Yin Xiu. But there was Li Mo standing right in front of Yin Xiu, exuding an invisible low pressure that was intimidating him. Yin Xiu might not see it, but the mayor could clearly see that this man in a black suit was surrounded by countless terrifying, twisted appendages, clawing and dancing in the air, creeping along the walls of the entire secret room. Each appendage had horrifyingly extreme eyes staring at him, gazing at him. Those gazes were like a terrifying abyss, making it completely impossible for him to take a step forward. It felt as if he would be torn apart if he accidentally touched something, and the fear in his heart was already making him almost lose his mind. Wait for me, to heal. After a long silence, the mayor finally spat out a few pale words. While being vigilant of Li Mo, he slowly stepped back and disappeared into the secret chamber. Yin Xiu was surprised by his departure. He had only wanted to provoke the mayor to see if the mayor would fight with Li Mo. In his mind, the mayor should be evenly matched with Li Mo. But he ran away? He did not kill the player who violated the rules and took away his evidence but just left? Yin Xiu cast a meaningful glance at Li Mo. It seemed the sticky monster was more difficult than he had imagined. At least in the current situation, he was on a higher level than the mayor. It seems he needed to pay more attention to the mayor's words. If Li Mo truly wanted to kill him, it was definitely something to guard against. Thinking this, Li Mo suddenly turned his head and looked over at Yin Xiu. He always wore a smile that often carried a very eerie quality, and at this moment, turning around and staring hard at Yin Xiu in the cold, dark chamber was especially frightening. Yin Xiu instinctively grasped the knife handle, vigilantly staring at him. What's wrong? Li Mo did not reply but smiled and took steps closer to Yin Xiu, making the atmosphere in the chamber tense with his approach. The barrage held its breath in response. Is this roommate finally dropping the act? Is he finally going to make a move on Yin Xiu? It must have been the mayor's reminder earlier that made Yin Xiu vigilant, so he doesn't intend to keep pretending. I want to say, it seems he never acted at all. Aha, this roommate can scare away the mayor, definitely more powerful than the mayor. If the roommate really wants to kill him, can Yin Xiu survive? It's infuriating. The mayor's stock is gone. Will the roommate's stock disappear too? He won't even wait until this chapter ends. Damn it, the mayor wants to turn Yin Xiu into a painting. Let me see what his aim is with Yin Xiu. Everyone stared hard at the screen, watching Li Mo step closer while Yin Xiu retreated, until he was pressed up against the wall. The coldness behind him made the hostility within Yin Xiu even stronger. He fixed his gaze on Li Mo and never relaxed his grip on the knife handle, holding it tightly until Li Mo reached in front of him. The two of them were close together. Li Mo's tall figure blocked the weak light in the chamber, casting shadows over Yin Xiu. The person in front smiled and lowered his gaze to stare at him, the smile at the corner of his mouth mysterious. Yin Xiu's face was tense as he stared at him, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of malice appearing. Come any closer, and I'll strike. Chapter 50, The Skill of Eating Monsters Raw. Li Mo remained silent, but in the next second, he suddenly raised his hand. Just as Yin Xiu was about to draw his knife, Li Mo's palm stretched over Yin Xiu's head and reached above. Yin Xiu furrowed his brows in confusion, just as he heard the sound of glass shattering from above. Li Mo reached into the picture above Yin Xiu's head, firmly grasping the spirit who had just informed the mayor and yanked him out of the painting. Ah! The spirit let out a tragic scream as it was ripped apart by Li Mo's hand and then formed into a small ball, which he tossed into his mouth. The familiar sound of chewing echoed, but the screams did not stop. That spirit was still wailing, while Li Mo calmly smiled and continued to eat. Since he was very close, Yin Xiu could even clearly hear the sounds of the spirit being torn apart, rolling down the throat until it was gently swallowed, and the scream suddenly ceased. The chamber fell into silence. There were no sounds of chewing or tearing, only Yin Xiu's silence. He gradually relaxed from his tension, raising his gaze to stare at Li Mo, his expression cold. Why are you so close? Do you have to show me your skill of eating monsters raw? Li Mo narrowed his eyes, seeming in a better mood. Ignoring Yin Xiu's struggle to resist the impulse to draw his knife, he hugged him tightly, pressing his full weight down like last time. Stuck to Yin Xiu, he was cornered against the wall. The icy touch seeped through his clothes, reminding Yin Xiu at every moment that what hung on him was merely a human shape. Beneath the human form, it was hard to say what lay hidden. Pretending to be affectionate towards Yin Xiu, it also could not drop its guard. "What are you doing?" Yin Xiu raised his hand to push its chin away, forcing its face back. The wall behind him was cold, and Liu, pressed against him, felt equally cold, truly making him unable to bear the low temperature. "Sleeping," Liu responded with a smile. "Sleeping in a coffin, right?" Yin Xiu recalled the strange condition he mentioned. "But there are no coffins big enough for two people in the instance. I really don't want to sleep in the mayor's coffin, the one that has seen so many people's deaths." Li Mo's smile grew even wider. "I have one." This time, Yin Xiu had almost no room to refuse. He counted the time, the ritual's time had passed, and it was almost time to sleep. Having obtained evidence of the mayor's crimes in the basement, he could indeed sleep through the night. "Alright then," Yin Xiu nodded, and only then did Liu let him go. The two left the basement together. The first player to successfully enter the basement and come out alive without being killed by the mayor. "Even though I'm very happy to see such a side quest, I can't copy this homework. No matter how I think about it, I can't come out alive like him. I've already given up thinking. Anyway, this is a beginner's instance, and even if I don't go to the basement, I can still clear it. I choose not to go. I've also given up copying Yin Xiu's homework. I can't learn this strategy. Now I'll just enjoy watching and see if Yin Xiu can come out alive from the instance. I've also become a spectator now, watching Yin Xiu and his roommate. Hee, I really thought just now that the roommate was going to make a move. Scared me to death, and in the end, he just ate a weird thing. Though I don't know what the roommate's purpose towards Yin Xiu is, it feels safer than the mayor. Damn, why do I feel fond of a weird creature? When he stands in front of you facing the mayor, you definitely can feel fondness. Makes sense, but I don't have that kind of roommate." The bullet comments buzzed with discussion, watching the two come out of the basement and leave the house, then walk towards the edge of town. "Where are they going?" "They said they were going to sleep in a coffin." "Ah, sleep in a coffin, I've already given up thinking." After leaving the town under Limo's lead, they arrived at a small cemetery in a grove, with 7 or 8 graves in the desolate and eerie abandoned forest. Yin Xiu silently watched as Liu chose a feng shui spot for them, then dug a pit barehanded in the dark and windy night. His hands were sharp like weapons, and the digging of the soil was quite swift, and in no time at all, he had already dug out a large pit. Then he brushed the dirt off his arms and returned to an elegant pose, turning to Yin Xiu and softly saying, "Close your eyes." "Yin Xiu?" Liu repeated, "Close your eyes, just for a moment." Yin Xiu silently closed his eyes, not quite understanding what else this person did not want him to see. Yin Xiu could not see, but the bullet comments could. They clearly saw that after Yin Xiu closed his eyes, Limo's human form twisted into a sticky and indescribable shadow in an instant. Countless tentacles extended in the air, and the black body was covered with eyes. Any existence meeting its gaze would instantly lead to the collapse of the mind. At the moment players in front of screens made eye contact with the eyes in the picture, it felt as if sharp screams tore at their nerves, and their spirits became dazed, their gazes hollowed out. Some hurriedly covered their eyes, some became dazed, and it wasn't just the players, even the weird creatures began to tremble. The entire livestream flickered for 2 seconds, and then suddenly closed. In the twisted shadow, a mouth filled with sharp teeth pulled out a huge double coffin, and then slowly placed it into the pit he had prepared. Meanwhile, the other mouths kept repeating, "Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes." The voice lingered in the quiet forest at night, mixed with the chilling air, and Yin Xiu felt a shortness of breath. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, a deep-rooted fear that could not be suppressed by logic. He sensed something slowly reaching out, swirling around him, yet not touching him. A dense sense of being watched almost enveloped him. Not one or two, but many, many eyes were staring at him. Fortunately, this sharp fear did not last long and slowly faded away. Then, a voice sounded from in front of him, "Open your eyes." Yin Xiu immediately opened his eyes, alert to his surroundings. But there was no change around him, just the desolate forest, 7 or 8 tombs, and across from him was Liu in a suit, smiling properly. Other than the addition of a black double coffin in the pit beside him, nothing was different. Yin Xiu sighed deeply, realizing his hands were stiff, having unconsciously gripped the knife handle so tightly that his fingertips turned white. He truly felt fear from an unknown presence just now, or maybe it was the state of closing his eyes that made it impossible to receive external information, and holding back from opening them, merely gripping the knife to stay alert, was already his limit. "Are you ready?" he asked with a pale face, feeling particularly fatigued mentally and eager to sleep. "Ready." Liu opened the coffin lid, revealing enough space for 2 people to lie down. Yin Xiu was too lazy to ask and simply turned his body to lie on one side, leaving room for Liu. But Liu did not enter directly. Instead, he stood by the edge of the pit, gazing down at him, and the scrutinizing look made Yin Xiu quite uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" "I think that person was right," Liu nodded, staring at the pale-faced Yin Xiu lying in the coffin, truly resembling a corpse, lifeless and all the more so after lying in the coffin. "If you're not going to sleep, cover it back up, I'm going to sleep." Yin Xiu had no interest in his taste that resonated with the mayor, he simply urged. Liu Mo also turned and lay down inside, and an invisible force covered them with the coffin lid. In the pitch-black space, Yin Xiu stared unblinkingly at the darkness ahead. The tension he had just felt could not be immediately released, especially with an unknown presence lying beside him. Lying like this, it should be a joint burial for humans, right? It feels like welcoming the end of life together. Liu Mo said this for no reason. Yin Xiu slowly closed his eyes, ignoring him, but strangely felt the sentence was familiar, as if he had heard someone say it before. Yet the increasingly blurry memories of the past 2 years did not provide him with an answer. Liu Mo turned to look at Yin Xiu, who was silent and unresponsive. His gaze grew a bit heavy, filled with disappointment. "Good night," he gently said. Yin Xiu's previously tense consciousness instantly sank, falling into a deep sleep. No matter when or where, the 2 words "good night" that came from Li Mo's mouth always seemed to have an inexplicable spiritual influence, making him instantly drop his guard and fall into sleep. For Yin Xiu, this was both a blessing and a curse. The good part was that he could sleep soundly, and the bad part was that he could easily fall into danger in the instance. Even if he was mindful of staying alert around Liu Mo, he would often fall asleep without warning, entering a defenseless state. In the dark coffin, the two lay side by side in silence, no sound at all. In the desolate small woods, with 2 or 3 tombs, the evening wind swayed, eerily peaceful yet serene. But the town in the distance was not as peaceful as this side. After the female ghost caused chaos in the town due to the villagers not presenting sacrifices in time, countless villagers died and were injured, and the square was filled with corpses, with blood everywhere. It wasn't until after the time for sacrifices had passed, and the players' night sleep began, that the town gradually quieted down. The mayor had vanished, and the female ghost roamed the town, while the players nervously huddled in their rooms, too scared to step outside. That night, the sound of a service worker appeared again in the corridor of the 2nd floor. Just like the previous night, she knocked on the players' doors one by one, asking the same question, moving from the staircase to the end of the hallway, but still, no one responded, and a white mist began to rise in the corridor, revealing the figure of that woman. The players silently prayed for this event to end soon, hoping there wouldn't be any more problems tonight. However, the voice suddenly stopped in front of the door at the end of the corridor, without making a sound. The players in the other rooms felt a chill in their hearts. This was the room of Zhongmu and the little girl. Liu Mo and Yin Xiu were absent, and the rules required that 2 people share a room, so Zhongmu had no choice but to share with the little girl for one night. He knew that the little girl would turn into a monster at night and would be a bit agitated, but he didn't expect it to be this torturous. From the moment night fell, the little girl transformed into a monster, began to scratch and claw around the room, knocking everything over, and would even crouch by Zhongmu's bed, staring at him while drooling. How could he sleep like this? He trembled and curled up under the blanket, struggling to pass the time, thinking that if he could just make it until dawn, everything would be fine. But in the middle of the night, the service worker's voice echoed again, immediately capturing the little girl's attention. She darted from Zhongmu's bedside to the door, staring intensely at it, listening to the service worker's voice approaching step by step, and she crouched on the ground, slowly adjusting her position, preparing to attack. At the moment the service worker asked at their door, the little girl suddenly flung open the door and lunged out. It was so quick and fierce that the service worker didn't even have time to scream before being bitten to death. Listening to the gnawing sounds coming from outside the door, Zhongmu curled up on the bed, shivering, with tears streaming down his face. "Yin Xiu, please come back quickly." He was just an ordinary person. He couldn't endure such a terrifying scene. The gnawing sounds continued for a long time, and after a considerable while, the little girl finally let out a satisfied burp at the door, patting her stomach, ready to go back to sleep. However, in the next second, a white mist surged in, and a cold wind swept through the entire corridor. The little girl trembled all over and suddenly turned to face whatever was in the white mist, baring her teeth. Zhongmu felt something appear as well. Without thinking, he hurriedly jumped out from under the covers, quickly rushed to the door, and pulled the little girl into his arms, rushing back into the room and locking the door. The little girl was an important monster in this scenario, and Yin Xiu had especially reminded him to take good care of her. After rushing back into the room, Zhongmu's heart raced. He tilted his head, desperately trying not to look at the little monster's terrifying appearance in his arms, shivering as he checked the lock against the door. Outside, he didn't know what was there, but a slow footstep echoed in the corridor, slowly approaching Zhongmu's room. That sound was incredibly clear in the night, step by step, treading on the darkness with an overwhelming chill and fear until it reached Zhongmu's door, clearly coming towards them. Not only did Zhongmu feel the suffocating fear, but even the little girl in his arms was getting a bit nervous, obviously alert to what was outside the door. The footsteps stopped in front of their door and didn't move. The corridor also fell into a silence. Zhongmu held his breath, quietly taking 2 steps back, clearly seeing a shadow of a person from the crack under the door, yet the other party made no sound or movement, which made it even more chilling. After a long moment of silence, a woman's voice quietly echoed from outside the door. "Yaha, it's Mommy. Are you inside?" Zhongmu was startled and immediately looked at the little girl in his arms, whose twisted face, covered in dark fur, was filled with disbelief. Everyone in this story knew, and even the little girl might realize, that her mother was no longer there, but tonight the voice outside claimed to be her mother? Yeah, yeah. Mommy came to see you, can you come out and see me? The woman outside continued to softly ask, her gentle voice echoing in the empty corridor, making it even more terrifying. The little girl stared blankly at the door, and after a moment of confusion, began to struggle in Zhongmu's arms. It's Mommy. Mommy came to find me. Zhongmu immediately held her tightly. Don't go. That is definitely not your mommy. It's Mommy. That's Mommy's voice. The little girl struggled fiercely, her emotions becoming agitated. She kicked randomly in Zhongmu's arms, then quickly jumped out of his embrace, rushing toward the door. Don't open the door. Zhongmu was so nervous he was shaking. The mother outside clearly knew that Yin Xiu was not home tonight, and came to deceive them. If Yin Xiu were inside, she would definitely not dare to come. She hadn't come last night. The door was opened again under the little girl's hopeful expression. With a creak, the light from the corridor poured into the pitch-black room, falling into the little girl's bright eyes. However, in the next second, the expectation on her face froze. Standing outside the door was the woman from the seal. She was backlit, immersed in shadow, emanating a chilling aura. Her white dress, stained with crimson from tonight's slaughter, dripped fresh blood onto the ground by the door. At that moment, she smiled sinisterly, covered in blood as she gazed down at the little girl, softly imitating a mother's voice. Yeah, you are truly Mommy's good child. The terrifying voice made the little girl's pupils tremble instantly, a huge fear appearing on her tender face. She screamed in panic and tried to turn back, but was grabbed by the woman. The woman's cold face suddenly came close to her, smiling ominously. Yeah, why are you running? Don't you want to save your brother? The little girl's scream halted. She turned to look at the woman. Brother, what happened? The woman smiled and narrowed her eyes. Your brother has been captured by the mayor and is about to be killed. If Yaha doesn't help him, she might never see her kind brother again. The woman's casual words planted fear on the little girl's face. She trembled and grabbed the woman's white dress. Save brother. I want to save brother. Chapter 52, No one will trust a monster. Good girl. The woman wore a spooky smile. Go kill the mayor, and your brother will be saved. As long as that bad man is alive, your brother might end up like those portraits. Do you want your brother to become like those poor souls in the portraits? The little girl recalled those pale, twisted spirits, filled with hatred, and nervously shook her head. Then listen to me, take the blue pill, and go find the mayor. The woman slowly extended her hand, offering her a blue pill, similar to those in the basement. Kill the mayor, and you can save your brother. Faced with the pill the woman offered and the hesitant little girl, the audience was screaming. This woman is lying. Yin Xiu hasn't been captured by the mayor at all. Why is she deceiving Yaya? How could she ask her to find the town mayor? What a venomous heart. The mayor is furious right now. Even if injured, surely a little girl turned monster can't defeat him. This wicked woman surely can't handle Yin Xiu, so she wants to harm the little girl while Yin Xiu is away. Let's create a psychological blow for Yin Xiu first. I seriously suspect the woman wants to use the little girl to kill the mayor. I remember the rules stated that we should be careful of children at night. But the rules didn't say that the children at night can kill the mayor? No matter how you look at it, it's not an equal match. What she's doing will only get the little girl killed. Damn it, how could she stir up trouble while Yin Xiu isn't here? Yin Xiu, come back soon. Don't sleep. Your cute little monster sister is about to be killed. The little girl hesitated. Under the woman's gentle coaxing, she slowly reached out to take the medicine. Just as she was about to lift it to her mouth, a figure rushed over from behind, grabbing her hand. Don't eat it. Yin Xiu is a big shot, he definitely won't be caught by the mayor. Besides, doesn't he have a monster roommate with him? Do you really think the mayor can handle both of them? Zhongmu, though terrified of the woman, still urged with a pale face. Oh. The little girl paused slightly, thinking of Li Mo's presence. It was indeed unlikely for him to let her brother be captured by the mayor. Seeing the little girl doubting, the woman's face immediately twisted with anger. She grabbed Zhongmu and shoved him against the door, squeezing his neck until he turned pale and threatening the little girl fiercely. If you don't take the medicine, I will eat this person. When your brother comes back and sees the body, he will think you did it. In this town, no one will believe the words of a monster. No one will trust a monster. You will be hated just like me. The little girl's face suddenly turned pale. She wanted to save this person and didn't want to be disliked by her brother, so she had no choice but to take the medicine. With tears in her eyes, the little girl glanced at Zhongmu, whose neck was bruised and unable to speak, frowned, and raised her hand to swallow the blue pill in one bite. Her breath halted for 2 seconds, and her clear pupils suddenly turned crimson. Amidst her painful howls, her small monster body twisted further, becoming larger. All her sharp teeth and claws grew rapidly, and in less than half a minute, the little girl's frail monster body transformed into a terrifying giant beast. She was covered in black fur, resembling a wild animal, crawling on the ground, panting heavily and painfully. Her crimson pupils emitted an eerie glow in the night. Good. The woman smiled in satisfaction, flinging Zhongmu into the room. She gazed at the twisted little girl with a smile. Go, find the mayor, and kill him before dawn. The little girl turned to look at Zhongmu in the room, closed her eyes, and her massive figure rushed out swiftly, disappearing into the corridor through the white mist. Then, the woman's figure slowly disappeared at the door, leaving Zhongmu alone, clutching his painful neck, coughing repeatedly, finally gasping for breath. Her goal is to use Yeye to kill the mayor? How could she possibly kill him? Zhongmu coughed as he got up from the floor, his throat still aching, standing at the door looking outside. The white mist in the corridor dissipated, and both the little girl and the woman's figures vanished, while the town was eerily silent, completely unaware of what was about to happen. I have to hurry and find Yin Xiu. If the little girl dies at the mayor's hands, the whole scenario will be ruined. Zhongmu was anxious and was about to step out. Suddenly, the corpse of the waitress that the little girl had bitten moved a bit in the darkness, struggling to rise. Zhongmu shuddered, and the first rule of this place quickly flashed through his mind. The room must be double occupancy, no other guests are allowed. Now, Yin Xiu and Liu Mo are both gone, and the little girl has left too. Only he is left in the room. Single. I'm afraid he won't survive the night. Zhongmu swallowed hard. The waiter on the floor slowly got up, locking his gaze onto Zhongmu. The two exchanged a glance, and Zhongmu suddenly turned and ran outside. The waiter followed at a lightning speed, keeping a distance close enough that Zhongmu could be caught with even the slightest pause as they raced through the corridor. The audience, realizing the double occupancy rule like him, began to panic, watching Zhongmu flee in desperation. I barely escaped from a woman, and now I'm going to die at the hands of a waiter? I thought he could survive this level. Bad luck. I thought he was quite perceptive, quickly spotting the real big shot. What a pity. There's no way around it. With Yin Xiu and his roommate gone, and the little girl leaving, he is alone in the room. No matter what, a single occupancy room means breaking the rules, guaranteed death, unless there's some loophole he can exploit, just like Yin Xiu did with the little girl. But he's a newbie, and he's already being chased by the waiter. Once his stamina runs out, it's over for him. Well, it's hard to say, look at the direction he's running. The audience fixed their eyes on Zhongmu in the corridor as he ran wildly while glancing out the window. It seemed he wanted to escape outside. Is he trying to hide outside before the waiter catches up? Outside should be fine, but it's also dangerous. There's the rampaging little girl, the dangerous mayor, and that woman. If the townspeople see him, they might come after him too. It's just dangerous everywhere, but stepping outside does give a slight chance of survival, since no one knows if the waiter will follow him out. Outside is barely safe. You mean he shouldn't be discovered by the mayor, the townspeople, or the woman? After all, the creepy things lurking outside tonight aren't in a good mood. Yes, the source of their foul mood is currently sleeping peacefully in the small woods outside the town. They haven't even found their target to take revenge on. Let's pray he stays safe. At least this newbie thought to run outside. That's already commendable. Exactly. Just as the audience praised him, they saw Zhongmu reach the stairwell of the corridor when he suddenly made a sharp turn and dashed into the men's restroom. Huh? Isn't he going outside? He went to the bathroom? What the hell? To the bathroom? Chapter 53, A Good Seed, Nurtured. Why is he going to the restroom? Is he looking for death there? That's a dead end. Sigh, I just praised his cleverness, but now this operation leaves me dumbfounded. Is he done for? What a shame. As the audience sighed in regret, they saw the scene freeze. The waiter, who had been chasing Zhongmu, stopped at the moment he entered the men's restroom, standing at the door without going in. Why isn't she going in? I refuse to believe those creepy things respect the rules for men's and women's restrooms. If you respect rules like that, you're not even a creepy thing. That shouldn't be it, there must be another reason. Wait, is it because of the fourth rule of the hotel? The restroom is at the end of the corridor. If possible, someone should accompany you. It's fine to go alone, but you mustn't pay any attention to any voices. I was just thinking, if someone went to the restroom alone at night and died on the way, would the person left in the room trigger the first rule? But then I thought, since the rule states you can go alone when someone enters the restroom alone. This room seems to ignore the first rule of double occupancy, right? Your analysis seems to support that logic, so this newcomer plans to spend a night in the bathroom using the fourth rule? That's not impossible. 6. Bold and meticulous, no wonder you can see at a glance that Yin Xiu is a big shot. A good seed to nurture. It's a pity he's not from our town, otherwise, we would definitely nurture him. That's easy. When the instance ends, players can see the bullet screen, and at that time, they can switch towns to steal and deceive. Surely, they can lure him. 666. I remember someone said he was doomed before? Ha, it definitely wasn't me. Jongmu successfully slipped into the bathroom, taking advantage of the vague parts of the rules, but the attendant kept standing at the door with no intention of leaving, which meant he couldn't get out of here before dawn, and naturally couldn't notify Yin Xiu. I hope the little girl is okay. Jongmu anxiously peeked his head out of the cubicle, trying to see outside, then locked eyes with the attendant standing at the door. Under the attendant's furious glare, he silently recoiled. With no way to inform Yin Xiu in time, he could only leave it to fate. Although it would be easy for the little girl to get into trouble looking for the mayor, considering she is also a strange creature, he didn't think she would die. What made Jongmu more anxious was actually Yin Xiu. In the last 2 days, he could feel that Yin Xiu treated the strange little girl quite well. His cold demeanor couldn't hide the hint of softness within, which was clearly an emotion derived from valuing her existence. So, what would happen to Yin Xiu if something happened to the little girl? Recalling the killing intent that radiated from Yin Xiu when the little girl was taken away by Wang Guang, it sent chills down his spine. Clearly, someone who had been so indifferent since they first met, who couldn't even be bothered to get angry at the players' neglect and ridicule, suddenly charged into a throng of monsters with a knife, killing until the monsters trembled, forcing the mayor to show up and intervene, covered in blood, icy enough to frighten Jongmu. At that moment, the aura around Yin Xiu was completely different from his usual cold demeanor, filled with more hostility and murderous intent, as if he were being drenched in countless blood. Jongmu furrowed his brows, let out a sigh, feeling a little flustered. The players might be fine, but the strange creatures were hard to say. In the deep of night, a loud noise echoed in the town square outside. It seemed to be the townspeople. Faint lights flickered across the pitch-black square, illuminating the crowd with scattered dots, their faces twisted and gathered together, each holding weapons, launching attacks against the gigantic monster that appeared in the center of the square. The woman in the seal would only rampage during the day and when it came to sacrifices, but at night, she had no power, so the townspeople could roam outside without worry. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly emerged in the square, roaring as it charged toward the crowd, scattering them with a single swipe, its twisted mouth tearing and biting at the bodies of the townspeople, as if venting its anger, slamming them to the ground and crushing them. The townspeople, with bloodshot eyes, frantically rushed forward, wielding knives and indiscriminately hacking at the monster, each blow finding flesh, creating gaping bloody wounds across its fur-covered body. The monster howled in pain, fighting back desperately. Both sides attacked each other as if driven mad, one side weak but aggressive, while the other was numerous, gradually wearing it down. Other players who had heard the conversation between the little girl and the woman in the corridor reacted slowly upon seeing the fierce confrontation in the square. Why are the copies fighting each other? That little girl has completely turned into a monster. I told you the monster's corpse mentioned in the completion rules is her. By the way, aside from leaving the town at night, did we complete everything on Mom's note? Yes, and leaving the town doesn't specify life or death. Even if the corpse leaves, it counts as leaving. So it means it doesn't matter if the little girl is dead now? Because all requirements for her are fulfilled. That's right, she has no value for us anymore, only a threat. Once the townsfolk kill her, we can collect the spoils. If she is the monster corpse mentioned in the completion rules, we can breeze through this copy. Even if the corpse in the rules isn't the little girl, we can still give it a try. With her dead, we lose a threat. No matter what, her death is only a plus for us. Ha ha, yes. I hope the townspeople kill her quickly. A group of onlookers didn't even want to sleep, they leaned by the window watching the massacre, waiting for the final result. The monsterized little girl screamed desperately, fighting back in rage. As her body continued to bleed and suffer injuries, her strength waned, and her movements slowed, while the townsfolk began to gain the upper hand. This brawl lasted for several hours. During this time, the little girl tore apart countless townsfolk, but her body was also covered in wounds, flesh torn apart to reveal bones. She howled in pain while retaliating. Players crowded by the windows cheering for the townsfolk. Yaya Zhongmu said worriedly, peeking out from the partition. He couldn't see the direction of the square from his position, he could only hear the continuous screams and the little girl's mournful cries. The deep, hoarse monster roars sounded to him almost like crying. Chapter 54, Betrayal. Zhongmu gritted his teeth and threw open the partition door. The waitress at the door quickly looked up, staring hard at Zhongmu. Was this person finally unable to hold back and come out? Could she still make the most of her time to finish her performance? Zhongmu, his face pale, glanced at the waitress by the door and, steeling himself, turned to rush toward the bathroom window, looking down. On the second floor, the wall outside the room was very smooth, without even a pipe in sight, leaving no place to land. The height of the second floor wasn't too high, but jumping down could cause some problems. Zhongmu assessed the situation, hesitating as he stepped out halfway. Just as he was about to muster his courage to jump out, the continuous shouting from the square suddenly stopped. Zhongmu was taken aback and turned to look at the bathroom door. The waitress had vanished. If she has disappeared, does that mean it's dawn? Zhongmu quickly leaned out to look outside. The sky over the town was starting to brighten, slowly revealing the light of the morning sun. In the next moment, excited shouts erupted from inside the building as players cheered in unison, finally. It's dawn. The little girl has fallen. The townsfolk have won. Let's go check if she's still alive. After fighting the townsfolk for so long, even if she's a monster, she should be dead by now, right? Even if she's alive, she must die. We need a corpse to fulfill the completion conditions. Hurry up, hurry up. Players immediately rushed outside the building with excitement, their manic chatter sending a shiver down Zhongmu's spine. What the hell? Did he hear that right? The players, who had been too frightened to even step outside, suddenly turned brave enough to rush to the bloody scene. Zhongmu hurriedly withdrew his leg, trying to mix in with the players as they rushed downstairs, but everyone seemed inexplicably thrilled. One by one, they plunged down fiercely, forcing Zhongmu into a corner. Hurry up, we must kill her quickly. To clear the dungeon, she cannot be allowed to live. Don't say anything. I can finally leave this dungeon, I've waited too long. Ah, come on, we need to move fast. Amid their babbling, Zhongmu noticed that not all players were as excited, rushing down. Some were still trembling like timid newcomers, peeking from the doorway, even frightened by those rushing past. Those players who were hastily running, eager for the little girl to die, seemed almost like they had gone mad, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhongmu quietly stepped back to avoid them. Not looking was better, but upon closer inspection, she suddenly noticed that those players were shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, as if they had been tainted, wrapping around each one of them. This group of players seemed to be the newcomers who rarely explored out of fear. What have they been tainted by? Or are they being controlled? Zhongmu, unsure for a moment, chose to be cautious and not engage with them. After that group of players excitedly charged downstairs, they headed straight for the square. As daylight faded, the townspeople gradually returned to their homes, and at this moment, the square was filled with blood, and lying on the ground was a monster covered in wounds, breathing faintly. After battling with the townspeople, she was now exhausted, wounded, and weakened to the point of immobility, able only to lie there, gasping through the pain. Seeing the players approach, she instinctively wanted to rise and escape, but her severely injured limbs couldn't lift her, leaving her helplessly watching as the players boldly approached and examined her. Damn, so ugly. Even normally she's scary, turned into a monster, she's shockingly hideous. One player came close to the little girl, critically observing her monstrous appearance. The little girl bared her teeth in a fierce grimace, wanting to lunge at him, but her limbs merely scraped weakly against the ground, failing to intimidate anyone. She glared fiercely at the players, looking as if she wanted to tear them apart. Normally those people would have fled in fear, but today, they were unusually bold. After a low threat from the little girl, they instead stepped forward and kicked her in the head. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Think you're so cute, huh? Acting like a little girl everywhere, a monster is still a monster. Back to your true form and you're terrifying. The girl, kicked hard, let out a low, anguished sound, curling her head down. With a forceful push, all her injuries began to bleed profusely, staining the ground around her red. The players splashed through the blood, continuously hurling insults at the little girl, occasionally kicking at her wounds, punching and kicking her, even viciously reaching into her torn flesh to pull at it. Ha, look, she's wounded pretty badly, she should be dying soon, right? The heart-wrenching pain made the little girl scream and struggle, her twisted body curling up tightly. The more she was unable to resist, the denser the black mist around the players became, their gazes turning extremely excited, fixated on the little girl. She hasn't died yet, the clearing rules of the town want a corpse. Another player slowly approached the little girl, his eyes dark. Yeah, and I wonder if the first one to put up a body will score high. If someone gets the reward by being the first, wouldn't the others lose out? The players silently surrounded the little girl, their eyes revealing madness. How about we cut her into pieces, then we can make sure everyone gets a share. It makes sense, let's do it this way, after all, she's about to die anyway. It's just a little pain, a monster definitely wouldn't care, right? If she were just an ordinary little girl, maybe I really wouldn't dare, but if it's a monster, then it doesn't matter, kill her if you want. The players smiled, picking up the weapons left by the villagers on the ground, machetes, axes, saws, and slowly approached the little girl. Brother! Help me! The little girl widened her eyes in terror, struggling with her injured body and crying helplessly, but her voice was nothing but a low growl in the players' ears. One player mustered up the courage and rushed forward with an axe. The sharp blade chopped into the monster's flesh, and blood instantly splattered everywhere. The little girl's pupils constricted sharply, she screamed and dodged, crying out, "Mom! Mom, save me!" But the black smoke around the players grew thicker, and their eyes turned even redder. In the instant the next axe swung down, a figure suddenly charged forward, grabbing the axeman and knocking him to the ground. Are you all crazy? You can't hurt her. The corpse in the rules isn't even her. Zhongmu's face was pale as he blocked in front of the little girl, genuinely frightened by these people. He hadn't expected them to really take action, without hesitation, as though they were a completely different group from the players the day before. Get out of the way. What's it to you if we kill a monster? She's not even one of us. Do you really think 2 days of taking care of her made you feel something for her? A monster is still a monster. If you protect her now, she'll turn around and kill you. Don't get in the way of our progress, or we'll kill you too. Zhongmu furrowed his brow, standing firmly in front of the little girl, glaring at them. If you want to kill her, fine, wait for Yin Xiu to come back and kill her. I want to see if you dare do it in front of him. The players opposite him immediately became anxious, snarling, if you don't let us, don't blame me for chopping you too. I won't let you. Zhongmu gritted his teeth, picking up a machete from the ground, glaring at them, his voice low and threatening, you dare chop me, I'll chop you. Shrinking from monsters, but being threatened by your own people in front of me? Screw this dungeon. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. The players, not believing in superstition, took another step forward, and Zhongmu instantly swung his machete, striking decisively. His fierce gaze even startled the players. They quickly retreated, their expressions growing complex, a few of them wavering. He really dared to strike, he wasn't just bluffing, he's tough. Even in an irrational situation, anyone who wanted to finish the dungeon definitely didn't want to be killed here. Zhongmu glared at them. Anyway, now it was just a matter of stalling. It was already daylight, and he was determined to buy enough time for Yin Xiu to return, ensuring the little girl's survival. Since the first day the players gathered, he had never fit in, and he never expected these self-righteous players to accept him. Since he had turned against them all day, he would see it through to the end. A daily rebellion. Chapter 55, just kill them all. The scene froze, and the barrage started going wild with excitement. Wow, what a great potential. I really want to recruit him to our town and raise him. Anyone who can follow Yin Xiu must be extraordinary. Yin Xiu is invincible, and he's the growth type, the future is promising. Find a way to trick him into joining us. At this moment, half of the barrage was praising Zhongmu, while the other half was urgently reminding. Listen to me. Pay attention to the little girl. Don't let her die. Yes, absolutely, she can't die. Damn, protect the little girl with your life. If she dies, Yin Xiu will definitely go crazy. These damn players are scaring the hell out of me. Yin Xiu became gentle after 6 years of cultivating. These idiots almost triggered his limit. Once a person goes mad, they're like a ghost, don't ask me how I know. Although it wasn't me who died, it did stir up some psychological shadows, just looking at it is a bit frightening. Me too. A group of frightened players spewed out strange words, leaving other onlookers confused. What? Did they just miss seeing Yin Xiu go mad by a thin thread? Is the situation now dangerous to this extent? Zhongmu held an axe, confronting the group of players. He seemed to have stabilized the situation, but he was still at a disadvantage. Another player couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Zhongmu, no matter how fierce, was just one person, while they had several. If just one of them could take him down, the rest would be easy. I really think you're not afraid of death, said Zhang Si, standing at the front. He had disliked this newcomer for a long time, since day one, he had completely ignored commands, and now, dared to disrupt his actions, igniting his anger. I think you're also not afraid of death. If you want to come, then try, Zhongmu glared at him, unwilling to lose any momentum. Zhang Si, furious, exchanged a look with others, fixing his gaze on Zhongmu, ready to strike. This unwittingly attracted Zhongmu's vigilance and attention, while the other players quietly flanked him, preparing to ambush. In the tense atmosphere, Zhongmu's grip on the axe tightened unconsciously. This was his first time entering a dungeon and also his first time being hostile to other players, he truly had zero experience in killing. It would be impossible to say he wasn't anxious. He wasn't afraid of striking down the enemy, he feared that if he hesitated even for a moment, it would give the opponent a chance to counterattack, which made his heart tense up. In the silence, Zhang Si noticed Zhongmu's tension, suddenly lunging forward to intimidate him. Shocked, Zhongmu swung back with his axe, but the next second, a player beside him immediately pounced to pin him down, stepping on his hand gripping the axe. Quick! Take away his axe. If you can't take it, then chop it off. Don't let him get up. Pin him to the ground. This is for wanting to chop me just now. The remaining players approached menacingly, trying their best to hold down the wildly struggling Zhongmu, attempting to wrest the axe from his hands. A person fighting for survival is the craziest, they feared that if Zhongmu stood up, he would ruthlessly take them all down. Each of them went all out, aiming kicks at his hand and even smashing it with stones. In the struggle, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pry Zhongmu's hand off the axe. Luckily, someone dragged over another axe from the side, intending to chop off his hand to prevent any accidents. Amid the noise, the remaining players had completely zoned out. It was simply a battle of madmen. They had never seen this group of players show such fierce and crazy eyes before, nearly indistinguishable from the monstrous townsfolk. The little girl sobbed and struggled beside them, trying to help, but the slightest movement made her wounds bleed. Gritting her teeth, she kicked Yin Xiu away, but immediately got hit on her body with a stick from him. "What's the hurry? I'll come to kill you in a bit." Yin Xiu glared at her savagely, while the little girl bit his shoulder. "Ah! You monster!" he shouted, baring his teeth, angrily hitting the little girl's head with the stick, his eyes turning more crimson. Heavy breathing, loud struggling, and fighting sounds, screams, curses, and splattering blood mixed together, making the square crazed and lively. At the moment when the victorious players raised their axes high, attempting to bring it down on Zhong Mu, a cold voice suddenly rang out from outside the crowd, like snowflakes dropping into this hot commotion, instantly chilling everyone. "What are you doing?" In an instant, the square fell silent, and players turned to look. Outside the crowd, Yin Xiu's thin figure appeared there at some point. He stood quietly, looking at them, his gaze falling on the clock-like figure on the ground and then shifting to the little girl beside her. He watched those wounds, the large patch of glaring red, his eyes silently cooling down. "What's it to you?" Yin Xiu became even more displeased upon seeing Yin Xiu. He still remembered the grudge of Yin Xiu causing Wang Guang's death, glaring at him fiercely, "If you dare to meddle, I'll kill you too." Amidst his high-pitched shouting, other players followed suit with a fierce attitude. "Exactly. Every time, you steal the spotlight from our boss, making yourself look like the boss. I advise you not to mess with us now. The boss said she is the condition to pass the level, so she definitely is. Don't blame us for being rude if you obstruct us." Amidst a chorus of curses, Yin Xiu remained indifferent. "Is that so?" He coldly stared at Yin Xiu, silently raising his hand, pulling out the miao knife slung at his waist in the midst of silence. The sharp cold light emerged from the sheath, pointing with a chill and killing intent at the person across from him. "Did you strike first?" The other players fell silent, but Yin Xiu instantly retorted angrily, "So what if I did? What's it to you? Mind your own business." In an instant, the cold light slashed over, and the sharp edge cleanly cut through Yin Xiu's throat. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. He hadn't even finished his words, only broken sounds remained in his throat. Yin Xiu dazedly raised his hand to cover his throat, staring incredulously at Yin Xiu before him. His pupils were instantly filled with fear, but it was already too late. The surging blood stained his clothes. He stumbled, unable to utter any extra words, and then suddenly fell to the ground. The spreading bright red blood shocked the surrounding people. Other players, as if stabbed, changed from frenzy to panic, quickly retreating from around Yin Xiu, wanting to escape. "Forget it." Yin Xiu lightly raised his gaze to the players fleeing in all directions, swinging the miao knife in his hand to fling off the blood from the tip. His thin lips opened lightly. "Just kill them all." This sentence left the barrage astonished, but the next moment, Yin Xiu proved he was serious with his actions. The white figure charged out in an instant, wielding a sharp long knife, slicing through and piercing the back of a fleeing player. He pulled it out, swung the knife, and the flowing knife light quickly targeted the others. With one stroke, blood blossomed like flowers in the air, dyeing Yin Xiu's white shirt red, and staining his knife. His face was cold, his eyes chilling, more like the god of death, as he moved through the small town pursuing the panicked players. His quick movements were like a cold blade and also like fierce snowflakes in the biting wind, flying towards everyone from before. Everywhere he went was crimson and filled with screams. "Ah! Help me! Let me go! I was wrong! I didn't mean it! Spare me! Please! I just got a little dizzy! I didn't want to kill her! I didn't strike first! We're all players, just let me off! I beg you!" The players' wails and screams resonated throughout the entire small town. The strangeness of the town was far less fierce than Yin Xiu. Players even frantically broke into the rooms of townspeople during the day, with Yin Xiu forcefully following them inside, the cries of players and townsfolk sounding together. Now, not just the players were in a panic, even the townspeople were terrified, tightly shutting their doors, afraid to let any player inside. Hiding tightly, afraid of being affected. What does Yin Xiu's killing of players have to do with them? They are just innocent citizens now. Yin Xiu is even more like a monster than they are. Chapter 56, Brother Xiu, hurry and give him a social beating. The players involved in the murder of the little girl were being hunted down, while the players who were not involved hurriedly hid back in their rooms. The villagers didn't dare to show their faces, the female ghost hadn't appeared, and now the whole town was filled with the players' cries of misery. Wherever Yin Xiu went, someone died there. His oppressive power was even stronger than when the female ghost had appeared that day. Looking at the bullet comments, they were all shivering. Luckily, I'm not a dungeon monster. Scaring other players in the town to avoid provoking Yin Xiu, life can still go on. Who told them to provoke Yin Xiu? That female ghost, that town chief, sigh. This dungeon is over. At least the little girl is not dead. If she had died, no living person would have made it out of this dungeon. We can only say that this time the dungeon's monsters and players are both newcomers, not knowing about Yin Xiu, they picked the wrong target. Tough luck for them. Let's see how many monsters can survive this time. Will Yin Xiu show any mercy? I think it's hard. The dungeons that touched Yin Xiu's bottom line usually end badly. The discussions in the comments paralyzed the players with fear. Yin Xiu had been living in their town for a long time. They hadn't provoked him and never knew that this person could be so frightening when he got angry. In a town where harmony was valued, old residents guided the newcomers, and there were certain order and rules, there lived a chaotic killing god for so many years. In an instant, everyone understood the reason why people in the town warned not to get close to Yin Xiu. Who would dare to do that? Within the dungeon, after a long hunt, the sounds in the town gradually diminished until there were no more cries at all. Yin Xiu kicked open a villager's door, stepping out covered in blood. He took a deep breath, seemingly calming his emotions, then lowered his gaze to wipe the blade with the hem of his clothing, but the hem was also stained with blood. No matter how much he wiped, it wouldn't clean off. So, he simply didn't put away the knife and turned to walk toward the square. Finally finished killing? A few innocent villagers were caught in the crossfire and were killed together. Finally, it's over. No. He hasn't put away the knife, it's probably not over yet. Don't scare me. Right, it's not over yet. If he had just cleaned the knife, it might have been finished, but now that he hasn't put it away, it means there's more to come. How do you know this so clearly? Even this little detail. If you were the one being killed, you would know too. Sorry for interrupting. Everyone anxiously stared at Yin Xiu on the screen. He was now completely stained red, looking exceptionally horrifying, as he walked step by step with the knife toward the square. Anyone who saw this scene would tremble. The square was silent now, apart from the corpses all around, only the weak monster girl and the injured Zhongmu remained. Yin Xiu's return startled Zhongmu, who hesitated to recognize him for a long time. Brother Yin Xiu? Yin Xiu nodded faintly and then walked to the little girl's side. She was badly injured, bleeding for a long time. In her current monster form, the larger the ripped wounds, the more blood she lost. There was nothing to heal her wounds, and nothing to save her. Brother, the little girl weakly fell to the ground, her voice as faint as a fly. I hurt so much. Yin Xiu gazed at her, reached into his pocket, and took out the medicine he had brought from the basement, placing the red pill in her mouth. After swallowing the pill, the little girl's body began to change rapidly, gradually transforming from a beast-like creature covered in black fur back into a little girl. Once she reverted to human form, her wounds appeared even more horrifying, with numerous tearing wounds almost covering her frail body. The cuts on her arms and calves were almost to the point of breaking, let alone being saved. Just staying alive was already a struggle. The little girl's face was stained red with blood, and her neatly braided hair was now a mess, completely disheveled. Her pupils were unfocused as she stared blankly at Yin Xiu, slowly uttering, "Brother." I heard Mom's voice. Where? At the town entrance, outside. Mom is waiting for me. The town entrance meant leaving the town. One of Mom's notes said that one must leave the town at night. Any night would do, but clearly, the little girl wouldn't last until another night. Yin Xiu raised his eyes to glance at the sky. He had woken up a bit late, and with the chase after the players, a lot of time had passed, though there was still some time before nightfall. He gently patted the little girl's hair, speaking softly, "Wait until it gets dark. I'll take you out to see Mom." "Can you wait a bit longer?" "Okay." The little girl weakly responded, struggling to keep breathing and not fall asleep. "Then you wait here quietly for your brother to come back. I have some things to do." Yin Xiu gently asked again. The little girl tiredly opened her eyes and stared at Yin Xiu. "Brother, you must come back for me." Yin Xiu's gaze trembled, and for some reason, her words made his heart tighten for a moment. It felt like he had recalled something bad, but his mind was too blurry. "Okay, I will definitely come back." After saying that, Yin Xiu looked at Zhongmu beside him. "Take good care of her. Don't let anyone take her away." "Okay." Zhongmu nodded firmly, his eyes full of determination. Yin Xiu then picked up his knife and stood up. As he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He raised his gaze towards the town entrance and lowered his head to ask Zhongmu, "Have you seen Liamo? Your roommate?" Zhongmu shook his head. "Wasn't he with you?" Yin Xiu was deep in thought. When he woke up, he hadn't seen Liamo by his side. Instead, he vaguely remembered hearing him say something in his dream like, "This place is almost over. I need to prepare for the next surprise when we meet, so I have to leave first." He hadn't expected Liamo to just leave after the sleep. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Yin Xiu casually turned around, scanning the direction of the inn, still wandering around the town. Then, the bullet screen saw him leave the square and directly kick open a villager's door, holding a knife and demanding to know where the town chief's house was. The inn was merely the town chief's collection house and a crime scene. All the rooms there were for players to stay in. The town chief didn't live there, so to find him, they'd still have to ask the villagers. It's in the black house by the square. The villager had never seen a player come in and threaten him with a knife before, so he was genuinely scared and confused. Thank you. Yin Xiu nodded slightly, then swiftly slashed with his knife before turning to leave the house. Damn, what a ruthless big shot. Thank him and then kill him. Look at the imposing manner. Yin Xiu probably wants to clear the dungeon now. What? He's going to clear it now? He wouldn't be going to kill the town chief, right? Yin Xiu has always believed the town chief was the corpse mentioned in the clearing rules, and since he's a corpse, he has to be turned into one first. 666, Yin Xiu attacking the town chief. Damn, couldn't even think of that. After so many dungeons, who would have thought we'd see someone take a knife to solo kill the dungeon boss? This dungeon's clearing star rating has always been around 2 stars. One reason is that most players in beginner dungeons don't know how to clear it with full stars. The second reason is, the dungeon boss is hard to beat. The dungeon boss even thought he wouldn't be defeated because no one had ever beaten him, so he dared to provoke Yin Xiu. Damn, I knew he was reckless. Just afraid his roommate isn't afraid of Yin Xiu. Xiu, go give him a good lesson. Chapter 57, hope you can keep being arrogant. Yeah, Xiu, give him a lesson, make him taste the suffering we went through when we were on the brink of life and death in your hands. Ha, I've been through the rain too. I want to see the mayor's umbrella ripped apart. Beat him up. Beat him up. A group of strange creatures went wild, and even the players couldn't get a word in. There was still a little time before night fell, enough for Yin Xiu to stroll leisurely to the mayor's doorstep. His house was entirely black, standing next to the square, its front door directly facing the statue in the square, exuding a chilling aura far beyond other townsfolk's homes. Even though the square had been so noisy just moments ago, the mayor's house never opened. It was clear that on his first day in town, when the strange townspeople warmly welcomed him with knives drawn, the mayor had come out to stop them. Yet today, he remained absent, indifferent to the townspeople's struggles with the little girl, or Yin Xiu scaring players into the townsfolk's houses. Mayor's Manual, Chapter 3, when encountering any trouble that might threaten the safety of the town, either drive the threat away or seal it, the town's safety is intertwined with your own. Logically, if the townspeople were in danger, he should have come out, likely choosing to hide due to his wounds from the female ghost, not wanting to deal with Yin Xiu directly. Yin Xiu raised his gaze nonchalantly and kicked open the mayor's front door. A wave of cold air rushed toward him. The room inside was immensely dark, the windows covered with black cloth, blocking out any light, even during the day. The walls in the house were unsurprisingly adorned with many pictures, but the difference was that all the glass had been shattered, leaving the images empty. Judging by the shards on the floor, they had likely just been broken not long ago. Yin Xiu strolled past the pictures, listening to the sounds within the house, and steadily made his way to the second floor. The whole house was silent except for some faint noises coming from the second floor. The occupants sensed Yin Xiu's intrusion but still did not move. If they wouldn't move, then Yin Xiu would simply go up himself. The second floor had many rooms, each window covered, every room devoid of furniture, only walls entirely hung with paintings. The guest room served as both a crime scene and an exhibition space. These must be the mayor's entire possessions, right? However, now all the glass of the paintings was shattered, and there wasn't a single silhouette in the frames. At the end of the second floor stood the only closed door in front of Yin Xiu, behind which clearly came the sound of something being gobbled up, so impatient that even when Yin Xiu reached the door, he didn't stop. Covered in blood, Yin Xiu still politely knocked on the door. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Inside, the sounds paused, and there was no response to Yin Xiu. After a second of silence, the frantic gobbling resumed. If you don't open the door, I'll come in myself, Yin Xiu said calmly, stepping back a bit, raised his knife, and slashed down hard. The sharp gleam flashed, splitting the door in two, instantly falling down and revealing the scene inside. Inside the room was indeed the mayor, along with a floor covered in pictures and shards of glass. The mayor was also bloodied, with several wounds all over, severely injured. The bite mark from the ghost on his shoulder had already dried, but he had 2 other wounds that were somewhat smaller compared to the ghost's large bite, with fresh blood running down and staining his clothes. To fill these wounds, the mayor was smashing his collectibles, pulling out sealed spirits and stuffing them into his mouth, desperate and ignoring Yin Xiu's presence. Was it Yaya who hurt you? Yin Xiu asked, standing at the door with a calm gaze. The only beings capable of harming the mayor were the ghost and the peculiar child mentioned in the rules, connecting to the inexplicably monstrous Yaya. He could only guess like this. The expression on the mayor's face instantly twisted. That woman really wants to kill me. After so long, she finally couldn't help but use her pawn to strike a fatal blow. Yin Xiu's gaze was cold and indifferent as he nodded. You faced her for a long time. She couldn't kill you, nor did she have the chance, but last night I gave her that chance. The moment she hurt you, she immediately arranged for the prepared Yaha to deliver a final blow, but unexpectedly, you had the townspeople block her. The mayor smiled as he turned to look at Yin Xiu, his face blood-red and blinding. Indeed, with this, she still can't kill me. In my domain, no one can kill me. Yin Xiu's expression darkened slightly, but you might not have expected that. In fact, that woman also counts me as her pawn. He slightly shook the blade in his hand, and droplets of blood rolled off the edge and fell to the ground. The intent to kill was so thick that it contrasted sharply with Yin Xiu's icy voice. She used the mutated Yaha not only to deepen your wounds or kill you but to provoke me into killing you. Or rather, to stir up a conflict between you and me, attempting to bring Liu Mo, who was still by my side yesterday, into this. Seeing the mayor's fearful attitude towards Liu Mo, it seemed that the woman was also aware of Liu Mo's terror. Making Yin Xiu kill the mayor, she did not have 100% assurance, but if she could use Yaha to intensify the relationship between the mayor and Yin Xiu, causing Liu Mo to intervene and help Yin Xiu kill the mayor, that would be a guaranteed victory. The mayor sneered coldly. It seems that you are very clear in your heart. That woman thinks you're a pawn that can be easily manipulated. In the end, she has also gotten herself into trouble. His gaze slightly glanced behind Yin Xiu, not seeing Liu Mo's figure, and was somewhat surprised. You came alone? Yin Xiu nodded. The mayor, who had been somewhat flustered just moments ago, completely calmed down. He slowly set down the unbroken portrait in his hands, smiled, and stood up, looking much more at ease. Since he didn't come alone, I have nothing to worry about. It's truly surprising that he actually gave you up at the last moment. This has turned out to be a big advantage for me. The mayor's eyes were once again filled with desire and excitement as he stared at Yin Xiu, while Yin Xiu's gaze remained nothing but indifference, his expression cold as if looking at a corpse. The mayor always felt pleased by Yin Xiu's indifference, his spirit relaxing considerably. I know you have some skill, indeed, you are outstanding in the rookie instance, but this is my domain. As long as I want to keep you here, no one can leave the instance alive. Yin Xiu raised his eyes, deep in thought. Is the mayor among the bosses he has previously killed? The last time he killed a boss in an instance was 6 years ago in the final instance when he was still 16, too naive, and used up all his props just barely managing to solo it for 2 days. Since then, rarely had he been disturbed by strange monsters. In the small town, aside from the night lady, no strange monsters dared to wander near his door. Now seeing the mayor so interested in him and taking the initiative to provoke, claiming he would turn him into a collectible, he nodded slightly and smiled. Actually, I quite like you. Then, he raised the knife. I like your unruly and mad way of speaking. I hope you can keep it up later. Chapter 58, You are kind, I am also kind. The moment he said this, the cold aura he emitted made the mayor instantly furrow his brow. In the next second, Yin Xiu's figure rushed forward, the cold light sliding through the dim room. In the blink of an eye, with his nimble figure, he had reached behind the mayor. The light and shadow flickered, and blood instantly burst forth. With a snap, the mayor's head fell to the ground, dripping with sticky blood. Even his expression was still one of shock. Yin Xiu slowly turned around, coldly staring at the mayor on the ground, his lips slightly parted. If you want to trap me, you better prepare a bigger frame. What? Instant kill? The man who defeated the boss of the final dungeon in a one-on-one fight, it's surprising if he doesn't get instant kills. Ha, this boss in the beginner dungeon is just trash, getting instantly killed is too normal. Over these years, other than becoming gentler by focusing on health, Yin Xiu hasn't declined at all. The dungeon's monster is in trouble. As a little town monster, seeing Yin Xiu instant kill a monster is somehow a bit exciting. How do you explain that? You're not normal. I suggest you go train under Yin Xiu's blade to ascend. You really want me to ascend, don't you? Wait, Yin Xiu hasn't put the knife away yet. Ah. The viewers in the bullet chat watched as in the darkroom, after Yin Xiu cut off the mayor's neck, he didn't leave, nor did he put away the knife, but leisurely walked to a spot slightly farther from the mayor. In the next second, the mayor's head began to roll on the ground, his headless body slowly crouching down, picking up his head and placing it back onto his neck. The smile on the mayor's face became increasingly arrogant and excited as he fixed his gaze on the calm Yin Xiu, his throat revealing an extremely excited voice. As expected of the person I value, you're indeed much stronger than those newcomers. I've been in this dungeon for so long, and I've never encountered anyone who could cut off my head. His gaze stuck to Yin Xiu, examining him. Logically speaking, so far no one has discovered the dungeon item that can kill me, yet your knife can hurt me. That's quite special, isn't it? Yin Xiu slowly raised his hand, the palm pressing against the back of the knife, leaving a white mark. He smiled. It is special, want to give it a try? Hearing such light-hearted words from the person he was interested in made the mayor's expression become hazy and dazed, as if Yin Xiu was not going to kill him but inviting him to do something very ambiguous. He smiled and licked his lips, his tone powerful. I must turn you into my collection. A one-of-a-kind collection. As he spoke, his body, covered in bright red blood, began to twist and swell, every limb's flesh rapidly becoming hard. The frames around started to shake, sensing fear. Yin Xiu calmly watched his body grow bigger, more like a beast. That face, still recognizable a moment ago, vanished in the blink of an eye, breathing heavily, drooling at him, his chest rising and falling unevenly, as if particularly excited. Yin Xiu. My collection. Yin Xiu showed little reaction to his madness, spinning the knife in his hand, quickly turning to face the corner of the room. The transformed mayor charged out violently, pouncing towards him. Inside the house, there were several loud bangs, the walls caving in under the tremendous force, debris flying everywhere. Yin Xiu didn't strike back, only deliberately dodging and moving, forcing the mayor to attack where he was. Even in the small space, his figure remained agile. This seemingly one-sided oppression made the mayor even more frantic and excited, his pupils staring intensely at Yin Xiu's figure, his white shirt soaked in blood, his posture graceful and swift, flashing and dodging before him like a snowflake dancing in the freezing cold that he couldn't catch. I will turn you into mine. He roared while charging at Yin Xiu, desperately trying to grab him, the entire second floor almost shaking and about to collapse from his impacts. Yin Xiu is playing with him, isn't he? Giving him the illusion that he can win against Yin Xiu, it's just playing. He could easily kill the mayor, but it feels like he has another purpose. Forget it. Just dodging looks so cool. A normal player would have been squashed by now. Only Yin Xiu can dodge so effortlessly. Keep it up, brother Xiu. It's almost dawn, there shouldn't be many players still online, yet the bullet comments are still so numerous. I suspect the authenticity of these comments. Guess. As the town mayor furiously pounced several times without catching Yin Xiu, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Normally, even capable players would look quite clumsy dodging, but after a while, he was starting to feel winded and was gasping for breath, yet Yin Xiu remained utterly indifferent, standing there without a single sign of fatigue, looking just like a moving corpse. Are you really a normal person? The mayor sensed something was off. Tired? Seeing the mayor suddenly stop, Yin Xiu asked with mild concern. He had no intention of running anymore, instead, he stood firm at the doorway, holding his knife and looking at the mayor. If you're tired, let's end this. For a moment, the mayor couldn't keep up with his words. What did he mean by end? This meaningless chase? In that moment of distraction, Yin Xiu swung his long knife effortlessly, slicing off one of the mayor's arms and kicking him backward. The mayor's body tilted, lacking one arm made him unsteady. He abruptly tried to strike out with his other hand but was easily dodged by Yin Xiu. Useless. Even if your knife can sever my limb, I'll restore it right back for you to see. The mayor sneered coldly, suddenly turning to retrieve his arm, but froze instantly when he looked back. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, in the room he had violently slammed into, the images sealing the spirits had all been shattered, glass was strewn everywhere, and the spirits had already escaped. The images were the spaces, the glass was the seal, and only the mayor could unlock this seal. Driven by his overwhelming desire to catch Yin Xiu, he blindly swung at him, completely unaware that he was always hitting the fallen frames, shattering the glass, thus releasing the spirits. At that moment, the long-resent spirits glared viciously at the mayor. The arm that Yin Xiu had cut off was kicked towards the spirits, and it was instantly devoured clean. Now, not only could the mayor not retrieve it, but there was not even a scrap left. You deliberately let them out. The mayor's pupils began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes. Yin Xiu lazily replied, besides the female ghost who can suppress you, there's also the sin you've brought upon yourself. I thought it's a pity for such a big guy like you to die here, why not feed you to them? With a smile, Yin Xiu raised his knife in front of the mayor's fearful gaze. How many pieces do you want to be cut into? 10 pieces? 20 pieces? What? 50 pieces? Truly generous, afraid they won't be full. He talked to himself while swinging his knife, surging forward with murder in his heart. Then I'll cut you into 100 pieces as you wish, after all, I'm also a kind-hearted person. Chapter 59, Eat Elegantly. The glint of the knife flashed, and the mayor's screams followed. He tried to dodge intentionally but couldn't evade at all. Yin Xiu's knife was swift and fierce, just like he was, ruthlessly, one blade would sever apart, then he would turn and kick at the spirits. The spirits were incredibly fierce, filled with resentment. Whenever they had the chance, they would try to rush forward and bite the mayor. He couldn't even recover his state in time, let alone counterattack the spirits. He could only helplessly watch Yin Xiu, his eyes wide, as that knife fell swiftly upon him, robbing him completely of the ability to resist. In that moment, he seemed to realize that he had attracted a being he shouldn't have provoked. Thinking deeply, the existence that could make them distinctly feel terror like Liamo had actually set his sights on Yin Xiu. Then, what kind of person was Yin Xiu? Such a high-quality example, when would it be his turn to possess it? In a moment of distraction, Yin Xiu's knife severed another piece of flesh from him and kicked it towards the spirits. These bizarre beings rushed forward instantly, devouring it completely, then fixed their fierce eyes on the now helpless mayor, hate shimmering in their gaze. Don't rush, Yin Xiu said, horizontally placing his knife before the spirits ready to pounce, his eyes cold as he instructed, eat gracefully, and respect the dead. Even if you can't cook, you should cut into pieces, chew slowly, and gorging is a grave mistake. The spirits glared at the already mangled mayor, unwilling but still taking half a step back, waiting for Yin Xiu to feed them. Yin Xiu. If you have the guts, just kill me. The mayor shouted through gritted teeth. He was after all a boss in this scenario, and how dare Yin Xiu let those who once died at his hands devour his body. It was the utmost humiliation, worse than being killed. No rush, there will be a time for your death. Until then, you will witness your own powerlessness. Yin Xiu walked slowly back to the mayor's side, staring down at his already damaged body, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Don't worry, I know how to dismember. I am more artistic than you." In an instant, the mayor was filled with rage, but before he could unleash a heartfelt scream, Yin Xiu struck down again, cutting off his cry. The audience watched the bloody scene with trembling anxiety. For a moment, they felt Yin Xiu was more ruthless than the game's monsters. At least the monsters swallowed whole, dying in an instant with minimal pain, but Yin Xiu was methodical, torturing slowly while insulting him, a double blow both physically and psychologically. He really lived up to his promise, leisurely looking out at the sky while methodically slicing piece by piece, brutally turning the once whole mayor into small chunks right before his conscious eyes, until only the head remained. The spirits were filled, watching the mayor suffer, and most of their hatred faded away. As the mayor's size diminished, many spirits slowly disappeared from the room. The sky gradually darkened. It was nearing the night of the small town. Yin Xiu pulled back his gaze, turning to press the tip of the knife against the mayor's head. "Still alive?" The mayor did not respond. He was filled with regret, regretting that he hadn't pretended to be dead when Yin Xiu first cut off his head. Now he was left with just a head. "It's about time, we should go clear the level," Yin Xiu said coldly, reaching out to pick up the mayor's head and turning to walk out. The night began to descend, and the townsfolk gradually moved outside. The players knew tonight was the night to fulfill the last rule on the little girl's paper. Even if they dared not face the townsfolk directly, they had to come out of the inn. In the square, a few flickering lights dimly illuminated the figures of both groups. The townsfolk glared aggressively at the players, eyeing the weak little girl behind the player group, their faces filled with menace. The players could not hand the little girl over to the townsfolk. Even if she were dead, the task must be completed. If they lost the body, they would surely be trapped in this level. Both sides were at a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move, but the tension was palpable. Until the last ray of light disappeared from the horizon, the standoff continued. Suddenly, the figure of Yin Xiu emerged from the mayor's house. As soon as he appeared, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Covered in blood, his body cold, one hand holding the mayor's head, the other wielding a machete, stepping slowly into the faint light toward the crowd. With each step he took, both players and townsfolk panicked and stepped back, none daring to close the distance. The two groups surrounding the square were forcibly pushed to the sides by Yin Xiu's arrival. Next, everyone saw Yin Xiu place the mayor's head on the altar, then raise the bloody knife in his hand, his face frozen but his words surprisingly gentle. "Is there anything you want to say before you die? I can reluctantly listen." At this moment, the mayor had completely lost his body, only his head remaining, gasping for breath, staring at Yin Xiu in the dark night, his lifeless eyes seeming to rekindle a light. That exquisitely delicate figure, expressionless, his white clothes stained with blood, strikingly beautiful yet cold-hearted, no matter when he looked, still brought him joy, like the most perfect and elegant piece of art he had ever seen in his many years. "I still want to have you." As soon as his words fell, Yin Xiu's knife came down, splitting the head in two, black liquid flowing down and splattering onto the altar. "The mayor? The mayor has been killed? You! How could you kill our mayor?" The townsfolk's voices rang out like a formula, both angry and fearful, anger at someone killing their leader, fear at someone killing their leader. Although they were furious, they didn't dare approach Yin Xiu, expressing their anger from a distance of several meters. Yin Xiu, with a cold expression, fumbled at his waist and after a long search, found the record book he had earlier tucked away, then tossed it in front of them. "Take a look for yourselves." The townsfolk exchanged confused glances, then cautiously stepped forward to pick up the record book and quickly turned back to rejoin the crowd, flipping through the book with the others. After reading the record book, the townsfolk fell silent, glancing at each other before one finally spoke. Good kill." Normally, to complete the quest through the mayor's line, to prevent a counterattack from the townsfolk, the record book hidden in the basement must be found, otherwise, they would have to fight their way out. However, anyone who could kill the mayor could also fight their way out, and the record book was just a backup plan. Even those who had never been to the basement could still take the path of killing the mayor to complete the quest. As for the potential for a massive counterattack, Yin Xiu glanced at the number of townsfolk, recalling that he had killed some while carrying the little girl into town, and then again during the chase for players. The number of townsfolk now certainly didn't amount to a large crowd. Even without the record book, he could easily make his way through. Handing over the book was merely to ensure that Yaha could be sent out safely. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave now," Yin Xiu said, looking at the townsfolk, then stepped forward through the crowd toward the direction of the little girl. The live comments finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally seeing Yin Xiu complete the quest, it's my first time seeing someone take the path of killing the mayor to win. I wonder how many stars he'll get. Excited. We're ready to welcome that good seedling when the instance ends. We have to trick him into coming over. It's too wasteful for him to stay in other small towns. Understood, my hands are already on the keyboard, no one will type faster than me. I'm counting on you, brother. By the way, did you all notice something? What issue? Yin Xiu has already killed the mayor, why hasn't he put away his knife yet? Only then did the live comment suddenly realize he had indeed finished off the mayor. The knife was still held in his hand, neither sheathing it nor showing any intention to wipe it clean. The barrage suddenly trembled. What the hell? What does he want to do now? Chapter 60, 5-star clearance dungeon. According to what someone said before, oh no, the strange saying is that if he doesn't sheath the knife, it means he might still want to kill? The dungeon is about to be cleared. Yin Xiu, are you not satisfied yet? Any player who brutally murders strange creatures will eventually be brought to justice. Everyone, don't be anxious. He might sheath the knife soon. I have a bad feeling that tonight my psychological trauma is about to increase again. Under the gaze of the barrage, Yin Xiu merely walked through the crowd with the knife raised. The villagers looked at his knife, their hearts racing with anxiety, the players looked at his knife, their hearts pounding, the barrage looked at his knife, nearly gasping for air. However, Yin Xiu just walked through the crowd, reaching Xiaomu's side and then lowering the knife. The villagers, players, and barrage all let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Brother! The little girl, in a daze, curled up in Xiaomu's coat, her blood long having soaked the clean and tidy coat, her body shivered in the pool of blood. I'm back. Yin Xiu reached out to touch her long hair. I will take you to see mom right now. The little girl struggled to get up, but as she lifted her head slightly, the gash on her neck was revealed, even a slight pull made her face go pale. If she were an ordinary person and not a strange creature, she would have died by now. Don't move. Yin Xiu carefully picked her up, then casually lifted his knife again. Now that the villagers had seen the record book, they would no longer attack him, the players dared not say a word, and Yin Xiu leaving with the little girl went quite smoothly. Xiaomu was still worried that some reckless players might try to take advantage of the little girl, glaring fiercely while holding his axe and following closely behind Yin Xiu, constantly looking back at those people. He was also covered in blood, with wounds on his hands. Wielding the axe in such a fierce manner was quite intimidating. Other players, even if they had that intention, did not dare to approach, just watching three figures step by step leave the small town. Under the hazy night, there was a layer of white mist outside the town, and the little girl's mother was nowhere to be seen. Is your mother out there? Yin Xiu asked softly. The little girl nodded. Yin Xiu then let Xiaomu stay here and stepped into the white mist carrying the little girl. The fog was thick, visibility was extremely low. After stepping out, Yin Xiu couldn't even see the ground within his own step, finding himself enveloped in whiteness. In the mist, a soft and crisp meow suddenly echoed, as if guiding Yin Xiu onward. The little girl in his arms also perked up, it's mom. Yin Xiu followed the sound, step by step, and finally, in the white mist, he saw a familiar small figure. It was the black cat that had jumped down from the tree on the day they gathered players and led them to find the little girl's mother. Now, it was crouching in the mist, staring unblinkingly at Yin Xiu's approach. So, the beast with thick black fur is actually a cat. Yin Xiu murmured, carefully placing the little girl in front of the black cat. Exactly the same curse, the villagers had transformed into monsters, while the little girl's mother was just an ordinary black cat, rational and calm. She looked at Yin Xiu and nodded, then lowered her head to lick the little girl's cheek with her tongue. Mom! The little girl instantly burst into tears, her voice filled with sobs. Mom, it hurts so much. The black cat consoled her, nuzzling her cheek, meowing several times, but Yin Xiu could not understand. The little girl slowly turned to look at Yin Xiu, and on her dirty cheek, a sweet smile appeared. Brother, I want to go home with mom now, thank you. Yin Xiu nodded without saying much. Take care of yourself. Brother? You will definitely find your sister, said the little girl, staring at Yin Xiu without blinking. Before brother finds his sister, I can stay by brother's side and protect him. Yin Xiu's lips curled up into a faint smile as he nodded again. The black cat meowed at Yin Xiu, then lowered its head to lick the little girl's cheek. Suddenly, the little girl's spirit started to emerge from her weak and injured body, slowly shrinking until she transformed into a round golden coin. The black cat picked up the coin and walked over to Yin Xiu, placing it in front of him. Goodbye, brother, the little girl waved her hand with a smile, then turned with the black cat and began to disappear step by step into the white mist. The moment the little girl left, a familiar notification echoed in all players' minds. Congratulations players for completing the dungeon, Monsters of the Town. This dungeon completion star rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis. Help the little girl complete all her mom's notes, 1 star. Place the little girl's body on the altar, 1 star. Place the woman's body sealed under the statue, 2 stars. Place the mayor's body on the altar, 3 stars. Understood the entire background of the town, 1 star. Completion conditions. Help the little girl complete all her mom's notes, place the mayor's body on the altar +4 stars. Hidden conditions, understood the entire background of the town plus 1 star. Overall star rating, 5 stars. First players to achieve 5 stars, Yin Xiu. After the notification ended, all the players were dumbfounded. After their calculation, they barely managed to achieve 1 star, but Yin Xiu actually got 5 stars. However, they all knew they were just running through the dungeon, barely managing to clear it, so they didn't complain much about the star ratings. At most, they just thought the rewards were a bit low, surviving was good enough. After hearing the completion announcement, Yin Xiu waited a moment more to receive his settlement notification. Player Yin Xiu, 5-star completion of beginner dungeon, monsters of the town. Basic reward 1000 by 5, dungeon assets plus 5000, current total assets 5038.5. Seeing the settlement, Yin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied with the result, as the basic rewards for beginner dungeons were usually low. He stepped forward and bent down to pick up the coin left on the ground by the black cat. As soon as the coin was in his palm, the dungeon announcement rang out again. Congratulations player Yin Xiu for obtaining SS level dungeon item, Yaya's Guardian. Item description, only those who open their hearts can earn her willing companionship. When a young soul relies on you, please be sure to live on, no matter what. Item use, in the dungeon, any fatal injury can summon Yaya for healing if this item is used within 1 minute. Item restrictions, can only be used twice per dungeon, restricted to player Yin Xiu. Yaya special note, in extremely dangerous situations, Yaha allows player Zhongmu to use it once under special circumstances. Yin Xiu stared at the last note. Is this what it means to understand the world's dark nature? He tucked the coin away, raised his knife, and looked at a door that appeared in the white mist before him, remarkably similar to the door of his home. But Yin Xiu did not enter the door, instead, he tightened his grip on the knife and turned back toward the town. Unlike Yin Xiu, the players still in the town, upon receiving the dungeon completion information, were overjoyed and ran eagerly to the town's exit, desperate to leave this haunted place. So many people rushed out, but only Yin Xiu walked back from the white mist. Zhongmu hadn't left yet, he thought Yin Xiu had already gone and was hesitating whether to leave directly, afraid that he might not see Yin Xiu again in future dungeons. So he waited, and to his surprise, Yin Xiu really did come out of the mist. Big brother Yin Xiu. The dungeon is cleared. Thank you so much for taking me through this dungeon. Zhongmu joyfully came over to Yin Xiu's side, celebrating together. Yin Xiu nodded and turned to look at Zhongmu. Why are you still here? Do you have something to do? Zhongmu shyly scratched his head. Before I came in, someone told me that I could change to a different town at the end of the dungeon. I want to know which town you are in. I want to go to the town where you are. Yin Xiu thought for a few seconds. His town was mature and had elders, which was indeed better than other chaotic towns, so he replied calmly, it's the 35th dimensional town. When you get there, you can find someone named Yi Tianxian. He will arrange a suitable room for you. Okay. Zhongmu immediately nodded happily, preparing to turn and rush into the white mist, but suddenly turned back to look at the still-standing Yin Xiu. Why aren't you leaving, big guy? All the other players are gone. Yin Xiu casually shook his head, shook the knife in his hand, and narrowed his eyes at the townsfolk still in the square not far away. I still have something to do. You go ahead. Zhongmu followed his gaze and choked slightly, realizing something. He nodded, then I'll go first. Remember to come back to the town early. After saying that, he quickly rushed into the white mist, not daring to stay a moment longer. He was very sharp, afraid that if the big guy went on a killing spree, he might accidentally get caught up in it. Chapter 61, They Can't Live, and You Aren't an Exception. Once Zhongmu left, there was only Yin Xiu remaining in the dungeon. The townsfolk looked at each other, watching Yin Xiu return from the white mist, feeling anxious and uneasy. The dungeon had clearly ended, so why was this person still staring at them? So scary. Yin Xiu calmly approached with his knife, and the townsfolk quickly retreated, alert to him. They knew very well that Yin Xiu returning was not a good sign, but they had nowhere to escape. Even if they rushed back to their homes, Yin Xiu would still come knocking. It was said that dungeons were cages for players, once inside, they could only survive there, with no way to escape. But now, it was them who were trapped. After a normal dungeon ended, players would quickly leave, and then the dungeon would restart the monsters, waiting for the next batch of players. Who would have thought there would be someone like Yin Xiu deliberately blocking the way, making things difficult for the monsters? As Yin Xiu reached the center of the square, the townsfolk had already shrunk back in the corner, shivering as they stared at him. What do you want? Why aren't you leaving? Yin Xiu remained silent, ignoring the group of weak monsters, and looked up at the statue of the woman standing in the center of the square. Even though the town mayor had vanished, her statue still remained in the state it had been when the players arrived, with a huge nail sealing her head and surrounding talismans and red threads revealing a sinister vibe. Yin Xiu climbed up to the top of the massive statue, looking down at the nail's position. In front of everyone, he thrust the knife into the nailed spot, then began prying the nail, intending to destroy the entire statue. The townsfolk were instantly terrified and rushed forward in a panic. "You can't touch that. If you let that woman out, we're all finished. You must not release her. Once she comes out, the entire town will be doomed. The seal must absolutely not be touched. If you let her out, you will also die here. You can leave right now. Stop. Do not do that." Facing the townsfolk's desperate pleas, Yin Xiu turned a deaf ear and continued prying at the nail, trying to damage the entire sealed statue from the tiny cracks. "You! Why won't you listen? If you want to die, I don't want to die." Seeing that Yin Xiu was indifferent, a townsfolk couldn't help but curse and rush over, wanting to stop his actions. Just as he ran to the statue's side and was about to pull him back, Yin Xiu suddenly drew his knife, turning it back with one swift motion, cleanly cutting off the townsfolk's head, blood spraying as he inserted the knife back into the crack, apathetically continuing to pry at the statue, not even glancing at him. The nearby townsfolk were stunned with fear. A face full of despair. To stop is death, to not stop is also death. What can they do? They can only watch. How unlucky they must be to encounter a killer like Yin Xiu. Now no one should think about living, okay? As Yin Xiu continued to destroy the seal, the sky above the town grew darker, and white mist began to swirl around. Footsteps of a woman echoed in the mist. She looked at Yin Xiu's actions as he destroyed the statue, somewhat confused. "Are you helping me? Do you want to free me from the seal?" Yin Xiu said nothing, glancing at the woman out of the corner of his eye, forcefully driving the knife into the crack, then grabbing a huge nail and starting to kick it aside. The crack grew larger, and the statue was on the verge of shattering. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of whether Yin Xiu was helping her or not, she was finally going to be free. "Finally, I am finally going to reclaim my body. That man is dead. My seal is gone. There will be nothing to bind me anymore." The smile on the woman's face twisted, her eyes turning crimson as she stared at Yin Xiu, malicious intent swelling within her. Though this man helped her kill the mayor and was assisting her in breaking the seal, she never felt that Yin Xiu was really helping her. That feeling of hostility was now more pronounced. But it doesn't matter, she can't deal with Yin Xiu now, but once she regains her body, her power will surpass the mayor's, and whether to kill Yin Xiu will depend on her mood. With a massive noise, the entire statue cracked open in an instant, revealing a black coffin suppressed beneath the statue. The woman's face instantly transformed with wild joy as she rushed toward her coffin. Her figure became semi-transparent and swiftly slipped into the coffin. "It's over, it's doomed." The townspeople watched the woman enter the coffin, their faces filled with despair. The sky descended into darkness, heavy clouds covered it. In contrast to the townspeople's despair, Yin Xiu appeared much more indifferent. After breaking the seal, he turned and sat down on a smoother piece of statue debris, taking a break. The black coffin shook twice, slowly opening in the eerie environment. Black smoke swirled as a frail, emaciated corpse slowly crawled out. Its eyes were hollow, its body rotting, having mutated into a monster during the long seal. As the corpse came into contact with the air, it began to swell just like the mayor, its crawling form towering twice over Yin Xiu. Under the gloomy sky, she let out a frenzied howl, her eyes blood-red, filled with murderous intent. "I will kill you all. Kill you treacherous ones." The woman's hatred towards the townspeople was palpable. The first thing she did after gaining freedom was charge at the townsfolk in the square, viciously tearing their bodies apart, crushing them with intense hatred. The townspeople screamed and scattered, fleeing in all directions, but the town was a prison of the dungeon. Players could not escape, and the monsters could not get out either. They could only run inside, waiting for the woman to hunt them down. Boring. Compared to the madness and screams over there, Yin Xiu remained calm and collected, as if time was peaceful. He squinted his eyes, lazily sitting on the stone, watching the woman wreak havoc, feeling a bit drowsy and yawning. Thinking about it, he found something to do for himself, stood up to gather the corpses, stacking the already deceased townspeople together, starting to play a stacking game. Yin Xiu is a pervert, no doubt about it. Is this how the big shot spends his time? I can't understand. What do you know? Yin Xiu is collecting their corpses. Super kind. Why can't I believe that? Letting the female ghost break the seal and have her kill the townspeople without moving a hand, it's indeed retribution for evil people. Yin Xiu knows this little town's environment way too well, he's avenging the little girl. Look at how they bullied the little girl before, who would have thought it would be their turn to be beaten down now, it's laughable. Indeed, with Yin Xiu in the instance, the monsters suffered heavy losses. It's true that there is a reason why the monsters in this instance fear the name. This person stands out for their indifference and ruthlessness. As Yin Xiu finished stacking the bodies, the surroundings quieted down significantly. The woman seemed to have vented all her hatred. After killing all the townsfolk, she returned with a sense of satisfaction and began to scrutinize Yin Xiu. "Do you want to leave the instance?" the woman asked with a sinister smile, skillfully circling around Yin Xiu's position, as if testing the state of her hunt. "If I don't leave, should I just stay here and chat with you?" Yin Xiu replied lazily, watching the woman's figure, silently tightening his grip on the knife. Then, in light of you killing the town chief and breaking my seal, I will reluctantly let you leave. The woman smiled, but her gaze at Yin Xiu was filled with threat. Yin Xiu stared at the woman's stillness, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. His eyes coldly glanced at the woman's enormous figure hidden in the white mist, speaking clearly and indifferently, I didn't intend to help you, I just felt that killing a town chief of 3-star difficulty wasn't exciting enough. Without you being unsealed, it becomes even less interesting. The woman sneered, so you broke the seal, but still want to kill me? Yin Xiu curled the corners of his lips, yet his gaze was icy. In this instance, all monsters must be dead the moment I step out. They cannot live, and neither can you. Chapter 62, the player is completely heartless, extremely ruthless, has been blocked. The woman narrowed her eyes, revealing her fierceness. You are really arrogant, thinking you can kill all the monsters in the instance? I never intended to, I was just planning to pass through casually and go back. Yin Xiu whispered as he lifted the knife in his hand, staring at the woman's figure. Thanks to you, I rarely have the urge to wipe out an entire instance. Yin Xiu's cold smile not only made the woman shiver, but the town's monsters trembled as well. What he's saying is true. Why did you provoke him? Heaven and earth can witness, he has become much gentler since he arrived in the town. He doesn't come out at midnight to chop us anymore, he's quite gentle. Woo woo. It's true, I haven't had a knife pointed at me by him for a long time. Thinking about it makes me somewhat nostalgic. No nostalgia allowed. You all want to die, right? Shoo, stop talking, the night goddess is angry. The woman silently pondered in the white mist, hesitating before asking, is it because of that monster little girl? Yin Xiu said nothing, but his silence was a wordless answer. The woman scoffed, why? She's just a monster too, I merely used her to kill the town chief, so what if she died, what's there to make you angry? Fire ignited in Yin Xiu's eyes. You tricked Yaya into touching the altar, forcing her to break the rules of the town. Yes. Because she broke the rules, her family became a thorn in the townsfolk's side, her grandmother and mother both became your sacrifices to appease their anger. Correct. You used me to trick Yaya into confronting the town chief, leading to her death. So what? Yin Xiu stared at the woman, who always wore a mask of indifference, slowly exhaling a deep breath. Forget it, I no longer want to talk to you. He raised the knife in his hand, pointing it at the woman. You just need to remember, you hate the townsfolk, but you are no different from them. For your own goals, you pushed Yaya's family towards death. The townsfolk treated you and your family the same way in the past. You are just like them. The woman's pupils instantly flared with anger. How could I be the same as them? They are a group of cold-hearted people. If they hadn't ignored my death, I wouldn't have become like this. When I was pregnant, I cried out for help in the inn. The waiter heard but ignored me. When I was wrongfully accused and killed those people in the square, the townsfolk all knew, yet no one chose to help me. That damned man. Like these people in the town, he is cold and heartless, they all deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. The woman yelled frantically, her eyes turning more ferocious as she fixed her glare on Yin Xiu, spitting out black resentment from her mouth. You too. You are also a cold-hearted person. You deserve to die. In a fit of rage, the woman suddenly lunged at Yin Xiu, her massive form bursting forth from the white mist. Her eyes were filled with bitterness, unwilling to acknowledge Yin Xiu's words. She hated those people, even with their corpses in tatters. The long-held resentment was like wandering souls in the small town, slaughtering them day after day to quell her anger. Even as her body had long since decayed, she remained obsessed. But those who stare long into the abyss find themselves becoming the abyss. Rest in peace, Yin Xiu calmly uttered, closing his eyes. He took 2 steps back, gripping the knife, and at the moment the massive shadow lunged at him, he whipped the knife around and struck violently upward. The killing intent and resolve were but a fleeting moment. After Yin Xiu closed his eyes, the knife suddenly transformed from a sharp blade into a twisted black tentacle, violently slapping the woman and tearing her body apart. The woman didn't even have time to scream before she was split in two, her terrified expression falling to the ground. The twisted tentacle swiftly transformed back into a regular blade, and then Yin Xiu opened his eyes. What the hell? What just happened? The screen went black the moment Yin Xiu made a move? I don't know. Anyway, when it came back, I saw the woman was already dead. Yet again, in a flash, what boss in this instance could stop Yin Xiu? No wonder he has cleared every level. On the screen, Yin Xiu stood alone in the square, surrounded by a complete silence and desolation. Under the dark sky, the small town was filled with corpses, the houses silent and still. His blood-drenched figure was particularly striking amidst it all. The bodies of the townspeople, the body of the mayor, the woman's body were piled together. At this moment, there was not a single living being left in this instance apart from Yin Xiu, a stark contrast to the first day of the instance. Time to go back. Yin Xiu lazily muttered, slowly turning around to wipe the blade with his robe, stepping over the multitude of corpses toward the town's entrance. The entire instance was wiped clean. Aside from him, the lone player, there was nothing left, leaving the bullet screen in a state of shock. It's the first time I've seen someone clear an instance by killing all the monsters and then leaving. You can only say it's one of a kind. No one else can do this. He doesn't strike easily, but when he does, it's an outright slaughter. I advise any monsters that encounter Yin Xiu to pray for help. It's even more terrifying to think that Yin Xiu lives in our small town. What's there to fear? Just don't go near his door. If you see him, just walk around it. What a shameless thing to say. Would you rather have dignity or your life? Well, I'd still choose my life. Thankfully, our town has rules against killing monsters. At worst, he can only chop us half to death, not like the more brutal version in the instance. Is that something to be thankful for? The players who watched the entire instance were now pumped with adrenaline, watching the monster sigh in defeat on the bullet screen, witnessing the monsters being slaughtered through the instance, usually threatened by these monsters during their runs. They had never seen anyone kill their way through an instance like this, and they found it exhilarating after watching. Even now that the instance was over, they weren't willing to switch to other players' instances. But the screen did not immediately go black as Yin Xiu exited the instance. The door that had been shrouded in white mist mysteriously vanished. After walking for quite a while without seeing it, instead, as he walked, a man dressed in prison guard attire reached out to stop Yin Xiu. Oh? Who is this person? This is the first time I've seen them. Yeah, shouldn't players just come out directly after the normal dungeon ends? What the heck? Unexpected development? The players in the small town quickly took out their notebooks. Amid the white mist, a guard appeared, first looking at the blood-soaked Yin Xiu with disgust, clicking his tongue and shaking his head, then coldly said, "Extend your hand." Yin Xiu? But he still coldly extended his hand. Then the guard stamped a seal on the back of Yin Xiu's hand and lectured seriously, "Player Yin Xiu, due to violating special rules of the dungeon and excessive killing, you will be restricted in the next dungeon and sent to a special prison dungeon, which opens in 3 days." As he spoke, he sighed and took out a display screen from his pocket, then began to search. Today's players are really something else. They get a few items and start killing monsters, triggering a special dungeon. It's bad luck for you guys. Let me teach you a lesson. Let's see your criminal record. When he flipped to Yin Xiu's name, he began to read, "Player, Yin Xiu, extremely dangerous player complained about by many monsters." When the guard reached this point, he paused slightly, his expression tightening, and slowly continued to read, "During the dungeon, killed countless monsters. Current records include SSS-class dungeon Deep Sea Academy, killed all monsters and cleared the dungeon. S-class dungeon Abyss Swamp, killed all monsters, cleared. S-class dungeon killed all monsters. A-class dungeon killed. B-class dungeon also, killed. C-class dungeon all, killed." As the guard reached the later part, he became dry-mouthed and broke out in a cold sweat, increasingly feeling the chill and terror in Yin Xiu's stare. The last recorded bad behavior was 6 years ago, after single-handedly completing a dungeon and disappearing, all dungeons, left after killing everything. This player is extremely ruthless, devoid of humanity, extremely dangerous, blacklisted by all dungeon area bosses, will not be accepted again. If this player is found entering a dungeon again, they will be immediately expelled. After finishing reading, the guard looked tearfully at the stamp on the back of Yin Xiu's hand and slapped himself hard. Damn it, once this is stamped, it can't be taken back. Chapter 63, The Chosen One, so-called heavily mysterious. Why didn't he check the criminal record before stamping? Why? The guard's expression was strange and unpredictable. Compared to his earlier arrogance, he had now become very respectful, leaning slightly forward to cautiously ask Yin Xiu, "I have already seen your criminal record. You have calmed down now, right? It's not good for your health to be killing every day. Occasionally taking time to cultivate yourself and experience a dungeon is a way to change your life, right?" Covered in blood, Yin Xiu smiled slightly. "You are right. This prison dungeon, once stamped, will automatically pull the player into the dungeon in 3 days, and it can't be modified. This, you see." The guard rubbed his hands, his face as pale as a sheet. "Once you go in, could you possibly relax a bit?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that." The guard stammered, "Just tone it down a bit, leave 1 or 2 alive, that kind of thing." Yin Xiu casually nodded, "I will try." His overly casual answer made the guard even more anxious, but whether to kill or not would be Yin Xiu's matter once he entered the dungeon. There was nothing else he could do but respectfully step aside to make way. "Then you can go back to rest. After killing monsters, you must be tired and need to recover your energy quickly. I won't disturb you." Yin Xiu nodded, and seeing the guard's sincere attitude, he walked past him and left. After all, he was also a gentle person and wouldn't go on a killing spree for no reason. Watching Yin Xiu leave, the guard looked again at the prison dungeon screen recording Yin Xiu's name, sweat pouring down his face. Oh no, this is a big problem. I really am. Sigh. He slapped himself twice more in frustration. How did he let this killing god enter the dungeon? All the strange beings in this dungeon must be in trouble. The prison guard stared at Yin Xiu's completely red dungeon completion record, and so far, including the newly completed novice dungeon, he had still managed to kill his way through. The next dungeon would also surely not break this perfect kill record. Should I go back now and report this news? Maybe it's still not too late to hold an emergency meeting to discuss it. The prison guard wept as he held the record file and vanished into the white mist. The bullet screen viewers were also stunned. Firstly, they had never even heard of a prison dungeon specifically targeting high-risk players. Secondly, what the hell, Yin Xiu's past record is actually a complete kill. If he had left even one person alive, it would not have been a complete record. What kind of living king of hell is this? Finally. Yin Xiu has finally been caught. As expected, any player who cruelly kills strange beings will be brought to justice. Is it possible that he will kill his way through this prison next time? Laughing to death, this prison dungeon is a gathering dungeon for all high-risk players from other dungeons. It's full of bad people, and to deal with bad people, the dungeon must be even worse. I have heard of its horror level. Even if Yin Xiu is in there, he will definitely face some difficulties. It shouldn't be possible for him to kill through. A small strange being, narrow-minded, just wait for me, big brother Yin Xiu, to kill through. You dare to provoke me? Better not close your eyes when you sleep tonight. With my Xiu Gu around. I'm not afraid of you. At worst, I'll go kowtow at his door. You dare to come? Just wait, 365 days, and I'll definitely catch Yin Xiu not being there. I'll go to your thin veil in 3 days. Brother Strange, I was wrong. Brother, your words are as crazy as your sliding knee. As the white mist dispersed, Yin Xiu left the dungeon through the familiar door and returned to his own room. At this moment, Rule Town was in the daylight, and Night Lady was no longer at the door. The light from outside fell into the messy room, and the remnants of the fight made Yin Xiu feel very exhausted. The outside was noisy and bustling, quite different from the coldness of Yin Xiu's room. He looked at the wreckage in the room and began to calculate the cost of repairs. Not to mention the marks on the walls, his bed had also been flattened by Night Lady, so it was impossible to sleep immediately. He could only go buy some things first. Fortunately, having just cleared the dungeon, he had settled some dungeon assets, so he finally had some capital to splurge. The expenses needed to live in Rule Town must be obtained from the dungeon assets settled after clearing the dungeon. Each Rule Town has a store where everything is available, but it only accepts dungeon assets. Ever since Yin Xiu left the dungeon 6 years ago, his dungeon assets had only decreased, not increased. Moreover, he never considered the star rating when clearing dungeons. He killed whoever needed to be killed, and low-star speedruns did not yield much dungeon asset settlement. After 6 years, he really spent it all. He even lived frugally himself, so how could he have extra assets to prepare offerings for Night Lady? Therefore, he only had a cup of plain tea and water every day, which made Night Lady particularly displeased with him. Prepare something good for Night Lady, she shouldn't come again tonight. Yin Xiu hurriedly changed into a new outfit and, not bothering to clean off the blood smell, turned around and went out to shop, needing to prepare for the repair of the house and the offerings for Night Lady before dark. Just before leaving, Yin Xiu suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to look around the whole room. It seemed that Li Mo did not come out with him. He not only went missing at the end of the dungeon but also did not return to this room after the dungeon ended. He should have left, right? Yin Xiu was not sure, but with one less strange person staring at him, he felt relieved and confidently turned to leave, heading towards the store at the end of the alley. As soon as he walked outside, Yin Xiu immediately sensed that something was off. He stopped his steps and stood in the silent alley, turning back to look behind him, squinting his eyes as he scanned the deep corners. When he just returned to the room, he felt very cold inside, as if a chill lingered around him. Considering that there had been Li Mo and Night Lady in the room before, it was normal. But now, stepping outside, he still felt somewhat cool. It was as if that chill wasn't in his room but was following closely by his side. Yin Xiu didn't see anything, so he turned around and continued walking. After taking 2 steps, he stopped again. Now, not only was the clear chill lingering around, but a sensation of gaze also appeared without restraint. It felt like Li Mo, but this feeling was much weaker than the pressure when Li Mo was right beside him, like, a part of Li Mo? Yin Xiu was suddenly surprised by his own thoughts. He could actually distinguish a part belonging to Li Mo from an unknown presence, which affected him somewhat. Yin Xiu gave up searching for the origin of this presence and continued on to buy things. After preparing tools to repair the doors and windows, and buying a new bed, he had spent more than half of his resources. After buying some offerings for Night Lady, there was hardly anything left. Yin Xiu walked back with a heavy heart, carrying various packages. If he had these offerings, Night Lady would definitely come to bother him tonight, and he promised there would only be plain water every day from now on. The large items like the bed would be automatically placed in Yin Xiu's house, but he had to repair the doors and windows by himself. Since he couldn't afford brand new doors, windows, and walls, he had to fix them himself, and Yin Xiu was already used to this. No one in the entire town was more independent and capable than him. Good afternoon. As soon as he reached his door, Yin Xiu ran into a familiar figure standing in front of his door, smiling and greeting him. The person wore a casual white sweatshirt, with gentle facial contours and a hint of mixed blood. His eyes were clear blue, and his features were exquisite, the type that would make the town mayor ecstatic, but his face was pale without color, and the fragile feelings surrounding him made him seem like a flower that could break at any moment in the dangerous town environment. This was the current manager of the rule town, Yi Tianxian. Yin Xiu coldly nodded in response to his greeting, then looked at his own doorstep. His doorstep had many more things piled up since he left, a heap of boxes of varying sizes stacked before it. Yin Xiu glanced at those boxes. Did you bring these? Yi Tianxian shook his head, his smile full of teasing. It's offerings from other players in the town for you. What offerings? I'm not Night Lady. Yin Xiu said in exasperation, but still opened the door and pushed the clutter into the house. Yi Tianxian naturally followed him into the room, expertly sitting at a chair by the window, making himself a cup of tea, tasting it while watching Yin Xiu start to repair the door. After they finished watching your copy, the players in the town had a big change in impression about you, Yi Tianxian said, resting his chin on his hand, rambling on. I educated them for 3 years to keep many players away from you, but then you went into the copy and all that crumbled. You have no idea how tiring it is to prevent players from getting themselves killed. Old players can be arrogant and rebellious, while new players, being clueless, get into trouble too easily. They can't avoid death even when living together, and they want to share a room with you, the most dangerous one in town. It's like they're looking for a shortcut in life. The strange creatures in town can't kill you, so they all focus on the people around you. A slight mistake can lead to death, they just don't understand. Managing the town is still too difficult. Besides entering the copy to collect strategies. In the instance of teaching players a lesson, now that the town's environment has become so stable, there are still some people who inevitably bring about their own downfall. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get, Yi Tianxian muttered, his brow furrowing, contrasting sharply with his usually gentle demeanor. Do you think I let them issue rule sheets in the town every day, and they completely ignore them? Just now I scolded a person who just came over, telling him to bring new players. He readily agreed, but then ended up getting the new players killed, and now I've lost another good candidate. Yin Xiu maintained a cold expression, tapping on the door while dismissively replying, you're right. When Yi Tianxian isn't complaining, he is indeed gentle and kind, but once the town comes up, he can become quite irritable. As the manager of the town, he has maximized his efforts in operation. Every new arrival grows up in the greenhouse, with rule sheets to guide them, support from other players, and veteran players leading the way through instances, meticulously recording comprehensive strategies. Compared to other towns, Yi Tianxian has cultivated a new survival environment, where the death rate is extremely low. In other towns, newcomers enter without any rule guidance, and by the first night, half of them are dead, with the remaining surviving purely by luck and quick wits. It's survival of the fittest, with very few making it out alive, which makes veteran players particularly proud. They have the capital to be proud but are also easily killed by that pride. Yi Tianxuan's town management is entirely the opposite. Under his leadership, the first generation has developed rules, written instant strategies, and passed them on to newcomers, training these newcomers into experts, who then lead the next batch, with veteran players educating the new ones to ensure all newcomers adapt quickly to the environment, understand the dangers of instances, and reduce the death rate. Instances are brutal, but this town is indeed a refuge for newcomers in the storm. Yi Tianxian deserves all the credit, and Yin Xiu also contributes, adding merit to the town invisibly. He is the light of the town, while Yin Xiu is its shadow. One leads the players, while the other suppresses the monsters, which creates the current harmony in the town, achieving a level that no other towns can reach. Yi Tianxian is also the only person in the town who can interact with Yin Xiu without fearing the monster's attention. He is special to both the town and the instances. Ahem. This is driving me crazy. Yi Tianxian exclaimed, coughing as he spoke, his already pale face becoming even more ashen, and he hurriedly drank some water to slow his rapid breathing. Yin Xiu paused his hammering and turned to look at him. How's your health these days? Still the same, Yi Tianxian replied lightly with a smile. I don't have much longer to live, but I'm not going to die just yet. Yin Xiu nodded and continued to hammer away. In instances, he emphasized being ruthless, relying on strength to break through, easily navigating through all instances. But not everyone has that kind of strength, others need to pay a price to navigate instances smoothly, and Yi Tianxian, in order to generate strategies for the town, frequently enters instances while risking his own life. But he doesn't mind, and no one can stop him. Yin Xiu has also become accustomed to seeing his body grow weaker day by day and is very tolerant of him drinking his precious tea during visits. I looked over the last part of your instance. Your next one will be a prison instance that you're forced into 3 days from now, right? After complaining about trivial matters, Yi Tianxian finally began to discuss the main topic. Yin Xiu stared at the stamp on the back of his hand, a black prohibition symbol, and nodded. I've never been to this instance either. I encountered a guard after finishing an instance in the past, but that guard was different from this one. When he saw me, he just left, and I didn't know there was such an instance. I've never killed a monster in an instance either. Yi Tianxian stared at Yin Xiu thoughtfully. I want to collect information on this special dungeon. Can you take me in 3 days? Yin Xiu thought for a moment. It didn't matter much since he had no roommate now. When the dungeon refreshed, he could just place Yi Tianxian in the room and pull him in. After entering the dungeon, the two of them, due to their different styles, walked separately without disturbing each other. Given their friendship, having him as a ticket was not bad either. It's possible, but are you sure you want to go? Yin Xiu examined Yi Tianxuan's physical condition. That was a high-risk dungeon, far more dangerous than ordinary ones. Given Yi Tianxuan's precarious state, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance he wouldn't come out. That would be a huge loss for the town. I think I'm fine, Yi Tianxian smiled, stroking the ring on his ring finger. My goal is to conquer all dungeons. Missing this one won't do, but I'm not too keen on killing a lot of bizarre creatures just for this dungeon. Yin Xiu nodded, agreeing to it. He understood well, after all, both Yi Tianxian and he were kind-hearted people. The door was almost fixed, it was time to repair the window. He took his toolbox and moved to the window, pushing Yi Tianxian aside. As he leaned closer, Yi Tianxian suddenly stared wide-eyed at the air next to Yin Xiu. What's that next to you? Did you bring something back from the dungeon? Yin Xiu. He turned to look at the space beside him, finding nothing there, but he could indeed clearly feel something's presence. It's just a blurry and twisted black mass, Yi Tianxian gestured, trying to describe it but failing. There are many tentacles surrounding you, enveloping you, like they want to touch you but don't. The tentacles have eyes, all watching you too. This. He pondered, seriously analyzing in his mind, is this your new pet? Chapter 65, Night Lady Eats at Night. Yin Xiu was silent, waving his hand beside him, his hand passing through the air, grabbing nothing. Do you think I would raise a pet that I can't even touch? Yi Tianxian stared at his hand thoughtfully. He reached out, and the tentacles that surrounded him immediately coiled around his hand, their tips sticking to his fingers, and the eyes on them quivered, seemingly excited. The dark, writhing mass wrapped around Yin Xiu's clean arm, the stark contrast of black and white clashing unexpectedly beautiful yet ghastly. Really not a pet? Yi Tianxian looked at the mass, it seemed to respond to him. Did it wrap itself around you? Yin Xiu nodded, ignoring the invisible black mass Yi Tianxian described, continuing to reinforce the window with a hammer. Since it couldn't be seen and couldn't be shaken off, he simply chose to disregard it. You really do attract some strange things easily, Yi Tianxian nodded, already used to it. It seems to have no malicious intent. It should be fine, it will show itself eventually. As he spoke, he turned to look inside the room. Earlier in the dungeon, I saw you had a roommate? Where is he? He should have left. Yin Xiu replied lightly. Should have? Or it's this thing next to me now. Yin Xiu pointed at the thing on his shoulder. Yi Tianxuan's expression froze slightly. To have a pair of bizarre creatures laughing eerily and unknown, even being able to turn into unseen tentacles stationed beside him as a roommate, what kind of thing could that be? I guess it's not a good thing. Yi Tianxian murmured, twisting the ring on his ring finger again. As soon as he spoke, the eyes on the tentacles turned towards him. He felt a chill surrounding him, making his already uncomfortable body feel even worse. Although the other party did not show hostility or warning, they were indeed testing and examining him. Forget it, as long as you don't let those strange things wear you out, I'll tell you about the copy, and then I'll head back. Yi Tianxian stood up, finished the remaining tea in one gulp, waved his hand, and left. Yin Xiu nodded, glancing at the sky outside. It was almost dark. After he finished his meal and took a shower, he could go to sleep. I hope the night lady doesn't disturb me tonight, I'm already exhausted from just finishing the copy. With that thought, Yin Xiu hurried to the fridge, taking out the meat he had bought, and piled it all into the iron bowl at the door in a particularly generous manner. The small iron bowl was piled high with raw meat, even more than the offerings from other doors, enough to show his sincerity. After fixing the last part, Yin Xiu closed the doors and windows, locked them, and went to make dinner. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, the sky outside had turned dark, and the sound of cats began to rise. In the bathroom, while washing his face, Yin Xiu raised his eyes to the mirror. He usually didn't sleep well, and had a slight dark circle under his eyes, but the night before leaving the copy, he had been taken by Liam O to the coffin and had a peaceful night, sleeping deeply and feeling much more relaxed. He didn't know what his purpose was, but he indeed didn't interfere with Yin Xiu's experience in the copy, nor did he show any signs of danger. In fact, he made Yin Xiu's life a bit more comfortable, so he didn't dislike his presence as much anymore. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his shoulder, pondering if there really was a dark, shadowy thing sticking beside him. Usually when Yi Tianxian said he saw something, it was indeed real. However, it was hard to say if this was Liam O. After all, he had never seen Liam O exhibit a similar form. He reached out again, trying to touch his shoulder, and besides feeling a chill, he didn't seem to be able to grasp anything substantial. Yin Xiu frowned as he looked at his hand. It seemed that just a touch would cause the chill to crawl up his hand, wrapping around his 5 fingers and coiling around his wrist. When he touched it slightly, the feedback was quite strong. It didn't even try to disguise itself, which was exactly the same as Liam O. Yin Xiu shook his hand, trying to shake off the chill, but it wouldn't budge at all, so he just decided to ignore it. He turned off the lights and lay down on the bed, pulling up the blanket, listening to the sounds outside, waiting for the night lady's arrival. Tonight, the night lady arrived a little later than usual. The cold wind blew through the narrow alley, the dim path silent and still. After a couple of seconds, a faint sound of footsteps appeared, pattering as they slowly approached through the alley. As always, she moved along each doorstep, eating as she went. When she reached Yin Xiu's door, the sound of her chewing suddenly stopped. There were no departing footsteps, nor the angry knocking on the window. Instead, a profound silence left Yin Xiu puzzled. He had prepared a lot of meat at a high price. Could it be that the night lady was still displeased? Outside the window, the night lady looked bewilderedly at the small iron bowl, almost overflowing with meat, lost in deep thought. For 6 years, her bowl had held only a bowl of clear water or a bowl of tea. Now it was piled full of meat, and she was a bit unaccustomed to it. The daily fun of knocking on the window to bother Yin Xiu was gone. Forget it. The night lady, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, quickly finished the bowl of meat and prepared to leave. Before leaving, feeling a bit uneasy, she turned back and knocked on the window twice to remove 2 nails before departing. Confirming that the night lady had left, Yin Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard the knocking on the window, he thought he would have another restless night, but now it was finally peaceful. Going to sleep, Yin Xiu said as he closed his eyes steadily, ready to welcome a peaceful night. As soon as it quieted down, the chill beside him began to stir uneasily. Wriggling and twisting, it began to crawl onto Yin Xiu's body, silently wrapping around his waist. Only then did it calm down. Yin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted as he stared into the darkness. Wait, this familiar feeling, how does it feel exactly like that strange creature that wrapped around me every night in the copy? Could that be the strange creature from the rules of the copy? I've already cleared the copy, it can't possibly follow me out. So why this inexplicable feeling of familiarity? The room fell silent for a few seconds before Yin Xiu's cold voice broke through. Don't tell me that strange creature from the copy is actually you? The chill on his body suddenly shrank back, returning to a small clump, curling up beside him without moving. In the darkness, Yin Xiu's icy gaze turned toward his pillow. Even though he couldn't see, he silently met the eyes on the tentacles. His voice, gritted with teeth and tinged with slight anger, said, "You better not let me encounter you in the copy." The chill didn't move, and even though Yin Xiu couldn't grab or touch it, he managed to suppress his anger and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. After that, the room remained very quiet. The chill didn't dare to crawl up again, and Yin Xiu fell asleep quickly, though he kept frowning in his dreams, muttering something like, "If you dare come to my bed again, I'll chop you into 18 pieces." The tentacles coiled themselves into a small ball, shrinking and shrinking, without touching Yin Xiu again. Chapter 66, New Copy, Extreme City. Life after returning to the small town was much like usual. Yin Xiu would wake up, tidy up, and then take his fishing rod to the lake to kill time, waiting for the prison copy in 3 days. The changes in the town were quite significant. Usually, those players would dodge him at lightning speed, not daring to associate with him, but now as he passed through the square, their gazes became incredibly eager and attentive. Even the announcements on the loudspeakers had changed. As long as everyone in the town follows the rules, nothing will happen. Learn from the experienced seniors around you, listen carefully to the advice, and you will soon avoid danger and become a big shot. Here, I sincerely suggest everyone take Yin Xiu as a role model, striving to become an existence like him. In the future, no copy will pose a challenge. When one person becomes a big shot, the whole town can become big shots. Generation after generation, one day our town will see no one die because of strange creatures. In the corner, the strange creature cursed in frustration. With Yin Xiu's departure, the speaker continued tirelessly educating the newcomers with these words. Yin Xiu arrived at the lakeside with a blank expression, preparing his fishing tools to catch the fish he couldn't catch. Suddenly, he remembered that on the first day of Limo's arrival, he seemed to have gone into the lake to catch fish. Then he stared at the lake for a long time, and the strange creatures in the lake were frightened for a long time. Only after Yin Xiu finally gave up on going into the water to catch fish and returned to regular fishing did the strange creatures in the lake calm down. When push comes to shove, they will also try hard to pretend to be a fish. Yin Xiu's days passed very calmly, with not much difference from day to day. Life went on normally. Time flew by, until 3 days later, Yi Tianxian came to his room, and the two were pulled into the copy together. As soon as the time arrived, a new room suddenly appeared on the screen in the square, displaying the information of the 2 players. Congratulations to the players for entering the copy, Extreme City. This time, player names, Yin Xiu, Yi Tianxian. Gender, male, male. Residence, 401, Allier, Dimension 35, 103. Assets held in the copy, 331, 155, 1111. Copy progress, all cleared, 98%. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, everyone in the small town became excited. Yin Xiu going into the copy again was needless to say, they had to watch. Yi Tianxian entering the copy was also a must-see, they absolutely had to watch. Someone had to record the strategy, but when the two entered the copy together, who in the town would dare to look away? They rushed in for the first time. When Yin Xiu's message was transmitted back into the dungeon, the terrifying monsters that once crushed players were weeping. He's here, he's here. And he brought Yi Tianxian with him. He thinks that killing alone isn't enough, so he brought his partner along. We're doomed, sob sob. Is it too late for me to apply to switch dungeons? No one is allowed to leave. We're all in the same dungeon, if we're going to die, we're dying together. Everyone better die here today. No one is allowed to leave. By the way, what does the warden think? He has 4 words, just get through it. That's it, the monsters in other dungeons don't want to come. The new monsters are scared of being killed by Yin Xiu, and no boss in any dungeon dares to come when they hear it's him. This time the warden won't escape. Is the no damage monster rule in for approval? It was rejected. Don't be afraid, this dungeon mode is very hard. To suppress Yin Xiu, we applied for special player restrictions. I feel like we still have a glimmer of hope for survival. Let's go, everyone. Let's encourage each other. In the midst of the weeping ghostly cries, the dungeon officially began. The dark screen flickered and gradually displayed the scene. In the cold, lonely prison cell, dim light shone on Yin Xiu's fair face, and the wind blew through the narrow iron-barred window, tousling his hair. The person on screen was sleeping with closed eyes, quiet and serene, extremely pleasing to the eye. In the next second, Yin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils full of indifference, perfectly matching the cold environment. His gaze quickly swept around, realizing he was leaning against a simple single bed. It was incredibly quiet around, not a single person present, and this time, there was no dungeon announcement. I'm in? Yin Xiu murmured as he got up, but as soon as he moved, he suddenly sensed that something was off with his body. His hands were cuffed in a pair of black handcuffs, which were very secure, tightly locking his wrists. The chain in between was of moderate length, making his range of movement very limited, and his clothes had turned into a black and white prisoner outfit, with nothing extra, including the knife that used to be at his waist. Yin Xiu frowned. This was actually the first time he encountered a dungeon that confiscated his weapons. It wasn't just restricting movement, but they took away his items too, clearly killing his urge to fight. He quickly got up and searched the room. This really seemed like a single-person prison cell, with everything being for one person, and there were no weapons that could cause harm, just plastic cups, wooden toothbrushes, square towels, even the corners of the walls were made smoother than usual. Yin Xiu coldly searched around and found a familiar rule sheet under the pillow, but it only had 2 sentences. Extreme City is free, once you enter here, no one will restrict you, so there are no rules. Dungeon completion condition, leave Extreme City unrestrained and awake. After reading this, the comments were in confusion. Where's my survival rule? Why is there only the completion condition? It says there are no rules in this dungeon? Really? I don't believe it. But indeed, the rule sheet doesn't list any rules. How special. By the way, it actually wrote the completion condition this time, instead of the completion rules. Careful, it really avoided the word rules on top. Not only the comments were confused, but Yin Xiu also fell into deep thought, staring at the words for a long time. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps came from outside the door. Someone stopped at Yin Xiu's door, then opened the small window on the door to peer inside. At the door stood a strange face, whose part visible through the small window was smeared with blood, looking terrifying. He spotted Yin Xiu and immediately barked harshly, "Prisoner number 401. Get out here immediately, we are about to gather in the lobby downstairs." Yin Xiu glanced up, coldly nodded his head. Open the door. His overly indifferent response caused the person at the door to pause for a moment. The cell door creaked open, revealing the person standing outside. They looked like a guard, dressed in neat, retro black attire, a mix of modern and classic, exuding an odd blend of jailer and prison guard, which was already strange, especially with blood all over him, making him appear even more frightening. Most players entering here were notorious villains. Seeing the guard was a non-issue for them, either questioning him back or directly attacking. But Yin Xiu was quiet, standing at the door, surveying him. That scrutinizing gaze made the guard feel unaccountably uneasy. His gaze lingered on Yin Xiu's prison uniform, pondering for a long time. A red prisoner. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, looking down at his own clothing. Wasn't it black and white? The guard hesitated for a moment, decided to take out his record book first, asking for his name to determine his subsequent attitude, tone, and expression. Prisoner 401, state your name. Yin Xiu calmly fixed his gaze on him, politely reporting his name. I am Yi Tianxian. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately relaxed, quickly flipping through his record book until he found Yi Tianxian's name. There was indeed a record of this player entering the dungeon, and he was even a high-level player with a 98% completion rate. The guard had heard of this person, although his reputation wasn't great, he had always played the dungeon properly. Rather than killing bizarre monsters, he preferred to extract all useful information and clues before leaving. It was puzzling how such an annoying person had ended up in jail. With a 98% completion rate, if he were to kill bizarre monsters, it would count as high risk, so red is normal. After mumbling to himself for a while, the guard nodded, putting away his record book meaningfully, tapping Yin Xiu on the shoulder. I can understand occasional mistakes. Once you get out, just be a good person. Anyway, as long as it wasn't Yin Xiu, it was fine. Yin Xiu expressionlessly nodded, understood. The guard was quite pleased with Yin Xiu's obedience, thus understanding this person's calm and composed response. He was indeed a good player, unlike those flea players he had just dealt with. Alright, follow me. As long as you don't make mistakes and gather in the lobby honestly, there won't be any issues. The guard thoughtfully reminded him, leading Yin Xiu to the next single cell. Yin Xiu quietly followed behind him, unfolding the rule sheet he had found in the cell from his palm. The note didn't contain any rules, he could only experiment himself. Since it was a prison dungeon, as a prisoner, wasn't it reasonable to tell a lie to deceive the bizarre monsters? However, the guard surprisingly hadn't noticed, this aligned perfectly with what was written on the rule sheet. The extreme city is free. But Yin Xiu didn't believe that a dungeon with rules would truly have none. The less information there was, the more dangerous it became. He walked forward with the guard, reaching the door of the second cell. The guard continued with his poor attitude, looking through the small window, then shouted loudly, Player 103. Come out. Immediately gather in the lobby downstairs. Hearing the number, Yin Xiu suddenly froze. 103. Wasn't that Yi Tianxian? Just now, the guard had called him 401, which was his number in the small town. He had just taken someone's identity, and now the original had arrived. This luck was quite rude, wasn't it? Yin Xiu quietly peeked his head, and sure enough, the pale figure standing at the open doorway looked just like the fragile little flower, Yi Tianxian. Covering his mouth with the folded rule sheet while coughing, he stepped out, his face devoid of color, while glancing sideways, their eyes met, Yin Xiu's gaze connecting with the figure behind him. The guard's expression was complex upon seeing Yi Tianxian, realizing that this fragile-looking player, who seemed poised to die at any moment, was actually here. Has the outside dungeon become so weak that someone who coughs after just a few steps is considered a dangerous player? The guard shook his head in disdain and sighed softly, pulling out a notepad and coldly saying to Yi Tianxian, Let's have it, what's your name? Yi Tianxian glanced at Yin Xiu, who was struggling to gesture behind the guard, feeling confused for a second, and focused on the two hands making circles between them. He fell silent, wondering what kind of game this was. Aren't they playing it straightforward? He is a serious person, after all, who has always played through dungeons properly. Yi Tianxian cleared his throat twice, trying to sound serious as he said, My name is Yin Xiu. The moment those two words slipped from Yi Tianxuan's lips, the guard inexplicably felt his legs weaken. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the frail Yi Tianxian closely. How could the legendary butcher look like this? How could he have such a short-lived appearance? Is this what they mean by not judging a person by their looks? Are really named Yin Xiu? He confirmed tremblingly again, knowing the monsters were aware Yin Xiu would come. He was prepared, just didn't expect to meet him so soon. How could he stay calm when facing the other players now? Seeing the guard's doubts, Yi Tianxian glared with cold eyes and sneered, Do you have a problem with my name? The guard instantly fell silent and hurriedly shook his head, No. So you are Yin Xiu. Please follow me to the back, we'll gather in the hall soon. What's the gathering for? Yi Tianxian asked, trying to pry some information from him. But the guard simply said awkwardly, You'll know when you go down, I'm just here to escort someone. Yi Tianxian gazed thoughtfully, coldly sizing up the guard. His silence filled the guard with terror. Is the big shot dissatisfied with what he said, ready to take action? After a few seconds of silence, Yi Tianxian, seeing no words would come from him, finally put on a reluctant expression, Fine, my mood is decent today, I'll follow you down. The guard let out a long breath of relief, Please. Yin Xiu silently applauded behind, nodding with satisfaction. He had never seen Yi Tianxian act so coldly toward someone. But you'd better not be hiding anything from me, Yi Tianxian sneered before leaving, ensuring Yin Xiu's reputation in front of the monsters. Yes. Yi Tianxian initially wanted to say something more threatening, but he spoke too much, lost his breath, and coughed into his hand twice, quickly following behind Yin Xiu with a pale face. If he continues to pretend, he might raise suspicions. After recognizing this was Yin Xiu, the guard's attitude became respectful, no longer daring to be fierce toward this seemingly weak person. He pretended the other two were invisible and continued moving forward. Encountering two red dangerous players right off the bat really diminished his authority. Next time he had to assert the attitude a guard should have. He knocked on the door, opened the small window, and then yelled at the players for their actions. However, the next player had a very rude attitude. As soon as the guard opened the door, the player charged out with a table leg he had seemingly unscrewed, swinging it hard at the guard's head. That person was strong and clearly possessed a high level of physical strength, able to easily detach the table leg, so the attack had considerable force. But the guard stood his ground, unmoving. The blow landed without him even flinching his head. Instead, he fixed his furious gaze on the player in front of him. Yin Xiu noted that this guard carried nothing at all, without any crowd control gear. In the prison, this was indeed a bit dangerous. But soon the guard showed with his actions to Yin Xiu.